Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 3019 to Chapter 3101. What are you talking to yourself about? Xianxia suddenly turned around and looked at Taishan coldly. Taishan trembled when he saw Xiao's eyes. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. No, nothing. I'm just saying that Lord Lei Ling is wise and powerful. How dare these bastards go against you? They deserve to die. Taishan squeezed out an ugly smile and complimented Xiao softly. Xiao ignored him and did not intend to kill him. Hence, he did not care about what Taishan said. He turned around and looked at the huge whirlpool passageway in the valley. Taishan heaved a sigh of relief. That was scary. Why is Lei Ling's gaze so scary? You can open the array in the relic? Xiao's voice sounded and Taishan's heart skipped a beat. Yes, absolutely. This array is a yin-yang reversal 5 elements array. As long as there is a yin-yang 5 elements treasure to guard the array, we can enter. Taishan nodded quickly. He was afraid that Xiao would think that he was useless and blow him up with a punch. Great. Come on. Xiao said flatly. He then pointed at the air and released the cultivation seal on Taishan. Taishan ran toward the whirlpool passageway. First, he took out 5 glowing inner cores. They were 5 different colors and glowed brightly. They were the 5 elemental inner cores that he had obtained from the 5 ferocious beasts he had killed earlier. Then, he took out a black and white bead reluctantly. The bead was only the size of a longan, but it was shrouded in yin and yang light. There seemed to be layers of void in it that reflected the boundless world. Eh? It's the yin-yang origin bead? Xiao was slightly surprised. The yin-yang origin bead was not a weapon but a top-notch treasure. It could even be used as a base to refine an emperor weapon. The yin-yang origin bead contained the essence of yin and yang. It had been nurtured in the land of yin and yang for countless years. In the end, extreme yang gave birth to yin, and extreme yin gave birth to yang. When yin and yang converged and returned to the origin, it became a supreme treasure. Xiao did not expect this guy to have the yin-yang origin bead. This yin-yang origin bead is mine. Xiao said flatly. Taishan's face stiffened and he felt his heart bleeding. This was a treasure that would help him in the future. The entire Tai Immortal sect did not have a second one origin bead. But what could he do? Did he dare to refuse? This maleficent Ling was going to kill him. Although Taishan was unwilling, he had no choice but to do so. The yin-yang origin bead is very suitable for the jints. It can become the supreme treasure of the jints. In the future, it can even form the yin-yang realm. If other extreme materials are added, it will definitely become a top-notch extreme monarch weapon. It might even surpass the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. Who would have thought that not killing Taishan would give him such a surprise? He took a deep breath, and then his eyes instantly became extremely focused. A strange light flowed in his eyes, and then his 10 fingers fluttered, quickly forming seals. The speed of the seals was so fast that it left afterimages in the void. Xiao saw runes condensing in Taishan's palm and flying toward the vortex. Buzz, the vortex passageway trembled slightly, and the light changed. Faintly, a faint 7-colored light appeared. Then, 7 strange nodes appeared around the vortex. They were connected to each other and coexisted with each other. It was very strange. Go. After seeing the 7 nodes, Taishan suddenly shouted. The 5 inner cores and the yin-yang origin bead turned into a stream of light and rushed into the nodes. The 5 inner elixirs each occupied a node. The yin-yang origin bead split into 2 yin and yang qi, like 2 pearls fixed on the 2 nodes. Finally, the yin-yang origin bead flew back and landed in Taishan's palm. Rumble. After the 7 nodes were occupied, the vortex trembled violently. Divine light roared and the void shook. Gradually, an extremely stable passage appeared and an ancient and strange aura came from it. The passage to the relic was completely opened. The people from the old god sect entered the vortex by accident. After they entered, they seemed to have destroyed 7 array eyes. That's why they stopped us. Now that I've fixed the 7 array eyes, I can repair the array and open the passage. Taishan explained to Xiao proudly. What he was most proud of was not his cultivation but his attainments in array formation. In the entire Tai celestial sect, even the old monsters did not dare to say that they were better than him in array formation. In Taixian's eyes, the array formation in front of him was just a piece of cake. He had helped Taixian open many powerful array relics, and there was no lack of Supreme Emperor arrays in those relics. "Give me the yin-yang origin bead," Ling Xiao said as he looked at Taixian. Taixian's face stiffened and his pride was gone. He felt his heart bleeding as he handed the yin-yang origin bead to Ling Xiao dejectedly. Holding the yin-yang origin bead in his hand, Ling Xiao immediately felt a surge of yin and yang qi surging into his body. It flowed through his body, cold and refreshing, making his physical body seem to have improved slightly. It was indeed a supreme treasure. Ling Xiao was satisfied. "That Lord Lei Ling, the yin-yang origin bead," Taixian said hesitantly. "It's mine," Ling Xiao said as he stared at Taixian with the yin-yang origin bead in his hand. Taixian's face darkened, but he still said flatteringly, "Lord Lei Ling, although the yin-yang origin bead is a supreme treasure, I've used up a lot of the yin and yang qi in it. If you can refine it with the innate yin and yang qi, it will definitely become a top Supreme Emperor weapon in the future." "Innate yin and yang qi? Where is it?" Ling Xiao was taken aback. "Ahem. I opened an ancient relic yesterday. It's the place where the yin-yang immortal emperor passed away. The yin-yang immortal emperor merged with the origin of heaven and earth and created a pool of innate yin and yang qi. It's perfect for refining the yin-yang origin bead," Taixian said with a cough. "Oh? If that's the case, why don't you use it to refine it?" Ling Xiao asked with a half-smile. "I wanted to use it to refine the yin-yang origin bead, but my elder brother needed to cultivate in seclusion, so he kept it. He said he left the immortal demon cave and brought it back to the sect so that the sect master could refine it for me," Taixian explained. "Your elder brother? Taiyuan Saint? That means the innate yin and yang qi is in Taiyuan's hands. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're hoping that Taiyuan can save you," Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. Taixian smiled awkwardly and said, "Master Lei Ling, my brother is indeed powerful, but you're not weak either. Moreover, you can use me to exchange for the innate yin and yang qi from my brother. My brother dotes on me and will definitely agree. So that's what you're thinking," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. "Master Lei Ling, what do you think of my idea?" Seeing that Ling Xiao was tempted, Taixian was shocked and asked hurriedly. He was indeed afraid. Lei Ling was a devil who killed people at the drop of a hat. Didn't he see that the people from Heavenly Reaching Immortal sect were all killed by him? He wondered what kind of expression the Sword Heart Saint would have when he saw this scene. Taixian was afraid that Lei Ling would be temperamental and kill him too. Therefore, the safest way was to leave Lei Ling as soon as possible. For this reason, he even betrayed his brother and told him about the innate yin and yang qi. "We'll see. Now, let's go into the relic and have a look," Ling Xiao said noncommittally. Outside the relic is the yin-yang reversal 5 elements formation. Could it be a relic left behind by an expert from the immortal tribe? Ling Xiao thought to himself. With this doubt, he took Taixian and plunged into the relic's passageway. Boom! When Ling Xiao entered the relic, he immediately felt the surroundings shaking. Powerful and overbearing attacks swept across the sky. Ling Xiao's blood and qi surged and divine light gushed out. He then punched out. Crack! The attacks that filled the sky were all swept away and destroyed. "Stop, it's not the immortal tribe, it's the Son of God," someone exclaimed. His voice was filled with incomparable excitement. The light in front of Ling Xiao changed, and he could see the surroundings clearly. More than 30 disciples of the old god cult were attacking. They must have thought that the immortal tribe had invaded, so they attacked with all their might when they saw a figure in the passageway. Ling Xiao felt that they were disciples of the old god cult, so he released the aura of the immortal tribe. He did not use his full strength and only destroyed their attacks. The 30 over disciples of the ancient god cult were all injured, but their eyes were filled with surprise. Their gazes towards Ling Xiao were filled with fanatical worship. Previously, they had almost lost all hope and were planning to fight to the death. Even if they died, they would kill a few more immortals. But who would have thought that the surprise would come so quickly? It was actually the arrival of the Son of God. Ling Xiao's arrival made them feel the joy and excitement of escaping death. Greetings, God's child. More than 30 disciples of the ancient god cult knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and shouted excitedly. Everyone, please rise. I've killed all the people from the Tai celestial sect and the heaven-connecting celestial sect. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and raised his hands. Instantly, a gush of abundant divine power gushed out and helped all the disciples of the ancient god cult up. Have they all been killed? The mighty Son of God. Although the disciples of the old god cult had expected this, they still couldn't help but shout excitedly. Although Tai Xian was standing beside Ling Xiao, he looked like a captive of the Son of God. Although they were puzzled as to why the Son of God didn't kill Tai Xian, they didn't say anything. Did you find anything in the ruins? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Speaking of which, it wasn't easy. Although the ancient god cult had brought 90 people this time, in order to reduce the casualties, none of them were immortal monarchs except for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao found out that one of the disciples had broken through to the immortal monarch realm. Reporting to the Son of God, we found an ancestral god spring in the ruins. With the help of the ancestral god spring, my cultivation base directly broke through to the Imperial Emperor realm. The leader of the group was a young man. Although his appearance was ordinary, his face was resolute and he was broad and burly. He touched his head and said to Ling Xiao in surprise. His name was Tingshan. He had been in the immortal monarch realm for thousands of years. He was also a genius of the ancient god cult, but he had fallen into obscurity later on. Who would have thought that after he entered the immortal demon cave, he would directly break through to the immortal lord realm and become the leader of the remaining disciples of the old god cult? Ancestral god spring? Bring me to have a look. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. The 12 ancestors of the god clan were called the 12 ancestral gods. In fact, the ancestral god realm represented a realm recognized by the god clan, the Great Emperor realm. The god clan called those who broke through to the Great Emperor realm as ancestral gods. It was the meaning of the ancestors of the god clan, devour. The so-called ancestral god spring was the essence spring left behind by the great emperors of the god clan. It wasn't necessarily left behind by the 12 ancestral gods. The ancestral god spring contained the purest origin energy. It was an unimaginable fortune for the immortal monarchs. Ling Xiao was still guessing that this was a ruin left behind by an immortal monarch. He didn't expect to find an ancestral god spring here. Son of God, this way please. Tingshan said respectfully. Under Tingshan's lead, Ling Xiao walked into the depths of the ruins. Tai Xian's face revealed a hint of curiosity. The ancestral god spring was an extremely rare treasure. For the divine race, it was a treasure that was as precious as their lifeblood. In the past Immortal Demon Conference, there were experts of the god clan who encountered the ancestral god spring and their cultivation base increased greatly. There's an ancestral god spring in this ruin. These disciples of the old god cult are really lucky, Tai Xian thought to himself. This ruin wasn't big. It was only about 10,000 miles in radius. The surrounding void was shattered and there were cracks. This was a space that was about to be destroyed. If they hadn't discovered this ruin, they were afraid that this space would have been completely destroyed before the next Immortal Demon Great Conference. There were a few barren mountains in the surroundings. Other than that, there was an endless wasteland. There were no plants, no signs of life, and it was extremely dilapidated. However, in the center of the ruin, there was an ancestral god spring. The stone pool was about 100 feet in radius. It looked extremely simple and unadorned. There was mottled aura above it. Inside the stone pool, a golden divine spring was flowing. It looked sparkling and translucent, just like nectar from the finest nectar. Ling Xiao could feel that the golden spring contained an incomparably vast amount of energy. This was the ancestral god spring left behind by the great emperors. The most fundamental energy could stimulate the bloodline of the god clan and increase the cultivation base of the god clan experts. There was even a chance that one could obtain the inheritance of the great emperors. It's really the ancestral god spring. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Son of God, please forgive me. In order to heal my injuries, Tingshan took part of the ancestral god spring and shared it with my junior brothers and sisters. It's Tingshan's fault for taking the ancestral god spring. Please punish me, son of God. Ting Shan suddenly knelt on one knee and said to Ling Xiao in a deep voice. Ling Xiao was annoyed and amused at the same time. Ting Shan, what's wrong with you? You were the ones who found the ancestral god spring. Even if you refined it, it's only right. If you don't refine it, are you waiting for the immortal clan to come in and take advantage of them? Then, Ling Xiao glared at Tai Xian, whose eyes were shining. Ahem, Tai Xian was a little embarrassed. He coughed softly and kept silent. Ling Xiao was right. If the Tai Immortal sect and the Heavenly Connecting Immortal sect came in, Ting Shan and the others would not be able to resist at all. Instead, they would be trapped and killed. At that time, the ancestral god spring would belong to Tai Xian. Speaking of which, the ancestral god spring was his treasure. At the thought of this, Tai Xian suddenly felt a heartache. He had lost another treasure. Lei Ling was a jinx. Godson, we don't deserve to use the ancestral god spring. Only you deserve to use it. You are the hope of the god clan. Ting Shan looked at Ling Xiao fervently. If the immortal clan comes in, we will destroy the ancestral god spring before they come in. Ting Shan's voice was sonorous and his eyes were filled with determination. The disciples of the old god cult were all the same. Their eyes were filled with determination and there was no fear in them. They were not the most outstanding disciples of the old god cult and were sent into the immortal demon cave as cannon fodder. However, their admiration for the god's son came from the bottom of their hearts. They believed that the god's son was the savior of the god clan. Therefore, when they saw the ancestral god spring, the first thing they thought of was Ling Xiao. If it were not for their high cultivation, they would not even enjoy a little bit of the ancestral god spring. Ling Xiao's heart trembled when he saw the looks of the disciples of the old god cult. It was as if something in his heart had been touched. To be honest, when Ling Xiao entered the immortal demon cave, he had thought of helping the 6 major divine sects to kill the immortal clan. However, he did not think much of the disciples of the 6 major divine sects. Even if some of them died, he would not care much. The only people he cared about were Wu Hen, Zhan Chen, and the other 10 people who had entered the hall with him. This was because they had all become Ling Xiao's most loyal followers. But now, looking at these people in front of him, he realized that their cultivation base wasn't high, and their aptitude couldn't compare to those heaven-defying monsters. However, their sincerity and loyalty to Ling Xiao were even more precious than the ancestral god spring. Who says you're not worthy? As far as I'm concerned, no one is more qualified than all of you to enjoy the ancestral god spring. All of you are the hope and seeds of the god race. If all of you die, what's the use of leaving me alive? Ling Xiao's voice was a little low, but it gradually became louder and louder. It was as if a flame was about to burst out from the depths of his heart. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely calm as he stared deeply at the 36 disciples of the ancient god cult. It was as though he wanted to imprint all of them in his heart. Lord Son of God, Ting Shan's eyes brimmed with tears as he looked at Ling Xiao emotionally. However, Ling Xiao stopped him. Now, I order everyone to enter the ancestral god spring. Ling Xiao suddenly roared, his voice like thunder. Yes. Ting Shan's body trembled as he roared. The 36 disciples of the ancient god cult roared at the same time. Tears welled up in their eyes as their bodies trembled. They were so emotional that they couldn't control themselves. How could they not desire the ancestral god spring? This was a supreme treasure left behind by the great emperor of the god race. Legend had it that it could transform one's body, increase one's cultivation base, purify one's bloodline, and obtain the inheritance. There were countless mysterious legends about it. The 6 major god religions had already run out of ancestral god springs. Even if there were some left, it was extremely rare and was reserved for the saints and saintesses. They devoured. When they entered the immortal demon cave, they already knew that they were cannon fodder. However, they didn't feel any anger or dissatisfaction because they saw a new hope for the god race. Lord Son of God, Lei Ling, even if they encountered the ancestral god spring, the first thing they thought of was to leave it for Lord Son of God. As long as Lord Son of God refined the ancestral god spring, his cultivation base would increase by leaps and bounds and he would be able to defeat everyone and walk out of the immortal demon cave unscathed. But now, Lord Son of God had given up the ancestral god spring and given it to them. In the past, they had only admired and respected Lei Ling. Now, their loyalty to Lei Ling had reached an unsurpassable level. Their hearts trembled as the thought of dying for someone who understood them welled up in their hearts. You are not cannon fodder, you are also the hope of the god race. Therefore, I will help you break the bloodline shackles and become a true god race. From today onwards, you will no longer be descendants of the god race. You will have a glorious name, god race. Ling Xiao's voice rang clearly in the ears of every old god religion. Disciple. God race? The eyes of the 36 disciples of the old god sect shone with dazzling light. How foreign, familiar, ancient, and glorious was this name, although the 6 major god religions called themselves the god race, in the eyes of the immortals, they were just a group of descendants with a portion of the god race's bloodline. They couldn't be considered a true god race. The true god race might have disappeared long ago. But now, Ling Xiao was telling them that Ling Xiao would help them break the bloodline shackles and become a true god race. Their hearts were filled with disbelief, but at the same time, they were filled with endless confidence. Break the bloodline shackles? Can you really do it? Tai Xian looked at Ling Xiao in shock. His expression was complicated. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause an earthquake. The entire immortal realm would tremble. And if he heard this big secret, would he be silenced by Ling Xiao? Bang! Tai Xian decisively slapped himself on the forehead, sealing all his cultivation in an instant, and then fainted. The more he knew, the faster he would die. He had better be self-conscious and not know too many secrets. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would want to kill him. This fiend was really capable of doing anything. Ling Xiao was slightly surprised to see that Tai Xian had sealed his cultivation and knocked himself out. This kid had a bright future. Ling Xiao couldn't bear to kill him since he was so self-aware. Forget it, I'll let him live for now. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Rumble, radiant light shone between Ling Xiao's eyebrows. In an instant, an ancient seal appeared in the sky, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Vast god race luck gushed out from it as if it was the supreme authority of the god race, controlling the life and death of billions of god race members. The god race seal had appeared. The divine clan seal was the ultimate authority of the divines. In ancient times, the divine clan seal and the cauldron of creation were known as the 2 greatest treasures of the divines. However, after the war between the divines and the immortals, not only did the cauldron of creation shatter into countless pieces, but the divine clan seal was also lost. In the end, Ling Xiao obtained the divine clan seal's acknowledgement in the chaos ancient land and then came to the divines. Perhaps this was also his fate with the god race that had been predestined. Now, Ling Xiao was prepared to use the divine clan seal to break the bloodline shackles of the 36 old god cult disciples, allowing them to be reborn and undergo the ultimate transformation. Although the ancestral god spring was incomparably precious and contained vast amounts of origin energy that could raise the cultivation of divines, origin energy wasn't what Ling Xiao lacked the most at the moment. Ling Xiao was currently on the path of the fusion of 10,000 great Daos. He needed to obtain the fruits of 3,000 great Daos, gather them into one, and forge his own path. To Ling Xiao, the ancestral god spring was only able to raise his life origin and wasn't of much help to him. However, it was different for the 36 old god cult disciples. The boundless ancestral god spring was enough for Ling Xiao to use the divine clan seal to break the bloodline shackles for all of them and become true divines. This was their greatest fortune. As soon as the divine clan seal appeared, the 36 divines, led by Ting Shan, all felt their blood boiling and their hearts throbbing. The divine clan seal felt familiar, majestic, and mysterious to them. Fall! Ling Xiao roared, and the divine clan seal descended with a rumble like a mountain. The divine clan seal floated above the heads of the 36 divines. The fortune of the divines rose and connected with all of them as one. Mysterious lines seemed to appear above their heads. These were the lines of fate and karma. Those mysterious lines fused with the god race mark, causing the god race mark to shine brightly. Above the god clan seal, chaotic mist rose, as if a mysterious scene of the creation of heaven and earth had appeared. 12 ancient worlds rose, and in each world, there was an invincible phantom of an ancestral god. Rumble! Devour! The ancestral god spring began to boil. The golden ancestral god spring trembled violently and shone with dazzling light. Then, as if it had gained intelligence, it began to burrow into the bodies of the 36 people. With Xianxia taking the lead, the auras of the 36 of them instantly began to surge. The ancestral divine spring poured into their bodies and began to refine their bodies, condense their meridians, and raise their aptitude. In the end, the ancestral divine spring converged into the divine bones on their chests like rivers flowing into a river. Boom! 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 Their divine bones trembled violently. After absorbing the water from the divine spring, it was as if the earth that had been parched for a long time had encountered rain. Then, they began to emit endless light. In an instant, it was as if 36 suns had broken through the darkness and soared into the sky. Their auras grew stronger and stronger, like volcanoes that were about to erupt, erupting with an extremely terrifying bloodline fluctuation. Wang, as if some kind of power in the unseen world had been triggered, tens of thousands of rays of dazzling divine light shone from their bodies. However, a mysterious black chain emerged. The black chains had shackled their bloodlines and divine bones, and they even extended to their birth horoscopes. With the existence of the black chain, their path to attaining the great emperor realm was sealed. Therefore, the divine clan had been incomparably weak for countless epochs. Those who could attain the great emperor realm could be counted on one hand. Those who had attained the great emperor realm by luck had all unintentionally broken through the bloodline shackles and attained the great emperor realm through great opportunities and great fortune. However, their fates were not good. They were targeted by the immortal clan. Even the heaven-span great emperor, who was peerless in his generation and possessed the invincible momentum to slay great emperors, had condensed the 4 heaven-span immortal swords and given the divine clan hope of rising again. But in the end, the heaven-span great emperor still failed and fell. The immortal clan's power was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Break! Xianxia roared from the void. Boundless light bloomed from his body as he activated the divine clan seal with all his might. The power of the divine clan seal and the ancestral god spring merged as one. Borrowing the divine clan's powerful fortune, 36 pillars of fortune were instantly formed and poured into the bodies of Xianxia and the others. Rumble, their auras erupted like a volcano with a loud bang, the black chains around their bloodlines trembled violently under the impact of the pillar of fortune. They buzzed, and in the end, cracks appeared on them before they directly exploded. Ah! 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 Boundless divine light gushed out from the bodies of the 36 divine clan experts. The divine bones in front of their chests were also extremely resplendent. It was as if the strength that had been accumulated for countless years had suddenly exploded, making each and every one of them feel carefree and unrestrained. They roared excitedly, their voices like thunder and shaking the heavens. The world that was about to be destroyed was trembling. Then, Xianxia saw it. The majestic energy in the ancestral god spring was surging wildly into their bodies like 100 rivers returning to the current. They were like whales swallowing the sea, constantly devouring large amounts of origin energy. The immortal kings almost instantly broke through to the immortal supremacy realm and continued to soar. The speed of this cultivation breakthrough was too fast. However, the biggest change was not their cultivation, but their essence, energy, and spirit. At this moment, the 36 of them were like 36 peerless divine swords that had been unsheathed, blooming with dazzling light. His body was tall and straight like a dragon. The aura in his body was as vast as the sea. The murderous aura around him was so condensed that it was almost tangible. His eyes were sharp, bright, and resplendent. His entire person was swept away, as if he had become a peerless genius. Good. From today onwards, their talent is probably no less than Zhang Chen and Wu Han's. Xianxia exclaimed in his heart. His eyes were filled with incomparable relief. This was the divine clan that he had personally created. They were the strongest warriors of the divine clan. These people were originally the most ordinary disciples of the ancient god cult. After all, most of their cultivation had stagnated for a long time and could not improve. This time, they were selected to be cannon fodder. However, Xianxia gave them a chance to be reborn, and they did not disappoint Xiao's expectations. After this transformation, whether it was their cultivation, spirit, or even battle prowess, all of them had undergone tremendous changes. Their loyalty to Xiao had also reached the extreme. They were the 36 divine generals under Ling Xiao, invincible divine generals. Since you know that the heavenly sword diagram is in this stone tablet, why don't you take it? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Because I'm waiting for you. The Sword Heart Saint's gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Waiting for me? That's right. I can feel that the owner of the heavenly sword diagram is you. Only you can take it out. After all, the heavenly sword emperor is from the deity race. The Sword Heart Saint said slowly. So you intend to snatch the heavenly sword diagram from me? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said with a faint smile. You can understand it that way. The battle between us should have started long ago. In the past, you weren't my match, but now, you have the qualifications to do so. The Sword Heart Saint looked at Ling Xiao and did not hide the strong battle intent in his eyes as he said, therefore, after comprehending for 3 days and 3 nights under the heaven-reaching stone tablet, I only managed to comprehend the sword intent of the heaven-reaching Great Emperor. If I lose, all the fragments will belong to you. If I win, not only will the immortal culling sword be mine, but the heavenly sword diagram will also be mine. The Sword Heart Saint's tone was very calm as if he was stating a fact. There was no anger or agitation in his voice. He was like a sword that was eternal and unperturbed. You are right. The battle between us should have started long ago. The winner will have everything, and the loser will die. Ling Xiao's eyes also revealed a trace of radiance. He could feel the terrifying sword intent around the Sword Heart Saint rising as if he was accumulating power, ready to explode with a shocking blow at any time. The Sword Heart Saint placed the Zhu immortal sword on his knees. He gently stroked the sword as if he was nurturing it. Although the Sword Heart Saint looked calm on the surface, the strong battle intent was almost gushing out. Are you treating me as a sword test? Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. He could vaguely see through the Sword Heart Saint's thoughts. The Sword Heart Saint's cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd heaven of the immortal Lord realm. It seemed that he could enter the 4th heaven at any time. He was using Ling Xiao as a testing ground for his sword. He wanted to use Ling Xiao to hone his supreme sword Dao. Ling Xiao had previously felt that the Sword Heart Saint's sword might be a killing sword. After all, he had cultivated the great immortal slaying technique and the great immortal trapping technique of the Grandmaster the Arch. But now, the Sword Heart Saint's sword had a trace of vitality. Although it was weak, it was like the extreme yang giving birth to yin. It contained a power that shook the heavens. Lei Ling, I hope you won't disappoint me. The Sword Heart Saint gently stroked the immortal extermination sword and slowly stood up. Rumble, a majestic sword intent rose from his body, like a smoke signal soaring into the sky, causing him to instantly become incomparably fierce, revealing his sharpness. As you wish. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. The immortal slaughtering sword in his hand vibrated slightly. As he circulated the great immortal slaughtering technique, the immortal slaughtering sword shone brightly, causing Ling Xiao's body to release a supreme killing sword intent. The Sword Heart Saint and Ling Xiao's sword intent collided. It was like a battle of fate, causing the immortal slaying sword and the immortal slaughtering sword to release a resonant dragon roar at the same time. As if it had sensed the aura of Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint, the huge sky-reaching steel also released a terrifying wave of energy. Kacha, a bolt of lightning bloomed, as if it had split the heavens and earth. The sky-reaching steel shook violently, and then released a boundless light. It turned into an ancient and huge void battleground in front of Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint. It was as if billions of sword chi had gathered. The void battleground was fierce and domineering, enveloping Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint. Above the void battleground, an ancient sword diagram spread out in a vast expanse of chaotic mist. Within the sword diagram, there were sword chi and sword intent surging. It turned into the earth, mountains, and rivers, and gathered all the stars. It was like a picture of mountains and rivers, majestic and magnificent. However, the shocking sword intent contained within it caused everyone's body to tremble, and they felt their hearts palpitate endlessly. The winner will receive my inheritance. An ancient and mysterious voice sounded, as if it had passed through the long river of time, and reverberated above the void battleground. This was actually a battleground prepared for Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint. It seems like the sky-reaching emperor had already expected this battle. The Sword Heart Saint said lightly. Just nice. You and I will have a fair battle. The winner will naturally receive the sky-reaching sword diagram. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. They all recognized that the sword diagram floating in the void battleground was the sky-reaching sword diagram. The sky-reaching emperor's original intention was for them to step onto the void battleground and decide the winner and loser. Just as Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint stepped onto the void battleground, an image of the void battleground appeared above the immortal demon cave. Look, is that Lei Ling and the Sword Heart Saint? Sky-reaching sword diagram? That's the supreme inheritance of the sky-reaching emperor. Is the inheritor going to be decided between the two of them? This is going to be an earth-shattering battle. I wonder who will win. In the immortal demon cave, regardless of whether it was the deity tribe or the immortal tribe, everyone was shocked. They all looked at the void battleground, their eyes filled with shock as they discussed. Although they did not know where Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint were, the scene in front of them had completely shocked them. This was the mighty power of the sky-reaching emperor. A huge projection had appeared. Not only in the sky above the immortal demon cave, but even in the void outside the immortal demon cave, the projection of the void battleground had appeared. Everyone saw the figures of Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint. Outside the immortal demon cave, the supreme elders of the 9 major immortal sects and the 6 major divine sects were engulfed. Even His Highness, the 9th Prince, had his eyes on the heaven-reaching battlefield. Especially the sect leader of the sky-reaching immortal sect, Ning Wuji, and Gutong Tian. Their gazes met in the void battleground, and sparks seemed to fly. Gutong Tian, I'm afraid that your deity's son will fall today. It's time for the sky-reaching sword diagram to return to the sky-reaching immortal sect. Ning Wuji said indifferently. Gutong Tian said indifferently, isn't it too early to say that? The sky-reaching emperor is a member of the deity tribe. The sky-reaching sword diagram will naturally fall into the hands of the deity tribe. If the Sword Heart Saint dies, the sky-reaching immortal sect will suffer a great loss. The Sword Heart won't die. He's a once-in-a-billion sword Dao genius. He was born with the sword bone, and it's hard to find someone like him. He's dedicated his entire life to the sword. Not to mention Lei Ling, even Taiyuan is no match for him. Ning Wuji said with a smile. He was full of confidence in the Sword Heart. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Since the sky-reaching emperor arranged this projection, I'm sure he has his own reasons. Gutong Tian said indifferently. As for the others, they all had strange looks on their faces. They didn't expect such a scene to happen in this immortal demon gathering. However, they didn't dare to say who would win this battle. After all, although Ling Zhao's cultivation wasn't as high as the Sword Heart Saint's, he was the deity's son. It was inevitable that he would receive preferential treatment from the sky-reaching emperor. After all, the void battleground and the projection were all created by the sky-reaching emperor. Is the sky-reaching sword diagram finally going to appear? The 9th Prince's gaze fell on the sky-reaching sword diagram. The light changed and became slightly brighter. Your Highness, they don't understand that you are the destined owner of the sky-reaching sword diagram. Beside the immortal emperor's chariot, the white-haired elder in a Taoist robe smiled and said with certainty. Destiny is changeable. It might not be on me. Let's wait and see who wins this battle. The 9th Prince said noncommittally. Since you know that the heavenly sword diagram is in this stone tablet, why don't you take it? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Because I'm waiting for you. The Sword Heart Saint's gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Waiting for me? That's right. I can feel that the owner of the heavenly sword diagram is you. Only you can take it out. After all, the heavenly sword emperor is from the deity race. The Sword Heart Saint said slowly. So you intend to snatch the heavenly sword diagram from me? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said with a faint smile. You can understand it that way. The battle between us should have started long ago. In the past, you weren't my match, but now, you have the qualifications to do so. The Sword Heart Saint looked at Ling Xiao and did not hide the strong battle intent in his eyes as he said, therefore, after comprehending for 3 days and 3 nights under the heaven-reaching stone tablet, I only managed to comprehend the sword intent of the heaven-reaching Great Emperor. If I lose, all the fragments will belong to you. If I win, not only will the immortal culling sword be mine, but the heavenly sword diagram will also be mine. The Sword Heart Saint's tone was very calm as if he was stating a fact. There was no anger or agitation in his voice. He was like a sword that was eternal and unperturbed. You are right. The battle between us should have started long ago. The winner will have everything, and the loser will die. Ling Xiao's eyes also revealed a trace of radiance. He could feel the terrifying sword intent around the sword heart saint rising as if he was accumulating power, ready to explode with a shocking blow at any time. The sword heart saint placed the Zhu immortal sword on his knees. He gently stroked the sword as if he was nurturing it. Although the sword heart saint looked calm on the surface, the strong battle intent was almost gushing out. Are you treating me as a sword test? Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. He could vaguely see through the sword heart saint's thoughts. The sword heart saint's cultivation had reached the peak of the third heaven of the immortal Lord realm. It seemed that he could enter the fourth heaven at any time. He was using Ling Xiao as a testing ground for his sword. He wanted to use Ling Xiao to hone his supreme sword Dao. Ling Xiao had previously felt that the sword heart saint's sword might be a killing sword. After all, he had cultivated the great immortal slaying technique and the great immortal trapping technique of the Grandmaster the Arch. But now, the sword heart saint's sword had a trace of vitality. Although it was weak, it was like the extreme yang giving birth to yin. It contained a power that shook the heavens. Lei Ling, I hope you won't disappoint me. The sword heart saint gently stroked the immortal extermination sword and slowly stood up. Rumble, a majestic sword intent rose from his body, like a smoke signal soaring into the sky, causing him to instantly become incomparably fierce, revealing his sharpness. As you wish. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as the immortal slaughtering sword in his hand vibrated slightly. As he circulated the great immortal slaughtering technique, the immortal slaughtering sword shone brightly, causing Ling Xiao's body to release a supreme killing sword intent. The sword heart saint and Ling Xiao's sword intent collided. It was like a battle of fate, causing the immortal slaying sword and the immortal slaughtering sword to release a resonant dragon roar at the same time. As if it had sensed the aura of Ling Xiao and the sword heart saint, the huge sky-reaching steel also released a terrifying wave of energy. Kacha, a bolt of lightning bloomed, as if it had split the heavens and earth. The sky-reaching steel shook violently, and then released a boundless light. It turned into an ancient and huge void battleground in front of Ling Xiao and the sword heart saint. It was as if billions of sword chi had gathered. The void battleground was fierce and domineering, enveloping Ling Xiao and the sword heart saint. Above the void battleground, an ancient sword diagram spread out in a vast expanse of chaotic mist. Within the sword diagram, there were sword chi and sword intent surging. It turned into the earth, mountains, and rivers, and gathered all the stars. It was like a picture of mountains and rivers, majestic and magnificent. However, the shocking sword intent contained within it caused everyone's body to tremble, and they felt their hearts palpitate endlessly. The winner will receive my inheritance. An ancient and mysterious voice sounded, as if it had passed through the long river of time, and reverberated above the void battleground. This was actually a battleground prepared for Ling Xiao and the sword heart saint. It seems like the sky-reaching emperor had already expected this battle. The sword heart saint said lightly. Just nice. You and I will have a fair battle. The winner will naturally receive the sky-reaching sword diagram. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. They all recognized that the sword diagram floating in the void battleground was the sky-reaching sword diagram. The sky-reaching emperor's original intention was for them to step onto the void battleground and decide the winner and loser. Just as Ling Xiao and the sword heart saint stepped onto the void battleground, an image of the void battleground appeared above the immortal demon cave. Look, is that Lei Ling and the sword heart saint? Sky-reaching sword diagram? That's the supreme inheritance of the sky-reaching emperor. Is the inheritor going to be decided between the two of them? This is going to be an earth-shattering battle. I wonder who will win. In the immortal demon cave, regardless of whether it was the deity tribe or the immortal tribe, everyone was shocked. They all looked at the void battleground, their eyes filled with shock as they discussed. Although they did not know where Ling Xiao and the sword heart saint were, the scene in front of them had completely shocked them. This was the power of the sky-reaching emperor. A huge projection had actually appeared. Not only in the sky above the immortal demon cave, but even in the void outside the immortal demon cave, the projection of the void battleground had appeared. Everyone saw the figures of Ling Xiao and the sword heart saint. Outside the immortal demon cave, the supreme elders of the 9 major immortal sects and the 6 major immortal sects, and even the 9th prince, were all looking at the void battleground. Especially the sect leader of the sky-reaching immortal sect, Ning Wuji, and Gutong Tian. When their gazes met in the void battleground, it was as if sparks were flying. Gutong Tian, I'm afraid that your god's son will fall today. It's time for the sky-reaching sword diagram to return to the sky-reaching immortal sect. Ning Wuji said lightly. Gutong Tian said indifferently, isn't it too early to say that? The sky-reaching emperor is a member of the deity tribe. The sky-reaching sword diagram will naturally fall into the hands of the deity tribe. If the Sword Heart Saint dies, the sky-reaching immortal sect will suffer a great loss. The Sword Heart won't die. He's a once-in-a-billion sword Dao genius. He was born with the sword bone. It's hard to find someone like him since ancient times. Not to mention Lei Ling, even Taiyuan is no match for him. Ning Wuji said with a faint smile. He was full of confidence in the Sword Heart. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Since the sky-reaching emperor arranged the projection of this battle, I'm sure he has his reasons. Gutong Tian said indifferently. As for the others, they all had strange looks on their faces. They had not expected such a scene to occur in this immortal demon gathering. However, they did not dare to say who would win or lose this battle. After all, although Ling Zhao's cultivation was not as high as the Sword Heart Saint, he had the deity tribe's fate chi. As the god's son, it was inevitable that he would receive preferential treatment from the sky-reaching emperor. After all, the void battleground and the projection in front of them were all created by the sky-reaching emperor. Is the sky-reaching sword diagram finally going to appear? The 9th prince's gaze fell on the sky-reaching sword diagram. The light changed and became slightly brighter. Your Highness, they don't understand that you are the destined owner of the sky-reaching sword diagram. Beside the immortal emperor's chariot, the white-haired elder in a Taoist robe smiled lightly and said with absolute certainty. Destiny is changeable. It may not be with me. Let's wait and see the outcome of this battle. The 9th prince said noncommittally. Ling Xiao did not know that the battle between him and the Sword Heart Saint had already been projected to countless void worlds by the void battleground. He only had eyes for the Sword Heart Saint. The Sword Heart Saint's sword intent sword. It was as though he had transformed into an invincible sword that had swept through all the worlds. As the saying went, a swordsman was sharp. In the surrounding void, the sword radiance was blazing and surging like the sea. It enveloped Ling Xiao and formed a powerful sword realm. Although Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint had not exchanged blows, their auras had already begun to clash. Ling Xiao stood in the void battleground, his blood essence surging like the sea. The primordial immortal body emitted purple light and purple chi, exuding an immortal and eternal aura. The chaotic divine bone in front of his chest was intertwined with the chaotic chi, providing him with supreme power. His eyes were bright and sharp, and a vast fist intent burst out from his body. It was fierce, majestic, domineering and majestic. He had not thrown out a punch, but it seemed as though the sky was filled with fist shadows. Rumble, the two powerful auras collided, intertwining with a powerful emperor's aura. It formed a powerful storm between Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint, sweeping out in all directions and causing the void battleground to roar. Both Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint could feel the strength of each other, so the battle intent in their eyes was incomparably strong. Although the Sword Heart Saint's physical body was not as strong as Ling Zhao's, he was a sword cultivator and could not compete with Ling Zhao's physical strength. A sword cultivator's most powerful weapon was the sword in his hand. Moreover, the Sword Heart Saint was holding the Zhu Immortal Sword. The Zhu Immortal Sword was a supreme emperor weapon and had resonated with the Sword Heart. It could erupt with the strongest power in his hand. Although Ling Xiao had the immortal culling sword and cultivated the great culling immortal art, he was definitely not as good as the Sword Heart Saint in terms of sword Dao. Ling Xiao was best at suppressing others with his aura and using his strength to break through all techniques. No matter how many techniques the opponent had, he would break them with a single punch. Therefore, the battle between Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart depended on whether Ling Xiao would shatter the Sword Heart's physical body first, or the Sword Heart would kill Ling Xiao first. This was a battle that attracted the attention of the entire world. Everyone could feel the strength of Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Who would be crowned king in this battle? Boom! Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint attacked almost at the same time. Their auras rose to the extreme, and the power in their bodies was about to erupt like a volcano. Ling Xiao punched out, while Jianxin stabbed out with his sword. This fist was the Immortal Destruction Fist. As he punched out, the energy around Ling Xiao surged. The origin energy seemed to have evolved into layers of ancient worlds, which were destroyed by this punch. As for Jianxin's sword, it was resplendent, bright, and as fast as lightning. It was as if nothing could stop this sword. No one could describe the style of that sword. No one could describe how fast that sword was. Time, space, heaven, and earth, all things. Anything that stood in the way of this sword would be pierced through by this sword. Boom! A violent aura gushed out, and the void battlefield exploded violently. Ling Xiao's vast and majestic fist intent was actually pierced through by the Sword Heart Saint's sword. The sharp sword light pierced through the air and pierced through Ling Xiao's fist. It directly pierced through his flesh and came out from the cracks of his bones. Clang! On Ling Xiao's arm, there was a crystal-clear purple bone, which emitted an immortal luster. When it collided with the Sword of Execution, there was a sound of metal clashing. Ling Xiao's bones were so strong that even the Sword of Execution could not cut through them. However, the terrifying sword chi of execution surged over, and instantly flowed along Ling Xiao's arm and rushed into his body, wanting to destroy all his vitality. Kill! Ling Xiao's eyes were surging with fighting spirit. He suddenly roared, and it was like a thunderclap that shook the void. It was as if he did not feel the slightest pain. Fistful gushed out and pressed forward. The punch that had been pierced by Jianxin still blasted out across the sky, even causing the flesh and blood on his entire arm to explode into a bloody mist. Boom! Ling Xiao's remaining purple bone was filled with a tragic aura, and it suddenly collided with the Sword Heart Saint's arm that was holding the sword. The Sword Heart Saint's body shook, and a crisp sound came from his arm. It was instantly fractured, and his entire body was struck by an unparalleled divine force, and he flew backwards. The Sword of Execution buzzed and trembled. It was caught between Ling Xiao's bones, and there was no way for it to escape. Boom! Ling Xiao strode forward, and the surrounding aura was majestic. He stared at the Sword Heart Saint, and he did not care about the surging sword chi in his body. He punched out with both his fists. The Sword Heart Saint snorted. Although his face was slightly pale, his eyes became brighter and brighter. The battle between him and Ling Xiao was dangerous and tragic. With just one move, he had pierced through Ling Xiao's arm, and the flesh on Ling Xiao's arm was destroyed. However, Ling Xiao did not care about that sword and directly punched the Sword Heart Saint's arm, injuring it. Moreover, after Ling Xiao's fist gained momentum, it was followed by a storm-like attack. The violent fist intent swept across the void, as if it wanted to annihilate the Sword Heart Saint. He understood that Ling Xiao was playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. He wanted to fight him in close combat. Once he fell under Ling Xiao's supreme fist intent, he would be unable to use his sword. In the end, he would only be defeated by Ling Xiao. Swoosh! Immortal light rose under the Sword Heart Saint's feet, and the void was ethereal. He instantly used a teleportation technique, and appeared tens of thousands of feet away, widening the gap between him and Ling Xiao. Sword, come! A cold shout exploded. The Sword of Execution that was originally stuck in Ling Xiao's arm suddenly shone brightly, and a surging and terrifying Emperor's aura erupted, making it impossible for Ling Xiao to block the power of the Sword of Execution. The Sword of Execution instantly soared into the sky, and its speed was extremely fast. It turned into a long rainbow and fell directly into the hands of the Sword Heart Saint. The Sword Heart Saint stood with the sword in his hand, and the sword intent around him instantly rose to the extreme. Billions of sword light gushed out, turning him into the Emperor of the Swordway, commanding the heavens and destroying the universe. Sword Art of Execution! The Sword Heart Saint roared, and the Sword of Execution seemed to have become one with him, turning into a supreme sword light that pierced through the sky, and slashed down towards Ling Xiao. There seemed to be some kind of power in the Sword of Execution that was activated, making the Sword Heart Saint's power more and more terrifying. Sword chi that could annihilate everything rose up in the surroundings, like a surging wave, sweeping over. Great Sword of Execution? But why did he say that it's the Sword Art of Execution? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and his fists had already crossed the void, colliding with the sword intent that filled the sky. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying explosion occurred. But in Ling Xiao's eyes, the sword of execution was still dazzling, piercing towards his glabella, and the sword chi was extremely sharp. Third Sect Master. Clang, Ling Xiao's body also emitted the sound of a sword chime. The celestial culling sword appeared out of thin air. The celestial culling sword flew towards the celestial culling sword. The two peerless killing swords collided at this moment. Rumble, unparalleled divine light gushed out as hundreds of millions of sword essences were annihilated at the same time. However, Ling Xiao felt a strong surge of energy that caused him to involuntarily fly backwards. Even the celestial culling sword in Ling Xiao's hand was buzzing. The sword Heart Saint was imposing. His figure did not change as he held the celestial culling sword in his hand. His eyes were extremely sharp. Trapping sword technique. As he shouted, the sword radiance appeared again. This time, it was faster and more powerful. The sword essence in the sky surged as if it had split into tens of thousands of sword radiances in an instant. Every ray of sword radiance was real. They were connected to each other and formed a vast sword formation that enveloped Ling Xiao. Clang! Clang! Clang, the sound of a sword chime resounded through the void. Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of hundreds of millions of sword chi, held the sword in one hand and unleashed an unparalleled fist essence in the other to annihilate the surging sword radiances. However, the speed of the sword radiances was too fast. They continuously slashed Ling Xiao's body and tore his flesh apart. The wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen, revealing his bones that were surrounded by purple light. In an instant, Ling Xiao looked as if he had been dismembered. Countless wounds appeared all over his body. Seeing the fierce battle between Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint, the spectators were in disbelief. The Sword Heart Saint is indeed an innate sword body. He has actually completely refined the celestial culling sword. He had just used the Great Celestial Culling Art and Great Celestial Trapping Art, right? I feel that even a 4th or 5th level Immortal Monarch expert would die without a doubt in the face of that surging and terrifying sword chi, right? That's right. I didn't expect their battle to be so intense. It has only been a few moves, but the Sword Heart Saint has already gained the upper hand. It seems like Lei Ling is going to lose. In the Celestial Demon Cave, many experts from the Celestial Tribe were discussing. Their eyes were filled with amazement. As for the disciples of the 6 divine sects, their eyes were filled with worry. Could the Son of God really create miracles? Jianxin? Such pure sword insight and such a sincere heart towards the sword Dao. If I encountered you in the past, it would probably be very difficult for me to defeat you. But now, you're no match for me. Taiyuan slowly opened his eyes in a relic world. Yin and Yang Qi seemed to flow in his eyes. He looked at the battlefield in midair and his eyes flickered. His eyes were filled with an incomparably strong fighting spirit. As for Ling Xiao, he didn't even spare him a glance. In his opinion, Lei Ling was no match for the Sword Heart Saint. An ant-like character was not worth his time. Rumble, the annihilation sword intent that filled the sky shattered, and Ling Xiao was also sent flying. His body was badly mangled, revealing his sparkling purple bones. He seemed to be in a sorry state. Ha ha ha, this is great. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely bright. He laughed aloud as his presence surged. His boundless life essence surged, and his body recovered very quickly. Although he seemed to be in a sorry state, he had only suffered superficial injuries. Unless one could really pierce through his heart and glabella, destroying his life essence and indestructible primordial spirit, it was impossible to cause him much harm. Ling Xiao's body contained boundless life essence, and he had reached the stage where he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. Superficial injuries were nothing to him. Moreover, even if the immortal slaying sword chi surged into his body and wreaked havoc, Ling Xiao would be able to refine the immortal slaying sword chi with the help of the heaven-devouring secret skill. Ling Xiao did not use his full strength. He just wanted to see what was so special about the Sword Heart Saint. In particular, what was the power that made his heart palpitate? Lei Ling, if you don't use your full strength, you won't have a chance. The Sword Heart Saint's sword essence rose and became more and more terrifying. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Ling Xiao coldly. Is that so? Then let me see your strongest sword principle. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Fistful rose around him, but the 15 fruits of the way between. His eyebrows were as dazzling as the sun, emitting a power that made people tremble in fear. As you wish. Sword radiance rose in the sword heart saint's eyes, and the immortal slaying sword in his hand trembled violently. Don't you want to know what my strongest sword principle is? Then let me tell you. The sword heart saint's voice was like a sword, ringing loudly. The reason why I am more qualified than you to obtain the heavenly master sword diagram is not because of my bloodline or race, but because my sword will one day surpass the heavenly master emperor. The sword heart saint's eyes shone with a dazzling radiance. That was a power called ambition, or confidence. Killing symbol sword technique. Severing symbol sword technique. Following the sword heart saint's 2 consecutive roars, the extreme emperor's aura in the immortal slaying sword in his hand completely erupted. The mighty sword chi rose, and in an instant, 2 rays of sword radiance cut across the void like 2 divine dragons, slashing towards Ling Xiao. A ray of killing sword chi. A ray of annihilation sword chi. And that ray of killing sword chi was exactly the same as Ling Xiao's great slaughter immortal art. You comprehended the great slaughter immortal art and the great ultimate immortal art by yourself? Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. He finally knew where the sword heart saint's reliance came from. Although the heavenly master immortal sect only had the great slaughter immortal art and the great immortal trapping art, the sword heart saint had relied on these 2 immortal arts to forcefully deduce the great slaughter immortal art and the great ultimate immortal art. This kind of aptitude was too heaven-defying. No. This is my killing symbol sword technique, not the heavenly master for great immortal arts. The sword heart saint's eyes were sharp, and the 2 rays of sword chi burst out, instantly engulfing Ling Xiao. Rumble, the sword chi rose, and the sword radiance seemed to have destroyed the boundless world. It contained an extreme killing aura, and it was extremely terrifying. The 2 rays of sword chi intertwined, and the power of the slaying immortal sword seemed to have become even more terrifying. The void battleground shook violently. If not for the fact that it was left behind by the heavenly master emperor, it would have been completely destroyed. Crack, Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly, and with a stroke of the void, the space shattered, and a vast passageway appeared, as if it led to the depths of the boundless world. Freeze! At the same time, Ling Xiao roared. Suddenly, the river of time traversed across the void, enveloping the 2 rays of sword chi, and then sent them into the depths of the boundless world. The sharp and terrifying sword chi was instantly buried by the power of time and the river of time. You actually cultivated the space and time great Tao? The sword heart saint's eyes shone brightly, and he revealed a trace of astonishment. Bookmark for easier reading. The sword heart saint had always thought that Ling Xiao walked the path of Tao through strength. After all, Ling Xiao's physical body was extremely strong and could even be called immortal. His bones could even compete with an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Moreover, his fist intent was vast and he specialized in close combat. Even Ren Tianjue could not block one of his punches. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to display the power of space and time in the blink of an eye. Space and time became extremely obedient in Ling Xiao's hands. He casually stopped the sword chi that filled the sky and buried it with the river of time. Then, he completely dissolved it with the endless space. It was easy to say but extremely difficult to do. The sword heart saint was sure that Ling Xiao's space and time Tao had comprehended the origin and condensed Tao fruit. In that case, Ling Xiao had condensed the time and space Tao fruit. Thinking of this, even the sword heart saint could not help but feel envious. That was the time and space Tao fruit. Just the time and space Tao fruits were extremely precious. Many people could not comprehend the origin of the great Tao in their lifetime. However, the time and space Tao fruit was the combination of time and space. Both of them comprehended the origin of the great Tao, and at the final moment, they would condense into a Tao fruit and become an emperor. Even in the entire immortal world, no one had heard of anyone comprehending the time and space Tao fruit for countless years. Among the 3,000 great Taos, the time and space Tao is second only to the chaos, fate, karma, and reincarnation Tao. Am I being too high profile? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a strange look. He suddenly felt that he should not reveal so many trump cards. The time and space Tao fruit had already shocked the sword heart saint. If he revealed all 15 Dao fruits, would the Sword Heart Saint be scared to death? Moreover, Ling Xiao felt that the void battleground was a little unusual. It looked a little like a battle arena. Could there be others who could see it? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that he could not reveal himself. Otherwise, if he attracted the hidden great emperors of the immortal world, he would really be finished. No matter what, there were immortal emperors in the immortal world. The immortal emperor of the eternal immortal dynasty was a genuine immortal emperor. Behind the 9 great immortal sects, there might be immortal emperors. After all, the immortal world was much stronger than the demon world. The demon world had 3 demon emperors. Space-time Dao fruit? Lei Ling, you've really hidden yourself well. Looks like I've underestimated you. However, only in this way can you be worthy of being my enemy. The Sword Heart Saint stared at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with intense battle intent. Ling Xiao's strength not only made him feel no fear, but also made him feel extremely excited. Jianxin, since you know that I've condensed the space-time Dao fruit, you won't be a match for me if you don't take out your trump card. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He was getting more and more curious. What was the ultimate power of the Sword Heart Saint? Lei Ling, as you wish. The Sword Heart Saint's eyes flickered with a sharp light as a terrifying energy fluctuation was released from his body. Rumble, with the immortal slaying sword in his hand, he instantly soared into the sky. The vast sword intent surged, causing his entire aura to skyrocket. The Sword Heart Saint was originally at the 3rd heaven of the immortal monarch realm. However, at this moment, he actually felt like he was about to break through the bottleneck and advance to the 4th heaven of the immortal monarch realm. Lei Ling, have a taste of my 4-word sword formation. As the Sword Heart Saint roared, his entire body split into 3 clones in the void. Together with his original body, each of them occupied one side of the void. Each of them exuded a kind of peerless sword intent. Sword intent of killing, sword intent of massacre, sword intent of sinking, sword intent of extinction. He had actually used his own strength to form the supreme sword formation of the Heavenly Grandmaster Great Emperor, causing a terrifying energy fluctuation to erupt. Buzz, at this moment, even the Heavenly Grandmaster sword formation in the void seemed to have reacted and began to vibrate violently. This is the Qi into Trinity technique? Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he recognized the technique that the Sword Heart Saint had used. It was actually a supreme celestial technique from the antiquity times that was about to be lost, the Qi into Trinity technique. The Qi into Trinity technique allowed the original body to create 3 avatars. These 3 avatars possessed almost all of the original body's combat strength. In this way, it was equivalent to the 4 Sword Heart Saint besieging Ling Xiao. So, this was the Sword Heart Saint's ultimate strength? The battle intent in Ling Xiao's eyes surged. That kind of powerful threat made the blood in his body start to boil. Ling Xiao's body trembled and radiated boundless light. His aura was terrifying to the extreme. When he opened his mouth, he swallowed the sun and the moon. He was like an ancient ancestor god who had created the world. Kill! Kill! Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint roared at the same time. Their gazes seemed to have materialized and caused dazzling lightning to erupt in the void. The 4 Sword Heart Saint released boundless sword essence and charged towards Ling Xiao. Kacha, Ling Xiao's fist essence surged and filled with chaotic light. His pure physical strength exploded, causing the power of his fist to reach the extreme. A huge fist print bloomed in the void. In an instant, it traversed the heavens and shattered the boundless sword qi. Then, it pressed down on the Sword Heart Saint. Ling Xiao's body began to expand. In an instant, he turned into a towering giant. His aura was terrifying to the extreme. Immortal and eternal light surrounded his body. Although it looked like he was surrounded by the Sword Heart Saint, Ling Xiao had an invincible aura that seemed to want to kill his way up to the 9 heavens and destroy the universe. Kacha, the sword qi swept across 1,000,000 miles. One sword radiance chilled tens of thousands of miles, 4 beams of dazzling sword light shot towards Ling Xiao from all directions. Each beam of sword light was tens of thousands of feet long. They were extremely sharp and could destroy everything. However, the Sword Heart Saint's speed was extremely fast. He struck from the sky and slashed down one sword after another. It was majestic and surging like a huge river. It was extremely terrifying. Countless figures of the Sword Heart Saint appeared in the sky. That destructive sword essence made one feel incomparable despair. Puff, bloody light filled the air. Ling Zhao's fist print and sword chi intertwined. Although his flesh was tough, it was still torn apart in an instant. Only his bones were left. Ling Zhao's bones were like purple glass. They were crystal clear and untainted by dust. Moreover, they contained an immortal radiance. When the sword chi collided with Ling Zhao's bones, there was a clear and melodious sound of metal clashing. Sword Heart, your sword is indeed strong. However, you can't defeat me. Kill. Ling Xiao shouted indifferently. His eyes blazed as he took the initiative to charge towards the Sword Heart Saint. Rumble. When the battle reached its climax, Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint attacked fiercely, aiming for each other's vital points. Sword intense sword, turning the surroundings into a sea of sword chi. Every single strand of sword chi was capable of killing any expert below the high immortal realm. With millions upon millions of strands of sword chi intertwined, even high immortals would die instantly. There was no doubt about it. This was a domain of absolute death, and also a sea of swords. If it was any other immortal monarch realm expert, they would have lost all hope and would be swallowed by the Sword Heart Saint's sword intent. However, Ling Zhao's fist intent was even more majestic. Although he did not reveal his 15 Dao fruits, his fist intent came from his primordial immortal body. It merged with the power of 10,000 Daos and formed the image of chaos. Although Ling Xiao didn't use the epic fist, every punch and every move contained the supreme destructive power of the Great Destruction. The fist intent and sword chi intertwined and eventually disappeared. Ling Zhao's entire body seemed to have turned into a purple ball of light as he continuously received the attacks of the 4 Sword Heart Saints. Clang! 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 The flesh on Ling Zhao's fists had completely disappeared, leaving only the bones of his fists. His bones could withstand the immortal extermination sword, so the sword chi could not destroy them. Chaotic light bloomed on Ling Zhao's chest. That was the power of the chaotic divine bone. The chaotic divine bone protected his heart and life source. The space between Ling Zhao's eyebrows shone brilliantly. Not only was he protected by the wordless heavenly book, but he also had the support of the 15 Dao fruits. The heavenly devouring origin could devour everything. Even the sword chi of slaying, annihilation and extinction would be refined by the heavenly devouring origin and become a part of Ling Xiao. Therefore, in the battle between Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint, although Ling Xiao was covered in blood and was injured by the sword chi, in reality, Ling Xiao only suffered superficial wounds. Although the 4 Sword Heart Saints' attacks were fierce, they could not cause any fatal injuries to Ling Xiao. Rumble, Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint were like dragons. Chaotic light surged around the void battleground and it seemed as though an ancient world had been formed. The mountains and rivers were endless, and the earth was boundless. Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint charged into the ancient world from the void battleground. Mountains and rivers were overturned and the earth sank with a wave of their hands. With a sweep of the sword chi, several tens of mountains were annihilated at the same time. As soon as the fist came out, billions of stars fell to the ground. That ancient world was quickly destroyed, but the void battleground evolved into another world. Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint seemed to be trapped in an endless world. However, their battle was not something that could be restrained by the layers of worlds. Sword chi and fist will continue to destroy one world after another. Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint were in a frenzy. The 5 figures were like 5 eternal and dazzling suns, constantly colliding with each other. The Sword Heart Saint also seemed to have felt the strangeness of Ling Xiao's body. His heart was filled with shock, and his killing intent became even more intense. The sharp radiance of the 4 great sword principles intertwined and attacked Ling Xiao's chest and head continuously like a violent dragon. The battle between Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint had completely shocked the spectators. In the immortal demon cave, regardless of whether it was the immortal tribe or the deity tribe, everyone had a look of incomparable awe. Although it was just a void projection, and although they could only see the scene of the void battleground, they had no doubt that if they were in the battlefield, they would probably die in an instant. Even Taiyuan, who was in the world of ruins, had a solemn and shocked look in his eyes. Chi into Trinity technique? This is the supreme inheritance of the Tai Immortal sect. How could the Sword Heart know it? Taiyuan's face was extremely ugly, and there was a trace of anger surging on his face. He had cultivated the Qi into Trinity technique before, and he had refined 3 doppelgangers, which were his trump cards. Therefore, when he saw the battle between Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint, he was confident that he could suppress the Sword Heart Saint. But now, he was shocked and angry. It was an extremely complicated feeling. The 3 clones created by his 1 Qi into 3 purities technique were only able to unleash 80% of his original strength. However, the Sword Heart Saint had learned the Qi into Trinity technique from somewhere, and the doppelgangers had 100% of his original strength. Now, the Taiyuan Saint did not have much confidence in facing the Sword Heart. Not to mention Lei Ling, who he did not take seriously at all. Lei Ling had just broken through to the Immortal Lord Realm, and his cultivation was only at the first heaven of the Immortal Lord Realm. But now, Lei Ling had displayed an incomparably heaven-defying battle strength. Even when fighting against the 4 Sword Heart Saint, he was not at a disadvantage. Lei Ling? Sword Heart? All of you must die. The Taiyuan Saint's eyes were filled with intense killing intent, and he felt a strong threat. Outside the Immortal Demon Cave, many elders of the 9 major immortal sects and the 6 major divine sects were also shocked by the brutality of this battle. However, Xianxia of the Tai Immortal sect looked at Ning Wuji and said indifferently, "Sect leader Ning, can you explain where the Sword Heart Saint's Qi into Trinity technique came from?" Although his voice was indifferent, many people could hear the coldness in it. After all, the Qi into Trinity technique was the supreme inheritance of the Tai Immortal sect. Only a few people in the Tai Immortal sect were qualified to cultivate it. But now, the Sword Heart Saint of the Heaven-Piercing Immortal sect had cultivated the Qi into Trinity technique. This was a slap to the Tai Immortal sect's face. Brother Xianxia, I'm not sure either. However, the Sword Heart Saint did not know the Qi into Trinity technique before. I'm guessing that he must have obtained some inheritance in the Immortal Demon Cave and learned it. After all, there are countless inheritances in the Immortal Demon Cave, and only the capable can obtain them. Ning Wuji said with a wry smile. I hope so. Xianxia said, looking deeply at Ning Wuji. After all, he had no evidence to prove that the Sword Heart Saint's Qi into Trinity technique came from the Tai Immortal sect. Perhaps the Sword Heart Saint really did obtain the inheritance in the Immortal Demon Cave. Xianxia noted it down and did not delve into it. Brother Xianxia, this Lei Ling has condensed the Spacetime Dao fruit. This is the Spacetime Great Dao, ranked 5th among the 3,000 Great Daos. If we don't get rid of him, he will become a threat to our sect. Ning Wuji's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. Spacetime Dao fruit? Does sect leader Ning think that the Sword Heart Saint will be defeated by Lei Ling? Xianxia said indifferently. Third sect leader, that won't happen. Lei Ling will definitely be defeated, and the Immortal Culling Sword will eventually belong to the Heaven-Piercing Immortal sect. However, Xianxia is sincere and benevolent. I'm afraid he won't kill Lei Ling. Ning Wuji smiled faintly. Then let's wait until after this battle. Xianxia said noncommittally. Xianxia, Ning Wuji, I think Lei Ling will definitely win this battle. This brat is decisive. I hope you won't feel bad when Xianxia dies in his hands. Gu Tongtian said indifferently. Gu Tongtian, you seem to have confidence in Lei Ling. However, if this god's son dies in the Immortal Demon Cave, what will the Shin clan rely on? Ning Wuji sneered. The Shin clan has never relied on anyone. The 12 ancestor gods, the Heaven-Piercing Emperor, and Lei Ling. The strength of the Shin clan has never been the strength of a single person. So what if Lei Ling dies? However, Xianxia is the only one left in the Heaven-Piercing Immortal sect, right? If Xianxia dies, the Heaven-Piercing Immortal sect will be annihilated. Gu Tongtian smiled proudly and stood with his hands behind his back. A domineering aura filled the air. Hearing the conversation between the 3 supreme immortal monarchs, the eyes of the supreme elders flashed with a sharp light. Ning Wuji's face instantly turned ashen. Gu Tongtian's words stabbed right into his heart. Just now, dozens of life tokens of the Heaven-Piercing Immortal sect's disciples had been shattered. Ning Wuji guessed that it was most likely Lei Ling's doing. Therefore, he hoped that Xianxia could kill Lei Ling. However, Gu Tongtian's words were exactly what he was worried about. If Jianqing died in Lei Ling's hands, the heaven-piercing immortal sect would really vomit blood this time, at this moment, in the ruins where the ancestral god spring was located. The auras of the 36 divine generals were extremely terrifying and mighty, as if they could shatter the universe. If it weren't for the ancestral god spring's boundary, this space that was on the verge of destruction wouldn't be able to withstand their terrifying auras. Emperor, after Ling Xiao unlocked the bloodline shackles for them, coupled with the majestic origin energy in the ancestral god spring, the 36 divine generals had accumulated a lot of power and passed the imperial emperor tribulation one after another. All of them broke through to the imperial emperor realm. Tai Xian, who was in a coma, was also startled by the terrifying aura. Thus, the 36 divine generals and Tai Xian all saw the scene of the battle in the void. Victory for the Son of God. Tingshan's vital energy and blood surged as a murderous aura spread out. His eyes were filled with fanaticism as he knelt down on one knee in midair and spoke resolutely. Victory for the Son of God. The 36 divine generals shouted in unison. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the void. The pool of ancestral god spring water that had accumulated for countless years had been completely absorbed and refined by them. It was as if they had been reborn. All of them revealed their sharpness, and the aura around them was incomparably terrifying. From then on, the 36 disciples of the ancient god cult became the 36 immortal generals under the command of Ling Xiao, the son of God. Tai Xian was shocked. He stared at the void and said with a complicated expression, Lei Ling is actually fighting with a sword heart? This battle is really intense. He naturally knew how powerful the sword heart was, especially when the sword heart had used the I Chi into Trinity technique of the Tai immortal sect. In Tai Xian's opinion, even his brother Tai Yuan would find it difficult to defeat the sword heart who had used the I Chi into Trinity technique. However, Tai Xian had a feeling that Lei Ling would win in the end. Lei Ling, if you defeat the sword heart saint, my brother will be in trouble. Tai Xian's eyes darted around. No one knew what he was thinking about. However, he tragically realized that the 36 immortal generals did not show any signs of leaving. They were guarding the place loyally and watching him as if they were waiting for Ling Xiao's return. The Void Battleground. The battle between Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint had already lasted for thousands of moves. Ling Xiao could feel the power of the Sword Heart Saint. He was truly a peerless genius who was born for the sword. Only Dugu Chobai could be compared to him. However, the Sword Heart Saint was in an extremely tragic situation. This was because he had encountered Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's physical body was too abnormal. It was so strong that it made others feel hopeless. After merging the wordless heavenly book and the creation jade disc, as well as the chaotic divine bone in his chest, Ling Xiao's bones could withstand an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Although the Sword Heart Saint was strong and he had the God-slaying sword, an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, he could not break through Ling Xiao's defense. On the contrary, Ling Xiao's strong physical body gave him a strong sense of oppression. The unparalleled fist print seemed to be able to annihilate everything. Every strike carried a vast amount of power, causing the Sword Heart Saint to tremble. He was greatly affected. Moreover, Ling Xiao had formed the space-time Dao fruit. Time and space were controlled by Ling Xiao. He could control the power of space and time as he wished. Although the Sword Heart Saint's cultivation level was higher than Ling Xiao's, the power of time did not affect him much. However, the power of time and space combined caused him a lot of trouble. Most importantly, Ling Xiao had unfathomable speed. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint were evenly matched. However, in the Sword Heart Saint's eyes, he was already at a disadvantage. How could the deity tribe produce such a monstrous person? The Sword Heart Saint was shocked and thought with a sigh. Once such a person matured, he would definitely be incomparably strong. So strong that it was terrifying. Sword Heart, take my fist. Ling Xiao suddenly roared. His eyes were extremely sharp and there seemed to be a strange light flickering. It was mysterious and indifferent as if it could see through everything. The Sword Heart Saint could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Eye of the Ruler. Ling Xiao's Eye of the Ruler was formed by the combination of chaos, fate, cause and effect and reincarnation Dao origins. The Eye of the Ruler could see through everything. It could see through 3,000 worlds and reflect all things in the universe. It could even see through the divine immortal stone. Naturally, it could see through everything in an expert's body. Ling Xiao was using the eye of the ruler to see through the Sword Heart Saint's flaws and find a sure kill blow. Rumble, his fist was unparalleled as it blasted across the sky. It was as if an endless void was pressing down. At the same time, it contained a mysterious fluctuation of time. He had combined the power of time and space, making this fist extremely terrifying. It completely locked onto the Sword Heart Saint. At the same time, in Ling Xiao's eyes, the four Sword Heart Saints' origin energy revolved within their bodies. The condensation of sword qi, the profoundness of immortal skills, and even the runes on their Dao fruits appeared clearly. However, using the eye of the ruler to see through the Sword Heart Saint was a huge burden on Ling Xiao. Therefore, it only took a moment. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's fist had already arrived in front of the Sword Heart Saint. Then, it exploded. Kacha, the Sword Heart Saint was blasted apart by Ling Xiao's fist. Third Sect Master Boom, the sword heart exploded in front of Ling Xiao and turned into a wisp of clear air, flying back into the saint's body. One of the three clones had been destroyed by Ling Xiao. The powerful sword formation formed by the four-word sword technique of slaying and extinction instantly became incomplete. Rumble, Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely sharp, and the aura around him was like a dragon, emitting an extremely violent aura. He struck in the air and blasted out thousands of punches in an instant. The vast fist intent swept across the void, destroying the sword qi in the sky, and enveloping the other two clones of the Sword Heart Saint. Destroy. A cold light flashed in the Sword Heart Saint's eyes. The god-slaying sword emitted an unparalleled light, piercing towards Ling Xiao's forehead. Ling Xiao felt a piercing pain between his eyebrows when he sensed the terrifying origin energy of slaughter. If the god-slaying sword really pierced his forehead, even if Ling Xiao did not die, he would suffer an unimaginable injury. Clang, however, Ling Xiao did not hold back. He still pounced towards the other two clones. At the same time, he activated the Great Slaying Immortal Art and took out the God-Slaying Sword, facing the Sword Heart Saint. Rumble, Ling Xiao's fist intent was unparalleled, and it could destroy everything. It instantly enveloped the two clones of the Sword Heart Saint. Their physical bodies were weak to begin with, so naturally, they were unable to withstand Ling Xiao's violent attack head-on. They all exploded one after another. The God-Slaying Sword and the God-Slaying Sword collided, and a dazzling immortal light burst out. The Sword Heart Saint's aura was unparalleled, and his sword intent rose. He actually sent the God-Slaying Sword flying. The God-Slaying Sword was like a long rainbow, and its speed was extremely fast. It pierced through the air towards Ling Xiao's forehead. Boom, Ling Xiao clapped his palms together, and the flesh on his hands that had just recovered was instantly torn apart by the sword qi. However, his purple hand bone was crystal clear, and it instantly caught the God-Slaying Sword, and a loud clanging sound was heard. The sword qi of the God-Slaying Sword pierced through Ling Xiao's forehead, and it wanted to rush into his sea of consciousness to wreak havoc. However, it was all devoured by Ling Xiao's devouring origin. The Three Pure Ones technique was broken, and the three clones turned back into three streams of clear qi and flew back into the Sword Heart Saint's body. However, the Sword Heart Saint could clearly feel the immense pressure that Ling Xiao brought to him. Rumble, Ling Xiao stared at the Saint of the Sword Heart and smiled faintly. His gaze instantly became extremely sharp. He clamped the immortal slaying sword with both hands, and a terrifying aura burst forth. Then, his whole body went straight up, and the friction between the bones of his hand and the immortal slaying sword even burst forth with an incomparably blazing immortal light. The Zhu immortal sword flew past Ling Xiao's ear, and Ling Xiao's palms suddenly pressed onto the Sword Heart Saint's chest. Puff, the Sword Heart Saint Sun's chest shook violently. Unparalleled divine power surged, instantly causing his chest to cave in. Even his bones were shattered. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Sword Heart Saint Sun's eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness. His sword qi was unparalleled and could annihilate everything. It had always been successful and had killed countless experts. However, it had lost its effect on Ling Xiao. He had only caused superficial injuries to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao's attack was not something he could withstand. Although it was only one palm from Ling Xiao, it almost shattered his physical body. Lei Ling, you are very strong. However, I still have a sword. Even I can't control this sword. If you can't withstand it, you will die. The Sword Heart Saint Sun stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly. His eyes were filled with rising sword essence. Is that so? Then I really want to see it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The aura around him became more and more terrifying. At this stage of the battle, Ling Xiao also felt a strong pressure from the Sword Heart Saint Sun. However, in this way, Ling Xiao's powerful potential was also stimulated. His unparalleled fist essence swept out in all directions. Even the Sword Heart Saint Sun did not dare to take his fist directly. Kill! The Sword Heart Saint Sun suddenly roared, and the life origin around him actually began to burn. His body emitted a void fire, and even his indestructible primordial spirit began to burn. His glabella bloomed with a bright light. The god-slaying sword in his hand instantly turned blood-red. It was extremely strange, but the killing aura was even purer and more intense. Sword of Karma. The Sword Heart's voice slowly rang out. The god-slaying sword was like a blood-red line, crossing the sky and piercing towards Ling Xiao's glabella. That blood-red line was extremely strange, as if it was connected to some incomparably mysterious power. When Ling Xiao first saw it, he felt a chill in his heart. It was as if he could not avoid this sword. Sword of Karma? Could it be the power of karma? Ling Xiao's heart trembled, but he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He directly punched out, boom, his blood chi surged, and an overbearing power erupted like a volcano. The vast chaotic fist print was as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. At the same time, the Karma Dao fruit between Ling Xiao's glabella was dazzling. It emitted a mysterious aura and trembled slightly. Puff, in the next moment, the blood-red line formed by the god-slaying sword pierced through Ling Xiao's glabella. Ling Xiao's fist also punched through the Sword Heart Saint's chest. The blood-red light spread out and dyed Ling Xiao's glabella red. The terrifying sword essence wreaked havoc in Ling Xiao's consciousness, as if it was going to destroy his primordial spirit. Ling Xiao's fist had also completely shattered the Sword Heart Saint's chest, sending him flying. He directly exploded into a blood mist in the void. It was an internecine outcome, tragic. Ling Xiao's body trembled violently, as if his entire body had been tainted by the blood-red light. His aura began to weaken rapidly, and the light in his eyes dimmed like a candle flame in the wind. His life was rapidly fading away. There was a trace of regret and disappointment in his eyes as he stared indifferently at the void in the distance. Sword Heart, I didn't expect you to be afraid. Buzz, just as Ling Xiao's voice fell, the Sword Heart Saint's figure appeared in the void. However, he did not seem to be in a good condition. His face was extremely pale, and his aura was weak. He had been severely injured. The Karma Sword was his most powerful trump card and secret. However, it also represented an unbearable price. Under that sword, his lifespan had been reduced by at least 1,000,000 years. However, the damage caused by that sword was enough. Lei Ling, I'm not afraid. I'm just avoiding harm. However, you have been hit by my Karma Sword. You will definitely die. The Sword Heart Saint's eyes revealed a trace of inexplicable emotion as he spoke slowly. Is that so? Originally, I really thought that you would risk your life and use the Sword of Karma to kill me. However, I didn't expect you to use a death substitute puppet. Fear has already formed in your heart. You are afraid. Therefore, I am very disappointed that you can't use the ultimate sword. Ling Xiao said slowly. His gaze was calm, as if he did not care that his entire body was enveloped by the blood-red light. Bookmark for easier reading, it was not the real body of the Sword Heart Saint that was destroyed by his punch. It was a scapegoat puppet. If the Sword Heart Saint was hit by his punch, even if he did not die, his physical body would be completely destroyed and his primordial spirit would be severely injured. But at the last moment, the Sword Heart Saint was afraid, so he used the scapegoat puppet. A scapegoat puppet that could be used by a third heaven immortal lord must be a treasure left behind by a great emperor. Even the Tong Tian immortal emperor would not have many of them. Ling Xiao was disappointed that this was not the swordsman he had imagined. The Sword Heart was far inferior to Dugu Qiubai. Lei Ling, whether I use the scapegoat puppet or not, you will die. What's the difference? The Sword Heart Saint looked ferocious as he stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly. Ling Xiao's words seemed to have touched the bottom of his heart. He was indeed afraid just now. Death was not scary, but it was not worth dying. He was the Sword Heart, born with the immortal sword body, the hope of the Tongtian immortal sect, and the demonic existence who created the four-word sword technique. Now, the immortal culling sword and the heavenly sword diagram were within his reach. How could he die? How could he bear to die? As long as Ling Xiao died, not only would the immortal culling sword be his, but the heavenly sword diagram would also be his. When he obtained the celestial slashing sword, he would be the next Tongtian immortal emperor with the heavenly sword diagram and the four great immortal swords. This was a temptation that he could not resist. So what if he was afraid? Of course there is a difference. If you fought with your life on the line, you might not be able to kill me, but you could severely injure me and win my respect. Perhaps you would not die, but you are afraid, and you have disappointed me. I used to compare you with a friend of mine, but now it seems that you are not worthy. There is only one Duguchobai. You are afraid, so you will die too. Ling Xiao shook his head and said lightly. Rumble, the terrifying aura around his body emerged once again. The red light around his body quickly dissipated, and finally disappeared. His qi and blood rose, and his life force was vast and powerful. There were no signs of injuries. What? Impossible. This was impossible. You were struck by my sword of karma. Even if your primordial spirit has a defensive treasure, you can't escape the power of karma. How can you not die? The Sword Heart Saint's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He couldn't help but roar. That was the sword of karma, no one could escape the power of karma, so how did Ling Xiao do it? That's right, I was indeed struck by your sword of karma, but I didn't die. On the contrary, you've disappointed me, so I'll kill you. Ling Xiao said calmly. That karma sword was indeed the power of karma. Moreover, it was the fusion of karma and sword Dao. It was extremely terrifying. However, that sword did not have an indomitable ferocity, so the power of karma was naturally weakened. Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness contained the karma Dao fruit, so even though the sword had pierced Ling Xiao's heart, it was completely absorbed by the karma Dao fruit. Ling Xiao's injured state just now was just an act. However, if Jianxin really fought to the death, his karmic sword would probably pierce through Ling Xiao's soul and severely injure him, even with his karmic Dao fruit. He had misjudged the Sword Heart Saint. Impossible. You must be lying to me. No one can block the sword of karma unless you. The Sword Heart Saint roared as his face became extremely ferocious. However, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes were filled with shock. You condensed the karma Dao fruit? The Sword Heart Saint's voice was trembling as huge waves surged in his heart. How could this be? Ling Xiao had already condensed the space-time Dao fruit, so how could he condense the karma Dao fruit? It was impossible to condense these two supreme Dao fruits at the same time. How did Ling Xiao do it? You're right, but there's no reward. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he punched out and a vast fist intent instantly enveloped the Sword Heart Saint. Rumble, the Sword Heart Saint had already suffered a huge backlash after using the Sword of Karma. He had less than 10% of his strength left, so how could he block Ling Xiao's attack? After a while, the Sword Heart Saint let out an indignant and angry roar before he was blasted apart by Ling Xiao. As for his primordial spirit, it was swallowed by Ling Xiao and suppressed in his consciousness. Ling Xiao used the Devouring Heaven's secret skill to destroy his true spirit and devour his memories. After all, regardless of whether it was the Qi into Trinity or the Sword of Karma, Ling Xiao was extremely envious of them. The Sword Heart Saint was dead. Ling Xiao stood in the middle of the void battleground. Although his body was covered in blood and flesh, his qi and blood surged. His terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. Boundless baleful aura condensed, and an invincible aura spread out. He looked into the distance and his eyes were deep and calm. It was as though he had seen through the endless void and saw those who were watching the battle. Gotcha! In the next moment, the projection of the void battleground was completely destroyed. The Sword Heart Saint is dead? How can Lei Ling be so strong? I felt that my primordial spirit was about to be shattered by the Sword Heart Saint's last strike. It was extremely terrifying. How did Lei Ling dodge it? In the Immortal Demon Cave, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. This battle was too exciting and too tragic, especially when the Sword Heart Saint stabbed out with the Sword of Karma. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was dead, but they did not expect the Sword Heart Saint to be the one who died in the end. This Lei Ling is too terrifying. He will definitely become a great enemy of the deity tribe in the future. Many experts of the deity tribe were filled with worry and fear. The Sword Heart is dead? Tai Yuan's expression was uncertain and his eyes were filled with deep fear. In the space of the relic, where the ancestral devouring holy spring was, the 36 divine generals began to cheer. They were extremely excited and roared continuously. Their roars shook the heavens. The Son of God is invincible. 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 This battle had deepened Ling Xiao's invincible image in their hearts. Lei Ling, he really killed the Sword Heart. Tai Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. Doesn't this mean that the heavenly sword diagram is going to fall into his hands? Something big is going to happen. Tai Xian's body trembled as though he had thought of something terrifying. His face was extremely pale. Who could defeat Ling Xiao with the heavenly sword diagram? Even the Taiyuan saint might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Tai Xian could already see the horrifying scene of the deity tribe being slaughtered by Ling Xiao alone in the immortal demon cave. Lei Ling, you deserve to die. Outside the immortal demon cave, a cold voice filled with killing intent rang out. It was like a thunderclap, exploding with endless rumbling sounds. In front of Ning Wuji, the last life token representing the Sword Heart Saint shattered. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent and fury, and a terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body. Immortal light shone brightly, and auspicious vapors rose. Boundless sword chi shot out, making Ning Wuji shine brightly, emitting a monstrous killing intent and sword intent. The originally gentle and refined Ning Wuji had completely gone berserk. The aura of a peerless immortal lord exploded, causing the supreme elders of the 9 major immortal sects and the 6 major divine sects to turn pale. They all revealed fearful expressions and retreated one after another. Only Tai Qingzi and Gutong Tian were not affected by the aura. Everyone looked at Ning Wuji with sympathy. The Sword Heart Saint actually died in the hands of Lei Ling. The Sword Heart Saint was Ning Wuji's personal disciple, the most dazzling existence in the entire heaven-connecting immortal sect. Ning Wuji had already appointed him as the young sect master of the heaven-connecting immortal sect. This time, in order to prevent any accidents from happening in the immortal demon cave, Ning Wuji even handed the immortal slaying sword to the Sword Heart Saint. However, the Sword Heart Saint still died. Gutong Tian, Lei Ling must die. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them. Ning Wuji suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. He stared at Gutong Tian and said coldly. The killing intent in his voice was extremely intense. Ning Wuji, you also know how to feel heartache? How many talented disciples of the 6 major divine sects have died over the years? Do you really think that the people of the deity tribe are your prey? This time, I will let you have a taste of what it is like to be prey. Gutong Tian glanced at Ning Wuji indifferently. Brother Ning, my condolences. This Lei Ling has already turned into a demon. He will definitely become a great threat to the immortal world in the future. Don't worry, if he dares to come out, I will not let him off. Tai Qingzi said coldly. However, he was a little worried. The strength that Lei Ling had displayed was too heaven-defying. Even Jianxin had died at his hands. Tai Qingzi was a little worried about Tai Yuan. Although Tai Yuan's cultivation was strong, was he really Lei Ling's match? At this moment, everyone from the 9 major immortal sects had solemn looks on their faces. They all saw Lei Ling as their greatest enemy. That's not right. Why didn't the immortal extermination sword fly out? Could it be in Lei Ling's hands? Suddenly, someone asked doubtfully. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they remembered. Since the Sword Heart Saint was already dead, then the Zhuxian sword should have flown back to its owner, which was Ning Yanji. But why hadn't it flown back yet? If it falls into Lei Ling's hands, we'll be in big trouble. Everyone's expression changed. Even Ning Yanji's expression became extremely ugly. The killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. When Ling Xiao was battling with the Sword Heart Saint, the sword diagram that appeared in the void battleground was clearly seen by everyone. Ning Yanji also recognized it at a glance. That was the heavenly sword diagram. Since the sword heart saint was already dead, then the heavenly sword diagram must have fallen into Lei Ling's hands. With the heavenly sword diagram, even if the Zhu Xian sword had been refined by Ning Yanji, it should have been imprisoned by the heavenly sword diagram. Puff, Ning Yanji's face suddenly turned pale. The sword chi around his body hummed and shook violently. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. How could it be, so fast? His eyes were filled with disbelief. The natal brand that he had left in the Zhu Xian sword had been erased, in the immortal demon cave. Clang! Clang, two clear sounds of swords rang out. The immortal culling sword and the Zhu Xian sword trembled slightly. They turned into two divine rainbows and were instantly sucked into the heavenly sword diagram. The heavenly sword diagram swept over and sucked Ling Xiao in as well. Rumble, Ling Xiao seemed to have arrived in a chaotic void. It was like the beginning of the world. Sword essence rose around him and sword radiance flashed. It was like a world of swords. As soon as Ling Xiao entered this world, he was attracted by a sword. Or rather, it was not a sword. It was just a sword embryo. In front of Ling Xiao, the sword embryo looked neither gold nor jade. It was milky white and flowed with a halo. It had vaguely taken the shape of a sword and was floating in the void. But this sword embryo made Ling Xiao feel a vast and boundless sword essence, like an endless sea. The immortal culling sword contained the killing intent and could bring about endless destruction. The immortal culling sword contained the heavenly punishment and Tao annihilation, with the majesty and dominance of a king. But whether it was the immortal culling sword or the immortal culling sword, Ling Xiao could feel that they were inferior to the sword embryo in front of him. Rumble, chaotic light surged in the surroundings as sword chi rose. It was as if they were all pouring into the sword embryo, causing the sword embryo to flicker and flicker. That feeling, it was like a person's breathing. This was a sword embryo that had been nurtured with spirituality. Could this be the sword embryo that the heavenly Grandmaster Emperor mentioned? Devour, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Ling Xiao recalled the message left behind by the heavenly Grandmaster Emperor in the Hall of Gods. The heavenly Grandmaster Emperor had left a sword embryo in the heavenly Grandmaster sword diagram. It was the Supreme Emperor weapon that the heavenly Grandmaster Emperor wanted to refine. But unfortunately, the heavenly Grandmaster Emperor did not succeed in refining it. He only left the sword embryo in the heavenly Grandmaster sword diagram to nurture it. The heavenly Grandmaster Emperor has been dead for countless years. This sword embryo has also been nurtured for countless years. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a glint. He suddenly felt that the sword embryo in front of him seemed to be connected to him by blood. It was as if it was prepared for him. This feeling was not felt when Ling Xiao was refining the immortal culling sword or other Supreme Emperor weapons. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards the sword embryo. Rumble, just when Ling Xiao was 100 feet away from the sword embryo, a powerful sword essence rose instantly. It was extremely sharp, as if the Supreme Emperor of Swords had come back to life. The sword embryo instantly released a vast and unparalleled sword Tao pressure. The mighty sword will press down on Ling Xiao. In an instant, it was as if hundreds of millions of divine mountains were pressing down on his body. At the same time, a shocking divine sword appeared in his sea of consciousness. It exuded an aura that made his primordial spirit tremble. Ling Xiao's movements instantly became incomparably difficult. The sword embryo instantly shone brightly. Thousands of rays of divine light shone brightly and thousands of rays of auspicious qi. It buzzed and vibrated, exuding an extremely sharp sword radiance. The vast sword essence shrouded Ling Xiao's surroundings. Ling Xiao felt as if he had fallen into a boundless storm. Is this the test of the sword embryo? Ling Xiao's eyes became brighter and brighter. His body exuded a vast and unparalleled aura. His blood qi rose and surged. He channeled all of his cultivation to withstand the powerful sword intent and walked step by step toward the sword embryo. P.S. Second update. After yesterday's outburst, I went on a business trip today. In the future, Muyu will make sure to update twice and make more outbursts. Thank you for your support. Rumble, that powerful sword intent rose and enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body, forming a peerless pressure that was terrifying to the extreme. Ling Xiao moved forward as if he was carrying billions of divine mountains. Every step he took was earth-shattering and thunderous. The surrounding chaotic mist surged as sword radiance fell on his body like rain. It was extremely sharp, as if it could destroy everything. Clang clang clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard as the sword radiance left white marks on Ling Xiao's body. There were even traces of blood on his body. It was clear how terrifying the sword radiance was. If it was not for Ling Xiao's strong physical body, other imperial emperors would not even be able to get close to the sword embryo. They would have been torn apart by the sword radiance. What a terrifying sword essence. It's just a sword embryo, but it's already so powerful. How terrifying would it be when it's refined into a real Supreme Emperor weapon? Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. The sword embryo's power was not inferior to the immortal culling sword, even though it was not a Supreme Emperor weapon. It was no wonder that the Grandmaster Emperor valued the sword embryo so much. He even said that the sword embryo could refine the 4 heavenly immortal swords and become a peerless sword. This made Ling Xiao even more determined to obtain the sword embryo. Boom, he took large strides forward as the aura around him rose. His eyes were extremely sharp as he withstood the majestic sword Dao pressure and walked towards the sword embryo. 100 feet, 90 feet, 80 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet, soon, Ling Xiao was within 100 feet of the sword embryo. Rumble, just as Ling Xiao was within 100 feet of the sword embryo, the strong sword essence surged like a storm and the pressure became even more terrifying. The sword embryo emitted boundless light as if it could pierce through the heavens and the earth. It was extremely bright. The surrounding chaotic mist suddenly burst into flames, turning into chaotic flames that were burning the sword embryo. Under the burning of the chaotic flames, the sword embryo shone brighter and brighter. At the same time, Ling Xiao was enveloped by the chaotic flames. Is this sword embryo about to become a sword? Didn't the Grandmaster Emperor say that only by refining the 4 heavenly immortal swords can it become a peerless sword? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He did not take a step back. The chaotic flames contained the power of origin. As the flames rose, they seemed to be able to incinerate everything. Even Ling Xiao's physical body could not withstand it. Almost instantly, his flesh and blood were melted by the flame of chaos, turning into a majestic blood qi that surged into the sword embryo. All that was left of Ling Xiao was a sparkling and translucent purple-gold skeleton. Only his head was relatively intact, and where his heart was, there was a small sun shining brightly. This was the final step of the sword embryo turning into a sword. Ling Xiao's bloodline had already become one with the sword embryo. He could feel that the sword embryo seemed to have become his arm and was actually refined by him in an instant. There was no obstruction at all. Rumble, it was as if the primal chaos flame was burning even more fiercely after refining Ling Xiao's flesh and blood and boundless life origin. The sword embryo emitted a dazzling light. 4 dazzling balls of light appeared around the sword embryo. They were dazzling, as if they had formed a mysterious formation. They emitted a powerful aura. The immortal culling sword and immortal slaying sword that had been swept over by the heavenly sword picture instantly occupied 2 of the balls of light. Could these 4 balls of light have been prepared for the 4 great immortal swords? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with light. He felt a little regretful. Now that there were only the immortal culling sword and immortal slaying sword in the heavenly sword picture, he might not be able to complete the sword embryo. Although Ling Xiao was not very clear about the formation formed by the 4 balls of light, he could feel that they seemed to be the source of the sword embryo's power. As long as the 4 great immortal swords were gathered, they would be able to intertwine with each other's emperor aura and refine it into the strongest sword will, which would then be integrated into the sword embryo. Although my sky-devouring sword has not become an emperor weapon, I have refined 9 types of emperor weapons. In terms of material, it is already stronger than many emperor weapons. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a bright light, and an ancient sword appeared in his palm. It was the sky-devouring sword that had always been by his side. Over the years, although Ling Xiao had not used the sky-devouring sword much, it had been constantly growing. Ling Xiao had placed it in his primordial spirit to nurture it. Most of the emperor weapons that Ling Xiao had obtained had been refined into the sky-devouring sword. If Ling Xiao were to become an emperor in the future, the sky-devouring sword would definitely become an emperor weapon. Buzz, as light flashed in Ling Xiao's palm, the sky-devouring sword instantly unleashed a vast sword will and occupied the 3rd ball of light. Rumble, the 3 balls of light were occupied, and that supreme sword intent grew increasingly terrifying, boundless and incomparably vast. The flames of primordial chaos burned even more wildly. Only the last sword was left, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although he had some extreme Dao Emperor weapons and extreme Dao metals with him, they did not contain extreme Dao sword intent. Hence, they could not complete the sword formation. Could it be that it could only be damaged like this? Clang! At that moment, there was a sharp sword cry from Ling Xiao's body. Boundless radiance bloomed and the sword will rose. It was vast and unparalleled. A sword rushed out of Ling Xiao's inner world and flew into the fourth ball of light. This is the Dark Heaven Sword? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat and there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Why would the Dark Heaven Sword fly into the fourth ball of light? Could it be because of the Dark Heaven Immortal Lord? However, Ling Xiao realized that the Dark Heaven Immortal Lord was still cultivating as if he did not notice the departure of the Dark Heaven Sword. Most importantly, Ling Xiao sensed a terrifying sword will that could destroy everything from the Dark Heaven Sword. It vaguely formed a strong resonance with the Immortal Slaying Sword and the Immortal Calling Sword. This is not the Dark Heaven Sword, this is the Celestial Slashing Sword? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with shock. He finally understood. The Dark Heaven Sword, an Emperor weapon, was one of the 4 great celestial swords, the Celestial Slashing Sword. However, for some unknown reason, the Celestial Slashing Sword had fallen into the hands of the Dark Heaven Immortal Lord. Moreover, the Celestial Slashing Sword was nourished by the Dark Heaven Sword will of the Dark Heaven Immortal Lord and concealed its original appearance. Therefore, after sensing the aura of the Heavenly Sword drawing and the power of the Immortal Calling Sword and the Immortal Calling Sword, the Celestial Slashing Sword flew out of Ling Xiao's small world and merged into the fourth ball of light. Rumble! The 4 bright balls of light converged and in an instant, a terrifying aura burst out and engulfed the Celestial Slashing Sword. It came out. The chaotic flame surged and emitted an aura fluctuation that made Ling Xiao's heart palpitate. In an instant, it enveloped the 4 powerful divine swords. The 4 powerful sword wills shot up into the sky and seemed to have a wonderful fusion with each other. Then, they converged into the sword embryo. The sword embryo is about to become a sword. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up and revealed a look of great anticipation. P.S. I'm still out on a business trip today, so I wrote a short update. There will be a 3rd update tomorrow, so everyone should rest early. Rumble! The sword embryo gave off a dazzling glow and a vast sword intent rose. It became sharper and sharper. The sword intent made one's scalp go numb and one would shiver at a glance. Ling Xiao could feel that the 4 swords and the 4 balls of light were like rivers flowing into the sea. Powerful energy was constantly pouring into the sword embryo. The connection between the sword embryo and Ling Xiao was getting closer and closer. It was as though he could soar into the sky with just a thought. The sword embryo had reached the most critical moment. Ling Xiao's eyes were shining brightly. He looked at the chaotic flames that lingered in the sky and engulfed the sword embryo and the 4 ancient swords. It was the final refinement. Is this the power of the heavenly sword drawing? Perhaps only the heavenly sword drawing can refine the 4 great celestial swords. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The 4 resplendent balls of light seemed to contain an indescribable power. They were able to stimulate the sharpness and origin of the 4 swords, allowing their sword intents to gather together before fusing into the sword embryos. Only the heavenly sword drawing, which gave birth to the 4 great celestial swords, could have such power. Ling Xiao was waiting for the sword embryo to be refined. He had a premonition that there would be an unimaginable scene at the moment the sword embryo was refined. The sword intent in the 4 swords was getting weaker and weaker while the sword intent in the sword embryo was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, the 4 swords were burning. Rumble! The chaotic flames burned everything. Under the support of the heavenly sword drawing supreme power, the 4 swords turned into 4 bright flowing lights and flew rapidly towards the sword embryo. The 4 swords, other than the sky-devouring sword, were all supreme emperor weapons. The sky-devouring sword had merged with the 9 supreme metals and it contained the devouring origin. It was mysterious and its potential was not inferior to the other 3 celestial swords. When the 4 swords merged with the sword embryo shone brightly. With a thought from Ling Xiao, the sword embryo instantly followed his will and turned into a simple and exuberant sword. Its entire body was surrounded by 9 colored rays of light. Vast sword intent surged, and its sharpness was unparalleled. It seemed to be able to cut through everything, causing the surrounding space to buzz and tremble. Crack, at this moment, endless lightning surged within the chaos. A vast heavenly might descended, shrouding the ancient sword in an instant. Streaks of chaotic thunderbolts fell and locked onto the ancient sword. Thunderbolts shot out like a vast ocean and collided with the ancient sword. Cries of swords erupted and reverberated through the void. That vast lightning was incomparably terrifying, causing Ling Xiao's heart to palpitate endlessly. In particular, the twisted black thunderbolts contained the purest power of destruction, as if they could annihilate all life. This was a sword tribulation of sword formation. Mysterious scenes of thousands of worlds appeared around the ancient sword. Endless sword chi rose from each of the worlds, and they trembled as if they were worshipping the emperor of the sword. For powerful ancient swords fused into the sword embryo and finally refined into a peerless divine sword. This is the new heaven-devouring sword. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He leaped into the air and grabbed the ancient sword. Suddenly, a feeling of blood connection welled up in his heart. The sword seemed to have become a part of Ling Xiao's body. He could feel the terrifying and vast sword essence within the ancient sword. Ling Xiao felt as if he could unleash all the power of the sword at will. Heaven-devouring sword. This was the sword that had accompanied Ling Xiao since his rebirth. It had a special meaning to him. Despite the fusion of the fairy-slaying sword, fairy-culling sword, and celestial slashing sword, Ling Xiao still called it the heaven-devouring sword. Rumble, a vast and unparalleled power erupted from Ling Xiao's body. The heaven-devouring sword shone brightly in an instant, and 9-colored divine clouds lingered around it. Instantly, a vast devouring vortex appeared around the heaven-devouring sword. The surrounding chaotic thunderbolts, as well as the chaotic light and origin energy, were instantly devoured by the heaven-devouring sword like a whale swallowing the sea. The new heaven-devouring sword not only possessed the peerless killing power of the fairy-slaying sword, fairy-culling sword, and celestial slashing sword, but also possessed the supreme devouring origin energy. This was a sword with limitless potential. From now on, the heaven-devouring sword would be able to devour billions of sword essences in the world to enhance itself. It would become more and more terrifying. At the same time, Ling Xiao felt a strange connection between the heaven-devouring sword and the heavenly sword diagram. It seemed to possess the power of the 4 great celestial swords. He could use the heavenly sword diagram to set up a peerless killing sword formation and destroy everything. Buzz, the heaven-devouring sword vibrated slightly. It possessed endless spirituality. Ling Xiao could sense that there was a bright light flickering in the heaven-devouring sword. It vaguely seemed to form a mysterious shadow. Although the shadow was not solid and was somewhat illusory, its face was very similar to Ling Xiao's. It could communicate with Ling Xiao mentally. That was the weapon spirit of the heaven-devouring sword. The heaven-devouring sword had nurtured a true weapon spirit. If Ling Xiao could become an emperor in the future, the weapon spirit of the heaven-devouring sword would also become more and more powerful. I don't know where the heavenly emperor found this sword embryo. It seems to be a natural treasure that can integrate the power of the 4 great celestial swords. Now, with the heaven-devouring sword in hand, I can unleash a power stronger than the immortal culling sword. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he held the heaven-devouring sword. His aura soared and his eyes were sharp. With the heaven-devouring sword in hand, Ling Xiao felt as if there was an endless power in his body. It allowed him to annihilate everything and cut through the void with a wave of his hand. There was a majestic torrent of information in the heaven-devouring sword that poured into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. The great immortal execution art, great immortal culling art, great immortal trapping art, and great immortal annihilation art. The 4 great celestial techniques were not only contained in the 4 swords but also in the heavenly sword diagram. At the same time, there was also a supreme sword formation that was known as the best in all heavens. The 4 great celestial techniques poured into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. He quickly comprehended and absorbed them. The heart of the sword used the great immortal execution art and the great immortal trapping art as the foundation to create the sword Dao fruit. Now, the sword Dao fruit is my 16th Dao fruit. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. The primordial spirit of the sword heart saint was suppressed by him. With a thought, he instantly separated the sword Dao fruit from the primordial spirit of the sword heart saint. Ordinary people would not be able to integrate so many Dao fruits as it would conflict with their own great Dao. A Dao fruit was a great Dao fruit. It was similar to a sage's Dao fruit but completely different. A sage's Dao fruit was a simple law of heaven and earth, while a divine lord's Dao fruit contained a complete great Dao origin. It was because Xianxia had the heaven-devouring secret skill, the wordless heavenly book, and the creation jade disc that he could refine so many Dao fruits. Bookmark for easier reading, Rumble. As he used the devouring heaven secret skill, the devouring heaven origin quickly enveloped the sword Dao fruit and erased the sword heart saint's imprint. Then, it slowly merged into Xiao's primordial spirit. As Xiao refined the sword Dao fruit, the sword heart saint's lifetime understanding of the sword Dao also merged into Xiao's sea of consciousness. Xiao's understanding of the four great immortal skills began to improve rapidly and soon reached the complete realm. Xiao's understanding of the sword Dao had also reached a very profound level. He had mastered all kinds of sword techniques. It was as if he had become a rare genius of the sword Dao. Every move he made could explode with the strongest sword Dao radiance. Phew, Xiao opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. Like a sword radiance, the sword radiance shot into the distance. The sword radiance was extremely sharp. Although his cultivation did not increase, Xiao felt that his battle prowess had increased by leaps and bounds. Now, if the Sword Heart Saint stood in front of him, Xiao was confident that he could defeat the Sword Heart Saint within 3 moves. Sword cultivation is indeed the strongest great Dao. Xiao sighed with emotion as he thought to himself. Whoosh, the devouring heaven sword flew into Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit like a shooting star to be nourished. If I get the trapping immortal sword in the future, it can be devoured by the devouring heaven sword and become a part of it. Only then can the devouring heaven sword be considered complete. Xiao muttered to himself. The trapping immortal sword should be in the hands of Ning Wuji, the sect master of heaven connecting immortal sect. If he wanted to get the immortal calling sword, he would have to defeat Ning Wuji. Xiao did not have much hope for now. However, he believed that one day, he would be able to get the immortal calling sword from Ning Wuji. Now, it's time to count my biggest spoils of war. Xiao's eyes shone brightly, revealing a look of great anticipation. Crack, he opened the small world in the sword heart primordial spirit, which was also the storage space of the sword heart. In the small world, sword essence surged with unparalleled sharpness. It contained many heavenly treasures, spiritual elixirs, and some powerful sword Dao immortal weapons. However, Xiao did not care about most of them. All of Xiao's attention was completely drawn by the divine cauldron fragments. There were a total of 32 fragments of the godly cauldron. They floated in the void and shone brightly. Xiao extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. Immediately, the 32 fragments of the divine cauldron flew into his palm. Whoosh, Xiao's other hand took out another 67 fragments of the divine cauldron from his small world. These were the fragments that the 6 great sects had collected over the years, including the divine cauldron fragments that Xiao had obtained from the immortal stone. Rumble, a total of 99 fragments of the cauldron appeared before Xiao. They hovered in the air and shone with resplendent light. They formed an extremely mysterious attractive force between each other. There are 99 fragments of the cauldron, and there are still 9 fragments that we haven't heard of. Either they haven't been discovered, or they have fallen into the hands of the eternal celestial dynasty. A divine light flashed in Xiao's eyes as he thought to himself. After all, although the divine cauldron fragments were very precious, they were useless to ordinary people. Therefore, once the divine cauldron fragments were discovered, they would be sold and quickly fall into the hands of the 6 great divine sects and the 9 great immortal sects. Over countless years, all the fragments of the divine cauldron that had been collected were here. The 99 fragments of the divine cauldron were already the majority of the cauldron of creation. Although there are still 9 fragments of the divine cauldron missing, perhaps I can already form the real cauldron of creation. Xiao muttered to himself. The space between his eyebrows shone brightly and the divine clan mark appeared once again. Boom, the divine clan mark shone brightly and spewed out a dazzling divine clan fate energy. Instantly, it enveloped the 99 fragments of the divine cauldron. When the divine clan fate energy came into contact with the fragments of the divine cauldron, it seemed to have been ignited and started to burn fiercely. The flames rose and filled with 9-colored light. It was extremely mysterious. The 99 fragments of the divine cauldron also shone with resplendent divine light. There were strange lines that circled around each other. Then, they rapidly approached each other and merged into one. The blazing divine light was like a storm that enveloped all the fragments of the divine cauldron. The flames burned fiercely. What burned was the divine clan's fate energy, but what remained was the divine clan's hope. Ling Xiao could feel that the chaotic divine bone in front of his chest seemed to resonate with it. The fragments of the divine cauldron in front of him gave him a feeling that they were connected by blood. In the end, the 99 fragments of the divine cauldron formed a three-legged, two-eared cauldron in front of Ling Xiao. It was bronze in color and looked ancient. However, it was surrounded by 9-colored divine light. It seemed to contain the mystery of the origin of the divine clan. Is this the cauldron of creation? Ling Xiao's eyes were bright and resplendent. Although the ancient cauldron in front of him still looked a little damaged and 9 fragments of the cauldron were missing, it had already revealed its extraordinariness. The cauldron of creation was the treasure of the divine clan's fate energy. Ling Xiao could vaguely see the sun, moon, and stars on the cauldron of creation. There were all living things in the universe. There were the ancient gods and demons. There were even the mysterious figures of the 12 ancestor gods. The aura that the cauldron of creation gave off was of the same origin as the divine clan mark. It made Ling Xiao's blood boil. The chaotic divine bone in front of his chest shone brightly. Chaotic mist spread out, causing the cauldron of creation to hum. It seemed to be nurturing a mysterious power. Ling Xiao could feel that if he could gather the last 9 fragments of the divine cauldron and complete the cauldron of creation, it would definitely have an unimaginable impact on the entire divine clan. The divine clan mark and a cauldron of creation. No wonder they are known as the treasures of fate energy of the divine clan. Perhaps these two treasures are inextricably linked to the origin of the divine clan. If the cauldron of creation is complete, then with the power of the divine clan mark, it will definitely be able to break through the bloodline shackles of the divine clan. All the descendants of the divine clan will become true divine clan members. Ling Xiao exclaimed inwardly. His eyes were extremely bright. From his experience in the Hall of Gods, as well as breaking the bloodline shackles of Zhan Chen, Wu Hen, and the others, Ling Xiao could see the immense potential in them. No wonder the divine clan was known as the overlords of the universe in the ancient times. Even the immortal clan was only a servant of the divine clan. The god race was indeed a powerful race blessed by the heavens and favored by the heavens. Ling Xiao was now the son of God. He was revered by countless members of the divine clan. If he could break the bloodline shackles of all the descendants of the divine clan, then Ling Xiao's prestige would reach an unparalleled level. He would be comparable to the 12 ancestral gods. When that time came, Ling Xiao would be the true leader of the divine clan. Only the divine clan can compete with the immortal clan. Now that I am also a member of the divine clan, I must grasp this powerful force tightly. Ling Xiao thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, he immediately put away the cauldron of creation. Together with the divine clan mark, he stored it in his sea of consciousness. He would use his indestructible primordial spirit to nourish it. Bookmark for easier reading, Outside the Immortal Devil Cave. Ming Yanji's face was pale. The killing intent in his eyes was surging with endless anger. It was extremely terrifying. The immortal extermination sword had lost its connection, which meant that the immortal extermination sword had fallen into Lei Ling's hands. What shocked Ming Yanji the most was that the immortal culling sword in his hand seemed to have lost its sharpness and its vitality had been greatly damaged. All of this came from Lei Ling, from the heavenly sword diagram. The heavenly sword diagram fell into Lei Ling's hands. Lei Ling also had the Kill Immortal sword and a Kill Immortal sword. Ming Yanji didn't know that even the Extinguish Immortal sword had fallen into Lei Ling's hands. However, he instinctively felt that something had gone out of control. Whether it was to take back the celestial slaying sword, the immortal slaughtering sword, the heavenly sword diagram, or to kill Ling Xiao to avenge Jianxin, Lei Ling had to die, within the immortal devil cave. Because of the battle between Ling Xiao and Jianxin, the experts of the immortal clan from the 9 immortal sects were all fearful of Ling Xiao. In the past, the 6 divine sects were in a disadvantageous position. They were the ones who hunted down the divine race. Even if they entered the immortal demon grotto, there wasn't much danger. When did the Protoss change their identity and become hunters? Taiyuan stepped forward. As the strongest among the disciples of the 9 major immortal sects, Taiyuan's cultivation base had already reached the 5th heaven of the immortal Duke realm. His strength was unparalleled, and he even wielded the Tai immortal sect's extreme Dao Emperor weapon. As soon as he appeared, the disciples of the 9 great immortal sects seemed to have found their backbone and gathered around Taiyuan. Everyone from the god race should die. All of you will hunt down the divine race disciples. I will wait here for Lei Ling to appear. I want to see if he dares to show himself. As long as he dares to appear, he will definitely die. Taiyuan's eyes flashed like lightning and his voice was extremely cold. All the disciples of the immortal clan began to get excited. As long as Lei Ling was not around, the power of the immortals still had an overwhelming advantage. The powerful cultivators of the 6 great god tribes were no match for them. Under Taiyuan's orders, all the disciples of the 9 sects gathered and began to hunt down the disciples of the 6 divine sections. Even the princes and princesses of the 9 major sects obeyed Taiyuan's orders. Under the immense pressure brought about by Ling Xiao, the 9 great immortal sects joined forces and began a bloody revenge against the divine race. As a result, the disciples of the 6 divine sects began to suffer. There were only 36 disciples left in the ancient god cult. They had become the 36 divine generals under Ling Xiao and were cultivating in seclusion. The other disciples of the divine sect were caught off guard. In particular, many of them hadn't even finished gathering. When the lone Protoss were caught, they were all killed by the immortals. Even the disciples of the divine sect who had gathered together suffered heavy casualties due to the absence of Ling Xiao and the fact that they had no backbone to back them up. After Ling Xiao helped Shan Chen, Wu Hen, and the others break free from their bloodline shackles, their cultivation base skyrocketed, and their battle prowess increased tremendously. However, they were still no match for the holy sons and holy daughters of the 9 immortal sections. Not to mention that Taiyuan was in charge. They were naturally no match for Taiyuan. Under the lead of Shan Chen, Wu Hen, and the others, there were only a few hundred people left from the 6 great divine sects. They hid in a world of ruins. Meanwhile, the people from the 9 great immortal sects had completely surrounded them. Brother Taiyuan, should we make a move and wipe them all out? Dongfang Bai's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he spoke slowly. He had now completely surrendered to the Taiyuan saint. Previously, when the 4 holy sons surrounded Ling Xiao killed Ren Tianjue and Wu Xingchen instead. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. The deeper the fear in his heart, the deeper the hatred he had for Ling Xiao. Therefore, he vented all his hatred on the disciples of the 6 divine sects. He spared no effort in hunting down the people of the 6 divine sects. Not for now. Don't you think they're good bait? The Taiyuan saint's eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. Bait? Brother Taiyuan wants to use them to lure Lei Ling here? However, Lei Ling just killed the Sword Heart Saint. Dongfang Bai was shocked and said worriedly. After witnessing the battle between Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint, he had a clearer understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. Although the Taiyuan saint was a 5th heaven immortal lord, Dongfang Bai didn't think that he would be able to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was too strange. What? Do you think I'm no match for Lei Ling? The Taiyuan saint glanced at Dongfang Bai indifferently. Of course not. Taiyuan saint is a genius. Lei Ling is definitely no match for you, but we have to be careful. Lei Ling is cunning. If he saves these people, we'll be in big trouble. Dongfang Bai said with a bitter smile. Save them? It's not that easy. This time, not only will I kill everyone from the divine clan, but I'll also bury Lei Ling here. The Taiyuan saint sneered. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The battle between Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint had shocked Taiyuan Saint and made him wary of Ling Xiao. Especially when he saw that the heavenly sword diagram had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands, it made him go crazy with jealousy. He had appeared and summoned the disciples of the 9 major immortal sects to hunt down the people of the 6 major divine sects for this moment. He wanted to force the people of the 6 major divine sects to gather together and form an encirclement, waiting for Ling Xiao to come to their rescue. He had prepared a surprise gift for Ling Xiao, and he also believed that this time, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao completely. The people of the divine clan in the relic world had planned to fight to the death, but they were puzzled when they realized that the experts of the divine clan did not attack. Strange, why aren't the 9 major immortal sects attacking? This relic world is not protected by a powerful formation. It's easy for them to kill their way in. Someone asked, puzzled. I'm afraid they want to use us as bait to lure Lord God's favorite child. Xianxia thought for a moment and sneered. What? They want to harm Lord God's favorite child? The experts of the divine clan were shocked and angry, their eyes filled with disbelief. Aren't these people of the divine clan too shameless? If they have the ability, they should have a fair fight with Lord God's favorite child. If they don't dare to fight Lord God's favorite child, they set a trap here. How despicable. Let's kill our way out. Saint Xianxia, we can't let Lord God's favorite child be in danger. That's right, we'll fight it out with them. The people of the divine clan shouted with righteous indignation, their eyes filled with anger and killing intent. There were only about 100 people left from the 6 major divine sects. The battle over the past few days had been extremely tragic, and most of the disciples had died under the siege of the divine clan. Therefore, they hated the people of the 9 major immortal sects to the core. The Immortal Demon Conference was even more tragic than before. Only a dozen days had passed and 80% of the deity clan had fallen. Only 100 or so people were barely hanging on. Moreover, these 100 or so people were besieged by the 9 immortal sects and were in danger of being wiped out at any time. As for the 9 immortal sects, although many of them had died, there were still more than 300 of them left. Together with the Taiyuan saint, Dongfang Bai, Fang Qingxue, and other saints and saintesses, they formed an extremely powerful force. However, the deity clan and the immortal clan had reached an extremely delicate balance and did not immediately start a war. Everyone from the deity clan was trapped in a relic world. This was a trap set by the immortal clan, or rather, an open and aboveboard conspiracy. They were waiting for Ling Xiao to fall into the trap. At this moment, the Taiyuan saint did not know that Ling Xiao had been observing here for a long time. Ling Xiao had refined the heavenly sword diagram and the new sky-swallowing sword in a shorter time than they had expected. After Ling Xiao came out of the heavenly sword diagram, he had wanted to lead the 36 immortal generals and kill all the immortal clan. However, he did not expect the 9 immortal sects to be one step ahead of him and besiege all the deity clan members. The 9 immortal sects? Looks like you're really courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. He had seen many corpses of the deity clan members along the way and could sense that they had suffered heavy casualties. However, the immortal clan had not lost their foundation and there were still more than 300 of them. Each of them was filled with killing intent and their eyes were cold as if they were waiting for something. Ling Xiao knew that they were all waiting for him to appear. Ahem, Master Lei Ling, if you want to save the people from the 6 immortal sects, perhaps you can use me in exchange. My brother loves me the most and he will definitely let those deity clan members go. Tai Xian could feel Ling Xiao's killing intent and could not help but shrink his head and cough dryly. Use you in exchange? Do you really think your brother will care about your life? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Of course. Our family only has 2 sons, just me and my elder brother. The 2 of us brothers have a very deep relationship. Even if you want my big brother's extreme Dao Emperor weapon, my big brother will give it to you, let alone hundreds of God race experts. Tai Xian smiled proudly, full of confidence. What a silly child. Ling Xiao looked at Tai Xian with pity. Even though this fella's brain wasn't too good, his talent was extraordinary. Especially his attainments in the path of formations, it was incomparably stunning. It reminded Ling Xiao of the old goat. But this guy was incomparably childish. Ling Xiao could feel that Tai Xian was not a bad person. He was just a spoiled child. Today, I'll teach him what it means to be evil. All divine generals, heed my command. Ling Xiao glanced at the 36 divine generals behind him and said with an indifferent expression. Here. Under Ting Shan's lead, the 36 godly generals knelt on one knee in front of Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with passion. Follow me and slaughter the people from the 9 great immortal sections. Let's rescue your comrades. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yes. The 36 divine generals roared in response. Divine light shone in their eyes. The aura that had been suppressed suddenly erupted and shot up into the sky. Each of their eyes was filled with strong fighting spirit and killing intent. It was as if Lei Ling's words could kill them. They were indeed suppressing their anger. They could not wait to rush down and kill all the people from the 9 great immortal sections. Who's there? Ling Xiao and the 36 divine generals no longer suppressed their aura. They were immediately noticed by the people from the 9 great immortal sections. Dongfang Bai's eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted coldly. Rumble! Ling Xiao instantly leaped into the sky. His body was surrounded by blazing divine light. His eyes were filled with indifference. His aura was vast and unparalleled, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Taiyuan, didn't you want to look for me? I'm already here. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Behind him, the auras of the 36 divine generals seemed to have gathered together, turning into a vast smoke signal. It was extremely terrifying. These 36 divine generals were all at the Imperial Emperor realm. Moreover, Ling Xiao had unlocked their bloodline shackles, causing their bloodlines to be pure and their auras to condense. Their entire body seemed to be one. Their strength seemed to be able to connect with each other, forming a military formation that was incomparably terrifying. With the current might of the 36 divine generals, even a second heaven imperial monarch would be instantly torn into pieces if he were to trespass here. Lei Ling? Dongfang Bai's body trembled. His eyes were filled with resentment. The 4 holy sons and holy daughters had besieged Ling Xiao. Not only had they failed to kill him, but Wu Xingchen and Ren Tianjue had also been killed by him. This made Dongfang Bai feel extremely humiliated. Lei Ling? You really dare to come? Taiyuan's eyes were sharp and bright as he said indifferently. They had surrounded the people from the 6 great immortal sects but did not attack. It was an overt plot to force Ling Xiao to show himself. Even a fool would know that there was a trap here. But Ling Xiao still came. I'm here. Taiyuan, let the disciples of the 6 great immortal sects go. How about we fight fair and square? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His gaze fell on Taiyuan and his eyes were extremely sharp. Boom, their gazes collided in the void. It was as if their gazes had materialized and burst out with dazzling light, causing the void to tremble slightly. Big brother, save me. Taiyuan stood beside Ling Xiao. When he saw Taiyuan, his eyes were filled with joy and he could not help but shout out loud. Tai Xian? Taiyuan frowned. He had also noticed Tai Xian beside Ling Xiao and suddenly felt that things were getting a little tricky. Tai Xian's cultivation had been sealed by Ling Xiao and he had become Ling Xiao's prisoner. Lei Ling, let go of my brother. Otherwise, all of your divine race's people will die without a burial ground. Taiyuan stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly, killing intent surging in his eyes. Taiyuan, I've said it before. Why don't you let the disciples of the 6 great immortal sects go, and I'll let your brother go. Then we'll have a fair fight. What do you think? Ling Xiao said with a smile and then repeated his words. His eyes were full of interest. He wanted to know what Taiyuan's choice would be. The people from the 9 major immortal sects also looked at Taiyuan with different expressions. Taiyuan was extremely conflicted. That was his biological brother. How could he not save him? However, he was unwilling to let go of the disciples of the 6 great immortal sections. Bookmark for easier reading. Taiyuan had expended a great deal of effort and cost to set up this inescapable trap. His goal was to trap Ling Xiao. If he released the disciples of the 6 divine sects, Ling Xiao would take them away and his efforts would be in vain. Especially after seeing the battle between Ling Xiao and the Sword Heart Saint, Taiyuan's fear of Ling Xiao reached its peak. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to admit that he might not be Ling Xiao's match. Based on Ling Xiao's killing intent and decisiveness, if he did not have the disciples of the 6 divine sects, he would not let the people of the 9 immortal sects go. At that time, the 9 immortal sects would most likely be wiped out. Including him. Thinking of this, Taiyuan trembled. He clenched his teeth and stared at Ling Xiao. Lei Ling, you want me to release the disciples of the 6 divine sects? Impossible. You killed Jianxin, Wu Xingchen, and Ren Tianjue, the supreme talents of the immortal tribe. Today, I will avenge them and kill all of the people of the 6 divine sects. Then, Taiyuan looked at Tai Xian guiltily and said, Tai Xian, forgive me. I can't be so selfish. For the safety of the 9 immortal sects and the future of the immortal tribe, Lei Ling must die. Don't worry, if he dares to kill you, I will tear him into pieces to avenge you. Tai Xian was stunned. Brother, are you really not going to save me? The disciples of the 6 divine sects are no threat. Lei Ling is no match for you. Are you really not going to fight him fair and square? Tai Xian's voice was trembling. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His closest brother was unwilling to save him? Nonsense. Tai Xian, you don't understand. Lei Ling is no match for me, but for the sake of the big picture, we can't release the disciples of the 6 divine sects. Taiyuan said angrily. He could only harden his heart and did not even dare to look into Tai Xian's eyes. TSK TSK TSK. What a touching scene of putting righteousness before family. Tai Xian, did you see that? Your brother would rather sacrifice you than release the disciples of the 6 divine sects for the safety of the immortal tribe. Shouldn't you feel relieved? So, don't blame your brother. He has no choice. Ling Xiao said with a chuckle, but the sarcasm in his voice was clear to everyone. Lei Ling, you deserve to die. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Taiyuan. His eyes flashed with cold light as he stared at Ling Xiao and enunciated each and every word. He really hated Ling Xiao to the core. Especially when he saw Taiyuan's despondent look, he wanted nothing more than to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. He could feel that the disciples of the 9 major immortal sects were looking at him with strange gazes. Taiyuan, don't be so bitter. Ling Zhao's sword saint is of the immortal will of the heavens. You're already afraid in your heart and have lost the will to fight. You don't dare to fight me, so you can only use tricks to deal with me? Ling Xiao sighed and shook his head. What a joke. I am Taiyuan, the saint and young sect master of the Tai immortal sect. In the future, I will conquer the Eternal Emperor Road and become a supreme immortal emperor. Who do you think you are, Lei Ling? Taiyuan sneered in anger. You know very well whether I'm afraid or not. But now that things have come to this, wouldn't it be a waste of your good intentions if I don't fall into your trap? Come, Taiyuan, I'm very curious about what you've prepared for me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and put the despondent Tai Xian into his small world. Then, he took a step forward and flew toward Taiyuan. Boom, his figure was as fast as lightning. He arrived in the blink of an eye, exuding a majestic aura as he threw a punch at Taiyuan. The fist aura was unparalleled and contained unparalleled fist intent. It pressed down like a vast divine mountain and enveloped Taiyuan. Boom, as expected, Taiyuan seemed to have forgotten to dodge and was blown up by Ling Zhao's punch. A scapegoat? You've really put in a lot of effort to get me into your trap. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He didn't even look at Taiyuan, who had been blown up by him. That wasn't Taiyuan's real body. Boom, suddenly, the surrounding void shattered, and a terrifying aura spread out. Endless immortal light gathered, and a huge immortal pagoda appeared above Ling Zhao's head. The immortal pagoda radiated immortal light as if it had come from the beginning of time. It was ancient and mysterious, containing a vast and unparalleled power. However, the immortal pagoda looked somewhat illusory and not very real. This is the Longevity Tower? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. That's right, this is the projection of the Longevity Tower. Lei Ling, the Longevity Tower is a supreme chaos treasure of the immortal clan. Although it's just a projection, it can even kill a peerless immortal lord. I'd like to see how you're going to die. Taiyuan's figure appeared in the sky above Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with killing intent and deep-rooted hatred. It's the projection of the Longevity Tower? This is bad. Lord God's child is in danger. Inside the historical remnant world, Zhang Chen, Wu Hen, and the others were also paying attention to everything that was happening outside. When they saw the Longevity Tower appear, they all revealed looks of worry. Kill our way out. Zhang Chen, Wu Hen, and the others' eyes immediately turned red. Killing intent surged from their bodies as they instantly charged out of the historical remnant world. The Longevity Tower, a flawless chaos treasure. For countless years, the Longevity Tower had sealed off the immortal plane and stabilized the immortal clan's fortune. It had become a famous supreme treasure throughout the universe. Legend had it that the Longevity Tower could kill a great emperor. No one had ever seen the Longevity Tower in action. However, some people had been able to obtain a projection of the Longevity Tower and use it as a life-saving trump card to kill their enemies. The Longevity Tower's projection could indeed kill a peerless immortal lord. The Longevity Tower's projection was a life-saving trump card that Tai Yuan had paid a great price to obtain. But now, for Lei Ling, he was hesitant to use it. Tai Yuan's heart was bleeding, but he had no regrets. His eyes were blazing. As long as Lei Ling is killed, the Heavenly Sword diagram, the Immortal Slaughtering Sword, and the Immortal Slaying Sword will all be mine. Although the Longevity Tower's projection is damaged, it's worth it. The moment he saw the Heavenly Sword diagram, his heart was filled with endless greed. Unfortunately, the Longevity Tower's projection was too rigid. It was a direct projection of the Longevity Tower's power and was not under Tai Yuan's control. Otherwise, Tai Yuan would have gone to save Tai Xian. In his opinion, killing Lei Ling was the most important thing. For that, he was even willing to sacrifice his own brother. P.S. To make up for yesterday's 2 updates, there are 2 more updates tonight. Bookmark for easier reading. Rumble, the Longevity Tower's projection pressed down mightily. The ancient immortal pagoda shone brightly in the immortal demon cave like an eternal immemorial divine mountain. That majestic aura made everyone's heart tremble. Under the Longevity Tower, Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to have been shackled. There was no room for him to move. Blazing immortal light surged and drowned Ling Xiao in an instant. Tai Yuan stood atop the Longevity Tower's projection, his body shrouded in blazing immortal light. His eyes were like lightning, sharp and unparalleled. All of his attention was focused on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao posed a great threat to Tai Yuan. Only when Ling Xiao was completely killed would he be able to relax. Kill. Avenge the god's child. Zhang Chen, Wu Hen, and the others couldn't hold back any longer. Eyes blazing with killing intent, they charged out. They seemed to have gone mad. Terrifying killing intent surged around them, and their eyes were bloodshot as they pounced on the people from the 9 immortal sections. Kill. The 36 divine generals roared and joined the battle. The disciples of the 9 immortal sects were not to be outdone. Led by Dongfang Bai, Fang Qingxue, and the other saints and saintesses, they charged forward to meet the enemy. Kill everyone from the 6 immortal sects. Tai Yuan's cold voice exploded in the void like thunder. In his opinion, this was a meaningless massacre. The 300 disciples of the 9 immortal sects were far more powerful than the 6 immortal sections. After this battle, the disciples of the 6 immortal sects would be completely wiped out. Rumble, the most intense battle between the god and immortal tribes broke out in an instant. Everyone seemed to have gone mad. They used their most powerful divine abilities and immortal arts. Violent collisions broke out, each blow erupting with the force of a tsunami. Immortal and god experts were constantly sent flying while coughing up blood. Then, they were killed by powerful divine abilities and immortal arts. Their souls were completely scattered, and they died. Like 2 torrents crashing into each other, a large number of casualties occurred in an instant. Lei Ling should be dead by now, right? Tai Yuan thought as his eyes glinted with a sharp light. The projection of the Longevity Tower was seemingly capable of suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When it landed on the ground, it caused the ground to shake violently and unfathomably deep abysses appeared. Inside the Longevity Tower, there was an immortal light of devastation, a 9-colored immortal lotus flame and a supremely mighty power capable of suppressing everything. He refused to believe that Ling Xiao could survive the suppression of the Longevity Tower. Even if Ling Xiao had the Heavenly Sword diagram, he could not do it. Rumble. Suddenly, the Longevity Tower shook violently. Although the projection of the Longevity Tower was somewhat illusory, it was the real Longevity Tower's vast and mighty power. It contained the power of primordial chaos and the mysterious scenes of the myriad worlds. The sun, the moon and the stars appeared before shining with a brilliant light. At that very moment, however, the interior of the Longevity Tower had seemingly transformed into a primordial beast to violently clash against the projection of the Longevity Tower. What? Taiyuan's expression changed slightly. He had a bad feeling. Crack, the longevity tower shook violently. In the end, cracks spread out across the surface of the longevity tower and an endless stream of blazing light sprayed out from the cracks. Wung, a strange buzzing sound rang out. It was clear and ancient, and seemed to spread across the myriad worlds in an instant. It erupted with a peerless power. The projection of the longevity tower abruptly burst apart. Boundless divine light dazzled everyone's eyes and primordial mist gushed out. A huge bronze cauldron with 3 legs and 2 handles appeared before everyone. It was ancient and mysterious, like a divine mountain. The bronze cauldron spewed out boundless divine light. The ancient and mysterious power was in no way weaker than the longevity tower's projection. Xianxia stood at the top of the bronze cauldron, his clothes fluttering in the wind. His aura was incomparably sharp and his eyes were filled with incomparably resplendent light. The bronze cauldron beneath his feet was none other than the cauldron of creation. The longevity tower's projection posed an incomparably great threat to Xianxia. It even made him feel as if death was approaching. The boundless power was incomparably domineering. It was as if even an extreme emperor's aura was shackled by it. This was the power of a chaos supreme treasure, the only one in the myriad worlds that could suppress the fortunes of the immortal clan. It was incomparably terrifying. As for the cauldron of creation in Xianxia's spiritual sea, it seemed to have sensed the longevity tower's aura and instantly erupted. Like a duel between fated enemies, the cauldron of creation appeared out of nowhere and clashed with the longevity tower's projection. In the end, the longevity tower's projection was completely shattered. This is the cauldron of creation? Taiyuan's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he exclaimed. He never thought that this would be the result. The bronze cauldron before him was very similar to the divine clan's legendary supreme treasure, the cauldron of creation. However, it was said that the cauldron of creation had long been shattered. Now, only fragments of the divine cauldron remained. It was extremely difficult to gather all the fragments, let alone restore the real cauldron of creation. How did Lei Ling do it? What Taiyuan thought was a sure kill attack had been neutralized by Xiao's cauldron of creation. He found it hard to accept. Taiyuan, is your trump card the longevity tower's projection? You really disappoint me. In that case, take my sword as well. Xiao smiled faintly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Clang, boundless sword intent erupted from his body. A peerless sword blossomed with dazzling divine light as it appeared out of nowhere. The heaven-devouring sword, with the heaven-devouring sword in hand, Xiao's aura became extremely sharp. In an instant, the heaven-devouring sword soared through the air and slashed down at Taiyuan. Lei Ling, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Taiyuan was so angry that he laughed, his eyes filled with ferocious killing intent. In the face of Xiao's sword, he did not dodge. Instead, his palm glowed with dazzling light. In an instant, a 9-story pagoda surrounded by dazzling immortal light, as though yin and yang were intertwined, shot toward Xiao. The Prime Pagoda, the Prime Emperor weapon of the Prime Immortal sect. According to legend, it was forged by immortal Emperor Tai Yi of the Immortal Clan using the Longevity Tower as a prototype. It was extremely powerful. The Prime Pagoda contained 9 layers of worlds. Once it was unleashed, it was as though 9 layers of worlds were attacking from the sky, capable of suppressing everything. Moreover, the 9 floors of the Prime Pagoda contained 9 layers of Prime Immortal Light that could annihilate everything. At the same time, it could also form a protective immortal light. It was an extremely powerful Prime Emperor weapon with both offense and defense. Clang, Xiao's heaven-devouring sword released millions of dazzling sword lights in the void. It was so sharp that it seemed like it could destroy everything. Zhubi Chinese Network 3 strange sword phantoms appeared around the heaven-devouring sword. The 3 supreme sword intents of the immortal slaying sword, immortal slaughtering sword, and immortal ending sword merged with the heaven-devouring sword to form a 10,000 zhang long astral sword that slashed at the Prime Pagoda. Rumble, the void trembled violently. In an instant, it shattered like a spider web, and dense cracks appeared. Even though the space here was extremely sturdy, it was still somewhat unable to withstand the collision of the 2 supreme treasures. The Prime Pagoda shone with blazing immortal light but was sent flying by Xiao's sword strike. Xiao's aura was like a dragon as sword energy filled the sky. The heaven-devouring sword diagram spread out and enveloped the entire area. Rumble, endless sword energy rose and 4 divine swords appeared in the 4 cardinal directions. They were like heavenly pillars that supported the world. As soon as the 4 peerless divine swords appeared, endless sword chi rose and intertwined, turning the void into a domain of swords. So, the cultivators from the 9 great immortal sects who were fighting against the disciples from the 6 great immortal sects had their bodies pierced by the sword energy. Their bodies crumbled and they died. Only a few powerful immortal sect disciples were barely able to hold on. However, it seemed that they would not be able to hold on for much longer. The moment the heaven-devouring sword diagram appeared, no one could fight against it. The disciples from the 9 great immortal sects suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Taiyuan's eyes turned red when he saw that. Lei Ling, you rely on the power of an apex emperor weapon to bully the weak. What kind of ability is that? If you have what it takes, fight me fair and square. Taiyuan roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. What a joke. You wanted to use the longevity tower's projection to kill me. Why didn't you say that you relied on the power of a chaos treasure? I once said that you want to fight me but you refused. If that's the case, all of you can die. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Sword intent rose from his eyes and the aura around him became terrifying to the extreme. Xing, the sky was filled with surging sword chi. Ling Xiao attacked with the sky-devouring sword. Every strike was extremely sharp, causing billions of sword lights to appear in the void in an instant. They all slashed toward Taiyuan. Wang, boundless immortal light blossomed from the Tai pagoda and floated over Taiyuan's head. Immortal light gathered around him to form a powerful protective barrier. When the sword chi slashed his body, the protective immortal light rippled like ripples. Taiyuan's expression was unsightly, his eyes filled with shock. He could vaguely feel that the current Ling Xiao seemed to have become the saint of the sword heart, possessing unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. Every strike was extremely terrifying. Especially the heaven-swallowing sword in Ling Xiao's hand. It was not the immortal-slaying sword or the immortal-slaying sword, but each of its strikes contained supreme power, making his Tai pagoda unable to compete with it. That sword was too terrifying. Taiyuan didn't have a body as freakishly strong as Ling Xiao's. He could sense that he wouldn't have been able to take a single blow from Ling Xiao without the Tai pagoda's defense. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Taiyuan's expression was unsightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. After watching the battle between Ling Xiao and the Saint of the Sword Heart, he had already overestimated Ling Xiao, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was beyond his imagination. Rumble, Ling Xiao held the heaven-swallowing sword in one hand and the invincible fist seal in the other. He swept across the void with unparalleled sword chi and vast fist seals, constantly attacking Taiyuan. Taiyuan's body shook violently, and the protective immortal light seemed like it would shatter at any time. After all, although the Tai pagoda was an apex emperor weapon, it consumed all of Taiyuan's strength. Under Ling Xiao's storm-like attacks, even Taiyuan couldn't hold on much longer. Tai God-slaying technique. Taiyuan bellowed. Rumble, blazing immortal light rose around him, and yin and yang qi gathered between his palms, instantly forming a blazing immortal light. A strand of primordial spirit power flew out from between Taiyuan's eyebrows and merged with the immortal light, forming a god-slaying saber. Taiyuan grunted, his face a little pale, but the god-slaying saber was so sharp that it seemed to have transcended time and space, freezing everything as it slashed toward Ling Xiao. The god-slaying saber contained unparalleled saber intent, as if it could shatter everything. It arrived in front of Ling Xiao's forehead in an instant. Puff, with a flash of blood, the god-slaying saber broke through Ling Xiao's forehead, entered his sea of consciousness, and slashed toward his primordial spirit. Tai God-slaying technique, the supreme immortal technique of the Tai immortal sect, was rumored to have been created by the Tai immortal emperor. It was a mystic technique that could directly slash the indestructible primordial spirit. It was extremely terrifying. However, it was also a forbidden technique. To slay others, one had to slay oneself first. To use the Tai God-slaying technique, one had to first slash part of one's indestructible primordial spirit to form the God-slaying saber. From there, one would be able to unleash an unparalleled divine power. What a powerful attack on the primordial spirit. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. If he had been hit by the god-slaying saber before condensing his Dao fruit, his indestructible primordial spirit would have been severely injured even with the wordless heavenly book. But now, Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit was surrounded by 16 dazzling Dao fruits. They were like 16 supreme stars, emitting an eternal and mysterious light. When the god-slaying saber was about to hit Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit, it instantly slowed down as if it had been imprisoned by the power of time and space. 16 beams of light shot out from the 16 Dao fruits. Vast Dao wills such as chaos, destiny, karma, and reincarnation rose. They were the most powerful origin forces, and they were indestructible. The god-slaying saber shook violently, then shattered in an instant. Taiyuan shook violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, but his eyes were filled with terror. How is this possible? How did you break through my Taiyu war god art? His voice was trembling. When the god-slaying saber entered Ling Xiao's mind, it was instantly destroyed by an unparalleled force, causing Ling Xiao to suffer a backlash as well. However, the indestructible primordial spirit was the weakest part. The Tai god-slaying art was so powerful that even Ling Xiao's primordial spirit defensive imperial weapon couldn't completely resist it. Taiyuan couldn't figure out how Ling Xiao had done it no matter how hard he racked his brains. Rumble, Ling Xiao didn't answer him. His aura surged violently as he charged at Taiyuan with the heaven-devouring sword and unparalleled fist intent. He arrived in front of Taiyuan in the blink of an eye. Clang, the heaven-devouring sword slashed through the air. The sword chi was so sharp that it gathered the strongest sword intent. Bolstered by the heaven-devouring sword diagram, it slammed into Taiyuan's protective immortal aura. Boom, Taiyuan's protective immortal light shattered with a boom. Ling Xiao's unparalleled fist intent exploded and slammed into Taiyuan's chest, Zhubi Chinese network. Rumble, Taiyuan's body shook violently. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he spat out blood. The supreme fist intent contained in Ling Xiao's punch blasted into his body. It instantly rushed into his limbs and bones, violently destroying all his meridians and even causing cracks to appear on his bones. Rumble, the immortal light around Taiyuan was dazzling. Boundless life origin gushed out and rapidly repaired his body. It was as good as new almost instantly. Although Taiyuan's body wasn't as abnormal as Ling Xiao's, he was still a fifth heaven immortal monarch after all. He had already reached the blood rebirth realm. Unless Ling Xiao could wipe out all his vitality in an instant, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him completely. Taiyuan's eyes were filled with fear and horror. He had never thought that the sky-devouring sword in Ling Xiao's hand would be so terrifying. Even the protective immortal light of the Taiyu pagoda was broken by it. Kill! Ling Xiao's eyes were like steel as he roared. Killing intent surged around him. The sharp sword chi seemed to be able to penetrate everything. He came with the sky-devouring sword. The sword moved unstoppably in the void like a long rainbow. Its speed was extremely fast as it headed straight for Taiyuan's forehead. Get out of my way! Taiyuan's face was livid. Yin and Yang chi rose around him like a chain and collided with the sword chi in the sky. A dazzling light burst out. He was burning with anxiety and had a bad feeling. The power of the sky-devouring sword diagram was too terrifying. When Ling Xiao used it, it turned into a terrifying killing domain that enveloped the surrounding void. The Immortal Clan experts, who had been full of momentum, were all killed by the sword chi. They were completely annihilated in this domain. The 9 major immortal sects had more than 300 people. Most of them had died. Only a dozen immortal monarchs were still struggling to hold on. However, it seemed like they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Under the leadership of Zhang Chen, Wu Heng, and the 36 divine generals, the disciples of the 6 major immortal sects were filled with killing intent. They vented all their anger and killing intent. The experts of the Immortal Clan were all smashed into pieces and their souls scattered. It was impossible for them to leave behind a complete corpse. Damn it! How could Lei Ling be so strong? If this continues, I'm afraid even I won't be his match. Taiyuan thought to himself. Although he didn't want to admit it, he still felt a trace of fear. If this continued, it was very likely that he would die in Ling Xiao's hands. I can't die here. I still want to conquer the Eternal Emperor's road, rule the Tai immortal sect, and become a peerless immortal emperor. Taiyuan roared inwardly, already thinking of retreating. Rumble, the sharpness in Ling Zhao's eyes was unparalleled, and the battle intent around him surged. Unparalleled sword will and fist will exploded with unstoppable force, as if they could annihilate everything. He keenly sensed the fear in Taiyuan's heart, so he attacked even more fiercely. Although Taiyuan was not as outstanding as the Sword Heart Saint, he was still a fifth heaven immortal monarch and the leader of the younger generation of the 9 great immortal sections. If he killed Taiyuan, it would be a huge blow to the 9 sects. Boom, the sky-devouring sword was unparalleled, and the sharp sword will caused cracks to appear in the void. The Tai Pagoda crossed the void and collided with the sky-devouring sword, erupting with earth-shattering whistles. Taiyuan's eyes flashed, and in an instant, brilliant immortal light gushed out from his body. A mysterious aura lingered, and auspicious vapor rose into the sky. Whoosh, the vapor instantly turned into 3 figures in the void, a young man, a middle-aged man, and an old man. The 3 of them looked exactly the same as Taiyuan, but their auras were completely different. The I Chi into Trinity technique? This is the real I Chi into Trinity technique. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. He had obtained the I Chi turning 3 pure ones technique from the Sword Heart Saint. However, the Sword Heart Saint's I Chi turning 3 pure ones technique was obtained from a relic world and was incomplete. The true inheritance of the I Chi into Trinity technique was in the Tai immortal sect. The I Chi into Trinity technique that Taiyuan cultivated was naturally the complete version. However, Ling Xiao discovered that Taiyuan's cultivation was somewhat lacking. The 3 clones seemed to only have 80% of the original strength. Hold him back. Taiyuan's eyes flashed coldly. He pointed at Ling Xiao, then quickly teleported into the distance. He's running away, rumble, the 3 clones soared through the sky, controlling the Tai Pagoda at the same time. They formed the 3 forces of heaven, earth, and man, enveloping Ling Xiao and quickly unleashing fierce attacks. Trying to escape? Too bad the Immortal Demon Grotto's exit won't open for another 10 days. I'd like to see where you can run to. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't chase after Taiyuan, but charged at the 3 clones with the sky-devouring sword. However, a golden ray of light flew out of Ling Xiao's sleeve and silently chased after Taiyuan's original body. The sky-devouring sword was incomparably fierce, and its sword will seem to be able to penetrate everything. It instantly pierced through the void and enveloped the 3 clones. Clang, the Tai Pagoda emitted a dazzling light, floating above the middle-aged Taiyuan's head. It collided with the sword chi in the sky, annihilating the endless sword chi in an instant before slamming into the sky-devouring sword. The young Taiyuan and the old Taiyuan didn't put up any defense against the sword chi that filled the sky. The sword chi rippled around them like water, and the sword chi couldn't hurt them at all. On the other hand, their attacks were extremely strange and fierce. Although they seemed to be far away from Ling Xiao, every attack landed on Ling Xiao. Interesting. One of the clones came from the past and the other from the future? This I Chi into Trinity technique actually contains the power of the origin of time. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. The 3 clones didn't seem very strong, but with the Tai Pagoda and their strange attacks, they were able to hold Ling Xiao back. This was exactly what Taiyuan wanted. He didn't expect the 3 clones to be able to kill Ling Xiao. He only hoped that they could hold Ling Xiao back and create an opportunity for him to escape. Rumble, Ling Xiao instantly soared into the sky, and the vast power of time surged around him, forming a long river of time that pressed down on the 3 clones. Clang, the sky-devouring sword in Ling Zhao's hand moved along the long river of time at an extreme speed, instantly slashing the 3 clones. Third sect master boom, the 3 clones were instantly destroyed by the heaven-devouring sword. They transformed into wisps of air and tried to escape, but they were instantly devoured by the heaven-devouring sword's vast devouring power. Weng, the heaven-devouring sword shone brightly as if it had taken a tonic. It shone brightly and looked even sharper. What? Dongfang Bai, Fang Qingxue, and the others were horrified when they felt Ling Zhao's gaze on them. Their eyes were filled with horror. They did not expect the situation to turn out like this. Taiyuan had escaped, and Ling Xiao had destroyed Taiyuan's 3 clones. Taiyuan had paid a great price to obtain the Longevity Tower's projection, which was powerful enough to kill a peerless immortal monarch, but it did not cause any harm to Ling Xiao. Were the 9 great immortal sects really going to be annihilated today? At the thought of this, Dongfang Bai, Fan Qingxue, and the others lost all their will to fight. They instantly destroyed the surging sword intent around them and teleported away. You want to leave? Unfortunately, it's too late. Ling Zhao's indifferent voice rang out. When they heard it, they were scared out of their wits. Their eyes were filled with horror. Weng, the heaven-devouring sword swept across the void. In an instant, it split into 4 divine swords that reached the heavens and the earth. They stood in 4 different directions of the void, completely sealing off this part of the world. The sword chi was unparalleled. Hundreds of millions of sword lights gathered under the heaven-devouring sword diagram, forming a cage of swords that completely sealed Dongfang Bai and the others inside. Even though Dongfang Bai, Fan Qingxue, and the others had taken out powerful Apex Emperor weapons, they could not break out of the heaven-devouring sword diagram's imprisonment. The cauldron of creation floated in the void like a suspended mountain. The blazing divine light gushing out from it enveloped the few Apex Emperor weapons. Each of them seemed to have lost their Apex Emperor aura and let out a buzzing sound. Lei Ling, you can't kill us. If you kill us, you'll become an enemy of the 9 great immortal sects. Even if you leave the immortal demon cave, you'll still die. Lei Ling, let me go. I'll never be your enemy again. Spare me, don't kill me, Lei Ling, you'll die a horrible death. The remaining experts from the 9 great immortal sects roared furiously. Some threatened, some begged, and some cursed. However, Ling Zhao's expression was incomparably cold. He looked at them indifferently, like a divine dragon looking down at ants. He did not say a word. He did not attack. Instead, he used the heavenly sword diagram to seal off the surrounding void, preventing them from escaping. As for Zhang Chen, Wu Heng, and the 36 divine generals, they all unleashed their strongest battle prowess. Even though Dongfang Bai, Fan Qingxue, and the others were powerful, they were still killed one by one in the end. They could not escape at all. In the end, only a dozen or so indestructible primordial spirits were imprisoned. Ting Shan then came before Ling Xiao respectfully and offered the indestructible primordial spirits to him. The dozen or so indestructible primordial spirits were the holy sons and holy daughters of the 9 major immortal sections. There were also some immortal monarchs. Their indestructible primordial spirits contained complete origin Dao fruits and various powerful immortal arts. This was exactly what Ling Xiao needed. Ling Xiao collected all the indestructible primordial spirits and suppressed them in his sea of consciousness, slowly refining them by devouring the origin. Lord God's child, other than Taiyuan who escaped, the rest of the people from the 9 major immortal sects have all been killed. Zhang Chen, whose body was full of murderous intent, strode over and knelt on one knee before Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. This was a great victory that had never been achieved in all the previous Immortal Demon Conferences. The previous Immortal Demon Conferences could be said to be the history of the Divines' tears and blood. The Divines were hunted down by the Immortals like prey and slaughtered wantonly. In the end, not even a few hundred of them survived. This time, the Divines still suffered heavy losses. Of the 540 disciples, only 120 were left. This was mainly because when Ling Xiao was in seclusion in the heavenly sword diagram, Taiyuan had gathered the disciples of the 9 major immortal sects and launched a bloody hunt for them. But now, almost all the disciples of the 9 major immortal sects had been killed. Only Taiyuan was left. All the disciples of the 6 major immortal sects were incomparably excited. Their eyes were filled with unparalleled excitement. In addition to fanaticism and worship, they looked at Ling Xiao with much more loyalty. And now, Ling Xiao's position in their hearts had surpassed their sections. They truly believed that Ling Xiao was the leader of the Divines. Taiyuan can't escape. He's dead for sure. I'll go after Taiyuan now. You all stay here and recuperate. Collect the corpses of your fellow Divines and wait for my return. Ling Xiao said indifferently, a trace of fierceness in his eyes. He was also somewhat angry. The disciples of the 6 major immortal sects who had entered the immortal demon cave were the best seeds. Once the bloodline shackles were broken, they would definitely become the most loyal divine generals under Ling Xiao. But more than half of these disciples had been killed by the immortals. The main culprit was Taiyuan, Yes. Zhang Chen, Wu Hen, Ting Shan, and the others bowed in unison. Whoosh, Ling Xiao soared into the sky and disappeared before everyone's eyes in an instant. He could sense that Taiyuan had fled 1,000,000 miles away and was currently hiding in a secret place to heal his wounds. Ling Xiao's divine consciousness couldn't extend 1,000,000 miles in the immortal demon cave, but Taiyuan still couldn't escape from his grasp. This was because of Xiao Jin. When Taiyuan fled, Ling Xiao didn't choose to pursue him, but had Xiao Jin follow him. Not only did Xiao Jin have the origin of poison, but also the origin of space. With these two origins, Xiao Jin was an extremely abnormal existence. Even Taiyuan didn't notice that a little snake was following him. Ling Xiao was very fast. It didn't take long for him to cross 1,000,000 miles and arrive at a vast mountain range. Whoosh, a ray of golden light shot through the sky and landed in Ling Xiao's palm. It turned into a small golden snake and looked at Ling Xiao affectionately as it hissed. Is it in this mountain? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at the mountain in front of him. The mountain looked ethereal and peaceful. According to Xiao Jin, Taiyuan had dug a hole in this mountain and was hiding in it to heal his wounds. Although Xiao Jin had the origin of space, it didn't dare to get too close for fear of being detected by Taiyuan. Ling Xiao took a step forward, stepping into the air and appearing in the air above the mountain in an instant. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted from Ling Xiao's body, and then he punched out in the air. When the unparalleled fist landed, it was as if a meteorite had struck the earth. In an instant, the mountain peak was blasted into smithereens. An incomparably wretched figure flew out of the sky. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable hatred and fear, and instantly fled into the distance. Taiyuan, where do you think you're going? Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold. The sky-devouring sword expanded in the void and instantly became 10,000 feet long. Unparalleled sword intent surged as it slashed down at Taiyuan, Bookmark for easier reading. Taiyuan felt extremely aggrieved. No matter how he racked his brains, he could not figure out how Lei Ling had found him so quickly. After all, the immortal demon grotto had a strong suppression on divine senses. Even an immortal lord could only scan a radius of 1,000 miles. He had fled 1,000,000 miles away and was about to heal himself when Lei Ling caught up with him. Rumble, the sky-devouring sword was incomparably sharp. Sword intent filled the sky and enveloped Taiyuan. Sensing the threat from the sky-devouring sword, Taiyuan didn't have time to think. Blazing immortal light rose from his body. Yin and Yang Qi intertwined between his hands, forming a mysterious shadow of a Taiji diagram that flew up to meet the attack. Clang, the sword radiance was dazzling. The Taiji diagram trembled violently. Yin and Yang Qi spun rapidly, forming a powerful origin Qi that blocked the sky-devouring sword's attack. However, the unparalleled recoil still shook Taiyuan and sent him flying. Lei Ling, how did you find me? Taiyuan roared in grief and indignation. If he didn't figure out how Lei Ling discovered him, even if he could escape again, he would still be discovered by Lei Ling. That would be the greatest tragedy. Do you want to know? I'll tell you when you're dead. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The sky-devouring sword flew through the air, shining with dazzling light. At the same time, the sky-devouring sword diagram spread out and shrouded the void. The terrifying sword Qi made Taiyuan's scalp tingle. He felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Boom, the Tai pagoda tore through the void and crashed into the sky-devouring sword and the sky-devouring sword diagram like an ancient sacred mountain. Blazing light spewed out, shaking the void in all directions. The primitive beasts in the mountain range were all trembling in fear. Lei Ling, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Taiyuan roared, his eyes filled with rage and killing intent. If you're not afraid of me, then why are you running? Ling Xiao said flatly. However, he didn't hold back at all. His sword Qi was unstoppable. At the same time, Ling Xiao used a secret teleportation technique and punched at Taiyuan. His physical body was terrifying to the extreme, and his punch seemed to be able to break through the chaos. Even Taiyuan felt a majestic aura that suffocated him. Rumble, his face fell as he summoned the Prime Pagoda. Blazing immortal light gushed out of the pagoda, blocking the attacks of the heaven-devouring sword. Lei Ling, you forced me to do this. There was a hint of madness in Taiyuan's eyes. Rumble, blazing immortal fire burned around him. Then, he suddenly slapped his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He formed a seal with both hands, and the blood gathered in front of him, turning into an extremely strange black rune. It flowed with mysterious immortal light, as if it could devour all light. After the black rune appeared, Taiyuan seemed to have suffered a great loss of vitality. His face was extremely pale and his presence withered. Swoosh, the black rune flashed and appeared in front of Ling Xiao, emitting a pungent smell. It was as if it was alive and burrowed into Ling Xiao's body. Is this poison origin? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a strange look. He seemed to be frightened and didn't resist at all, allowing the black rune to enter his body. Rumble, his entire body was instantly shrouded in a layer of black poisonous gas. Mysterious runes spread all over his body, trying to destroy his vitality. Ha ha ha. Lei Ling, let's see how you're going to survive my 10,000 poisons talisman. Taiyuan laughed heartily when he saw that. His eyes were filled with delight. He'd obtained the 10,000 poisons talisman from an ancient ruin. Legend had it that it was left behind by the 10,000 poisons great emperor in the ancient times. It contained the poison origin formed by 10,000 types of deadly poisons. The 10,000 poisons talisman could even poison a peerless immortal duke to death if they were careless. Earlier, Taiyuan had been pushed to the limit by Ling Xiao, so he'd rather expended half of his bloodline and life origin to activate the 10,000 poisons talisman. The 10,000 poisons talisman? It's indeed very poisonous, but do you really think you can poison me to death? Ling Xiao sighed softly as a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. If he'd been struck by the 10,000 poisons talisman before he'd condensed the Devour origin, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. The Devour origin could devour everything, including the poison origin. It was extremely domineering. More importantly, Ling Xiao had Xiao Jin with him. The 10,000 poisons talisman was a death sentence for ordinary people, but it was a supreme delicacy and fortune for Xiao Jin. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to activate the Devour origin, Xiao Jin bit Ling Xiao's arm and excitedly devoured the 10,000 poisons talisman. In an instant, the black gas on Ling Xiao's body dissipated, and the 10,000 poisons talisman's energy was absorbed into Xiao Jin's body. The 10,000 poisons talisman contained half of Taiyuan's bloodline and life origin. It was an unparalleled tonic for Xiao Jin, whose aura instantly skyrocketed. What? How is this possible? Taiyuan's laughter came to an abrupt halt when he saw that Ling Xiao was completely fine. Disbelief was written all over his face. That was the 10,000 poisons talisman. He'd seen it enter Ling Xiao's body with his own eyes. Why was Ling Xiao completely fine? Taiyuan, the 10,000 poisons talisman's toxicity isn't enough. Why don't you have a taste? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then waved his hand and shot out a beam of golden light. Taiyuan shuddered as he sensed a fatal danger approaching. Without a second thought, he tried to summon the Taiyu Pagoda back. However, the heaven-devouring sword and the heaven-piercing sword diagram shone brilliantly, erupting with a vast emperor's aura that blocked the Taiyu Pagoda in an instant. Dazzling light burst out from the collision. Xiao Jin's speed was unbelievably fast, reaching Taiyuan in an instant. Boom! Dazzling protective immortal light erupted from Taiyuan's body as he slashed at Xiao Jin with a palm strike. He didn't know what Xiao Jin was, but he instinctively sensed a fatal threat. This little golden snake was incomparably terrifying. Crack! Taiyuan's vitality was severely injured, so how could his protective immortal light block Xiao Jin? With a crisp sound, his protective immortal light shattered in an instant. His palm strike landed on Xiao Jin's body, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Xiao Jin's physical body was beyond his imagination. It didn't suffer any damage. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin bit Taiyuan's arm. Boom! The poison origin in Xiao Jin's body surged violently and poured into Taiyuan's body. Like a viper, it split into tens of thousands of strands and flowed through his blood vessels to his limbs and bones. Then, Xiao Jin looked at Taiyuan mockingly and disappeared with a flash of light. In the next moment, it turned into a golden bracelet on Ling Xiao's wrist. Poison origin? This snake actually has a venomous origin? Taiyuan's eyes were filled with disbelief as he roared madly. Rumble! He was instantly enveloped by a cloud of black qi. The poison origin was extremely domineering. It rapidly destroyed his vitality and even spread toward his indestructible primordial spirit. This was poison origin, the poison of the great Tao, the origin of all poisons. Despite Taiyuan's powerful cultivation, numerous techniques, and many life-saving trump cards, he was helpless against poison origin. He felt the threat of death, and his eyes involuntarily revealed a look of extreme fear. He finally understood why Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the 10,000 Poisons immortal talisman. It turned out that the little snake had devoured all of its power. Taiyuan, how does poison origin taste? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked toward Taiyuan. Lei Ling, you're despicable. Taiyuan roared furiously, a great sense of fear welling up in his heart. Although he tried his best to circulate his cultivation to resist the invasion of poison origin, he only managed to delay the speed of his death by a little. He was still advancing toward death. Taiyuan trembled all over. Shrouded in a layer of pungent black mist, he couldn't stand steadily and even his vision began to blur. The Tai pagoda floated above his head and its dazzling immortal light fell, but it couldn't expel the poison origin in his body. The poison source was simply too tyrannical. Without any special defensive techniques or antidotes, the poison source was like a death sentence to all high immortal experts. Despicable? Don't you think that's ridiculous? You used the 10,000 Poisons immortal talisman first. Now you're trapped in a trap of your own making, right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked up to Taiyuan. Puff, Taiyuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood that turned black. When it landed on the ground, it instantly spread in all directions. All the plants within 10,000 feet withered and died instantly. Lei Ling, spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to serve you as my master. Taiyuan begged Ling Xiao for mercy and fear as he sensed the approaching death. Unfortunately, it's too late. Now that your physical body has been completely destroyed by the poison source, you are no longer of any use to me. Why don't you contribute your indestructible primordial spirit? I'm very curious what kind of origin Dao fruit you've condensed. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Taiyuan's flesh and blood turned black from the extreme poison. His bones turned black and shattered like withered bones. Only his head was still glowing, resisting the invasion of the poison origin. Lei Ling, you'll die a horrible death. My master is right outside the immortal demon grotto. You will soon be buried with me. I'll be waiting for you, waiting for you. Taiyuan's eyes were filled with resentment as he cursed loudly. Bang, Ling Xiao ignored his curses. He stretched out a foot and crushed Taiyuan's head. Taiyuan's curses came to an abrupt end. Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed Taiyuan's indestructible primordial spirit. The poison source that enveloped the indestructible primordial spirit turned into a stream of light and was devoured by Xiao Jin. Ling Xiao also erased the true spirit of Taiyuan's indestructible primordial spirit and suppressed it in his sea of consciousness. Taiyuan's soul had completely dissipated. Well done. Ling Xiao stroked Xiao Jin's head and smiled faintly. Xiao Jin was extremely excited. He rubbed his head against Ling Xiao's palm affectionately. His body glowed with dazzling light as if he was about to advance. After all, a fifth heavenly level high immortal contained an incomparably vast amount of life essence. At this moment, it had all become Xiao Jin's nourishment. Ling Xiao could sense that Xiao Jin's aura was growing stronger and stronger, exuding an ancient and primordial aura. Xiao Jin should be some kind of primordial variant, right? Ling Xiao was very curious. He looked forward to seeing how strong Xiao Jin would be when he grew up. Whoosh, at this moment, the Tai pagoda buzzed when it sensed Taiyuan's death. It shone with dazzling immortal light and broke through the void, vanishing from the immortal demon grotto. The people from the 9 immortal sects should be extremely surprised right now, right? Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked in the direction where the Tai pagoda had disappeared. His eyes were bright and resplendent. This time, all the immortals who had entered the immortal demon grotto had died in battle. Even peerless geniuses like Taiyuan and the Sword Heart Saint had died in Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao could imagine how furious the 9 immortal sects would be at this moment. Not all of them are dead. There's still Tai Xian. I really can't bear to kill this guy. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he thought of Tai Xian, who had been imprisoned by him. However, Tai Xian wasn't one of the 540 people from the 9 immortal sects. He had been secretly brought in by Taiyuan. Ling Xiao could vaguely guess that Taiyuan had brought Tai Xian in because he was extremely talented in formations. His goal was to break the formations and open the relic worlds. Most likely, he was just using Tai Xian. I killed his elder brother and imprisoned him? That's too cruel. Ling Xiao shook his head. A pearl surrounded by yin and yang energy appeared in his palm. It was the yin-yang origin pearl. After killing Taiyuan, he discovered the pool of yin and yang energy in Taiyuan's small world. Boom, the pool of yin and yang origin energy was instantly collected by Ling Xiao and turned into a resplendent ball of light that enveloped the yin-yang origin bead and nourished it slowly. The yin-yang origin pearl was a supreme treasure, especially after being nourished by the yin and yang energy. It was a top-grade material. This was a treasure that Ling Xiao had prepared for Xianxia. It could be used as Xianxia's natal treasure. If Xianxia attained the Tao in the future, the yin-yang origin pearl could also transform into a true supreme emperor weapon. Taiyuan condensed the exalted Tao fruit? The exalted Tao fruit formed by the fusion of yin and yang energy is somewhat similar to the exalted Tao palace in the divine world. Could the exalted Tao palace be related to the exalted Tao sect? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He didn't plan to refine the exalted Tao fruit. He planned to give it to Xianxia along with the yin-yang origin pearl. These discoveries made Ling Xiao vaguely feel that the 9 immortal sects weren't as simple as they seemed. Perhaps the 9 immortal sects aren't the true divine tribe. From the attitude of the 9th prince of the eternal immortal dynasty, it's clear that he doesn't care about the survival of the 9 immortal sects. In that case, the 9 immortal sects aren't the true strength of the immortal tribe. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered, revealing a wisp of wisdom. Outside the immortal demon cave. No one from the 9 immortal sects was in the mood to laugh at others or gloat over their misfortune. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Their faces were extremely ugly, filled with shock and anger. In front of them, the 540 life tokens representing the 540 disciples of the 9 immortal sects were all shattered. Even the sage-like Tai Qingzi, who looked like a nice guy, paled instantly when Taiyuan's life tablet shattered. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Taiyuan was also dead. Needless to say, he must have died at Lei Ling's hands. As for the 6 divine sects, even though they had suffered heavy casualties and only had around 120 life plates that were still intact, compared to the 9 sects, they were in a much better state. This was an unprecedented victory for the 6 immortal sects. This was all because of the Son of God, Lei Ling. Other than Gutong Tian, who still looked indifferent, the other 5 supreme elders were extremely excited, their eyes filled with emotion. Ning Wuji, the sect master of heaven-piercing immortal sect, was extremely pleased. Previously, his heaven-piercing immortal sect was completely annihilated, and even the Sword Heart Saint died at Lei Ling's hands. He could clearly feel the gloating of the other 9 immortal sects. Now, all the disciples of the 9 immortal sects were dead. Even Taiyuan was dead. Since they were dead, they might as well all die. However, revenge must be taken. Lei Ling must die no matter what. Gutong Tian, the son of God of the God clan, Lei Ling, is really powerful. It seems that you all see him as the hope of the God clan? However, this person has caused a great massacre in the immortal demon cave. Such a cruel person will definitely be a disaster for the immortal world in the future. Therefore, he must die. Tai Qingzi took a deep look at Gutong Tian and said coldly. What a joke. You all know the rules of the Immortal Demon Conference better than I do. In the Immortal Demon Cave, life and death are up to fate. Can the Immortal Clan kill the God Clan, but the God Clan can't kill the Immortal Clan? Looks like you really don't care about your face this time. Gutong Tian said with a cold laugh. His eyes were extremely sharp, like a domineering sword that pierced through the heavens, exuding a domineering aura. Other than Tai Qingzi and Ning Wuji, the rest of the immortal sects subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. The people of the 9 immortal sects were also embarrassed. Gutong Tian was right. The immortal demon gathering was a feast of slaughter. The immortal race and the immortal race would fight each other, and life and death would be up to fate. However, in the past immortal demon conferences, the immortal clan had always held the upper hand and suffered very few casualties. They had never thought that they would be completely wiped out. More importantly, the legendary Eternal Emperor Road was about to open in this immortal demon conference. The 9 immortal sects had sent out their holy sons and holy daughters to train in the immortal demon grotto in preparation for the expedition to the Eternal Emperor Road. But who would have thought that a monster like Lei Ling would appear in the 6 divine sects? He was only at the first heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, but he had slaughtered everyone in the immortal demon cave and killed all the disciples of the 9 divine sects. If they didn't kill Lei Ling, the 9 great immortal sects would become complete laughingstocks. No matter what, Lei Ling had to die. They had to kill Lei Ling, even if they had to find a reason and excuse. Especially Tai Qingzi and Ning Wuji. Although the 2 peerless immortal lords had only glanced at each other, they knew what was going on. They were only waiting for the immortal demon cave to open again. Once Ling Xiao left, they would strike. The 9th prince sat cross-legged on the immortal emperor's chariot. Immortal light surrounded him. His aura was ethereal, and his expression was indifferent. It was as if he did not care about the conflict between the 9 immortal sects and the 6 immortal sects. Your Highness, that Lei Ling killed Jianxin and Taiyuan. His talent is really amazing. If he's willing to become your follower, he might be able to take that step in the future. The old man in Taoist robes sighed. There was a hint of envy in his voice. Although he was a peerless immortal lord and was only 1 step away from the unparalleled emperor realm, that 1 step was like a chasm between heaven and earth. He knew that there was no hope in his life. But since Lei Ling had caught the 9th prince's eye, there was a great chance. Become my follower? I'm afraid he might not be willing. The 9th prince said indifferently. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through the void barrier of the immortal demon cave and see the figure inside. Not willing? This is an opportunity to prove one's Tao. Lei Ling is already lucky enough to be chosen by your highness. Why wouldn't he be willing? The old man in Taoist robes was taken aback. He shook his head and said. Maybe I've guessed wrong. But I'm getting more and more interested in this Lei Ling. His Highness the 9th prince smiled faintly. Your Highness, there's one more thing. It's said that His Highness' great-grandson entered the Hall of Gods. His physical body was destroyed by Lei Ling, and he was revived with the help of the reincarnation pool. If you take Lei Ling in, I'm afraid His Highness' great-grandson will have a problem with you. The old man in Taoist robes pondered for a moment and said slowly. So what if he has a problem with me? If he can kill Lei Ling, that's his ability. If he can't, I think he's done for. The 9th prince said indifferently. Although his tone was extremely calm, there was an indescribable domineering aura that made the old man in Taoist robes shudder. Yes. The old man in Taoist robes bowed and replied. Ling Xiao did not know that outside the immortal demon cave, there was a huge uproar because all the disciples of the 9 immortal sects had been wiped out. It even made the 9 immortal sects want to kill him. Ling Xiao could guess the anger of the 9 immortal sects, but he did not take it to heart. After killing Taiyuan, Ling Xiao returned to the valley and met up with Zhan Chen, Wu Hen, Ting Shan, and the others. When the people of the God tribe found out that Ling Xiao had killed Taiyuan and all the disciples of the 9 immortal sects had been wiped out, they were all extremely excited. They looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of admiration. On the other hand, Zhan Chen and Wu Hen brought him good news. They had found the whereabouts of another ancestral god spring. Ancestral god spring? Very good. With the ancestral god spring, the rest of the people will be able to break the bloodline shackles. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. He might be leaving the immortal world soon. However, he did not intend to give up on the powerful force of the god tribe. Before he left, the god tribe had to have enough strength to protect themselves and a stable environment to develop and strengthen, waiting for Ling Xiao to summon them. The people in front of him were the seeds and the most loyal to Ling Xiao. Jubi Chinese network Zhan Chen and the others had discovered a relic world in the immortal demon cave that contained the ancestral god spring. However, there was an incomplete emperor formation at the entrance of the relic world. It was extremely powerful and could release destructive immortal light that could destroy everything. Previously, a disciple of the Battle God sect had accidentally entered the relic world. Although he was killed by the emperor formation in the end, before his primordial spirit was destroyed, he had passed on the news of the ancestral god spring to Zhan Chen. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't enter the relic world, Zhan Chen, Wu Chen, and the others would have led the disciples of the 6 major divine sects into the relic world to avoid the pursuit of the immortal tribe. An incomplete emperor formation? Let's go take a look. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Under Zhan Chen and Wu Hen's lead, the group traveled 100,000 miles and finally arrived at the bottom of a huge waterfall. Rumble, the waterfall in front of them flowed down from a cliff that was 100,000 feet high. When it hit the pool below, it exploded with a deafening roar. The entrance to the relic world was right behind the waterfall. Ling Xiao leaped up and arrived at the back of the waterfall. He saw waves gathering behind the waterfall and dazzling immortal light lingering around it. He could vaguely see a huge seal that led to an ancient world. Ling Xiao sensed an extremely powerful formation ripple. This was the entrance to the relic world, however, there was an extreme emperor aura at the entrance. Although it was incomplete and chaotic, there was no doubt that it was an emperor formation. This is a formation set up by an immortal emperor. However, there's actually an ancestral god spring in the relic world. Could this be the place where an immortal emperor and an ancestor god battled? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Even though this incomplete emperor formation was extremely powerful, and the emperor's aura within it was so powerful that it could even kill high immortals, the emperor's aura was extremely powerful. However, if Ling Xiao attacked with the heaven-devouring sword, he was confident that he could completely break this incomplete emperor formation. However, if he tried to break the formation with brute force, the relic world would be destroyed instantly. This incomplete emperor formation was connected to the relic world. There was no way to break the formation with brute force. He could only rely on his knowledge of formations to break the formation. The aura of this emperor formation is similar to Taiyuan's aura. Could this immortal emperor be an immortal emperor from the Tai immortal sect? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Whoosh, he waved his sleeve and summoned Tai Xian, who had been kept in his small world. Where is this? Lei Ling, where's my brother? Tai Xian asked, staring at Ling Xiao. I've already killed your big brother. Ling Xiao said slowly. His voice was calm and he did not hide anything from Tai Xian. You killed my big brother? Tai Xian trembled. Violently, his eyes filled with disbelief and anger. That's right, I killed your brother. Now, I need you to break this formation for me. If you can't, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although Tai Xian didn't seem like a bad person and Ling Xiao didn't want to kill him, the hatred between the Celestials and the Immortals had nothing to do with right or wrong. It was a blood feud between the two races that could only be resolved with the extermination of one side. Ling Xiao admired Tai Xian, but if Tai Xian was worthless, he would kill Tai Xian. Hearing this, Tai Xian couldn't help but tremble. Lei Ling, I will avenge my brother. Tai Xian stared at Ling Xiao with red eyes. Do you know that your big brother brought you into the immortal demon cave to make use of your formation skills? He was unwilling to save you in order to kill me. Ling Xiao said calmly. I know, but he's my big brother. If you kill him, I'll avenge him. Tai Xian looked stubborn. Avenge? Of course. But isn't the most important thing for you to survive? Only by surviving can you have a chance to avenge him. Help me break this emperor formation and I won't kill you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. If I help you break the formation, will you let me go? Tai Xian looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Of course not. You're my captive. But I won't kill you. As long as you're useful to me, I'll keep you alive. It's a fair trade, isn't it? Ling Xiao said with a smile. All right. I'll break the formation for you. Tai Xian took a deep breath and suppressed the sadness and anger in his heart. He raised his head and said calmly. You're a smart man. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He stepped aside and removed the shackles on Tai Xian's cultivation base. Tai Xian felt the powerful energy surging in his body. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao now to avenge his big brother. However, he knew he was no match for Ling Xiao. If he attacked Ling Xiao now, he would die. Tai Xian closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again after a while, all the emotions in his eyes were gone. All that was left was extreme focus. It was as though he had forgotten everything else except for the formation in front of him. buzz, Taixian was surrounded by dazzling immortal light. He quickly formed seals with his hands and branded dazzling runes in the void. They flew toward the broken Emperor formation in front of him. The Emperor formation trembled slightly and emitted dazzling immortal light. It was like the flow of yin and yang. It was very similar to Taixian's aura. Is this really the formation left behind by the Celestial Emperor of the Tai Celestial sect? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Taixian didn't disappoint Ling Xiao. The array formation talent he displayed was stunning. The extremely complicated incomplete Emperor array became extremely orderly in Taixian's hands and was quickly straightened out. The runes returned to their positions and dazzling immortal light gathered. Finally, the destructive force slowly receded. A void passage appeared in front of Taixian. He had opened the formation. Not bad, Taixian. You survived. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He flicked his finger and shackled Taixian's cultivation base again. However, this time, he did not put Taixian into the small world. Instead, he was going to bring Taixian to the ruins. Since Taixian was the Celestial Emperor of the Tai Celestial sect, he might be surprised. The ruins have opened. Follow me. Ling Zhao's voice rang out. It was incomparably indifferent, but it was clearly transmitted to the ears of every member of the divine race. Zhang Chen, Wu Hen, Ting Shan, and the others were shocked. Their eyes were filled with joy. Their god's favorite child was indeed amazing. He could even open such a complicated emperor formation. Everyone leaped into the air and followed Ling Xiao into the world of the ruins. Rumble, dazzling immortal light shone brightly. After entering the ruins, the first thing Ling Xiao saw was a vast and huge ancestral god spring, Bookmark for easier reading. The ancestral god spring in front of him could be called the ancestral god sea. The ancestral god spring that Ling Xiao had encountered in the world of relics was only a few hundred feet wide. However, the ancestral god spring in front of him was more than 10 times, no, 100 times bigger. The ancestral god spring that was 1,000 miles wide radiated a dazzling golden light. It was crystal clear and had auspicious vapors rising from it. It looked very unique. The spring water in the ancestral god spring surged like a huge wave and contained an extremely majestic aura of life. However, Ling Xiao noticed that there was a celestial mountain floating above the ancestral god spring. The celestial mountain was dazzling and emitted an eternal aura. This is the Immortal King Mountain? Taixian's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with joy. Immortal King Mountain? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. The immortal tribe experts had immortal roots in their bodies. When they cultivated, they would be in harmony with heaven and earth. Therefore, once they cultivated the body of an immortal emperor, it would be like the descent of heaven and earth. They would be able to unleash unparalleled power. When an immortal emperor died, his body would become an immortal king mountain. There was an immortal king mountain here, which meant that this was the place where an immortal emperor died. However, the fact that the immortal king mountain was above the ancestral god spring further confirmed Ling Zhao's guess. An ancestor god and an immortal emperor must have fought here and both of them died. The incomplete emperor formation at the entrance of the world of relics was probably set up by this immortal emperor. However, could this fallen immortal emperor really be an immortal emperor of the Tai immortal sect? Everyone, stay alert. Taixian, follow me to the immortal king mountain. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up as he said slowly. Now that the immortal king mountain was suppressing the ancestral god spring, he had to solve the problem of the immortal king mountain if he wanted to use the power in the ancestral god spring to cleanse his divine power bloodline and transform his body. Ling Xiao left Zhang Chen, Wu Hen, Ting Shan, and the others to guard here while he flew toward the immortal king mountain with Taixian. Taixian naturally did not reject it. On the contrary, he was extremely excited and expectant. If this immortal king mountain was really left behind by an immortal emperor of the Tai immortal sect, then who else could inherit it? Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to inherit it. At that time, he might even have the chance to avenge his elder brother. Thinking of this, Taixian's heart was filled with impatience and anticipation. Whoosh, grabbing Taixian, Ling Xiao passed through the misty clouds and auspicious aura above the immortal emperor mountain like lightning and landed on the immortal emperor mountain. Rumble, as soon as Ling Xiao and Taixian landed on the immortal king mountain, the world around them roared. They felt a vast Extreme Emperor's aura pressing down on them. The Supreme Emperor aura was extremely powerful and contained a mysterious aura of the supreme origin and the great Tao unification. Its aura was majestic and terrifying. It directly affected one's primordial spirit, making it impossible for one to resist. Ling Xiao and Tai Xian crashed into the Immortal King Mountain like meteors. They couldn't fly at all. Boom! Ling Xiao punched the mountain under his feet. Immediately, the celestial great mountain rumbled. However, there were no cracks on the mountain. There was only a white mark. Instead, Ling Xiao's arm was slightly numb from the impact. What a sturdy Immortal King mountain! Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The Immortal King Mountain was formed by the physical body of a celestial emperor. Although it was not as strong as an Extreme Emperor weapon, it was not far off. Ling Xiao slowly stood up. The vast Extreme Emperor aura pressed down on him, making him feel as though he was carrying hundreds of millions of sacred mountains. However, Ling Xiao's physical body was so strong that such a powerful Extreme Emperor aura could only stop him from flying. It did not cause him any harm. Boom! 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 Every step Ling Xiao took caused a loud rumble, causing the Immortal Emperor Mountain to tremble. This guy. What a strong physical body. Even the Extreme Emperor aura of the Immortal Emperor Mountain can't hurt him? Tai Xian clicked his tongue, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, he was not affected at all. He was surrounded by immortal light and the aura of the Immortal Clan. Moreover, he was using the supreme immortal technique of the Tai Immortal sect in his body. Instantly, the powerful Extreme Emperor aura melted like snow. He could walk freely on the Immortal Emperor Mountain. Tai Xian speculated that the Immortal Emperor Mountain had something to do with the Celestial Emperor of the Tai Immortal sect. However, Tai Xian also gave up on the thought of running away. He could feel that if Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake even on the Immortal Emperor Mountain. Tai Xian, since the Immortal Emperor Mountain was formed by the Celestial Emperor, it should be the Celestial Emperor's body. Where is the Celestial Emperor's inheritance? Ling Xiao looked at Tai Xian and asked curiously. He was not worried that Tai Xian would run away or steal the Celestial Emperor's inheritance. Tai Xian was just a stepping stone for Ling Xiao. The Celestial Emperor's inheritance is naturally in the Celestial Emperor's Sea of Consciousness. The peak of the Immortal Emperor Mountain is formed by the Celestial Emperor's head. If you want to obtain the inheritance, you have to go there. Tai Xian snorted coldly. In that case, let's go. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked toward the peak of the mountain. The Immortal Emperor Mountain was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its majestic Extreme Emperor aura prohibited flying, so Ling Xiao could only walk step by step. Moreover, the closer he got to the peak, the stronger the Extreme Emperor aura became. In the end, Ling Xiao had to circulate all his cultivation to resist the Extreme Emperor aura and climb the Immortal Emperor Mountain. On the other hand, Tai Xian was very relaxed. He walked leisurely in front of Ling Xiao as if he was sightseeing. Rumble! The majestic Extreme Emperor aura suppressed Ling Xiao's body and even his indestructible primordial spirit, trying to crush him into dust. At the beginning, Ling Xiao resisted the Extreme Emperor aura with his strong body. In the end, he simply let go of his resistance and allowed the Extreme Emperor aura to suppress his body. It went deep into his bones, blood vessels, and even his Sea of Consciousness. The powerful Emperor's aura merged with Ling Xiao's body. Not only did Ling Xiao's physical body improve, but the Emperor's aura was also refined by Ling Xiao's devouring origin. This devouring Tao fruit can even devour Extreme Emperor aura? Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Extreme Emperor aura was the ultimate power of a great emperor. It was the only one in the world and was vast and unparalleled. It was the pinnacle of a great Tao. Ling Xiao could not believe that the devouring Tao fruit could devour such a terrifying power. Although it was a little slow, Ling Xiao could still feel that the devouring Tao fruit was slowly growing and becoming stronger. It felt like the devouring Tao fruit was using the Extreme Emperor aura as nourishment for himself. Rumble! Ling Xiao finally arrived at the peak of the Immortal Emperor Mountain, facing the majestic monarch aura. The scene before him was magnificent. Celestial light shone brightly and auspicious vapors rose. The surrounding void trembled violently and became chaotic and distorted. All kinds of mysterious phenomena appeared. Ling Xiao and Tai Xian could vaguely see two peerless great emperors fighting in the depths of the void. Each of their attacks could destroy a world and cause it to fall into ruins. Even though they were separated by endless time and space, Ling Xiao and Tai Xian could still feel the majestic aura from the battle. Is this the scene of the battle between an ancestor god and a celestial emperor? Is this the mark left on the celestial emperor mountain? Ling Xiao was full of praise and admiration in his heart. This was the power of a peerless great emperor. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy everything in the world and kill billions of living beings. In front of a great emperor, the so-called celestial dukes were as weak as ants. The pinnacle of Tao could be called an emperor. Ling Xiao had an incomparably deep understanding of this sentence. This celestial emperor might be the Tai celestial emperor of the Tai celestial sect. I wonder who the ancestor god is? Tai Xian said excitedly. The Tai celestial emperor? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. That's right. He's the founder of the Tai celestial sect, the Tai celestial emperor who once dominated the celestial world. Tai Xian said confidently. Why are you so sure? Ling Xiao asked. Because of this. A light flashed in Tai Xian's palm, and a broken sword appeared. It was missing the hilt and the body, leaving only a section of the sword. However, the section of the sword was emitting a dazzling light, forming a strange resonance with the celestial emperor mountain. Tai Xian loosened his grip, and the section of the sword flew into the sky. It shone brightly and merged with the celestial emperor mountain. This section of the sword used to be the Tai celestial emperor's sword. It's also the key to opening the Tai celestial emperor's inheritance. Unfortunately, we haven't found the whereabouts of the Tai celestial emperor for so many years. I didn't expect him to be in the celestial demon cave and here. Tai Xian said slowly, his eyes filled with emotions. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, the immortal King Mountain began to shake violently. Resplendent immortal light filled the air and auspicious vapors rose. A gigantic vortex appeared in the sky. My successor, you've come. An incomparably old voice resounded in the void. An old figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao and Tai Xian. He was wearing a white Taoist robe. His hair and beard were all white. He had an extraordinary appearance and an ancient sword on his back. Although the figure was somewhat illusory, it exuded an incomparably powerful aura. Tai celestial emperor? Tai Xian's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The old man looked identical to the statue of Tai celestial emperor that was enshrined in the Tai celestial sect. His heart was incomparably excited, as if he was on a pilgrimage. His legs went soft, and he instantly knelt in front of the old man. I'm not Immortal Emperor Tai. Immortal Emperor Tai has fallen long ago. I'm only a remnant intent left behind by him. Get up. The old man sighed and raised his hand. Tai Xian could not help but stand up. The remnant intent of Immortal Emperor Tai? Ling Xiao's eyes glinted as he carefully studied the old man. The old man seemed to have ignored Ling Xiao. All of his attention was on Tai Xian. Based on Ling Xiao's observation, the old man's body was filled with death aura. Although he had powerful mental energy, he did not seem to have a true spirit. Indeed, he was a remnant intent. Thank you, Patriarch. Tai Xian stood up excitedly. His eyes were full of passion. I've waited for countless years, and today, I've finally met someone from the Tai celestial sect. Successor, come with me. You're the only one who's qualified to inherit Immortal Emperor Tai's legacy. The old man sighed. Then, he waved his sleeve, and a majestic force swept over and swept Tai Xian up. Then, the two of them turned into streams of light and disappeared into the vortex in an instant. Their speed was so fast that even Ling Xiao could not react in time. Moreover, a majestic emperor's aura instantly pressed down on Ling Xiao's body. It was as if the old man had done it on purpose. Something's wrong. Since the remnant intent of Immortal Emperor Tai pretended to ignore me, why did he suppress me? It's as though he's afraid I'll stop him. Ling Xiao's eyes glowed as he muttered to himself. Rumble, at this moment, the celestial emperor mountain suddenly stirred up a storm. Endless celestial light gathered, and a powerful destructive aura erupted. The lightning was dazzling, and the destructive celestial light seemed to be able to penetrate everything. At the same time, it was mixed with invisible sword qi. The sword qi gathered around Ling Xiao and suppressed him. Ling Xiao's eyes glinted, and a murderous aura spread out. He was almost certain that the remnant intent of immortal Emperor Tai Yi had attacked him. However, regardless of whether the remnant intent was trying to stop Ling Xiao or had ulterior motives, it had triggered Ling Xiao's killing intent. Boom! Ling Xiao threw out a punch, and an unparalleled fist will erupted. It surged in all directions, and everything was suppressed. Instantly, the divine light in the sky was shattered. Clang! The heaven-devouring sword buzzed and was instantly unsheathed. It emitted a dazzling radiance as it swept across the sky. The attacks that were surging towards Lin Fan from all directions crumbled as if they were dried-up twigs. Ling Xiao's sword swept across the sky and slashed down on the Celestial Emperor Mountain. The heaven-devouring sword turned into a 10,000 zhang sword astral in the void. It was sharp to the extreme as it slashed down on the Immortal King Mountain. Sounds of metal clashing could be heard as the aura surged out from the impact. The Celestial Emperor Mountain was extremely sturdy, and it was not cut open by the sky-devouring sword. However, the sky-devouring sword penetrated the vortex passageway that had just appeared, and a majestic aura came from it. Ling Xiao held the sky-devouring sword and stepped into the vortex passageway. Rumble! The surroundings were filled with celestial light and chaotic mist. Ling Xiao seemed to have arrived at the beginning of the world and entered a strange space. At this moment, Tai Xian was floating in the void, surrounded by a black aura. His face had become extremely ferocious, as though he was going to lose his mind at any moment. It was as though Ling Xiao's appearance had freed him from some kind of restraint. His eyes were filled with anxiety as he shouted at Ling Xiao. "Master Lei Ling, save me. He's not a remnant intent, he's..." Possession? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Tai Xian's current state was as though he had been possessed by someone else. The presence of darkness had already invaded his entire body and gathered in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. It probably wanted to devour his soul right now and replace it completely. Something's wrong. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a majestic and mysterious light as he activated the Eye of the Dominator. Tai Xian's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows became extremely clear. A black shadow had wrapped around Tai Xian's primordial spirit and was trying to refine it. The shadow was the remnant consciousness of Tai Yi Celestial Emperor that Ling Xiao had just seen. "How dare you?" Ling Xiao roared. He took a step forward and slammed his palm down on Tai Xian. Boom! A powerful emperor's aura spread out. Ling Xiao's eyes seemed to be shooting out a beam of light that could penetrate everything. It was the power of the Eye of the Dominator. It was the power of the Dominator formed by the four origin secret techniques. It shot directly at Tai Xian's sea of consciousness. "You're courting death." At this moment, a sharp voice rang out. It was so harsh that it could disturb one's mind. In front of Ling Xiao, an endless amount of black fog surged. In an instant, it started to burn like a raging flame. The black flames boiled like the sea, surging and enveloping Ling Xiao's entire body. It contained an extremely evil power that could corrode everything. It wanted to turn Ling Xiao into a pool of blood. The black fog twisted and formed a huge figure. It was the remnant consciousness of Tai Yi Celestial Emperor. The remnant consciousness of Tai Yi Celestial Emperor? "I think you're the evil consciousness of Tai Yi Celestial Emperor." Ling Xiao snickered coldly. His expression was extremely cold as he punched out. The supreme force that could crush mountains and rivers erupted, directly blasting away most of the black fog in front of him, turning it into nothingness. The beam of light formed by the Dominator's aura shot into Tai Xian's sea of consciousness and penetrated the black shadow. A muffled groan was heard. The black shadow had clearly suffered heavy injuries and had become somewhat illusory. Tai Xian's primordial spirit, which was suppressed by the black shadow, suddenly woke up. He was overjoyed and immediately launched a counterattack. Rumble! Immortal light and black light intertwined on Tai Xian's body. Tai Xian and the black shadow were frantically fighting for control of the body. "Lord Lei Ling, quickly kill this evil intent. It's not the remnant intent of Celestial Emperor Tai Yi, it's an evil intent formed from Celestial Emperor Tai Yi's body." Tai Xian's voice was heard intermittently, which made Ling Xiao's eyes shine brightly. As he had expected, the remnant will was just a strand of Tai Yi Celestial Emperor's evil thoughts. Evil thoughts were formed from thoughts. If they could be nurtured for countless years, they would be able to give birth to a new primordial spirit, or even an extremely evil being. They could possess powerful creatures and strengthen themselves. In the beginning, Tai Celestial Emperor's evil thoughts were only thoughts. However, after Tai Celestial Emperor's death, the evil thoughts hid in his body and nurtured for countless years before they gradually gained sentience and became a dark primordial spirit. It was no wonder the evil thoughts were so impatient earlier. It had sensed Tai Xian was from the Tai Celestial sect and had the same origin as Tai Celestial Emperor. That was why it wanted to possess Tai Xian's body. If Ling Xiao had come in a little later, it might have succeeded. However, what it did not expect was that not only did it fail to kill Ling Xiao after activating the Immortal Emperor Mountain's powerful Emperor's aura, Ling Xiao had also decisively charged in. Naturally, it was furious that Ling Xiao had ruined its plan. "You deserve to die." A bone-chilling voice that was filled with resentment rang in the air. In an instant, black devil flames surged toward Ling Xiao. The black flames were formed from the evil thoughts and could corrode everything. Once touched, not only would one's physical body be destroyed, but one's primordial spirit would also be destroyed. At the same time, the evil thoughts let out a terrifying shriek. It contained a powerful primordial spirit attack as it charged toward Ling Xiao. Although the evil thoughts were just thoughts, they were still the evil thoughts of a celestial emperor. If it succeeded in possessing Tai Celestial Emperor's body, it could be said to be another form of rebirth for Tai Celestial Emperor. Since Ling Xiao had obstructed its rebirth, it naturally retaliated in a frenzied manner. Boom! Ling Xiao's eyes were cold, and a vast heavens might exploded around him. Behind him, it was as if a purple sun had risen, exploding with endless thunder and lightning, enveloping his entire body. He had activated the Heavenly Punishment Secret Technique. The Heavenly Punishment Secret Technique's yang attribute was the bane of evil beings like Tai Celestial Emperor. Moreover, Ling Xiao had condensed the Heavenly Punishment Dao fruit, so his explosive power was unstoppable. He soared through the air, his fists moving unhindered. Purple Heavenly Punishment power lingered around them as they collided with the black flames in the sky. In an instant, lightning exploded and annihilated the black flames. At the same time, Ling Xiao's body exuded a vast devouring power. As he extinguished the evil flames, he executed the sky-devouring secret skill to devour the powerful origin source energy. Although it was the most evil energy, after being purified by the heavenly punishment power, it became the purest origin energy that could be refined and absorbed by Ling Xiao. Furthermore, even if the dark flames were to enter Ling Xiao's body, they wouldn't be able to corrode Ling Xiao's body at all. Instead, they would be purified by the power of heaven's punishment before being devoured by Ling Xiao's body. As for the powerful sound wave, after entering Ling Xiao's spiritual sea, it was dissolved by the dozen or so Dao fruits. It couldn't cause any harm to Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit. Just like that, Ling Xiao strode forward with a monstrous and unstoppable aura. The dark remnant consciousness panicked. Although it had many tricks up its sleeve, Ling Xiao was like a tortoise shell in front of it. It couldn't bite anywhere. Whether it was the most evil black flames or the powerful sound wave attack, they couldn't affect Ling Xiao at all. Instead, Ling Xiao soared through the air and headed straight for Tai Xian. He wanted to completely annihilate the evil remnant consciousness. At that moment, the evil remnant consciousness had gained the upper hand. Although it had been injured by the ruler power, it wasn't something Tai Xian could withstand. It was about to envelop Tai Xian's primordial spirit again. However, Ling Xiao had already charged over. Boom! Ling Xiao slammed his palm down from the sky. Purple heavenly punishment power surged and suppressed Tai Xian's head. At that moment, the evil remnant consciousness's eyes revealed an extremely strange expression. Ant-like thing. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Sink into the darkness forever. A cold and mocking voice rang out. The apex rumble. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as a vast and terrifying emperor's aura erupted from his body. Boundless power of darkness gathered in the sky, forming a dark figure that was 1,000,000 meters tall. Its eyes were like blood-red moons as it looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. And that extreme emperor's aura had erupted from his body. Oh no, there are two evil intents? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he thought to himself. Boom! Black mist surged in the sky as the dark figure that was over 1,000,000 feet tall shot across the sky like a stream of light and entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao did not even have the strength to resist the suppression of the Emperor's aura that was so powerful that it made one despair. A dark aura surged and began to corrode Ling Xiao's body as if it had a mind of its own and wanted to take control of Ling Xiao's body. Kiki. What a perfect physical body. If I can take over your body, I might be able to return to my peak one day. The evil intense cold voice reverberated in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, causing Ling Xiao to feel as if he was imprisoned by the dark energy. Rumble, in Ling Xiao's primordial spirit's sea of consciousness, the huge figure of the evil intent reappeared. His demonic aura was vast and terrifying. He stared at Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness with eyes full of surprise. 16 Dao fruits? You're just a first heaven immortal monarch, yet you've condensed 16 Dao fruits? It seems like you really have a big secret. The evil intent exclaimed as his gaze fell on the 16 Dao fruits around Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. His eyes were filled with excitement and shock. The aura of this sword and sword diagram is very familiar to me. Could it be some old guy's treasure? It's perfect for me to use as a protective treasure. The evil intent also saw the sky-devouring sword and the sky-reaching sword diagram, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. However, the powerful sword essence that the sky-devouring sword exuded made the evil intent extremely tempted. He seemed to have taken Ling Xiao as his prey and began to patrol his territory, trying to find out the secret of this divine tribe member. Moreover, he discovered how terrifying Ling Xiao's physical body was. It was actually stronger than many high-level immortal monarchs and even supreme immortal monarchs. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit space was also extremely vast, like a great world. This represented the depth of Ling Xiao's foundation. The more the evil spirit looked, the more satisfied he was. Are you done? Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with a divine light as he spoke indifferently. His indestructible soul was the same as his actual body. It shone with purplish golden light, like a supreme emperor. It sat under the vast starry sky, giving off a dignified and invincible presence. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the evil spirit that was 1,000,000 feet tall. His expression was extremely calm. Kid, you're not a member of the celestial race, nor are you a member of the immortal race. I didn't expect that someone from the greater thousand world would sneak into the immortal world. You're a human? But you have the aura of a dragon in your body, how strange. The evil spirit looked at Ling Xiao with interest. You have a good eye, but I'm curious, why does Tai Yi Immortal Emperor have two evil intents? Ling Xiao asked indifferently as he looked at the evil spirit in front of him. You're about to die, and you're still in the mood to ask these questions? If that's the case, I'll satisfy your curiosity. The evil spirit sneered. It seemed that it had been here for hundreds of millions of years and was fed up with loneliness. Therefore, it did not choose to possess Ling Xiao immediately. Instead, it chatted with Ling Xiao as though they were old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Tai Yi Immortal Emperor, of course, only has one evil spirit. It's the one who's possessing that kid. However, I'm not Tai Yi Immortal Emperor, nor am I Ancestor God Azura. I'm the combination of Tai Yi Immortal Emperor and Ancestor God Azura. I'm the fusion of their primordial spirits. The evil spirit smiled faintly and admitted his identity without the slightest hesitation. The fusion of Tai Yi Immortal Emperor and Ancestor God Azura's primordial spirits? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. It was no wonder that there were two evil spirits. The weak evil spirit from before was formed by Tai Yi Immortal Emperor's evil spirit. This evil spirit was the combination of Tai Yi Immortal Emperor and Ancestor God Azura. It was no wonder it was so powerful. Moreover, it had probably been watching Ling Xiao for a long time. That's right. Therefore, it doesn't matter to me whether you're from the deity clan or the immortal clan. With your body, I'll definitely return to the peak. It's your honor. The evil spirit smiled faintly. What if I don't want to be possessed by you? Ling Xiao asked calmly. You don't want to? Do you think you can do whatever you want? I admit that your talent is extraordinary. It's the first I've seen in my life. You've condensed 16 Dao fruits, which is extremely rare. You're also protected by an apex emperor weapon. If you're given time, your future will be limitless. Unfortunately, you've met me. No matter how strong your talent is, you'll only benefit me. The evil spirit smiled proudly. Do you know why I'm able to condense 16 Dao fruits? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Why? The evil spirit was curious as well. He could see that Ling Xiao's 16 fruits of the way were perfect and flawless, and all of them contained the complete source of the Great Path. This was simply unbelievable. It was already extremely difficult for an immortal lord to condense one origin Dao fruit, let alone 16 origin Dao fruits. He guessed that Ling Xiao must have had a fortuitous encounter. However, he didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter could have created such a heaven-defying talent. Because I can devour other people's Dao fruits. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile, and his eyes instantly became bright and resplendent. What? The evil spirit's body shook, and a blazing light burst out from its eyes. Devour other people's Dao fruits, he had never heard of such a thing. Even great emperors couldn't directly devour other people's Dao fruits. They could only slowly comprehend the origin energy in the Dao fruits to speed up their cultivation. However, the evil spirit vaguely recalled something. He seemed to remember that there was a treasure that could devour other people's Dao fruits. Rumble, at that moment, Ling Xiao's consciousness glowed brightly. Two treasures slowly rose into the sky, exuding an ancient and vigorous aura. One was a heavenly book that was neither gold nor jade. There were no words on it. The other was a round jade disc that shone with dense layers of light. It seemed to contain 3,000 mysterious halos. They were the wordless heavenly book and the good fortune jade disc. This was the first time Ling Xiao had fully activated the wordless heavenly book and the good fortune jade disc. The vast energy around him surged toward the two treasures in a mighty manner. The wordless heavenly book and the good fortune jade disc intertwined with dazzling light and shot toward the evil spirit. What? These are chaos treasures? The evil spirit trembled when he sensed the aura from the two treasures. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Disbelief filled his eyes. Boom, at that moment, the wordless heavenly book and the good fortune jade disc slammed into the evil spirit's body. The apex, the evil spirit, was a pure spiritual entity. Although it was extremely powerful, it was formed from the evil spirits of immortal Emperor Tai Yi and ancestor god Azura. It could instantly imprison Ling Xiao's body and consciousness, making it even stronger than the indestructible primordial spirits of peerless immortals. Even if it wasn't as strong as the primordial spirits of great emperors, it wasn't far off. However, the pure spiritual entity was perfectly countered by the wordless heavenly tome and creation jade disc. Crack, when the wordless heavenly tome and creation jade disc collided, the million-meter-tall evil spirit trembled. Cracks appeared all over its body, and it shattered with a loud boom. Rumble, black mist filled the air and spread toward Ling Xiao's consciousness. The evil spirit let out an incomparably sharp shriek, causing Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit to tremble violently. The 16 origin Dao fruits were trembling, as if they were about to be shattered by the sharp whistling sound. The wordless heavenly tome and creation jade disc glowed brightly. The wordless heavenly tome released a majestic devouring vortex that swallowed the evil spirit in an instant. The creation jade disc hovered above the wordless heavenly tome, sprinkling down 3,000 rays of dazzling light that wound around the book like divine chains of order. The two Chaos Ultimate treasures unleashed unparalleled divine might at the same time as they began to refine the malicious intent. Ah, damn it. How can you have Chaos treasures? And the legendary wordless heavenly tome and creation jade disc at that? Who the hell are you? The evil spirit's furious roar rang out from the wordless heavenly tome. It was icy cold, filled with shock, and a trace of fear. These were legendary Chaos treasures that even great emperors coveted. They were treasures that could kill great emperors. Ling Xiao had 2 of them. The evil spirit finally understood why Ling Xiao had been able to condense 16 origin Dao fruits. With the wordless heavenly tome and creation jade disc, condensing origin Dao fruits was a simple matter. Rumble, the evil spirit went completely berserk. Terrifying black mist rose into the air and formed terrifying flames that burned fiercely. The wordless heavenly tome trembled violently, as if the evil spirit would escape at any moment. The terrifying fluctuations shocked even Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit. This evil spirit is so powerful? I'm afraid the power of Tai Yi Celestial Emperor and Ancestor God Azure's primordial spirit has merged into this guy's body? Ling Xiao was shocked. Although the malevolent intent was a spiritual body, it was probably not inferior to a true great emperor in terms of spiritual strength and power. Otherwise, the wordless heavenly book and the good fortune jade disc would not have been able to barely suppress the evil spirit. Of course, this could also be because Ling Xiao's cultivation was too weak. The evil spirit. SSSSS. Ling Xiao's heart trembled. Brat, how about you let me go? If you let me go, I swear I won't take over your body. I'll also pass on the celestial skills and divine skills of Tai Yi Celestial Emperor and Ancestor God Azure to you. Aren't you tempted by the inheritance of two great emperors? The evil spirit's voice came from the wordless heavenly tome. It sounded tempting. Although it struggled violently, the dark energy had been refined by the wordless heavenly tome. There was no way it could escape. Since that was the case, it chose to give in. Let you go? Let you go so you can take over my body? Moreover, as long as I refine you, the inheritance of Tai Yi Celestial Emperor and Ancestor God Azure will be mine. Ling Xiao sneered. He was not moved at all. Boy, don't force me. Otherwise, I'll self-destruct and destroy the inheritance of two great emperors. You won't get anything. The evil spirit roared and began to threaten Ling Xiao. Why don't you self-destruct then? It's just the inheritance of two great emperors. It doesn't matter if I don't get it. However, I must kill you today. Ling Xiao sneered. The wordless heavenly tome shone brightly. In the beginning, it was trembling violently as if the evil spirit was trying to escape from it. However, as the two chaos treasures unleashed their full power, the evil spirit's power began to be refined by the wordless heavenly tome. As time went by, the evil spirit's resistance became weaker and weaker. The evil spirit felt that it was about to be completely destroyed by the wordless heavenly tome. It panicked. Don't kill me. I can acknowledge you as my master and obey your orders. I won't dare to be your enemy anymore. There was a hint of pleading in the evil spirit's voice. It really did not want to die. It had been nurtured for countless years and absorbed the supreme power of the two great emperors to form the evil spirit. It had not enjoyed the taste of stepping on the peak and dominating all living things. How could it be willing to die? Ling Xiao was so determined to kill it that it was truly afraid. It did not hesitate to acknowledge Ling Xiao as its master in order to live. Acknowledge me as your master? I'm afraid you'll turn on me. It's better for you to die. Ling Xiao said coldly. No, I won't turn on you. Master, your wordless heavenly tome still doesn't have an artifact spirit, right? I can become the artifact spirit of the wordless heavenly tome. I'll also tell you two big secrets about the wordless heavenly tome and the Eternal Emperor's Road. You won't regret it. The evil spirit was completely flustered. There was a hint of pleading in its voice, and it was no longer as domineering as before. However, its words made Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. The secrets of the wordless heavenly tome and the Eternal Emperor's Road. Although Ling Xiao's physical body had merged with the wordless heavenly tome because of the self-destruction of the wordless heavenly tome, he still had not fully explored the secrets of the wordless heavenly tome. Just like how the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain had warned him to be careful of the wordless heavenly tome, Ling Xiao still had not found the whereabouts of the artifact spirit of the wordless heavenly tome. It seemed that the evil spirit knew a lot. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, the wordless heavenly tome and the fortune jade disc stopped devouring and refining the evil spirit. However, it was still suppressed in the wordless heavenly tome. Tell me, what are the secrets of the wordless heavenly tome and the Eternal Emperor's Road? If the secrets you tell me are satisfactory, I'll spare your life. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao naturally wanted to know the secrets of the wordless heavenly tome. According to the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain, the Eternal Emperor's Road was inextricably linked to the immortal realm. However, until now, he had not found any information about the Eternal Emperor's Road. Perhaps the evil spirit could bring him an unexpected surprise. Master, although the wordless heavenly tome is the top of the 10 great chaotic treasures, it's an inauspicious item. If the artifact spirit of the wordless heavenly tome returns one day, you'll definitely become the artifact spirit's food and die. The evil spirit's first sentence made Ling Zhao's body tremble and his hair stand on end. The apex what? Ling Zhao's body trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never thought that the evil spirit would reveal the secret of the wordless heavenly book in such a straightforward manner, and in such a clear manner. After all, the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain had told Ling Xiao that the wordless heavenly book was an inauspicious item. However, the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain did not explain the details. Perhaps even the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain did not know. But how did the evil spirit know? Master, the wordless heavenly book is an incomparably powerful chaos treasure. It can be said that it has spread throughout the universe since the first era. The 10 chaos treasures all had powerful weapon spirits. However, for some reason, the weapon spirits did not appear later on. Take the Longevity Tower for example. There was an incomparably powerful artifact spirit within it. Its strength was incomparably terrifying, in no way weaker than a great emperor. With the Longevity Tower, the immortal plane was able to seal off the planar gate. At the same time, it was also able to retain the ageless substances of the myriad worlds, allowing the living beings of the immortal plane to have a long lifespan. The wordless heavenly book is most famous for its 108 origin secret techniques. Legend has it that these 108 origin secret techniques lead directly to the supreme divine realm. As long as one obtains the origin secret techniques, they will have the opportunity to prove their Tao and become a great emperor. In the ancient times, many people, including martial monarchs, had fought for the wordless heavenly book. Many martial monarchs had even fallen for it. Although those who obtained the wordless heavenly book could eventually become a supreme expert or even prove their Tao and become a great emperor, most of them did not have a good ending. The evil spirit explained slowly. How do you know so much? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. I merged the memories of ancestor god Shura and immortal emperor Tai Yi and learned many secrets in their memories. The evil spirit explained, then continued, the wordless heavenly book has had countless owners since the first era. As far as I know, even in the immortal world, there were several immortal emperors who were once owners of the wordless heavenly book. They relied on the wordless heavenly book to become famous. However, without exception, all of them died a violent death. The evil spirit's words sent chills down Ling Zhao's spine. Even immortal emperors had died a violent death because of the wordless heavenly book. If that was the case, the wordless heavenly book was too strange. How did they die? What do you mean by the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book? Ling Xiao asked. Immortal Emperor Tai Yi once obtained the wordless heavenly book. However, due to his cautious nature, he did not refine it in the end. Instead, he gave it to a good friend. Later on, that good friend became an emperor. However, the moment he became an emperor, his primordial spirit and body were swallowed by the wordless heavenly book. Tai Yi Celestial Emperor witnessed the scene with his own eyes. He sensed a powerful spiritual entity appearing in the wordless heavenly book and devouring his friend's primordial spirit and body. Later on, immortal Emperor Tai Yi read through the ancient scrolls and studied them for a long time before finding the big secret of the scripture. It turned out that the scripture had an artifact spirit. However, he didn't know if the artifact spirit was hiding inside the scripture or if it wasn't there at all. It was more like the mastermind behind the curtains. However, as long as the owner of the wordless heavenly book broke through to the emperor realm, his primordial spirit and flesh would become the nourishment of the wordless heavenly book and be devoured by it. The artifact spirit of the wordless heavenly book is the mastermind behind the scenes. However, no one knows where the artifact spirit of the wordless heavenly book is. The evil spirit explained. Ling Xiao instantly felt a layer of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He remembered that the wordless heavenly book had merged with his head and had become a defensive treasure for his primordial spirit. It was because of the protection of the wordless heavenly book that Ling Xiao had been able to avert danger so many times. For example, the evil spirit was suppressed by the wordless heavenly book and the good fortune jade disc. However, if the artifact spirit of the wordless heavenly book had malicious intentions, it would have targeted Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suppressed his chaotic emotions and said slowly, "Why do you say that the artifact spirit of the wordless heavenly book is the mastermind behind the scenes? Perhaps the wordless heavenly book has a real owner and that owner is the mastermind behind the scenes?" Tai Yi Celestial Emperor also suspected the same thing before. The evil spirit said, however, he quickly denied this speculation. The most important thing was that the wordless heavenly book had appeared in the first era. The most powerful experts in this world were the great emperors. However, although the great emperors seemed powerful, they could not withstand the great tribulation of an era. Occasionally, there were great emperors who could withstand the great tribulation of an era and live through one era, 2 eras, or even 3 eras. However, those great emperors were the strongest among the great emperors. They were already standing at the peak of this universe. However, I've never heard of anyone who could survive from the first era to the present. Even the ancestor god of the deity clan and the immortal ancestor celestial emperor couldn't do it. A great emperor also has a limited lifespan. In fact, the lifespan of a great emperor is an era. The evil spirit said slowly, revealing a piece of shocking news to Ling Xiao. Originally, Ling Xiao thought that after becoming an emperor, he would have a long lifespan. As long as he didn't die in an accident, he would be immortal. It wouldn't be a problem for him to survive from the first era to the present. But now, the evil spirit was telling him clearly that even great emperors had a limited lifespan. It was just an era. Of course, an epoch was already very long. Every epoch was easily billions of years, or even tens of billions of years. So, do you know why the immortal realm sealed the immortal realm with the longevity tower and intercepted the immortal substance of the myriad worlds? It's not something that ordinary immortals can do. It's a method left behind by the great emperors of the immortal realm, because they are afraid of death. They hope to have enough immortal substance to help them survive the great tribulation of an era. The evil spirit said slowly. I see. Ling Xiao nodded and said. After understanding this, Ling Xiao's fear of the immortal realm lessened a lot. According to Ling Xiao's previous guess, given the strength of the immortal realm, if there was one immortal emperor in each era, there would be 108 immortal emperors by now. After all, the human race was weak. In just one human era, there were already 9 great emperors of the human race. Given how terrifying the immortal realm was, there were probably more than 108 immortal emperors. Now, it seemed that even if the immortal realm had a few hundred immortal emperors, or even more, they had all fallen in the long river of time. No one could fight against time, not even great emperors. According to the evil spirit, the lifespan of a great emperor was an era. There were very few who could survive the great tribulation of an era, let alone great emperors who had lived for 2 or 3 eras. In that case, there shouldn't be too many great emperors in the immortal realm. There shouldn't be more than 10 of them. The apex, however, great emperors were invincible. Only great emperors could fight against other great emperors. Even if there were only a few great emperors, it was enough to suppress all the races in the universe. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's originally relaxed heart became incomparably complicated again. It's because no great emperor can live for more than 108 eras that Celestial Emperor Tai Yi ruled out the possibility of a mastermind behind all this. He thinks it's all a scheme of the wordless heavenly book's weapon spirit. The evil spirit said. I still find it hard to believe. After all, the weapon spirit is just for my use. How could it have set up such a shocking scheme? Even if it had traversed 108 epochs and devoured the flesh and blood of primordial spirits, what benefit would it bring to the artifact spirit? Ling Xiao asked in disbelief. You're right. The weapon spirit's cultivation base is comparable to a great emperor. It's at the peak of the great Tao. Devouring flesh and primordial spirits isn't very useful to it. However, Celestial Emperor Tai Yi has 2 guesses. The evil spirit answered honestly. What are the 2 guesses? The first one is that weapon spirits have a limited lifespan. Therefore, the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book devours flesh and primordial spirits to extend its lifespan. The evil spirit said. I don't think that's possible. If that's the case, the weapon spirits of the other 9 chaos treasures would have done the same thing as the wordless heavenly book. They would have set up a shocking scheme to devour flesh and primordial spirits. However, it seems like the weapon spirit of the longevity tower didn't do that. Ling Xiao said as he shook his head. Master is right. Celestial Emperor Tai Yi has ruled out this possibility as well. There's only the second possibility. The weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book wants to transcend. The evil spirit said slowly. Transcend? That's right. Transcend the 3,000 great Daos and the universe. It's immortal and indestructible. The evil spirit said with a hint of excitement and eagerness in its voice. Transcend? Is that a realm? A realm above a great emperor? Ling Xiao's body trembled. Immortal and indestructible. Just these words alone caused his entire body to tremble. Who in the world could survive? Even great emperors could not live past an era. Who could transcend the 3,000 great Daos and become eternal and indestructible? This is a realm of speculation, but no one has ever reached this realm since the first era. Countless martial monarch realm experts had tried their best to ascend, but none of them had succeeded. Back then, both ancestor god Shura and immortal emperor Tai Yi naturally wanted to transcend, but they failed in the end. The evil spirit sighed softly. Are you saying that the wordless heavenly book wants to transcend? Ling Xiao was incomparably shocked. How could a mere artifact spirit have such great ambitions? Since ancient times, there had been so many peerless geniuses and peerless martial monarchs, but none of them had been able to transcend. However, the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book actually wanted to go that far? That's right. Tai Yi Celestial Emperor speculated that the textless heavenly book's artifact spirit wanted to transcend beyond the 3,000 great Daos and become immortal and indestructible. Although the textless heavenly book's artifact spirit was only an artifact spirit, it was no different from an ordinary living being. Moreover, the artifact spirit's cultivation was comparable to that of a great emperor. In addition, it was a chaos supreme treasure, so it had the power to suppress and even kill a great emperor. Then, what's wrong with it seeking to transcend? The evil spirit sighed. In that case, am I also targeted by the textless heavenly book's artifact spirit? When my cultivation reaches the peak of the imperial emperor realm and I become an emperor, my primordial spirit and flesh will be devoured by the textless heavenly book's artifact spirit and I will die. Ling Xiao's expression was a little ugly as he said. Perhaps. However, it's too difficult to become an emperor. Master, you can completely stop your cultivation at the peerless imperial emperor realm and choose not to break through. You should be fine. The evil spirit said cautiously. Choose not to break through? How can it be so easy? Not to mention that cultivators of our generation should bravely advance and climb to the peak of the great Tao. Being able to become an emperor is already everyone's lifelong pursuit. Moreover, even if my cultivation is stuck at the peerless imperial emperor realm, do you think the textless heavenly book's artifact spirit will let me go? It is planned for eternity and set up a conspiracy to seek transcendence. Why would it be hindered by a mere peerless imperial emperor? I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will just wipe me away. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. Then, Master, why don't you give up on the textless heavenly book and give it to someone else? Perhaps you can save your life. The evil spirit said with uncertainty. If it is as you said, that the owner of the wordless heavenly book is not predestined by fate, but chosen by the wordless heavenly book spirit, then I am chosen by the wordless heavenly book spirit. Do you think it will let me go? Ling Xiao shook his head and said. The evil spirit fell silent. Although it knew the secret of the textless heavenly book, it did not have any solution. Since the beginning of time, so many supreme talents and even the peerless great emperors had died. No one was spared. What could Ling Xiao do? However, the evil spirit was afraid that Ling Xiao would vent all his anger on it. Therefore, it was a little anxious and began to think of a way to solve the problem. Speaking of which, the artifact spirit of the textless heavenly book is really bold and cunning. Who can compare to it when it is planned for eternity? I really want to see what kind of person the artifact spirit of the textless heavenly book is. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Master, there might be a way. The evil spirit said hurriedly. Seeing Ling Xiao like this, it felt a little uneasy in its heart. It was afraid that Ling Xiao would kill it in a fit of anger. If that happened, it would be completely finished. The evil spirit had merged with the memories of ancestor god Azura and celestial emperor Tai Yi's primordial spirit. Although it knew many things, it was trapped here for a long time. It also wanted to see the wonderful myriad worlds outside. It was not willing to die here like this. Before Ling Xiao could ask, the evil spirit quickly said, Master, it is said that every great calamity of an era is a reincarnation cycle. However, 108 eras can be called a great calamity of an era. It will engulf countless beings in the universe. It is the great destruction and nirvana of the universe. At that time, the heaven's secret will be chaotic. No one will be spared. Everyone will be involved in it, including the great emperors. Therefore, the opening of the Eternal Emperor's Road this time was also the last time. There would be great opportunities and great fortunes. If Master could stand at the top of the Eternal Emperor's Road and defeat countless geniuses from ancient times to reach the peak, he might be able to gather the fortunes of all races and become an invincible emperor. At that time, even if the artifact spirit of the textless heavenly book wants to seize Master's body, it won't be easy. Master will also be able to fight it. You mean, there is a great opportunity on the Eternal Emperor's Road that can compete with the artifact spirit of the textless heavenly book? Xianxia suddenly thought of something and asked aloud. The apex the Eternal Emperor Road only appeared before the Great Tribulation of an era. It connected all the worlds and gathered countless geniuses since ancient times to compete with each other for the opportunity to become an emperor. Every time the Eternal Emperor Road opened, the person who stood out in the end would definitely be able to achieve the Tao and become the martial monarch. In the upcoming Great Tribulation, they would be invincible and even become an epic lord. The secret of the Eternal Emperor Road was also the secret that Xianxia came to the immortal world to investigate. Master, the Eternal Emperor Road is about to open. I think the Eternal Emperor Road is your best chance. Not only can you get rid of the covetous spirit of the wordless heavenly book, but you can also touch the supreme secret of transcendence. The evil spirit said. The secret of transcendence? Xiao's body trembled and a bright light flashed in his eyes. That's right. Master, do you really think that the Eternal Emperor Road is the opportunity to become an emperor? If that's the case, I'm afraid it's not enough to attract countless geniuses since ancient times, right? Even in ancient times, those peerless geniuses who had the potential to become an emperor would seal themselves and wait for the Eternal Emperor Road to open. Are they just waiting for the Eternal Emperor Road to open? The evil spirit said slowly. You mean the secret of transcendence lies in the Eternal Emperor Road? Then why haven't any emperor experts stepped on the Eternal Emperor Road to compete for the opportunity? Xianxia asked. The path of an emperor expert has been set. How can they transcend? To them, it's just a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. An emperor has reached the pinnacle of Tao. I'm afraid they've lost the opportunity to transcend. The evil spirit shook his head. What do you mean? Xianxia sounded a little confused. I don't really understand. This is the memory of ancestor god Shura and immortal emperor Tai Yi. They thought that becoming an emperor would make one invincible in the world to a certain extent, but they would also lose the opportunity to transcend. Otherwise, why hasn't any martial monarch successfully transcended after so many epochs? The evil spirit said slowly. I see. You mean to say that I have to obtain the secret of transcendence to get rid of the covetous spirit of the wordless heavenly book? Xianxia said with a frown. That's right. Master, do you know the origin of the Eternal Emperor Road? The evil spirit asked. I don't know. As the saying goes, the 3,000 great Taos all lead to the same destination through different paths. However, there is also the saying that the heavenly divines the 4-9 and escapes the 4-9. The Eternal Emperor's Road is actually the evasive one. Many great emperors have speculated that only by finding the evasive one on the Eternal Emperor's Road can one transcend. Speak human language. Cough cough. Master, the Eternal Emperor's Road is actually the only chance of survival before the Great Tribulation of the epoch descends. At that time, the workings of the heavens would be in chaos, but that trace of vitality would appear, and it would connect the myriad of worlds in the universe to form the path of the Grand Tao. It would allow the myriad of living beings to fight for supremacy and seize fortune. A sliver of life to form the Eternal Emperor Road? Xianxia frowned slightly. He still felt that what the evil spirit said was a little difficult to understand. That's right. Master, do you know what this Emperor's tomb is for? The evil spirit asked. Emperor tomb? That's right. The secret realm that Master is in right now is the Emperor's tomb. Emperor's tomb, we now call it the Immortal Demon Cave. Immortal Demon Cave, this name is bullshit. This was clearly the Emperor's tomb, how could it be some immortal demon cave? I don't know if it's the work of those bastards from the god race or the immortal race. the evil spirit said with some dissatisfaction. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, Emperor's tomb? We all know that there was an emperor's war here in ancient times. Later on, the immortal race called it the Immortal Demon Cave, and let the disciples of the God race and the immortal race fight here. The evil spirit sneered and said, Master, it seems that you have been deceived by those hypocrites from the immortal race. This is the emperor's tomb, the tomb where the great emperor was buried. Moreover, this is an important node of the Eternal Emperor Road. It can absorb the resentment and evil spirits of the immortal world, and finally form the passage of the Eternal Emperor Road. Node? Passage? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. He suddenly felt that the evil spirit's words seemed to point to some great secret. That's right. The Eternal Emperor Road runs through the myriad of worlds. In fact, every world has a node connected to the Eternal Emperor Road. These nodes absorb negative energy to support the opening of the Eternal Emperor Road. In the end, all rivers return to the stream, and countless geniuses step onto the Eternal Emperor Road. The Emperor's tomb is such a node. Why would the immortal race fight with the God race here? They just want to take the evil spirits of the God race and the immortal race to open the passage. You must know that the first to enter the Eternal Emperor Road will definitely benefit. The evil spirit said with some disdain. Using the flesh and blood of the God race and the immortal race to open the Eternal Emperor Road's node? No wonder the immortal race would hold this God-demon conference. Ling Xiao sneered, and there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. According to what Master said, the immortal race has been eyeing the Emperor's tomb for a long time. They want to be the first to open the Eternal Emperor Road. Therefore, I think that Master should wait in the Emperor's tomb. When the Eternal Emperor Road opens, you can go in directly and plunder the good fortune. The evil spirit suggested. That's not right. The Immortal Demon Grotto will only open for a month. After a month, we will be trapped here. If the Eternal Emperor's Road opens quickly, then it will be fine. But if the Eternal Emperor's Road takes decades or even centuries to open, then it will be troublesome. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. After all, it was said that the great calamity of the epoch was coming and the Eternal Emperor Road was about to open. However, no one knew when the great calamity of the epoch would come, let alone when the Eternal Emperor Road would open. However, Ling Xiao was extremely sensitive to the fact that the myriad worlds were gradually fusing together. The ninth prince of the Eternal Immortal Dynasty had already started making arrangements to conquer the vast thousand worlds, subjugate the myriad races, and make them his subordinates. He was already making preparations in advance. However, no one knew the exact time. Regardless, Ling Xiao had received enough information from the evil spirit today. He needed to digest it carefully. Seeing that Ling Xiao was silent, the evil spirit said uneasily, Master, I have already told you all the secrets I know. Can you spare my life? It's not impossible to spare your life. However, you said that you can become the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's right. Master, this is the second way. I can become the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book and strive to completely refine the wordless heavenly book. When the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book returns, I can also help Master. The evil spirit said with a strong sense of righteousness. Become the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book. I think you have your eyes on the wordless heavenly book, a chaotic supreme treasure, and want to become your original body? However, it's not impossible. If you can help me deal with the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book, I can help you transform. What's wrong with that? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He could see the evil spirit's intention at a glance. The apex after all, the evil spirit was a combination of ancestor god Shura and celestial emperor Tai Yi's divine consciousness. In terms of spiritual cultivation, it was not much weaker than a great emperor's primordial spirit. It was suitable to become the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book. Moreover, Ling Xiao discovered that the evil spirit knew many ancient secrets, especially about the wordless heavenly book and the Eternal Emperor's Road. There was no harm in keeping it by his side. Thank you, Master. The evil spirit was overjoyed. It did not mind that Ling Xiao had seen through its plan. Since it could not take over Ling Xiao's body, the wordless heavenly book was the best place for it to hide. It was a legendary treasure of chaos, and even the evil spirit coveted it. Next, Ling Xiao released the wordless heavenly book and the creation jade disc to suppress the evil spirit. The evil spirit discovered the oath of the heavenly way and the great oath of the heart demon and handed over a trace of its primordial spirit to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao allowed the evil spirit to enter the wordless heavenly book and began to refine it. However, the evil spirit was very weak as most of its energy had been devoured by the wordless heavenly book. Moreover, it was not easy to refine the wordless heavenly book. Therefore, it temporarily rested in the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao also learned that the evil spirit had taken his life. Tai Luo, it was taken from Celestial Emperor Tai Yi and Ancestor God Shura. As for the evil spirit that was devouring Tai Xian, it was a part of Tai Luo. After Tai Luo acknowledged Ling Xiao as his master, the evil spirit quickly dissipated. Tai Luo also obediently handed over 2 emperor scriptures. The Shura scripture and Tai Yi. These were the great emperor's techniques left behind by Ancestor God Shura and Celestial Emperor Tai Yi. They were complete emperor scriptures and were very beneficial to Ling Xiao. It could be said that the 2 great emperors' most important legacies had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. As for Tai Xian, not only did he not receive anything, but he was also almost possessed by the evil spirit. Lei Ling, thank you. Tai Xian had a complicated look in his eyes as he looked at Ling Xiao. You're welcome. Celestial Emperor Tai Yi had died many years ago. How could he have left behind any remnant thoughts? It was only a strand of evil intent, so Tai Yi Immortal Emperor couldn't have left behind any inheritance. However, this Celestial Emperor mountain was transformed from the body of Celestial Emperor Tai Yi. It contains a vast amount of origin energy. If you can refine it, perhaps your cultivation will improve. Ling Xiao smiled faintly at Tai Xian. The origin source energy in the Immortal King Mountain was formed from the purest immortal power. Although Ling Xiao could refine it, it was too troublesome. Moreover, the Immortal King Mountain's power had been mostly depleted. Giving the rest to Tai Xian was not a big deal. Thank you. Tai Xian looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. You're welcome. You can stay here in seclusion, I'll be leaving first. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, turned around, and left the space. Tai Xian didn't ask about the whereabouts of the evil intent. Although he suspected that the inheritance of Immortal Emperor Tai Yi had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands, it was not the right time to ask. Ling Xiao left the Immortal King Mountain while Tai Xian stayed behind to refine the origin energy and improve his cultivation. Zhang Chen, Wu Hen, Ting Shan, and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Ling Xiao return safely. Now, I'll help you break the bloodline shackles and become a true deity. Ling Xiao's eyes were clear and bright as he slowly swept his gaze across the disciples of the 6 major divine sects. His voice was crystal clear. The disciples of the 6 major divine sects trembled, and their eyes were filled with eagerness and excitement. The ancestral divine spring was originally imprisoned by the Immortal King Mountain. After Tai Luo recognized Ling Xiao as his master and the Immortal King Mountain was refined by Tai Xian, the ancestral divine spring was completely unsealed. The spring water in the ancestral divine spring shone with golden light and was crystal clear like nectar. It emitted a strange fragrance and contained a vast amount of life origin energy. The ancestral divine spring was left behind by the ancestor god of Azura. Not only did it contain the purest origin energy, but it also contained the mark of the ancestor god of Azura and a vast amount of immortality substance. Ling Xiao was confident that he could use the ancestral divine spring to break the bloodline shackles of the disciples of the 6 major divine sects, allowing them to be reborn and improve their cultivation. At the same time, Ling Xiao felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The 2nd heaven of the Imperial Lord Realm used the Great Tao origin to refine the body, allowing it to be reborn and form an origin body. Ever since Ling Xiao had condensed 12 origin Tao fruits with the 12 origin secret techniques, and then added 4 more origin Tao fruits, the origin energy had flowed throughout his body and constantly tempered his physical body. His body grew stronger and stronger, containing a terrifying amount of power. Although it didn't look special, it was as if he could destroy the sky and the earth with a casual wave of his hand. This was a sign that the origin body was about to be formed. Ling Xiao had a premonition that he might be able to break through to the 2nd heaven of the Imperial Lord Realm by using this opportunity to break the bloodline shackles of the divine sects. Rumble, Ling Xiao's aura suddenly erupted like a tsunami. His chi and blood soared, and divine light shone dazzlingly. The divine clan mark and the cauldron of creation both appeared, and a vast amount of divine clan fortune flowed around him. The ancestral god spring seemed to be boiling. It shone with dazzling golden light and completely enveloped the dozens of disciples of the 6 major divine sects. Xianxia used the 2 treasures of divine clan fortune to activate the vast energy in the ancestral god spring, and it constantly surged into their bodies. For a moment, all the divine clan members looked solemn. Their auras were incomparably powerful, and their momentum was vast. It was like thunder shaking the void, erupting with shocking power. The blood in their bodies was boiling, and a layer of black chains vaguely appeared around them, as if locking their bloodline and primordial spirit. However, with the help of the divine clan mark and the cauldron of creation, the layer of black chains trembled violently. In the end, cracks began to appear, and then it gradually collapsed. Their bloodline shackles were being unlocked, and they were transforming into the true divine clan. In the end, everyone's bloodline shackles were unlocked. In addition to the 36 divine generals under Xianxia, a total of 120 people's chi soared into the sky like pillars connecting heaven and earth. Their chi was extremely terrifying. They were reborn in the ancestral god spring, and their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Some of them even began to touch the Imperial Emperor realm and began to undergo the Imperial Emperor tribulation. Rumble, divine light blazed, and dazzling lightning enveloped all 120 people, and they were undergoing the final transformation. They were like erupting volcanoes, blooming with the most dazzling sharpness. They were also the seeds of the divine clan, and they were about to erupt with the most powerful strength. Xianxia looked at the 120 people, and his eyes were full of admiration. With these 120 people, the divine clan would become stronger and stronger. At the same time, Xianxia also felt that the fortune of these 120 people seemed to be connected with him, fusing into the divine clan mark and the cauldron of creation, and finally gathering in Xiao's body. It actually caused Xiao's origin source body to rapidly transform. In the end, Xiao seemed to hear an undetectable sound in his body. It was as if some kind of bottleneck had been broken. His cultivation instantly broke through the limit of the first heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. It was like a tsunami. He broke through. Imperial Emperor realm, second heaven. Outside the cave of the immortal demon. The atmosphere was tense. The supreme elders of the 6 major divine sects and the 9 major immortal sects were divided into 2 factions. Their eyes were glinting with sharpness. Meanwhile, Xianxia and Ming Wuji had locked onto Gutong Tian. The atmosphere was tense, as if a war between the 6 major divine sects and the 9 major immortal sects was about to break out. All the disciples of the 9 major immortal sects had been annihilated in the immortal demon meat, including peerless talents like Tai Yuan and Jianxin. The 9 major immortal sects were heartbroken. The main culprit was Lei Ling. Therefore, no matter what, they would not let Lei Ling go this time. The 6 major divine sects were excited. This was an unprecedented victory for them. Lei Ling was the son of God, the hope of the divine race. They had to protect him with their lives. A month was about to pass. The tension between the 6 major divine sects and the 9 major immortal sects was getting more obvious. Your Highness, under such circumstances, I'm afraid Lei Ling is dead for sure, right? Unless he agrees to be your follower, no one can save him. The elder in a Taoist robe beside the immortal emperor chariot said to the 9th prince. Although the 9 major immortal sects are located at the border, they have a strong foundation. Although they don't have any great emperors, they still have a few peerless immortal dukes. The 9th prince's eyes glowed as he said calmly. That's right. Although Lei Ling is powerful and has an extreme emperor weapon, it's impossible for him to fight against a peerless immortal duke. He only has one way to survive, and that is to become your follower. The elder in a Taoist robe nodded. Don't underestimate this person. I'm sure he won't agree to be my follower. However, this person has great luck. I'm curious how he'll survive this. His Highness the 9th Prince smiled faintly. Your Highness thinks so highly of him? The elder in a Taoist robe was slightly surprised. The 9th Prince was like a divine dragon above the 9 heavens, looking down on all living beings. Not many people in the eternal immortal dynasty were worthy of his attention, but he thought highly of Lei Ling. You'll know soon enough. The ninth prince said indifferently. Soon, the immortal demon grotto opened again. Rumble, blazing light gushed out as the immortal demon grotto emitted an endless amount of immortal light, gradually forming an incomparably stable passageway. The people from the 6 divine sects and the 9 immortal sects shuddered at the same time. Their eyes turned sharp as they looked at the immortal demon cave. They were all waiting for Lei Ling to appear. The passageway of the immortal demon grotto was vast and majestic. Extreme emperor aura emanated from it, and it was also shrouded in chaotic laws. It looked extremely dreamy, as if it could transform into many strange scenes. Just as the people from the 9 great immortal sects were about to lose their patience, Ling Xiao appeared. Rumble, Ling Xiao stepped out of the immortal demon cave. The aura around him rose, emitting a dazzling light. His eyes were bright and resplendent, like sharp sword radiance, piercing through the void. He strode through space and didn't conceal himself at all. His cultivation had already broken through to the 2nd level of the Imperial Monarch realm, using 16 origin Dao fruits to temper his body. The origin body that was condensed could be said to be immortal and extremely powerful. Now, unless it was an extreme emperor weapon, ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao appeared, the immortal demon grotto shone brightly. 120 figures with terrifying auras stepped out as well. Each of them was incomparably sharp, and the murderous aura around them rose, exuding an extremely powerful emperor aura. 120 imperial monarchs, with Zhan Chen, Wu Hen, Ting Shan, and the others as the leaders. The 120 imperial monarchs were filled with fanatical admiration and respect for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had unlocked their bloodline shackles, allowing them to become true deities. With the help of the vast origin energy in the ancestral god spring, all of their cultivation had broken through to the imperial monarch realm. 120 imperial monarchs, even in the immortal world, was an extremely powerful force. What? Lei Ling's cultivation has broken through to the 2nd level of the imperial monarch realm? The 120 disciples of the 6 great divine sects have all broken through to the imperial monarch realm? What kind of opportunity did they obtain? Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. For the top forces in the immortal world, the imperial monarchs were the core and foundation. Every imperial monarch had the opportunity to become an emperor. Although most of the imperial monarchs were blocked by the heavenly chasm, if they could become a peerless imperial monarch, they would be able to maintain the prosperity of their forces. The 120 imperial monarchs had caught the attention of the 9 great immortal sects. However, the 9 great immortal sects were only shocked for a moment. After all, they had just broken through to the imperial monarch realm. Most of them were only at the 1st level of the imperial monarch realm. Only a few of them had reached the 2nd and 3rd level of the imperial monarch realm. Although there were many of them, they were only low-level imperial monarchs. Most of the people's attention was still on Ling Xiao. Boom! Boom! Right at this moment, 2 blazing murderous intents shot through the void and locked onto Ling Xiao as if they were real. They were the sect leader of the Tai Yi Immortal Sect, Tai Qingzi, and the sect leader of the Sky-Piercing Immortal Sect, Ning Wuji. Lei Ling, were you the one who killed Tai Yuan? Lei Ling, how dare you kill the Saint of the Sword Heart and steal the treasure of our Sky-Piercing Immortal Sect? You deserve to die. Tai Qingzi and Ning Wuji's voices were extremely cold. Their voices were like thunder, causing the void to rumble. Both of them were peerless imperial monarchs. Their strength was unfathomable. Their murderous intents turned into a vast aura and emperor's aura that pressed down on Ling Xiao. It was extremely terrifying. Even an imperial monarch realm expert would be stunned by such an aura and immediately kneel on the ground. However, Ling Xiao's expression was extremely calm. It was as if he was not affected at all. You can't help but reveal your true intentions so quickly? The rules of the immortal demon gathering were set by the 9 great immortal sects and the 6 great divine sects. The only thing that matters in the immortal demon cave is the strength. What qualifications do you have to denounce me? Ling Xiao sneered. He had expected such an outcome and had prepared himself for it. Although the rules of the immortal demon gathering were as such, Ling Xiao had indeed killed ruthlessly this time. He had killed all the disciples of the 9 great immortal sects. Even the saints and saintesses like Taiyuan, Jianxin, Wu Xingchen, Ren Tianjue, and Fang Qingxue had all died in his hands. It would be strange if the 9 great immortal sects were not anxious. How dare you quibble? If you didn't use some underhanded means, how could all the disciples of the 9 great immortal sects be killed? I think you are an evil demon. You will become a great threat to the immortal world in the future. You must die today. The Grand Elder of the Kunlun immortal sect was a very mean-looking old woman. She gritted her teeth and said, "That's right. Lei Ling must die today. If Lei Ling doesn't die, he will become a great threat to the immortal world. He must not be allowed to live. Kill him." The people of the 9 great immortal sects were all agitated. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. They vaguely formed a circle and trapped Ling Xiao within. The apex. The people from the 6 divine sects were both shocked and furious. They quickly moved to protect Ling Xiao in the center and stared at the people from the 9 immortal sects cautiously. They all looked at Gu Tongtian at the same time. Gu Tongtian's strength was extraordinary. He was already a peerless immortal lord 10,000 years ago. He was infamous in the immortal tribe. He was also the leader of the 6 divine sects. Gu Tongtian took a step forward and stood in front of Tai Qingzi and Ning Wuji. Tai Qingzi, Ning Wuji, don't try to reason with me. Lei Ling is under my protection today. Whoever dares to go against him will be my, Gu Tongtian's, enemy. Gu Tongtian sneered. His domineering voice rang in everyone's ears. He stepped into the void and stood in front of Tai Qingzi and Ning Wuji. His eyes were sharp and domineering. His hair fluttered in the wind, and an invincible aura filled the air. His body seemed to contain endless power. It was as if he could push open the 4 poles of the world and step on the sun, moon, and stars. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even Tai Qingzi, Ning Wuji, the elder in the Taoist robe, and the 9th prince looked at him. Gu Tongtian, do you really think that you can protect Lei Ling all by yourself? He has angered everyone. Today, he must give us an explanation. Ning Wuji's eyes were cold. Terrifying sword intent rose around him as he said coldly. Give you an explanation? Sure. Today, if any of you can defeat me, I will hand Lei Ling over to you. Do you dare? Gu Tongtian sneered. His eyes were sharp as he glanced at the people from the 9 immortal sects. The people from the 9 immortal sects trembled. They didn't dare to look at Gu Tongtian and lowered their heads. Even Tai Qingzi and Ning Wuji's faces turned ugly. The 2 of them had become peerless immortal lords much earlier than Gu Tongtian. However, what they didn't know was that they had both been defeated by Gu Tongtian. 10,000 years ago, when Gu Tongtian had broken through to the immortal monarch realm, he had fought with Tai Qingzi and Ning Wuji. However, they had been defeated by Gu Tongtian. However, they had sealed off the news and no one knew about it. After 10,000 years, even Tai Qingzi and Ning Wuji could sense that Gu Tongtian was getting more and more unfathomable. However, they didn't dare say that they could defeat him. No one had expected that Gu Tongtian's words would leave the 9 great immortal sects speechless. A bunch of trash. Gu Tongtian sneered. A voice rang out. He didn't care about these people in front of him. The people of the 6 houses were excited. They didn't expect Gu Tongtian to be so powerful that he could stun Tai Qingzi and Ning Wuji with one sentence. Gu Tongtian, although your combat strength is strong, can you compare to the people of the 9 great immortal sects? You won't be able to stop me today. Lei Ling must die. Tai Qingzi said calmly. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, the void shook and 2 figures with powerful auras descended. It was a handsome young man and a beautiful woman in a long dress. Both of them were shrouded in dazzling immortal light and had powerful auras. Another 2 peerless immortal monarchs, although they looked young, they were all old monsters with the ability to retain their youthful looks. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years they had lived. As soon as they appeared, it immediately shocked everyone. Wu Xiong immortal monarch and Alcade immortal monarch? Someone's entire body trembled as he cried out in surprise, revealing the origins of the 2 people. The sect leader of the true martial immortal sect, Wu Xiong immortal monarch, the sect leader of the Alcade immortal sect, Alcade immortal monarch. They didn't expect that the deaths of Wu Xingchen and Ren Tianjue would make these 2 big shots unable to sit still and come here. Their goal was self-evident. Naturally, they were here for Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, 4 peerless immortal monarchs had arrived. Gu Tongtian frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao's destruction of the disciples of the 9 great immortal sects would cause the 9 great immortal sects to go crazy. There were only 4 peerless immortal monarchs here. He wondered if there were other peerless immortal monarchs hiding in the dark. Although he wasn't afraid, Lei Ling's cultivation was only at the 2nd heaven of the immortal monarch realm. How could he resist the ambush of the peerless immortal monarchs? This was going to be troublesome. You're Lei Ling who killed Wu Xingchen? Pay for it with your life. Wu Xiong said coldly. You've repeatedly gone against the Alcade immortal sect. How many years has it been since such an audacious descendant of the god tribe appeared? Why don't you let me send you to see the ancestor god? Alcade immortal monarch smiled faintly. His eyes were full of flirtatious emotions, but the bone-chilling coldness made everyone tremble. The killing intent of the 4 peerless immortal monarchs descended and enveloped Ling Xiao. With just you guys? Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes were sharp and there was a strong fighting intent rising around him. He had never fought with a peerless immortal monarch before. He wondered how strong a peerless immortal monarch was. Ling Xiao's eyes were bright and dazzling, as if a vast fighting intent was about to burst out. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out in the void. Lei Ling, are you willing to become my follower? Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone's eyes fell on the immortal emperor war chariot. It was the 9th prince who had spoken. Hearing the 9th prince's words, Tai Qingzi, Ning Wuji, Wu Xiong, and Alcade frowned, but they didn't say anything. The 9th prince of the eternal immortal dynasty wasn't someone they could easily provoke. However, if Lei Ling really became the 9th prince's follower, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Lei Ling anymore. 9th prince, you think so highly of me? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He didn't expect the 9th prince to try to recruit him at this moment. This was an attempt to recruit him, but it was also an attempt to save him. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. Even the Taiyuan sage of the 9 great immortal sects didn't have the right to become the 9th prince's follower. What did Lei Ling have to do that? Lei Ling, you do have the right. If you become my follower, as long as you are loyal to me, you will have no grudges in the entire immortal world. The 9th prince said calmly. His voice was calm, but it sent chills down everyone's spines. No grudges in the entire immortal world, how domineering was that? However, the 9th prince had the right to do so. He was the most dazzling existence in the eternal immortal dynasty, the most promising candidate to become the crown prince of the eternal immortal dynasty. Even the most peerless immortal monarchs had to bow their heads before him. Once he became the 9th prince's follower, not only would the sect leaders of the 9 great immortal sects not dare to touch Ling Xiao, but he would also be able to obtain great opportunities and fortunes. The people from the 9 great immortal sects looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred and jealousy. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao, waiting to see how he would choose. However, most of them felt that Ling Xiao would agree to become the 9th prince's follower. After all, in the face of certain death, this was the only way to survive. Becoming a follower of the 9th prince was an incomparably honorable thing. I'm sorry. I'm used to being lazy and can't be restrained. I'll have to reject the 9th prince's good intentions. Ling Xiao said with a smile. His expression was calm. Everyone's expression froze. Ling Xiao had rejected the 9th prince. Tai Qingzi, Ning Wuji, and the other celestial dukes were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. If Ling Xiao agreed to become the 9th prince's follower, they would not be able to do anything to Ling Xiao. It seemed that Lei Ling was too arrogant. He did not know what was good for him. What a pity. Since that's the case, I can't interfere in today's matter. You can deal with it yourselves. The 9th prince said calmly. His voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was not unhappy at all. Even the old man in a Taoist robe beside the immortal emperor chariot shook his head regretfully. In his heart, he admired Ling Xiao very much, but he did not expect Ling Xiao to be so ignorant as to reject the 9th prince. From the looks of it today, Ling Xiao was most likely doomed. Ha ha ha. Well said. Lei Ling, you're the god's son, the future leader of the god clan. How can you become someone else's servant? I think it's more appropriate for the 9th prince to become your follower. Gu Tongtian laughed. His voice was domineering, and his eyes were full of admiration. Arrogant. It's your fortune that the ninth prince is willing to accept you as his follower. How dare you reject him? I'll kill you today. Ning Wuji's eyes flashed with killing intent as he laughed coldly. Boom, the aura around him was sharp like an unsheathed immortal sword. Sword intent surged around him, and the sword radiance was dazzling. A vast killing intent bloomed. Rumble, Tai Qingzi, Wu Xiong, and the light-shaking immortal rulers no longer had any scruples. Their eyes flickered coldly as their murderous intent loomed over Ling Xiao. The supreme elders of the 9 great immortal sects also unleashed their powerful auras at the same time, locking Ling Xiao in the center. You finally can't hold it in anymore? Since you've already killed the disciples of the 9 great immortal sects, why can't you kill a few more supreme elders of the 9 great immortal sects? Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes were sharp and resplendent, without the slightest trace of fear. The battle intent around him surged. You're courting death. Kill him. Go. The experts from the 9 great immortal sects sneered coldly. Each of them was incomparably cold. Killing intent surged from their bodies as they instantly attacked Ling Xiao. Rumble, dozens of powerhouses attacked at the same time. The momentum was so great that it covered the sky and the sun. The blazing celestial light instantly enveloped Ling Xiao. The people from the 6 great immortal sects naturally did not want to be outdone. Their eyes were cold as they unleashed their strongest combat strength to meet the attack. Brother Tai Qingzi, junior sister light-shaking immortal Yao Guang, brother Wu Xiong, please stop Gutong Tian. I'll kill Lei Ling. Killing intent flashed across Ning Wuji's eyes. He instantly held his sword and charged towards Ling Xiao. There were 4 great immortal rulers here, but Ning Wuji was definitely the one who hated Ling Xiao the most. He believed that even if Gutong Tian was powerful, with 3 great immortal rulers obstructing him, Gutong Tian would not be able to split himself up. He could use this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao and take the heavenly sword illustration and the 2 immortal swords. Then, with the combined strength of the 4 of them, they might be able to kill Gutong Tian. Tai Qingzi and the other 2 understood Ning Wuji's intention without needing to say more. They all nodded and charged towards Gutong Tian at the same time. Ha ha ha, a bunch of weaklings. You think you can kill me? Gutong Tian sneered. Boom. Endless blazing divine light radiated from his body like lightning. The light in his hand was dense, and a huge broadsword with a wide back appeared. It was pitch black and exuded a monstrous baleful aura. It was forged from some kind of peerless divine metal and had the weight of millions of kilograms. However, this broadsword was as light as a feather in Gutong Tian's hand. As his voice fell, the broadsword slashed across the sky and instantly grew to tens of thousands of feet long. It was as if there were tens of thousands of swords whistling through the sky and slashing across the sky. Ning Wuji, Tai Qingzi, Wu Xiong, and light-shaking immortal ruler were all enveloped by his broadsword. Gutong Tian soared into the sky, his hair flying in the wind. Endless energy exploded from his body, and in an instant, endless rays of light shot out like the blazing sun. He held the broadsword in one hand and attacked from the sky. He planned to fight the 4 great immortal rulers alone. Arrogant. Anger flashed in Tai Qingzi's eyes. The other 3 immortal rulers were also shocked and angry. They had never thought that Gutong Tian would be so arrogant. They gave up on the idea of splitting their forces. The 4 great immortal rulers attacked at the same time, wanting to kill Gutong Tian with their swords first. Boom. Gutong Tian's broadsword clashed with Ning Wuji's immortal trapping sword in an instant. Millions of rays of divine light shot out, and then it was hit by the 3 great immortal rulers. In an instant, millions of voids were annihilated. The battle between peerless immortal monarchs could easily destroy the heavens and the earth, and its momentum was vast to the extreme. It caused the faces of the surrounding people to turn incomparably pale, and their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Seeing that Gutong Tian was able to stop the 4 great immortal rulers, the people of the 6 great immortal sects were extremely excited. However, the experts of the 9 great immortal sects still far surpassed them. Although no great immortal ruler attacked, there were still a few immortal rulers. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they charged towards Ling Xiao. Kill! Ling Xiao roared and leaped forward. The blazing light around his body exploded, and his gaze instantly became incomparably fierce. Clang! A sword cry resounded through the void. The heaven-devouring sword appeared in the sky, emitting an unparalleled light. A mighty emperor's aura gushed out, and the sword slashed down towards the immortal monarchs. At the same time, a formation diagram spread out in the sky. It was like an ink painting of mountains and rivers, containing millions of mountains and rivers, and countless stars. However, the images were all formed by the strong sword will. It was like a world of swords, and it enveloped the people of the 9 great immortal sects within the formation diagram. Heavenly Sword Diagram. With the support of the Heavenly Sword Diagram, the sky-devouring sword in Ling Xiao's hand became even stronger. The sharp sword chi seemed to be able to cut through everything. The few immortal monarchs who were rushing towards Ling Xiao were merely mid-level immortal monarchs. Their cultivation bases were mostly at the 5th or 6th level of the immortal monarch realm. At this moment, their bodies trembled as their minds were seized by this sword. However, it was this fear that was going to take their lives. Puff, with a flash of blood-red light, a head flew into the sky. The sword essence in the sky tore through the void and turned his body into a bloody mist. His head exploded. As for the other 2 6th heaven-high celestials, even though they were lucky enough to avoid this terrifying sword strike, a deep gash appeared on their chests. They were nearly cleaved into 2 halves, and they coughed out blood as they were sent flying. Rumble. Ling Xiao's aura was majestic as he stepped on the sky. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely bright. After the sky-devouring sword chopped off the head, it did not give him a chance to regenerate his flesh and blood. In an instant, it unleashed an extremely strong devouring power, directly devouring the blood mist that filled the sky, as well as the head. The sky-devouring sword buzzed in the void and turned blood-red. It exuded a monstrous baleful aura, like a peerless demonic sword. Anyone who looked at it would feel their heart tremble and find it hard to control themselves. Kill! Ling Xiao shouted again. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he held the sky-devouring sword in his hand and charged toward the 2 immortal high immortals who had been severely injured by him. With the support of the Heavenly Sword Diagram and the sky-devouring sword, Ling Xiao possessed unparalleled combat strength. Even Taiyuan could not withstand a few strikes from Ling Xiao and was killed by him in the end. Although these supreme elders had powerful cultivation bases, they were not even comparable to Taiyuan. How could they compete with Ling Xiao? The 2 supreme elders were frightened and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They did not dare to continue fighting with Ling Xiao. Instead, they turned around and tried to escape. Lei Ling, how dare you? An old man shouted. Starlight fell from the sky. An old man with white hair and a white beard charged over. His eyes were cold. Celestial light gathered around him and rose into the sky. It was as though an illusory galaxy had appeared around him with boundless power. An advanced immortal high immortal. This was a genuine advanced immortal high immortal whose cultivation base had reached the 7th heaven of the immortal high immortal realm. You think you can defeat me? Ling Xiao sneered. He was not afraid at all. Holding the sky-devouring sword, he charged toward the illusory galaxy. His vital energy and blood were boiling, and his battle intent was soaring. He seemed to have become extremely excited, allowing his battle prowess to be unleashed to the extreme. Even though Ling Xiao had the Heavenly Sword Diagram and the Heaven-Devouring Sword, making him unstoppable, Ling Xiao was still stronger on his own. His body was indestructible and invincible. Even extreme Dao Monarch weapons couldn't break his bones. What could high-level immortal monarchs do to him? High-stage immortal lords might be able to injure him, but they wouldn't be able to kill him. However, when he wielded the heaven-devouring sword, he possessed the heaven-defying battle prowess to slaughter high-level celestial lords. Boom. 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 When the Alcade Immortal Sect's high-level immortal monarch charged towards Ling Xiao, 3 other high-level immortal monarchs charged over from 3 different directions. High-level immortal monarchs were all 7th and 8th level immortal monarchs. Their strength was unparalleled, and they were able to unleash the full power of the Great Tao. They had an overwhelming advantage over low-level immortal monarchs. Even if there were hundreds of low-level immortal monarchs, it would still be difficult for them to defeat a high-level immortal monarch. They wielded the power of the Great Tao, and they were unparalleled. They could suppress everything with a wave of their hand. The 4 high-level immortal monarchs charged towards Ling Xiao, putting a lot of pressure on him. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. The heaven-devouring sword in his hand was incomparably sharp. In an instant, it emitted an unparalleled radiance. Hundreds of millions of sword chi swept over and enveloped the 4 high-level immortal monarchs. Ling Xiao gave up on any form of defense. With the heavenly sword in his hand, he unleashed his strongest sword Dao Mystique. Every move he made was aimed at the vital points of his opponents. It was as if he was going to perish together with his opponents. After all, Ling Xiao's body was extremely strong. Even high-level immortal monarchs couldn't kill him directly. However, Ling Xiao's heaven-devouring sword was able to pose a fatal threat to them. This peerless sword that had fused the 4 great divine swords gave birth to a peerless sword chi. It was even more terrifying than the immortal slaying sword and the immortal slaughtering sword. It was a sword that was purely for killing. The most important thing was that this sword was refined by Ling Xiao using the sword embryo. It was his natal treasure. In his hands, it could erupt with supreme divine might. As soon as they exchanged blows, the 4 high-level immortal monarchs knew the power of the heaven-devouring sword. Therefore, most of their strength was used to block the heaven-devouring sword. As for the attacks on Ling Xiao, they didn't hurt him at all. Under this kind of powerful attack without any defense, Ling Xiao actually had a faint feeling that he was suppressing the 4 high-level immortal monarchs. This caused everyone to tremble in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Rumble, within the heavenly sword diagram, hundreds of millions of sword chi rose. Vaguely, it seemed as if 4 supreme immortal swords had appeared. They suppressed the 4 extremes and were invincible. Originally, the 9 great immortal sects still had the upper hand. However, because of the heavenly sword diagram, they were soon attacked from all sides. For a moment, they were actually evenly matched with the supreme elders of the 6 great immortal sects. For Lord God's child. Kill the enemy. Kill. 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 Within the heavenly sword diagram, there seemed to be a tsunami of voices. Their shouts were as loud as thunder, rumbling loudly. The 120 immortal generals under Ling Xiao moved out, Rumble, with Zhang Chen, Wu Hen, and Ting Shan taking the lead. The 120 immortal generals instantly split into 3 groups. Each group had 40 immortal generals. Their auras intertwined with each other, and their blood was connected. Moreover, with the help of the heavenly sword diagram, they formed a powerful battle formation. Above the 3 battle formations, there seemed to be 3 terrifying phantoms. They were domineering, mysterious, ancient, and dignified. As soon as the phantoms appeared, they gathered all their strength together. Rumble, the 3 battle formations charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. With a single strike, 3 weaker mid-stage immortal monarchs were smashed apart by the impact of the battle formations. Blood mist filled the air as sword chi fell from the sky. Those mid-level immortal monarchs didn't even have the chance to regenerate their flesh and blood. In an instant, they were sliced into pieces by the sword chi that contained the Supreme Emperor's aura. Originally, the people from the 9 great immortal sects didn't put the 120 immortal monarchs in their eyes. After all, they had just broken through not too long ago. Moreover, most of them were only at the first heaven of the immortal monarch realm. They didn't pose any threat to them. However, they didn't expect that the 120 immortal monarchs would actually form 3 battle formations within the heavenly sword diagram. Their auras intertwined with each other, and their battle strength wasn't any weaker than a mid-level immortal monarch. The 3 battle formations were like a tsunami, erupting with incomparably powerful energy. Countless immortal monarchs from the 9 great immortal sects were killed by them. These 120 immortal monarchs had already become the immortal generals under Ling Xiao. They were all loyal to Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao had undergone a transformation, his strength had increased tremendously. Therefore, for Ling Xiao, they weren't afraid of death. When Ling Xiao had unsealed their bloodline in the immortal demon cave, he had also imparted to them the inheritance of the Azura ancestor god, a Azura battle formation from the Azura scripture. It could allow them to unleash 10 times or even 100 times their combat strength. This was the first time the Azura battle formation had displayed its might. In an instant, it had caused an incomparably powerful killing power. P.S. Due to a last-minute social engagement, I only have one update today. Everyone, rest early. Originally, the experts of the 6 great divine sects were in a disadvantageous position. Under the attacks of the 9 great immortal sects, they could only defend passively. However, the azure battle formation formed by the 120 divine generals was like 3 torrents that destroyed everything in its path. It then plunged into the midst of the experts of the 9 great immortal sects. Although their cultivation was only at the 1st or 2nd heaven of the immortal emperor realm, under the support of the azure battle formation, their strength had increased by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Even the middle stage immortal monarchs found it difficult to withstand their attacks. The 9 great immortal sects had no choice but to send out 3 high-level immortal monarchs along with the rest of the immortal monarchs to fend off the 120 divine generals. However, in this short period of time, several immortal monarchs had already died in the hands of the divine generals. In an instant, the battle between the experts of the 6 great divine sects and the 9 great immortal sects had entered a stalemate. The focus of this battle was on Gutong Tian and Ling Xiao. Gutong Tian was besieged by the 4 peerless immortal monarchs. However, the more he fought, the braver he became. Instead, he restrained the 4 peerless immortal monarchs. His attacks were domineering and swift, like a tsunami, preventing them from attacking Ling Xiao. At the same time, because of Ling Xiao's abnormal combat strength, the 4 high-level immortal monarchs also charged over and continuously launched their strongest attacks at Ling Xiao. Rumble, Ling Xiao's aura surged and dazzling divine light shone. The battle intent in his eyes was extremely strong. He held the heaven-devouring sword in his hand and struck across the sky. Every sword strike contained the power of great destruction that could tear apart the void and sweep everything away. In the face of the pressure from the 4 high-level immortal monarchs, Ling Xiao was forced to use all of his combat strength. His strength was incomparably terrifying. The sharp sword light was like a sky full of stars that fell on the 4 high-level immortal monarchs continuously. Although the 4 high-level immortal monarchs were strong, they were unable to do anything to Ling Xiao. This kid must not be allowed to live. Ning Wuji saw this scene from the corner of his eye. The killing intent in his eyes was so strong that it seemed to have materialized. A trace of fear emerged in his heart. Ling Xiao was only a 2nd heaven immortal monarch. However, he was able to fight against the 4 peerless immortal monarchs without being defeated. Such heaven-defying combat strength would shock anyone who saw it. If Ling Xiao was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a huge threat to the immortal race. As for Gu Tongtian's unparalleled combat strength, Ning Wuji found it hard to believe. They were all peerless immortal monarchs, but Gu Tongtian's current battle prowess had already surpassed 10,000 years ago, causing the 4 peerless immortal monarchs to feel great pressure. If this continued, when the reinforcements of the 6 divine sects arrived, the battle would end hastily. He had to kill Ling Xiao before the reinforcements of the 6 divine sects arrived. If they could seriously injure or even kill Gutong Tian, that would be even better. After making up his mind, Ning Wuji's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He clenched his teeth and an ancient talisman appeared in his palm. Heaven-suppressing immortal talisman, suppress. Ning Wuji abruptly let out a roar. Rumble, like a sudden clap of thunder, the celestial talisman in his hand, enshrouded in chaotic light, instantly glowed brightly in the void. The word suppress in the immortal talisman was like an ancient sacred mountain, containing the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It instantly expanded in the sky and pressed down on Gutong Tian. The terrifying aura instantly tore everything apart and turned the sword chi in the sky into dust. It was extremely terrifying. Ning Wuji took the opportunity to break away from Gutong Tian's attack and charged toward Ling Xiao with the immortal trapping sword. Heaven-suppressing immortal talisman? It seems like Ning Wuji really hates Lei Ling to the point that he's willing to use the heaven-suppressing immortal talisman. Gutong Tian, let's see how you're going to save Lei Ling. Tai Qingzi's eyes were filled with astonishment. He, Wu Xiong, and Yao Guang had a tacit understanding. The moment the heaven-suppressing immortal talisman appeared, they unleashed all their strength and activated the 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons at the same time, charging toward Gutong Tian. The heaven-suppressing immortal talisman was an immortal talisman left behind by a heaven-suppressing immortal emperor in the Antiquity Age. It was extremely powerful and could create a space of its own that could destroy everything. It was said to be able to suppress anything below the Great Emperor level. A sharp light flashed across Gutong Tian's eyes. He instantly sensed that the void around him seemed to have been separated. The heaven and earth were pressing down on him. The immortal talisman above his head was twisting and emitting blazing immortal light. It slowed down the circulation of energy in his body. Although he unleashed his strongest divine power to resist the heaven-suppressing immortal talisman's unparalleled divine power, and at the same time, he held his sword and charged towards Xianxia and the others with his overbearing sword intent. However, he had no energy left to stop Ning Wuji. Lei Ling, it's up to you now. Gu Tongtian muttered to himself. His eyes grew sharper and more overbearing. His entire being seemed to be shrouded in a layer of hurricane. The sword in his hand kept slashing out shocking sword light towards the heaven-suppressing immortal talisman, trying to completely cut it open. Xianxia and the other two were not willing to give him a chance to catch his breath. The three extreme Dao Emperor weapons swept across the sky, their extreme Dao Emperor aura surging like the sea. They shrouded Gu Tongtian and attacked him continuously. At the same time, Ling Xiao, who was fighting against the 4 high-level immortal lords, also felt a strong sense of danger approaching. His eyes flashed as he saw Ning Wuji charging toward him with the celestial trapping sword. Rumble, the celestial trapping sword carried with it the power of heaven and earth. At the same time, it shrouded the void and locked Ling Xiao in place. The peerless sword intent could destroy everything, making it impossible for Ling Xiao to escape. Ling Xiao could even see Ning Wuji's eyes, which were filled with killing intent, reflected by the celestial calling sword. Clang, the heaven-suppressing sword soared into the sky, radiating dazzling sword radiance and surging sword intent. Without dodging, it went straight for the celestial trapping sword. Rumble, the terrifying sword intents clashed, sweeping across the sky like a huge wave. Instantly, a blazing roar erupted. The blazing sword radiance shattered, turning into a dazzling rain of light that fell from the sky. Ling Xiao felt an irresistible force coming at him. The heaven-suppressing sword in his hand buzzed and trembled as he was sent flying. Is this the power of a peerless immortal lord? Ling Xiao's eyes were bright and resplendent as he exclaimed in his heart. Kill! The eyes of the 4 high-level immortal monarchs shone brightly as they charged towards Ling Xiao from all directions. Ning Wuji did not stop at all. The celestial culling sword shone brightly as it buzzed, pointing at Ling Xiao's glabella. Rumble, at this moment, a dazzling light exploded from Ling Xiao's body. His entire body was crystal clear like glass. Boundless sword intent soared into the sky, turning him into a sword. Wang, the heavenly sword picture buzzed as it flew across the sky. A vast and mighty emperor aura exploded, heaven and earth flipped and the starry sky changed. Boundless sword intent rose and the heavenly sword picture gave up on the 9 immortal sects. Instead, it instantly enveloped the 4 high-level immortal lords and Ning Wuji. What? The 4 high-level immortal lords and Ning Wuji's expressions changed when they sensed a mysterious and terrifying force awakening within the heavenly sword diagram. Wang, the heaven-devouring sword shone brightly and instantly turned into 4 ancient swords that pierced through the heaven and earth. They stood in 4 different directions like heavenly pillars that propped up the world and broke through the primordial void. Heavenly Sword Formation, this was the supreme sword formation left behind by the Heavenly Sword Emperor. It could unleash the killing power of the 4 Heavenly Sword Emperors and destroy everything. In ancient times, the Heavenly Sword Emperor could trap and kill great emperors with the Heavenly Sword Formation. Ling Xiao's heaven-devouring sword had merged with the 3 immortal swords. However, it did not affect the Heavenly Sword picture and the Heavenly Sword Formation. This was also what Ling Xiao had prepared for Ning Wuji. Ning Wuji was wary of Ling Xiao and coveted the heavenly sword picture. However, Ling Xiao also coveted the immortal trapping sword. Only by merging with the immortal trapping sword would his heaven-devouring sword be complete. Heavenly Sword Formation. You can actually set up the Heavenly Sword Formation? Ning Wuji's eyes were filled with disbelief. Sensing the terrifying sword chi around them, Ning Wuji and the 4 high-level immortal lords felt a chill run down their spines. They sensed a fatal danger. However, Ning Wuji's sharp senses told him that the Heavenly Sword Formation was not complete. There were still flaws. You want to trap me with a mere incomplete heaven-reaching sword formation? You must be tired of living. Ning Wuji laughed coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he charged towards Ling Xiao with the immortal trapping sword in his hand. The Heavenly Sword Formation is indeed incomplete. However, with the immortal trapping sword in your hand, it will be complete. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His expression was calm as he looked at Ning Wuji as though he was looking at a dead man. He did not dodge. It was as if he was certain that Ning Wuji's sword could not hurt him. However, the closer he got to Ling Xiao, the more Ning Wuji felt his heart palpitate. Could it be that he still has some trump card? A thought emerged in Ning Wuji's mind. However, at this moment, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. The trembling sword light of the immortal culling sword was only inches away from Ling Xiao's forehead, as if it could pierce through it at any moment. However, Ning Wuji could no longer thrust his sword forward. This was because an ancient cauldron had appeared above Ning Wuji's head out of nowhere. The cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles, and it was bronze in color. It was simple and mysterious. Even though it was damaged, it was impossible to conceal its vast and powerful aura. Weng, the ancient cauldron hummed, and the sound was extremely clear. It instantly spread out in all directions, causing numerous strange ripples to appear. It was terrifying to the extreme. This is the cauldron of creation? Ning Wuji's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't help but roar. The cauldron of creation spun, and a vast amount of energy came from it. It suppressed Ning Wuji's body, causing him to be unable to move. It was as if there was an ancient greater world on his body, causing Ning Wuji to tremble all over. An indescribable fear emerged in his heart. This was the cauldron of creation, the ultimate treasure of the deity tribe. However, countless eras ago, the cauldron of creation had already shattered into countless fragments. How did Ling Xiao repair the cauldron of creation? Ning Wuji's heart was filled with endless questions. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not intend to answer his questions. When the cauldron of creation suppressed him, Ling Xiao chose to attack. Weng, the heaven-devouring sword hummed, and its sword chi swept out in all directions. It was extremely sharp, and it instantly headed for Ning Wuji's forehead. Ning Wuji could only watch as the heaven-devouring sword pierced through the void and into his sea of consciousness. However, he could not resist at all. The ultimate treasure of chaos, the cauldron of creation. Even though it was an incomplete cauldron of creation, it had the blessing of the deity tribe and the activation of the deity tribe seal. The power of the cauldron of creation was enough to suppress a supreme deity. After the heaven-devouring sword pierced through Ning Wuji's forehead, it suddenly slashed downwards. An extremely sharp sword intent gushed out and directly cut Ning Wuji in half. Blood rained down, and the flesh in the void wriggled. Dazzling immortal light bloomed, as if it was trying to reform a body. When one's cultivation reached the level of a supreme deity, rebirth from a drop of blood was a simple matter. As long as there was a drop of flesh, one could be reborn instantly. However, the most tragic thing about Ning Wuji was that he was suppressed by the cauldron of creation. With the suppression of the cauldron of creation, he could not resist at all. He was like a live target, and could only let Ling Xiao do whatever he wanted. The sword chi that filled the sky slashed downwards, instantly turning Ning Wuji's flesh into nothingness. As for Ning Wuji's primordial spirit, it was instantly suppressed by the wordless heavenly book by Ling Xiao, and was slowly refined by the wordless heavenly book. Rumble, the heaven-devouring sword emitted an extremely strong devouring power. The immortal slaughtering sword buzzed and instantly turned into a ray of light, merging into the heaven-devouring sword. The heaven-devouring sword shone brightly, and a mighty sword intent gushed out. It was extremely strong, powerful, and terrifying, as if it could cut through the boundless world. The heavenly sword diagram also buzzed. The last flaw of the heavenly sword diagram disappeared, and it was completely completed. Rumble, Ling Xiao stood in the middle of the heavenly sword diagram, holding the heaven-devouring sword in his hand. His body emitted an endless amount of divine light, and the sword light shot up into the sky, sharp to the extreme. The 4 high-level immortal lords were all dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was as if they were in a dream, and they did not dare to believe everything that had happened before their eyes. The supreme sect master of heaven connecting immortal sect, the supreme immortal lord Ning Wuji, died in the hands of Ling Xiao just like that. That was a supreme immortal lord. He was the strongest person below the great emperor, and he was a famous figure in the entire immortal world. Yet, he had died in such a humiliating manner. Their bodies trembled, and they looked at Ling Xiao with fear in their eyes. Instantly, they wanted to break through the void and escape. You want to leave? The heavenly sword diagram has already been completed. I'll use you as a sacrifice. Ling Xiao sneered coldly. Rumble. The surrounding sword chi rose, and the heavenly sword diagram buzzed and buzzed. Boundless Emperor's aura burst forth, especially the 4 divine swords formed by the heaven-devouring sword. They pierced through the heavens and earth, and their radiance was extremely dazzling. Even though the 4 high-level immortal lords were strong, where could they escape to when they were trapped in the heavenly sword diagram? As the heaven-devouring sword swallowed the immortal trapping sword, it had completely merged with the 4 heavenly sword diagram. The sword embryo had also turned into a supreme sword. The heavenly sword diagram seemed to have been completely awakened, and every single sword chi contained the power to destroy the source of the great Tao. Not long after, the physical bodies of the 4 high-level immortal lords were smashed into pieces within the heavenly sword diagram. Even their primordial spirits fell into Ling Xiao's hands, and were suppressed by him, 3rd sect master in the void. Ling Xiao had the heavenly sword diagram above his head and the heaven-swallowing sword in his hand. The cauldron of creation floated in front of him. His entire body was enveloped in a dazzling divine light. His aura was so powerful that no one dared to look at him directly. Everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao was only a 2nd heaven immortal emperor, but he had managed to kill the sect leader of the heavenly sword sect, Ning Wuji, and 4 high-level immortal lords by himself. Even a peerless immortal lord would not be able to do such a thing. Was Ling Xiao really the son of destiny of the gods' tribe? What shocked them even more was that the cauldron of creation, which had been broken for countless eras, had been restored in Ling Xiao's hands. Even though it still seemed to be damaged, the peerlessly terrifying aura it emanated clearly showed that it was a genuine chaotic treasure. With the cauldron of creation, Ling Xiao was not just the son of God. He was probably the leader of the gods' tribe. Compared to the fact that Ling Xiao had killed Ning Wuji and the 4 high-level immortal lords, the appearance of the cauldron of creation was even more shocking. Everyone could faintly feel that the situation in the immortal world was about to change greatly. Compared to the shock, fear, and fear of the 9 major immortal sects, the experts of the 6 major immortal sects were extremely excited. The cauldron of creation had appeared. The appearance of the god tribe's treasure meant that the god tribe was about to prosper again. This was especially so for the 120 divine generals. Their fanatical worship for Ling Xiao had reached its peak. They had already forgotten their identities and their former status. They were now the most loyal followers of God's favorite child. Anyone who dared to oppose the Son of God would be killed without mercy. The cauldron of creation? Interesting. The 9th prince's voice sounded from the immortal emperor's chariot with a hint of surprise. Your Highness, no wonder this lad is unwilling to become your follower. He actually has the cauldron of creation? However, I'm afraid this lad will eventually become a great enemy of the immortal race. Why don't? The Taoist-robed elder frowned as he spoke slowly. Towards the end, his eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. No matter. Even if it's a complete cauldron of creation, it won't affect the big picture, much less a damaged one. This Lei Ling is getting more and more interesting. I can sense that the heavenly sword diagram is complete. The sword in his hand can actually devour the immortal culling sword? I'm afraid the 4 heaven-piercing immortal swords have already fused into the sword in his hand. The 9th prince said slowly. Does your highness mean that you want to do it yourself? The Taoist-robed old man was slightly taken aback. Let's see if he can survive this calamity first. Although the people from the 9 celestial sects are unbearable, their strength is not something that the 6 divine sects can compare with. The 9th prince said indifferently. The old man in the Taoist robe nodded his head. His gaze landed on Ling Xiao and a strange look appeared on his face. Lei Ling was indeed extraordinary to be valued so highly by the 9th prince. However, Lei Ling's cultivation was still a little weak. After Ling Xiao killed Ning Wuji and the 4 high-level immortal monarchs, he shocked the experts of the 9 great immortal sections. They forgot to continue fighting. Even Tai Qingzi, Wu Xiong, and Yao Guang were in disbelief. Gutong Tian, no wonder you risked your life to protect this Lei Ling. He was able to use the fortune of the deity's tribe to activate the cauldron of creation. It seems like the deity's tribe seal is also in his hands. With 2 supreme treasures of the deity's tribe, he can already be called a divine master. However, he wasted the fortune of the deity's tribe so recklessly just to suppress Ning Wuji. What a fool! Taichingzi sneered coldly. His eyes were extremely sharp. He could tell at a glance that Ling Xiao was able to activate the cauldron of creation to suppress Ning Wuji because he had wasted the fortune of the deity's tribe. Otherwise, a broken Chaos Supreme treasure would not be able to suppress Ning Wuji, who had an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. The fortune of a tribe was extremely precious. It was much more precious than one or two peerless immortal monarchs. Therefore, in Taichingzi's opinion, Ling Xiao was extremely foolish to waste the fortune of the deity's tribe just to suppress Ning Wuji. I don't know if he's foolish or not, but I do know that if you attack him now, you'll end up like Ning Wuji. Gu Tongtian said indifferently. Humph, Taichingzi snorted coldly. However, he had to admit that Gu Tongtian was right. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao was foolish or not, he did not dare to attack Ling Xiao. The cauldron of creation was too terrifying. The three peerless immortal monarchs felt their scalps go numb. However, if they did not attack, who else could deal with Ling Xiao? The sharpness in Ling Xiao's eyes was unparalleled. The sword will around him rose and followed him across the sky. The heavenly sword diagram spread out majestically and enveloped the cultivators of the 9 great immortal sections. In order to kill Ning Wuji, Ling Xiao had indeed used up a lot of the fortune of the deity's tribe. However, it was worth it to Ling Xiao. Only by killing Ning Wuji could he obtain the immortal calling sword and complete his heaven-devouring sword, allowing the heavenly sword picture to unleash its full power. The combination of the heavenly sword picture and the heaven-devouring sword shrouded the entire void. Other than the high-level immortal monarchs, the low-level and mid-level immortal monarchs could not withstand the sharp sword chi. They were all killed within the heavenly sword picture. Everyone from the 6 major immortal sects was invigorated. Each of them unleashed their strongest divine aura and charged forward. The situation changed in the blink of an eye. The 9 major immortal sects suffered heavy casualties. They were about to be completely annihilated within the heavenly sword picture. The 3 peerless immortal monarchs, Taichingzi, Wu Xiong, and Yao Guang were extremely anxious. However, they could not free themselves and were stopped by Gu Tongtian. Damn it! Taichingzi's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. His heart was filled with anger. However, the pressure that Gu Tongtian exerted on them was also increasing. Sword chi swept across the void, destroying everything and enveloping the 3 peerless immortal monarchs. Rumble, however, at this moment, waves of powerful aura swept across the sky. Dazzling immortal light lit up the entire sky. There were also a few immortal weapons that exuded extreme emperor aura. They flew across the sky and suppressed the heavenly sword picture and the heaven-devouring sword. Above the void, 5 figures with terrifying auras exuded an invincible aura. They were extremely strong. These were 5 peerless immortal monarchs. In addition, there were dozens of immortal monarchs. Their eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. The reinforcements of the 9 major immortal sects had arrived. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He instantly felt a strong threat. The 5 peerless immortal monarchs had locked onto him. The experts of the 9 major immortal sects looked at him with murderous intent. They could not wait to tear him into pieces. The hearts of the 6 major immortal sects tightened. The reinforcements of the 9 major immortal sects had arrived so quickly, a fierce battle was unavoidable. Who dares to harm the Son of God? A cold voice boomed in the void like a clap of thunder. Rumble, the blazing divine light in the void rumbled. In an instant, 5 torrents of divine light swept across the sky, ferocious and domineering. They directly blocked in front of Ling Xiao and forced the 5 peerless immortal monarchs to retreat. 5 figures with terrifying auras swept across the sky and landed beside Ling Xiao. Their eyes were cold as they stared at the immortals in front of them. At the same time, dozens of figures with powerful auras followed. They were the supreme elders of the 6 major immortal sects. Their killing intent was boiling as they confronted the people from the 9 major immortal sects. The 5 figures were also peerless immortal dukes. The leaders of the 5 major immortal sects had all arrived. The faces of the people from the 9 major immortal sects changed. They did not expect the reinforcements from the 6 major immortal sects to arrive so quickly. Moreover, it seemed like the 6 major immortal sects had turned out in full force. All the supreme experts had arrived, looking as though they were willing to sacrifice anything for Ling Xiao. Including Gutong Tian, the 6 major immortal sects had sent out 6 peerless immortal dukes and over 100 middle-level and high-level immortal dukes. They were all here to protect Lei Ling, the son of God. For a moment, the 9 major immortal sects felt like they were riding a tiger. Although the 9 major immortal sects had 8 peerless immortal dukes and over 100 supreme elders, they seemed to be stronger than the 6 major immortal sects. However, the people from the 6 major immortal sects were full of vigor. They looked like they were not afraid of death and were willing to sacrifice anything for Lei Ling. If they were to forcefully start a war, it might end up with both sides suffering great losses. Moreover, there was the unfathomable Gutong Tian in the 6 major immortal sects. After the battle with Gutong Tian, Tai Qingzi, Wu Xiong, and Yao Guang were extremely wary of Gutong Tian. What should we do? Are we really going to start a war with the 6 major immortal sects here? Even if we win, I'm afraid the 9 major immortal sects will suffer great losses. Although Lei Ling deserves to die, it won't be easy to kill him today. Moreover, he has the cauldron of creation. If we push him too far and force him to burn the immortal sect's fate, we might all be in danger of dying. That's right. The cauldron of fortune was the same as the longevity tower. They were both treasures of fortune. With the fortune of the celestial race, they would be able to unleash their strongest power. Damn it, if we don't have the cauldron of creation, we might be able to kill Lei Ling if we attack together and catch him off guard. We can't fight this battle anymore. Did you not see His Highness the 9th Prince? I'm afraid the eternal celestial dynasty can't wait for us to fight the 6 great sects to the death. That's right. The eternal immortal dynasty has always been up to no good. We have to preserve our strength. Lei Ling can be killed at any time, there's no need to rush. So we're just going to let this battle go? That's the only way. Agreed. Agreed. Among the 9 immortal sects, Tai Qingzi and the other peerless immortal lords intertwined with their immortal wills. Their gazes changed, and they finally reached a consensus. Although the deaths of the saints and saintesses had infuriated them, it had not reached the point where they would throw caution to the wind. Since they weren't willing to risk their lives, they could only call it quits. Gutong Tian, you'd better stay by Lei Ling's side to protect him. Today's blood debt will be repaid 100, 1,000 times over. Tai Qingzi said coldly. His cold eyes swept across Gutong Tian and Ling Xiao, and finally paused on Ling Xiao for a moment. His murderous intent seemed to have materialized. So, the 9 great immortal sects are shameless and want to kill Lei Ling regardless of your status? If Lei Ling is hurt in any way, I'll bury the 9 great immortal sects with him. Gutong Tian laughed coldly. His voice was filled with overbearing dominance. You? Gutong Tian, you're not an emperor yet. Even if you are, you don't have the right to say such words. You're just a frog in a well. Tai Qingzi laughed coldly, his eyes full of disdain. However, after hearing the conversation between Gutong Tian and Tai Qingzi, the people from the 9 great immortal sects and the 6 great divine sects all felt relieved. Although it seemed like a threat, they all knew that there was no way for them to fight. Both sides had their reservations and were unwilling to die together. They didn't want the eternal immortal dynasty to reap the benefits. Therefore, even though the 9 great immortal sects hated Ling Xiao to the core, they had no choice but to give up. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the 8 great immortal lords were looking at him with hatred and murderous intent. After all, Ling Xiao had wiped out the 9 great immortal sects in the immortal demon cave. All the saints and saintesses had died at his hands. Luckily, they weren't vicious enough. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao had used the cauldron of creation to kill Ning Wuji. Although it seemed easy, Ling Xiao had paid a huge price. Let alone the fact that he had used up a large amount of the fortune of the gods, which made the fortune of the gods even weaker. Ling Xiao's indestructible soul had mostly been depleted from using the cauldron of fortune, so he was extremely weak right now. After all, how could a peerless immortal monarch that was said to be a supreme expert beneath the emperor realm was so easy to kill? However, killing Ning Wuji wasn't the most important thing for Ling Xiao. It was the immortal trapping sword in Ning Wuji's hands. What no one knew was that after merging with the immortal trapping sword, Ling Xiao's heaven-devouring sword had finally reached perfection. In the near future, it would definitely become a peerless sword that could sweep through the heavens. Seeing that the 9 great immortal sects had chosen to give up, the 9th prince frowned slightly on the immortal emperor's chariot. This wasn't what he had expected. It seemed like Lei Ling was more important to the descendants of the divine tribe than he had imagined. Otherwise, the 6 great immortal sects wouldn't have come out in full force. Buzz, at that moment, immortal light shone brightly and auspicious vapors rose. The 9th prince floated down from the immortal emperor's chariot. In an instant, it was as if the 9th prince had become the center of the world, attracting everyone's attention. His stature was extraordinary and he looked handsome and elegant. Although his face was hidden under the immortal light and couldn't be seen clearly, his peerless aura won everyone's admiration. He stepped forward and golden lotuses formed under his feet. They weren't stained by a single speck of dust. He was peerless, and every step he took created lotuses. He walked towards Ling Xiao. Although he didn't do it deliberately, there was a vast aura of heaven and earth that pressed down on Ling Xiao. A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and he instantly felt a strong and fatal sense of danger. This 9th prince was simply unfathomably powerful. 3rd sect master, the 9th prince is very powerful. You are no match for him now. At that moment, a voice rang in Ling Xiao's mind. How can you be so sure that I am no match for him? Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly, and his fighting spirit surged. The evil spirit's words made Ling Xiao want to win. Ling Xiao had to admit that the 9th prince in front of him was the strongest he had ever seen. Even though Ling Xiao had killed the 9th prince's clone before, he was still not confident that he could defeat the 9th prince before him. Master, the 9th prince in front of you should only be a clone. However, even if it is a clone, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to defeat him. This is because his original body has already reached the level of an unparalleled celestial duke. The evil spirit's voice was solemn. Unparalleled celestial duke? Is the 9th prince really that strong? Ling Xiao was shocked. That's right. Although I don't know the reason why the 9th prince's main body hasn't appeared, just this clone alone is already extremely terrifying. Be careful. The evil spirit warned. He had temporarily become the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book and was recuperating in the wordless heavenly book. It could be said that he was bound to Ling Xiao for good or ill. Of course, he did not want Ling Xiao to die in the hands of the 9th prince. Buzz, at that moment, the 9th prince's palm shone brightly. It was as though there was a mysterious and brilliant world with 9 fragments of the godly cauldron sealed within it. Those were the fragments of the cauldron of creation. Ling Xiao and the rest of the people from the deity tribe could not help but change their expressions. Their eyes were burning with passion. They had not expected the last 9 fragments of the cauldron of creation to be in the hands of the 9th prince. Lei Ling, if you merge these 9 fragments of the godly cauldron, the cauldron of creation in your hands will be complete. The 9th prince smiled and looked at Ling Xiao calmly. What are your conditions? Ling Xiao asked calmly. He did not believe that the 9th prince would be so kind as to give him the 9 fragments of the godly cauldron. I want the heavenly sword diagram and the sword in your hand. The 9th prince's gaze landed on the heaven-devouring sword as a strange look appeared on his face. Impossible. A cold glint flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes as he smiled faintly. It seemed that the 9th prince had seen through the mysteries of the heaven-devouring sword. He probably knew that the heaven-devouring sword was fused with the 4 great immortal swords, which was why he had taken a fancy to it. Obtaining the 9 fragments of the cauldron of creation would make the cauldron of creation whole, but to Ling Xiao, the heaven-devouring sword was obviously more important. Therefore, he refused without any hesitation. What a pity. If you're not willing to trade, why don't we make a bet? The 9th prince did not get angry. Instead, he smiled calmly. Bet? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. That's right. I can see that your battle prowess is extraordinary, so I want to spar with you. Why don't we have a fight? If you win, I'll give you these 9 fragments of the divine cauldron. The 9th prince said. If I lose, I have to give you the heavenly sword illustration and the heaven-devouring sword. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Heaven-devouring sword? What a good name. You're right, and that's not all. If you lose, your life will be mine, and you will become my follower. The 9th prince said with a smile. If that's the case, your life will be mine if I win. Ling Xiao said indifferently. That's right. It's fair. As long as you have the ability, you can take my life at any time. His Highness the Ninth Prince nodded. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. Regardless of whether it was the people from the 9 major immortal sects or the 6 major immortal sects, no one had expected the Ninth Prince to want to fight Ling Xiao. As for the Ninth Prince, although no one had seen him fight, no one doubted his strength. The Ninth Prince was once hailed by the Celestial Emperor as the most dazzling genius of the immortal tribe in this era. There was no one else like him. All the geniuses, demons, and even the descendants of the Celestial Emperor paled in comparison to the Ninth Prince. No one doubted the Ninth Prince's strength. Everyone believed that the Ninth Prince would definitely become an emperor. It was just a matter of time. Now, the Ninth Prince actually wanted to fight with Lei Ling. This instantly piqued everyone's interest and curiosity. However, in their hearts, Ling Xiao had no chance of winning. However, regardless of whether it was the 9 major immortal sects or the 6 major immortal sects, all the peerless immortal dukes remained silent. The 6 major immortal sects naturally wanted the 9 fragments of the cauldron of creation. To them, the complete cauldron of creation was an irresistible temptation. On the other hand, the 9 major immortal sects harbored evil intentions. They wanted to use the Ninth Prince to kill Ling Xiao and also wanted to take the opportunity to see the Ninth Prince's true strength. Shall we fight here? Ling Xiao said slowly as a strong desire to fight surged in his eyes. No. The Ninth Prince shook his head as a faint smile appeared in his eyes. He said, let's fight outside the immortal realm in the chaotic void. Outside the immortal realm, Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he stared deeply at the Ninth Prince. Could it be that the Ninth Prince had discovered his true identity? Otherwise, why would he initiate a fight outside the immortal realm? Was this a chance for him to escape or was it a trap? After all, the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain and Jiang Yuyang were outside the immortal realm, waiting to receive him at any time. Ling Xiao's mind spun rapidly, but in the end, he nodded and said with a calm expression, sure. Regardless of whether the Ninth Prince had discovered his identity or whether it was a trap, the outside of the immortal realm was the best chance for him to escape. Although the crowd was slightly surprised, they did not say much. To the Ninth Prince, entering and leaving the immortal realm was a very simple matter. Especially now that the Great Tribulation was approaching and the Eternal Emperor's road was about to open, the seal on the immortal realm was getting looser. Many people would leave the immortal realm to explore the ruins and treasures in the chaotic void. However, most people felt a little regretful. This was because only the peerless immortal dukes of the 9 major immortal sects and the 6 major immortal sects were qualified to watch the fight, as well as a few high-level immortal dukes. Other than that, most people did not have the chance to witness the fight. This was indeed a great pity. Master, the Ninth Prince must be plotting something. You must be careful. The evil spirit reminded. I understand. He must have discovered my true identity and wants to lure the people from the immortal realm to save me so that he can take the opportunity to kill us all in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao smiled coldly as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Even though he knew that this could be a trap, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. He leaped into the sky with the Ninth Prince and headed out of the immortal realm. Zhubi Chinese network outside the immortal plane. The immortal plane was like a gigantic sphere, flowing with dazzling immortal light. The longevity tower was billions of zhong tall and it hovered above the immortal plane, sprinkling down ripples of light to envelop the entire immortal plane. The longevity tower was the guardian of the immortal plane. It was also the immortal race's treasure of fortune. Ling Xiao could vaguely see mist swirling around the longevity tower. Multicolored light shone brightly and the immortal race's incomparably powerful aura was like a sea of clouds, majestic and majestic. Above the sea of clouds, there were blurry and powerful figures. They contained the imprints of the great Tao and were incomparably terrifying. According to legends, those were the great emperors of the immortal race. Regardless of whether they were still alive or dead, every great emperor that appeared in the immortal race would leave an imprint on the longevity tower. That was the imprint and soul of a great emperor. It was said that if the immortal race were to encounter a great calamity one day, the longevity tower could summon those great emperors back. Of course, that was just a legend. Ling Xiao could see more than 10 of those blurry figures. He wondered just how many immortal emperors had appeared in the immortal race over the past 108 eras. Ling Xiao's heart was incomparably solemn. With the longevity tower, a flawless chaos treasure, who could break through the immortal plane with an immortal emperor, and if the immortal plane wanted to dominate the myriad planes and sweep through the myriad worlds, who could stop it? Not the humans, not the Yao, not the demons. He had to accumulate enough strength. Although Ling Xiao and the Ninth Prince were still within the longevity tower's range, they were already at the edge. In the distance, the chaotic mist spread out and the faint silhouette of a world could be seen. In truth, it was unknown how far away it was. The chaotic void was vast and boundless, containing countless secrets. Not even great emperors could fully explore it. Here, Ling Xiao was about to fight the Ninth Prince. Ling Xiao could sense that the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain and Jiang Yuyang were hiding in the distant chaotic void, ready to receive him at any time and take him away from the immortal plane. However, this might be a trap. Ling Xiao did not want them to appear here. There was only one way to break this trap, and that was to defeat the Ninth Prince. Ling Xiao raised his head and his gaze fell on the Ninth Prince in the distance. A powerful battle intent surged within him. He had cultivated 100 scriptures and fused all methods, wanting to walk an unprecedented path of invincibility. He wanted to crush all geniuses of the past and present. He had long ago the belief that he was invincible. So what if he was the Ninth Prince? Even if it was the real His Highness the Ninth Prince, Ling Xiao would not be afraid at all, let alone a mere clone of the Ninth Prince. Let's fight. The blood in Ling Xiao's body was boiling, and it was as if there was mist rising from his body. The sharpness in his eyes was extremely bright. Whether it was the cauldron of creation, the heavenly sword illustration, or the heaven-devouring sword, Ling Xiao had put them all away. He was barehanded and looked ahead. At this moment, he only was Ninth Prince alone. Was Ninth Prince? ? What strong conviction! Sensing the aura from Ling Xiao, the Ninth Prince's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. In the past, Ling Xiao gave him the feeling of an unsheathed divine sword, emitting a dazzling light. But now, Ling Xiao's sword had been sheathed. Its sharpness was restrained, but it contained an even more terrifying and dangerous power. Lei Ling, I admit that you are qualified to fight with me now. Let's fight it out in one move. How about that? Ninth Prince smiled. His smile was so dazzling that it made the world lose its color. As you wish. Ling Xiao's expression was calm, but there seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. Rumble, dazzling divine light rose around him, and the battle intent in his eyes was unparalleled. The blood in his body boiled, and the meridians in his body let out a dragon's roar. He condensed all the energy in his body, containing the power of a tsunami. He was about to unleash an earth-shattering attack at any time. Ling Xiao was not surprised that he could fight it out in one move. The Ninth Prince in front of him was just a clone. Of course, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He might as well go all out and gather all his energy to unleash a killing blow. Although Ninth Prince was powerful, he did not underestimate Ling Xiao at all. Instead, he treated Ling Xiao as a powerful opponent. Bang! Ninth Prince's expression was calm, and his temperament was otherworldly. He had a faint smile on his face as he walked toward Ling Xiao. His footsteps were light, but when he took a step forward, it was as if he was stepping on everyone's hearts. The world around him rumbled. A vast aura rose up and pressed down on Ling Xiao. Bang! 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 Ninth Prince walked toward Ling Xiao with a warm smile. His eyes were bright and radiant, and he exuded an extremely strong sense of affinity. However, the surrounding people could clearly feel the coldness in Ninth Prince's smile. It was like a divine dragon in the sky looking down on ants. It was like the heavenly Tao facing all living things. It was as if a casual step could crush Ling Xiao. If Ninth Prince's aura was like a divine dragon, the heavenly Tao, and all living things in the universe, Ling Xiao's aura was the belief of all living things. It was the aura of invincibility, the boiling blood, and the determination to fight against heaven and earth. This was the battle between Ninth Prince and Ling Xiao. It was also a battle between Heavenly Tao and Heavenly Tao. Even the celestial dukes from the 9 major celestial sects and the 6 major divine sects who were watching the battle from afar had a solemn expression on their faces. Just the exchange of auras alone was enough to make them feel so strongly. They all understood that the next attack would definitely be like the collapse of the heavens and the earth, and it would be extremely grand. For some reason, a strong sense of anticipation rose in their hearts. Between Ninth Prince and Ling Xiao, who would emerge victorious? Rumble. Ling Xiao and the Ninth Prince were originally tens of thousands of feet apart. However, as the Ninth Prince took those 9 steps, the distance between them rapidly shrank. The terrifying aura that was suppressing Ling Xiao was like an immortal great thousand world, vast to the extreme. Under such great pressure, Ling Xiao's body instantly emitted endless rays of light. Blazing flames rose, revealing the color of chaos. His entire body was filled with an eternal and immortal aura. Kill! Ling Xiao let out a loud shout. It was like the first voice at the beginning of the world, splitting apart the chaos and awakening life. Following that was a peerless fist print that seemed to have condensed endless chaos. It pierced through the past and the present and descended upon Ninth Prince. Ling Xiao's fist was like a raging volcano as it whistled through the air. However, it was also like 100 rivers returning to the sea. All of his strength instantly gathered into one and exploded into a peerless punch. There was no secret technique, no emperor technique, no great Tao law, and no so-called technique. All of his strength had gathered into one and turned into a simple punch. The return of his strength to its origin was to kill. At this moment, Ling Xiao had no other thoughts in his mind. There was only the Ninth Prince in his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind. Kill the Ninth Prince, kill him. Ling Xiao's fist imprint arrived in an instant. The dazzling divine light even reflected the Ninth Prince's bright eyes. The space around the Ninth Prince seemed to be distorted. It was as if countless years of time were stacked together, constantly devouring the power in Ling Xiao's punch. At the same time, the Ninth Prince pointed his finger at Ling Xiao's forehead. His finger was crystal clear and slender, as flawless as white jade. However, it was shrouded in chaotic light. It seemed to have come from an origin and instantly exploded with endless strength. It opened up heaven and earth, divided all things, and condensed the heavenly Tao law and all things. Sky-splitting finger? Legend has it that this is a supreme immortal technique that the Ninth Prince created himself. The immortal emperor said that it was a peerless finger technique that was not weaker than an emperor technique. Combined with his own strength, who can stop him? Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. This finger technique made him feel a strong sense of threat. Sky-splitting finger was a supreme immortal technique that the Ninth Prince created himself. It could threaten a peerless immortal emperor. Ling Xiao was only a second heaven imperial emperor. How could he resist it? Lei Ling's punch vaguely contained the emperor's true intent. Unfortunately, his cultivation is still too weak. Wu Xiong's eyes shone brightly as he spoke slowly. Idiot! Do you know what true strength is? No wonder idiots like you can't become an emperor in your lifetime. Gu Tongtian sneered, causing the people from the 9 major immortal sects to glare at him. However, his expression was normal as he stared at the scene of the battle between Ling Xiao and the Ninth Prince. There was a hint of passion in his eyes. Puff, the Ninth Prince's sky-splitting finger contained supreme power that could split the world apart. It actually arrived first, piercing through Ling Xiao's forehead in an instant. The destructive power swept towards Ling Xiao's indestructible soul like a storm. At this moment, Ling Xiao's fist barely managed to break through the space-time barrier around the Ninth Prince and pressed down on him. Weng, the Ninth Prince's body shook slightly, and he actually dodged Ling Xiao's punch at an unbelievable angle. Then, he attacked again with a finger. Puff, it was still the same heaven-splitting finger. The sharp finger light was as fast as lightning, surpassing the speed of thought. It directly tore through Ling Xiao's flesh and pierced his heart. Rumble. Boundless divine light gushed out from Ling Xiao's body as a violent aura spread out. He was like a sun that was about to shatter as his aura rapidly weakened. Even Ling Xiao's indestructible bones trembled violently after being struck by the Ninth Prince's sky-splitting finger, as if they would shatter at any moment. You have lost. The Ninth Prince said calmly as he stood in front of Ling Xiao and looked him in the eye. Even a supreme celestial duke would not be able to block his heaven-splitting finger. Ling Xiao's indestructible soul and heart had been attacked at the same time. This was already a fatal injury. However, Ling Xiao's fist did not pose any threat to the ninth prince. That might not be the case. Purple gold blood flowed out from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth, but his eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Rumble, in an instant, the light that gushed out from Ling Xiao's body actually turned into dense fist imprints in the void. Each fist imprint contained a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. All of the fist prints gathered together like an immortal mountain and pressed down on the ninth prince. Originally, Ling Xiao's punch seemed to have been completely exhausted and destroyed by the distorted spacetime around the ninth prince. However, at this moment, it arrived with a loud rumble, obliterating the layers of spacetime and smashing into the ninth prince's chest. Crack, the immortal light around the ninth prince shattered, and the spacetime was destroyed. All of his defensive powers cracked open like a spider web, before completely exploding. Ling Xiao's domineering punch was not blocked at all as it pierced through the ninth prince's chest. The divine mountain fist in the sky came crashing down and directly destroyed the ninth prince's head. Rumble, the ninth prince's entire body exploded into a dazzling rain of light in the void. A strong sense of weakness washed over him. Ling Xiao's body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. After unleashing such a peerless punch and letting go of all his defenses, he was heavily injured by the ninth prince. His body was on the verge of collapsing. However, he still forced himself to stand up straight and looked into the distance. There, the celestial light gathered and the ninth prince's body reformed. However, he looked much more illusory and seemed like he would shatter at any moment. What a powerful fist technique. It can actually integrate the power of the great Tao origin. I was too careless. What is the name of this fist technique? The ninth prince said with a sigh. I call it the origin fist. Ling Xiao said calmly. His arm was trembling slightly, and all the meridians in his body had been shattered. If it wasn't for his bones being strong enough, his physical body would have been shattered by now. This kind of power was not something he could control. Ling Xiao's aura had been accumulated to the maximum. It was as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. With the 12 great Tao origins as the foundation, he had integrated the 12 great Tao origins into his fist and unleashed a shocking attack. This was the power of the fusion of origins. Others might not be able to tell, but the ninth prince could. Return to the origin of all Daos. The origin fist is indeed a good name. You have won this battle. The ninth prince said calmly. All the celestial dukes who were watching the battle fell silent. Upon hearing the ninth prince's words, the eyes of the peerless celestial dukes turned solemn. Perhaps the high-level celestial dukes couldn't tell, but the peerless celestial dukes looked at Ling Xiao solemnly. Before this, they had not taken Ling Xiao seriously. Although Ling Xiao had killed Ning Wuji, it was only because of the power of the cauldron of creation. However, they were starting to take Ling Xiao seriously now. This was because Ling Xiao had already displayed a power that was enough to threaten them. I have one. Where's your trump card? You wouldn't hand over the 9 fragments of the cauldron of creation to me so easily, right? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He looked calm on the surface, but his body was frantically activating the devouring fruit of Tao. He was devouring the power he had accumulated from killing Ning Wuji. Both his flesh and primordial spirit had turned into a vast amount of origin energy and started to nourish his body and primordial spirit. He was recovering rapidly so that he could deal with the upcoming battle. These are the 9 fragments of the cauldron of creation. They're yours. The ninth prince smiled faintly. Immortal light glowed in his palm as the 9 fragments flew toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect the ninth prince to hand over the 9 fragments so easily. However, Ling Xiao did not hesitate and directly grabbed the 9 fragments of the cauldron of creation. With these 9 fragments, the cauldron of creation would be complete. Lei Ling, you're stronger than when you were in the demon realm. I hope to see you again on the Eternal Emperor's Road. When the time comes, I won't hold back. The ninth prince said to Ling Xiao. Then, he turned into a dazzling rain of light and slowly disappeared. Boom, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. He recognized me. Ling Xiao's body shook and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The thing he was most worried about had happened. The ninth prince had recognized him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned the demon realm. But why didn't the ninth prince expose him? If his identity as a human was exposed, neither the 9 great immortal sects nor the 6 great divine sects would let him off easily. His Highness the ninth prince had let him off so easily. What about the so-called conspiracy? While Ling Xiao was shocked, he also felt incomparably depressed. It was as if his punch had landed on cotton. It was light as a feather, and he had lost his target. What is he plotting? Ling Xiao couldn't figure it out. The immortal tribe and the divine tribe were mortal enemies. Logically speaking, the ninth prince wouldn't let him off so easily. Even if he didn't kill him, he would take away his treasures like the cauldron of creation and the heavenspan sword diagram. But now, the ninth prince had left just like that. The old man in Taoist robes next to the immortal emperor chariot gave Ling Xiao a deep look before leaving with the chariot. The eyes of the many peerless immortal lords of the 9 great immortal sects flickered with murderous intent. They stared at Ling Xiao as if they were going to attack him at any moment. But they held back in the end. Let's go. Following Tai Chingzi's order, everyone from the 9 great immortal sects turned and left, returning to the immortal world through the longevity tower. Soon, only Ling Xiao and the people from the 6 divine sects were left outside the immortal realm. Led by Gutong Tian, the sect masters of the 6 divine sects were all peerless celestial dukes. Their eyes were like lightning as they looked at Ling Xiao, scrutinizing him. Although Ling Xiao controlled the cauldron of creation and was undoubtedly the child of God, and he had displayed such shocking battle prowess, Ling Xiao was still a child of God. However, Ling Xiao was too young, and his cultivation was also a little weak. It was not enough to make the 6 great sect masters submit to him. Lei Ling, from today onwards, you are the God tribe son of God. Everyone below the 6 of us in the God tribe will be under your control. If one day you can defeat the 6 of us, we will also acknowledge you as our master. Gutong Tian said slowly to Ling Xiao with a complicated look in his eyes. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and said. He understood the meaning of Gutong Tian's words. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was strong, and his talent was monstrous. He had conquered countless people from the 6 divine sects, but if he wanted to conquer the 6 sect masters, he was still lacking. Gutong Tian and the other 5 would acknowledge Ling Xiao's status as the child of God, but they would not swear loyalty to Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao could feel that Gutong Tian and the other 5 were all heroes of their own regions. The bloodline shackles in their bodies had been broken. Otherwise, their cultivation would not have reached their current level. Everyone, I don't need you to swear loyalty to me. After today's incident, I'm afraid that the 9 great immortal sects will attack us. I suggest that all the descendants of the God tribe move to the Hall of Gods. I will use the God tribe seal and the cauldron of creation to break the bloodline shackles for all the descendants of the God tribe. Ling Xiao looked at Gutong Tian and the other 5 and said slowly. Although these 6 peerless immortal dukes were very strong, they were nothing to Ling Xiao now. He could vaguely feel that the Eternal Emperor Road was about to open. He had to settle the people of the God tribe before that. This was an incomparably strong force. Once the bloodline shackles were broken, there would be a day when they would explode with enough power. Ling Xiao was the child of God, the Lord of Demons. Now that he had the title of child of God, it was nothing. Next, the most important place for Ling Xiao was the Eternal Emperor Road. That was the place where countless geniuses and experts from all over the universe, from ancient times to the present. There were white bones there, and there was also the opportunity to become an emperor. There was also the good fortune to transcend. Ling Xiao no longer cared about what the 9th prince was plotting. At the very least, according to the 9th prince's words, the eternal immortal dynasty would not act against him before the Eternal Emperor Road opened. Knowing this, Ling Xiao understood that he was not in any danger in the immortal realm. The most important thing now was to increase his strength and become stronger. All right. Gutong Tian and the other 5 looked at each other, then nodded. Although Ling Xiao knew that the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain and Jiang Yuyang were near the immortal realm, he still chose to return. He had more important things to do. Before leaving, Ling Xiao took a deep look at the chaotic void in the distance, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Finally, Ling Xiao returned to the immortal realm. After Ling Xiao returned to the immortal realm, 2 figures appeared in the chaotic void in the distance. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to have grown to such a level. The younger generation will surpass us in time, Xianxia sighed softly, his eyes full of admiration. I didn't expect it either. The path of origin. Fusion? This may be an invincible path, but it may also be a broken path. After all, even the celestial emperor failed back then. The emperor of Kunwa Mountain spoke slowly, the vicissitudes of time flowing in his eyes. The celestial emperor. Although the celestial emperor failed, Ling Xiao may succeed. The foundation of the human race is still too weak. In this great calamity, we don't expect the human race to become the epic lord. We only hope that the human race can preserve enough of its bloodline. Jiang Yuyang smiled wryly. Ling Xiao has already gathered enough information and intelligence. This is of utmost importance to the human race. He has his own path to walk, so we don't need to worry about him. The human race's plan is about to begin. The emperor of Kunwa Mountain spoke slowly, a strange light flowing in his palm. Ling Zhao's glance at the chaotic void was enough for him to send a message. The emperor of Kunwa Mountain had already received the message. That's right. After the opening of the Eternal Emperor Road, the great calamity will descend soon. When the time comes, we have to find a pure land for the human race, where the human race can live and flourish. With the myriad races fighting for supremacy, countless sealed prodigies will return. How many of the human race will return? Jiang Yuyang sighed softly, his voice sorrowful. There's no need to be sad. The weak feel sorry for themselves, while the strong strive for self-improvement. With Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and Dugu Choubai, the human race still has hope. Dugu Choubai? The peerless genius who entered the Tao through the sword? That's right. He's already broken through to the Emperor realm, and now he's even stepped into the Mausoleum of Swords. When the Eternal Emperor Road opens, he'll definitely be able to embark on his journey to the Emperor Road. Doesn't that mean all three of them have the potential to become great emperors? Perhaps even more. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain and Jiang Yuyang spoke as they disappeared into the chaotic void. Third Sect Master Immortal World, Eternal Celestial Dynasty. Inside a bronze celestial palace, the ninth prince slowly opened his eyes. Immortal light gathered in his eyes, as if the images of time and space were flowing and changing. In front of him, chaotic fog filled the air. Amidst the rising immortal light, a mysterious figure appeared. Greetings, Father. His Highness the Ninth Prince bowed slightly. You gave away the Cauldron of Creation fragment? He didn't notice anything wrong, did he? A calm and ethereal voice rang out, causing the entire bronze celestial palace to tremble slightly. The mysterious figure looked like a middle-aged man. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, his body contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Just by standing there, he seemed to be an entire world. He was the ruler of Eternal Celestial Dynasty, the Celestial Emperor. I gave it away. However, I didn't hold back. Although Ling Zhao's cultivation is only at the second heaven of the high immortal realm, he controlled the power of fused origins and destroyed my clone. His Highness the Ninth Prince nodded. The power of fused origins? This might be difficult for others, but he has the wordless heavenly book, so it's not that difficult. A second heaven of the high immortal realm is enough to destroy your clone? Looks like I didn't misjudge you. The Celestial Emperor said calmly, his voice filled with emotion. Father, I don't understand why you let him go and gave him the Cauldron of Creation instead. The wordless heavenly book and heavenly sword diagram on him can also be used by me. The Ninth Prince said. You don't understand. The wordless heavenly book has chosen him, so no one can take it away from him. It's the same for the heavenly sword diagram. Moreover, he's very useful to us. The divines aren't our enemies. Perhaps they're our allies. Allies? Do we have enemies? Of course. They're powerful enough to make even the great emperors tremble. Even though we've been accumulating strength for so many years, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Enemies that make even the great emperors tremble? Who are they? The Ninth Prince's eyes also revealed a trace of shock. I can't say. They're everywhere. The Celestial Emperor shook his head. You only need to remember that even though we are enemies with the gods, we cannot exterminate them. We even have to protect them. As for Ling Xiao, he's a powerful chess piece and your best stepping stone. It's not that you can't die, but you can't die now, understand? The Immortal Emperor said slowly. Understood. His Highness the Ninth Prince nodded. You are the hope of the eternal immortal dynasty, but are you not the hope of the immortal race? On the eternal emperor's path, you must become the only. The voice of the Immortal Emperor was faintly discernible, filled with weariness. He turned and departed, his silhouette vanishing from the Ninth Prince's sight. Eternal Emperor's Road? The Ninth Prince's eyes shone brightly, as if they could pierce through everything. In the end, the bronze immortal palace emitted a vast chaotic light and slowly disappeared into the void as if it had never appeared. When Xianxia returned to the old god cult, he was welcomed and worshipped like a hero. In the immortal demon grotto, he'd single-handedly slaughtered all the disciples of the 9 great sects and won the immortal demon gathering. Of course, the 6 divine sects no longer cared about the prize of the 6 great Tao states. The divine clan seal and cauldron of creation, the 2 greatest treasures of fortune, had both returned and were in Xiao's possession. Who would dare say that Xiao wasn't the son of God now? Needless to say, the 120 divine generals had already become Xiao's loyal followers. As long as Xiao gave the order, they wouldn't even frown if they had to die. The rest of the 6 divine sects had also been won over by Xiao. This was especially true when he'd killed one of the 9th Prince's clones in the chaos outside the world of immortals. The young disciples couldn't contain their excitement. Who was the 9th Prince? He was known as the top genius of the world of immortals. Even Taiyuan, the strongest holy son of the 9 great sects, wasn't qualified to be his follower. But now, Xiao had killed one of his clones. This was enough to shock the entire world of immortals. Therefore, when Xiao and the leaders of the 6 divine sects announced at the same time that all members of the divine clan were to move into the Hall of Gods, no one raised any objections. Everyone was incomparably obedient and entered the Hall of Gods. The Hall of Gods was an incomparably mysterious world. It was vast and boundless and contained boundless origin energy and immortal matter. Rumor had it that it was a world created by the 12 ancestor gods. Once the divine clan entered the Hall of Gods, they would be safe at least until the great tribulation of the epic arrived and the worlds merged. In a month's time, all members of the divine clan had entered the Hall of Gods. Under the arrangements of the 6 divine sects, they began to build residences, harvest treasures, and refine weapons. Most of them relied on the rich resources of the Hall of Gods to cultivate. During this time, Xiao had also used the Sky Devourer to stimulate the chaos flames and completely refined the 4 Skirich immortal swords. The Skirich Sword Atlas had also completely transformed into Xiao's Sky Devourer Sword Atlas. The Sky Devourer Sword and the Sky Devourer Sword Atlas had become Xiao's natal treasures and were being nurtured in his primordial spirit. In this month's time, Xiao's injuries had also completely healed. In the battle with the 9th Prince's clone, Xiao had also suffered extremely serious injuries. The sky-splitting finger had been incomparably stunning and had left a deep impression on Xiao. However, Ning Wuji's death had also helped Xiao. This was a senior and peerless immortal monarch. His flesh, blood, and soul core were existences comparable to supreme treasures, and they contained vast quintessence energy and eternal energy. Not only had it allowed Xiao's injuries to be healed, his cultivation had even improved. As for the 9 fragments of the cauldron of creation, Xiao was not in a hurry to fuse them into the cauldron of creation. Xiao could vaguely sense that the moment the cauldron of creation was completely complete, perhaps an unimaginable change would occur. That moment would also be the best time to break the bloodline shackles of the descendants of the divine clan. Xiao had an ambition. He wanted to completely break the bloodline shackles of all the descendants of the divine clan and transform them into true divine clan members. From then on, they would be reborn. These 1 billion divine clan members will become the seeds of the divine clan. They will become the strength of the divine clan's revival and rise. Xiao murmured to himself softly. His eyes were filled with radiance. He stood in the Hall of Gods, on the highest sacred ancestor mountain. In front of him were 1 billion divine clan members, which was also all the divine clan members in the immortal realm. 1 billion divine clan members seemed like a lot, but compared to the trillions, or even hundreds of trillions of immortal clan members, it was pitifully small. However, from today onwards, these 1 billion divine clan members would be reborn and reborn, : Bookmark for easier reading, Rumble, the Shin clan seal and cauldron of creation floated above sacred ancestor mountain and shone with dazzling light. These two treasures of the Shin clan had finally returned to the Shin clan. Ling Xiao was surrounded by light and a chaotic mist rose. He formed a strange resonance with the Shin clan seal and cauldron of creation, allowing these two treasures to move according to his will. The Shin clan seal wielded the supreme authority of the Shin clan and became the master of the Shin clan. The cauldron of creation gathered the fortune of the Shin clan and became the king of the Shin clan. Now that these two treasures were in Ling Xiao's hands, Ling Xiao was recognized as the son of God by all the Shin clan and carried the hope of countless Shin clan. Ling Xiao was prepared to use these two treasures to break the bloodline shackles of all the Shin clan members. The light from the Shin clan seal and cauldron of creation was as warm and dazzling as the sun, enveloping all the Shin clan members. Ling Xiao could vaguely see that above the heads of all the God clan members, there was a mysterious line that was connected to the God clan seal and the cauldron of creation. It turned into a mist and rose into the air. That was the fortune of the Shin clan. Now that 1 billion Shin clan members had returned, the fortune of the Shin clan began to flourish. This was also the best opportunity to break the bloodline shackles of the Shin clan. God bless the Shin clan, cauldron of creation gather. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he roared out. The 9 fragments of the cauldron of creation suddenly rose into the air like 9 streams of light and merged with the cauldron of creation. Rumble, the cauldron of creation shone brightly as an ancient and mysterious aura spread out. It was like the power of creation that could split heaven and earth, surging and boiling in this world. The cauldron of creation suddenly expanded in the void like an immemorial sacred mountain. The mouth of the cauldron was facing down and exuded a majestic devouring power. In an instant, all the Shin clan members were swallowed into the cauldron of creation. Clang, the Shin clan seal fell and suppressed the mouth of the cauldron of creation. It began to spew out blazing flames. The flames were transparent and were the fortune of the Shin clan. They surged into the cauldron of creation and enveloped all the Shin clan members. Rumble, within the cauldron of creation, the 1 billion God race beings were covered in flames. Divine light surged as their bloodlines began to tremble violently. Strange black chains appeared in their bloodlines and above their primordial spirits. They were like divine chains of order, imprisoning their bloodlines and primordial spirits. The bloodline shackles were like some sort of curse, but also like some sort of grand Tao energy that could extend to their descendants for generations to come. He was determined to exterminate the entire Protoss. It was not easy for the God race to survive in the immortal world for so many years. Who left behind this bloodline shackles? Immortals? Ling Xiao thought to himself as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. But he quickly rejected this idea. With the immortal tribe's current strength, the so-called God tribe and the 6 divine sects were no match for the immortal tribe. They could probably wipe out the entire God tribe with a wave of their hand. Moreover, from the attitude of the eternal immortal dynasty and the 9 immortal sects, although they treated the God race with hostility and acted ruthlessly and mercilessly, they had never thought of exterminating the God race. In fact, they were secretly protecting the God race. This was the strangest thing Ling Xiao had discovered since coming to the immortal world. If it's not the bloodline shackles left behind by the immortal tribe, who else could it be? Does the God race have other enemies? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He couldn't shake off the feeling that there was a great secret hidden behind all this fog. No matter who left behind the bloodline shackles, I'm sure the mastermind will react to such a big move from me, right? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He continued to activate the God seal and cauldron of creation, using the fortune to refine the bloodline shackles within the 1 billion God race beings. Ling Xiao could sense that the bloodline shackles within the 1 billion God race beings seemed to have some sort of connection with each other. They constantly twisted and struggled violently, stubbornly resisting the burning of the fortune. However, with fortune as the cauldron, the divine seal as the workmanship, and the fortune as the fire, this was an unstoppable momentum of the world. It wouldn't be long before the bloodline shackles shattered completely. Gutong Tian and the rest of the 6 sect masters hovered in the air, watching the scene unfold before them. Gutong Tian, if Lei Ling really does break the bloodline shackles for the 1 billion God race beings, then he won't just be the son of a god. He'll probably become the divine lord of the entire God race. Are you willing to accept that? The sect master of the Still Destruction sect was a young man with a head of wildly dancing purple hair. He smiled faintly at Gutong Tian. What's there to be unwilling about? If he really can lead the god race to the top, then what's wrong with worshipping him as the divine lord? If he can defeat me one day, I'll even be willing to acknowledge him as my master. I'm just worried that he won't be able to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Gutong Tian smiled faintly. Aren't you tempted? That's the divine lord we're talking about. The sect master of the Still Destruction sect laughed. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, Ji Wu. The god race is so weak that it can't withstand great turmoil. If anyone dares to cause internal strife in the god race, I'll be the first to not let them off. Gutong Tian glanced at him and said faintly. The remaining 5 sect masters couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. They hurriedly smiled and said they wouldn't dare. Gu Tong Tian was a peerless, ruthless person. It could be seen from the fact that he hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position when fighting the 4 peerless immortal lords of the 9 major immortal sects alone. 10,000 years ago, when Gutong Tian had just broken through to the peerless immortal emperor realm, he'd once killed a veteran peerless immortal emperor. No one knew exactly how strong his current combat strength was. The 5 sect masters of the divine sects were extremely afraid of him. Thus, they had always treated him as their leader. The 6 of them were all peerless heroes with great fortune. They naturally wouldn't submit to Ling Xiao so easily. But for the greater good of the god race, they wouldn't plot against him behind his back. Rumble, the god race seal and the cauldron of creation both spewed out blazing divine light. Bolts of lightning as thick as mountains fell from the sky and struck the god race seal and the cauldron of creation, revealing all kinds of mysterious and unfathomable phenomena. The image of 1 billion god race members vaguely appeared in the cauldron of creation. The bloodline shackles in their bodies were like black divine chains of order. At this moment, under the burning of the fire of fortune, cracks began to appear. Are 1 billion god race members about to be reborn and break the bloodline shackles? At this moment, even Gutong Tian and the other 5 sect masters couldn't remain calm. Their eyes were filled with incomparable anticipation. Boom, in the sky, dark clouds rolled, and lightning blazed and dazzled, exuding a vast and unparalleled heavenly might. But at this moment, there was a strange black fog spreading out. It seemed to be able to devour all light and vitality. It enveloped the god race seal, the cauldron of creation, and Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The strange black fog made him feel cold all over, and he felt a strong sense of danger. Buzz, the strange black fog seemed to be attracted by the bloodline shackles in the bodies of the 1 billion divines. It wanted to surge into the cauldron of creation. The cauldron of creation and the divine seal shone brightly. The surging fire of fortune spread out. The strange black fog was illuminated by the light and burned by the fire of fortune. It crackled like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Rumble, the more it was so, the more the strange black fog in the sky. It even shrouded Ling Xiao and the 6 great sect masters. In the black fog, the void seemed to be distorted. A bone-chilling aura spread out. It was as if some incomparably strange existence was about to rush out. Oh no, the strange creature has appeared. Gu Tongtian's face changed, and his expression became extremely solemn. The remaining 5 sect masters also showed a look of horror in their eyes. They had all encountered this strange creature before. When they broke through to the immortal monarch realm and broke through the bloodline shackles in their bodies, this kind of strange black fog appeared. Moreover, incomparably strange creatures rushed out from it, wanting to completely annihilate them. They had also paid a huge price to kill those strange creatures and break through to the immortal monarch realm with great difficulty. What they did not expect was that now that the 1 billion divines had broken through the bloodline shackles, the strange black fog would appear again. Moreover, the strange black fog now was even more terrifying than when they broke through to the supreme immortal realm. Kill. Murderous intent boiled in Gu Tongtian's eyes. Sword chi spread around him. He slashed in the air. A huge sword light cut across the void and instantly attacked the surging black fog in front of him. Kiki, in the strange black fog, there was a sound that made one's heart go numb. Then, a black claw attacked. It looked like it was cast in gold and was incomparably hard. There was also black hair on it that emitted a dim light. The black claw instantly tore apart Gu Tongtian's sword chi. Then, without slowing down, it went straight for Gu Tongtian's head. "You're courting death." Gu Tongtian's eyes flashed fiercely. In his palm, a blazing sword light flashed. In an instant, the heavy sword appeared. Then, it expanded to hundreds of feet in the void. With a force that could split Mount Hua, it slashed down at the black claw. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Sparks flew from the black claw, and a black bloody mark appeared. The creature in the strange black fog roared in pain, causing the black fog around it to spread even faster. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, over a dozen black tentacles that resembled pythons shot forth with lightning speed to coil around Gu Tongtian. "Bastard, die!" Gu Tongtian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Holding the heavy sword, he swept it in all directions. The sword light was extremely sharp. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly cut off the dozen tentacles. After the tentacles were severed, black blood spurted out. It was extremely corrosive and was still twisting violently, as if it still wanted to attack Gu Tongtian. Gu Tongtian did not dodge. Sword aura rose around him, cutting those tentacles to pieces. He then charged straight into the strange black fog. Rumble, the strange black fog surged violently, accompanied by a cold and furious voice. There was also a blazing divine light. Gu Tongtian and the creature in the black fog broke out in a fierce battle. Although the 5 sect masters were frightened, this was a major event that concerned whether the 1 billion divine race members could break the bloodline seal. It was also the key to their survival. Without the slightest hesitation, they clenched their teeth and followed Gu Tongtian into the strange black fog. At that moment, Xianxia was also in a life-and-death situation. The strange black fog had no way of rushing into the cauldron of creation. It was almost instantly shattered by the divine race seal and the cauldron of creation. The bloodline seal in the 1 billion divine race members' bodies was rapidly breaking down. The creature in the strange black fog seemed to know that Xianxia was the key. It immediately roared across the sky and charged toward him. Rumble, sensing the power and terror of the creature in the strange black fog, Xianxia did not hesitate to summon the heaven-swallowing sword picture. The heaven-swallowing sword picture bloomed with blazing light. Extreme Emperor aura filled the air. Rays of sword aura crisscrossed the void, forming a sword domain that protected Xianxia in the center. The heaven-swallowing sword rose into the air. It bloomed with dazzling light in Xiao's hand. Then, it slashed down at the incoming black fog. Clang, the heaven-swallowing sword had merged with the 4 great immortal swords and nurtured 4 peerless sword intents. It was extremely sharp and invincible. A crisp sound rang out. Sparks flew in all directions. Xiao's arm was numb from the impact. Within the black fog, a huge black claw was chopped off by Xiao. Roar, the strange creature in the black fog felt pain and roared in anger. That roar contained an incomparably terrifying sound wave, wanting to directly rush into Xiao's sea of consciousness and destroy his indestructible primordial spirit. However, Xiao's primordial spirit was protected by 16 Dao fruits. At the same time, it was supported by the wordless heavenly tome. Such sound waves could not affect him at all. He attacked with his sword. Sword aura crisscrossed the void. Under the support of the heaven-swallowing sword picture, Xiao performed a peerless sword technique and continuously attacked the strange creature in the black fog. Is this strange black fog the power of the mastermind? Xiao's heart trembled. His gaze was extremely solemn. He did not expect that 1 billion divine race members would release their bloodline shackles at the same time. It would cause such a terrifying phenomenon. The creature in the strange black fog only revealed half of its claws. It looked like a demon beast, but also like a demon. However, its strength was extremely terrifying. It seemed to be born from the strange black fog. It could devour all life and all the power of light. Under the cover of the strange black fog, all the grass and trees on Sacred Ancestor Mountain withered instantly and turned into ashes. It was as if all life had been sucked out. This place instantly became a land of death. Xiao could feel that the strange black fog seemed to have a mind of its own and wanted to enter his body. As if it had seen a delicious beast, the strange black fog wanted to devour the life in Xiao's body. Rumble, flames rose around Ling Xiao's body. The heaven-devouring flames burned everything. The strange black fog crackled, and some black bugs appeared. Then, they turned into nothingness in an instant. This weird black fog is actually a creature that looks like a floating bug? Ling Xiao's body trembled. He instantly felt his scalp go numb. The strange black fog seemed to have appeared out of thin air. No one knew where it came from. Moreover, other than the power of the God Clan seal and the cauldron of creation, ordinary attacks could not cause any harm to it. Especially the creatures in the strange black fog. They were extremely powerful and impossible to defend against. Even though Ling Xiao had taken up the sky-swallowing sword diagram and the sky-swallowing sword, he was still extremely cautious. He had a feeling that the strange black fog might disappear when the bloodline shackles in the 1 billion god clansmen were all broken. Rumble, sword intent rose around Ling Xiao. The sky-swallowing sword was extremely sharp. Ling Xiao was not afraid of the attacks from the strange black fog. His physical body was what he relied on the most. Although those strange creatures were strong, Ling Xiao could feel that their physical bodies were not strong. Moreover, those creatures were attached to the strange black fog. It was as if the strange black fog was the source of their power. Kiki, the cold and strange sound made one's scalp tingle. A strange black fog surged around Ling Xiao, as if it had enveloped his entire being. He wielded his sword and attacked. Sword chi swept out in all directions, swift and fierce to the extreme. Every slash of his sword was able to severely injure the creatures within the strange black fog. Although the scales, claws, and tentacles were strong, they were still no match for the sharpness of the sky-swallowing sword. There's some kind of reincarnation energy in the strange black fog? Ling Xiao's heart trembled. His eyes shone brightly. Although it was very weak, Ling Xiao could still feel that the aura of death gathered in the strange black fog. However, there was also life energy in it. It was like the power of reincarnation. Those strange creatures were also between life and death. It was very strange. The tentacles and claws that Ling Xiao had cut off were quickly destroyed by the strange black fog. They completely disappeared. The 6 sect masters in the distance all charged into the strange black fog to fight. The black fog burned brightly. Divine light rose. The battle was extremely intense. However, even with the interference of the 6 sect leaders, Ling Xiao was still treated as the key and focus of the strange black fog. Powerful and terrifying creatures rushed out from the strange black fog, making it impossible for people to defend against them. Rumble, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He attacked with the sky-swallowing sword. A reincarnation energy began to spread from his body. It was the reincarnation Dao fruit that Ling Xiao had condensed. Ling Xiao guessed that if this strange black fog was formed by the power of reincarnation, then perhaps his reincarnation Dao fruit could dispel this strange black fog. Ling Xiao's body shone with a strange light. The reincarnation Dao fruit radiated with the power of reincarnation, which spread out in all directions. Boom, as though it had sensed Ling Xiao's reincarnation aura, the strange black fog started to boil. The strange creatures let out excited cries as they charged towards Ling Xiao in a frenzy. Not good. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the reincarnation Dao fruit had the opposite effect. Ling Xiao unleashed a powerful force to block the attacks coming from all directions. At the same time, the devouring fire spread out. He had activated the devouring fruit of the way. Since the strange black fog was some kind of power or living being, perhaps it could be devoured by the devouring Dao fruit. Boom, the fruit of the way of devouring bloomed with dazzling light above Ling Xiao's head. It was as dazzling as the sun, and it formed a powerful devouring vortex. The strange black fog surged and was refined by the devouring vortex. The black bugs within were instantly annihilated. However, Ling Xiao discovered that although the strange black fog could be refined, the speed of refinement was extremely slow. There seemed to be some kind of powerful will within it that was preventing him from refining it. What kind of existence is this strange black fog? Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. At the same time, he was filled with doubt. On the other hand, the strange black fog became even more enraged. The powerful attacks that came from it caused Ling Xiao to be injured. Wounds appeared on his body, leaving behind black marks. There seemed to be bugs that wanted to burrow into his body through the wounds, but they were all burned to ashes by the devouring fire. Even so, the powerful corrosiveness of the strange black fog still caused Ling Xiao's injuries to worsen. Ling Xiao could not resist that kind of power. At this moment, the god mark and the cauldron of creation shone brightly. The 1 billion gods in the cauldron of creation all roared at the same time. Dazzling light spewed out of their bodies as their blood boiled. The divine chains of order that originally wrapped around their bloodlines and primordial spirits shattered instantly. The vast fortune of the gods washed over their physical bodies, causing them to be reborn. Their auras were also rapidly strengthening. Their strength caused the fortune of the gods to become thicker and thicker. In the end, a vast cloud of fog appeared above the god mark and the cauldron of creation. It shone with dazzling light. Just right. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He was instantly energized. Rumble, with a thought, the god mark and the cauldron of creation instantly shot into the sky. Dazzling divine light spread out in all directions. After the divine light shone on the strange black fog, it began to melt like snow. The god mark and the cauldron of creation were like two ancient divine mountains. They were mighty and directly blasted into the center of the strange black fog. Crack, it was as if some kind of existence had been shattered. A crisp sound was heard, but it was followed by an angry roar that shook the void. Boom, a huge crack appeared in the sky. The strange black fog actually emitted waves of unwillingness. However, it still surged into the crack like a tide. At this moment, the 6 great sect masters had also emerged from the strange black fog. However, they all looked a little miserable at this moment. There were black scars on their bodies. Their auras became a little chaotic. Their eyes were extremely solemn. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. Ling Xiao sneered. The god mark and the cauldron of creation shot into the sky at the same time. They instantly blasted into the center of the strange black fog and blasted it into pieces. In the center of the strange black fog, an extremely strange giant beast appeared. It looked like a giant squid. There were countless black tentacles all over its body. Its black eyes were filled with cruelty, evil, and bloodthirstiness. Its body trembled. It instantly wanted to escape back into the strange black fog. However, Ling Xiao did not give it the chance. The god mark and the cauldron of creation suppressed it at the same time. Even if the giant squid beast was extremely powerful, it was still suppressed by the cauldron of creation in an instant. Boom, the strange black fog disappeared like a tide. It was clean, as if it had never appeared. If not for the fact that the surroundings of Sacred Ancestor Mountain had become a land of death, and if not for the giant squid in front of them, everyone would have thought that the scene just now was an illusion. Everyone's eyes fell on the giant squid. They were curious and solemn. The sect masters of the 6 divine sects were even more so. It was also their first time seeing the full appearance of the strange creature. Boom, however, at that moment, something extremely strange happened. After the strange black fog completely retreated, the giant black cuttlefish beast seemed to have lost all its strength. It instantly shriveled, and then suddenly collapsed, turning into a black fog. Then, under the illumination of the divine light, it completely disappeared. The faces of Ling Xiao and the 6 hierarchs of the divine sects instantly turned ugly. The creatures in the strange black fog were so strange. It was as if they could not survive after leaving the strange black fog. This made Ling Xiao's idea of capturing the creatures to find out the source of the strange black fog fall through. This strange black fog should be related to the mastermind who left behind the bloodline shackles on the god race. I have a feeling that the strange black fog will appear again. At that time, I will definitely charge into the strange black fog and investigate. Gu Tongtian's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. The giant squid turned into ashes as if it had never appeared, but Ling Xiao's expression was incomparably solemn. How did the 12 ancestral gods of the divine clan die? Would such a powerful divine clan really fall because of the betrayal of the immortals? How powerful was the mastermind behind the strange black fog? The truth behind these layers of fog might be shocking and frightening. Ling Xiao suppressed his thoughts and looked at the cauldron of creation. No matter what, the bloodline shackles of the 1 billion divine clan members were all broken. They had been reborn and no longer had any shackles. It would not be long before they could soar into the sky. Buzz, the cauldron of creation shone brightly. 1 billion divine clan members flew out of the cauldron of creation and landed around Ancestral God Mountain. Although the cultivation of the 1 billion divine clan members did not seem to have changed, their essence, chi, and spirit had improved qualitatively. It was as if they had been reborn. Their chi and blood rose as vast as the sea. Above their heads, a powerful force of fortune gathered and merged into the divine clan mark. The divine clan mark surrendered in the sea of clouds. Fortune rose and the void shook as if it could shatter everything. Ling Xiao was extremely satisfied when he sensed that the fortune of the gods' race was getting stronger and stronger. He could feel that the fortune of the divine clan could not only control the divine clan mark and the cauldron of creation, but also improve the strength of Ling Xiao's physical body. Greetings, Divine Master. Greetings, Divine Master. 1 billion divine clan members bowed down. Their eyes were filled with fanatical worship, and their voices were like rolling thunder, shaking this part of the sky. 1 billion Protoss were completely loyal. At that moment, even the sect leaders of the 5 divine sects could not help but change their expressions. Gutong Tian was also silent. No one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. Even though Ling Xiao was only at the second heaven of the Imperial Monarch realm, the formidable combat strength he'd displayed earlier had already convinced countless people. Moreover, Ling Xiao had the deity clan seal and the cauldron of creation, 2 supreme emperor weapons. If he used the fate of the deity clan to activate the cauldron of creation, it would be enough to kill a peerless celestial lord. Even Gutong Tian would not dare to say that he could withstand the power of the cauldron of creation. Please rise, everyone. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and lifted the air. Suddenly, a vast power of providence rose and lifted up the 1 billion gods. New 81 Chinese network update fastest computer, /everyone, I need to go into seclusion for a period of time. I'll leave the god race to you. Ling Xiao turned to Gutong Tian and the other sect masters of the 6 divine sects and smiled. All right. The sect masters of the 6 divine sects nodded. Gutong Tian was silent for a moment and then said to Ling Xiao, Lei Ling, I have something to tell you. Oh? What a coincidence, me too. Ling Xiao also said with a smile. The other 5 sect masters left tactfully. Even though the 6 divine sects existed in name, they still existed in name before Ling Xiao subdued the 6 sect masters. They needed to organize the disciples of the various divine sects to explore this world, mine resources, and build cities. Of course, the most important thing was to increase their cultivation. The Hall of Gods was so vast that it wasn't any smaller than a great thousand world. This was the legacy left behind by the 12 ancestral gods. Right now, it was the best shelter for the 1 billion gods, as well as a place where they could focus on their cultivation. Only Ling Xiao and Gutong Tian were left at the peak of the ancestral god mountain. Lei Ling, what I want to tell you is that before you entered the immortal demon cave, I had thought of killing you and taking your bloodline, providence, and divine bone after you left the immortal demon cave. Gutong Tian was extremely frank as soon as he spoke. However, the murderous intent in his words made Ling Xiao frown slightly. Oh? So, sect master, have you changed your mind? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Previously, Madame Fu Yao had warned him that Gutong Tian would do him harm. Ling Xiao had also felt murderous intent from Gutong Tian, so he had always been very wary of him. However, he did not expect Gutong Tian to admit it so frankly. That's right. In the past, I thought that you could not bear the burden of the gods. Only I, Gutong Tian, could revive the gods. I, Gutong Tian, will be the true ancestral god of the gods after Emperor Tong Tian. I will also be the only candidate to lead the gods to prosperity and hope. Gutong Tian said faintly, but his voice contained an extremely strong fluctuation of confidence. This was a person who was proud to the bone. What about now? Ling Xiao asked. Although he was wary of Gutong Tian, he could understand his thoughts. After all, Gutong Tian was extremely talented and powerful. Ling Xiao had seen his unparalleled combat strength. How could such a person be willing to submit to a junior like him? Such a person must be extremely proud. Now, I still don't think you can bear this heavy responsibility. However, I am willing to believe that you have such a possibility, so I am also willing to take a gamble. Next, I will leave the gods and embark on the journey of the Eternal Emperor Road. If I come back one day, the master of the gods will be me. Gu Tongtian's gaze fell on Ling Xiao. It was sharp and domineering, with a hint of scrutiny. Leave the gods and embark on the Eternal Emperor Road? Isn't the Eternal Emperor Road only for young geniuses? Before Ling Xiao could finish his words, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The sect master in front of him did not seem to be very old. Young geniuses? It seems that you still know nothing about the Eternal Emperor Road. This is the Eternal Emperor Road, but it is also the road of transcendence. Throughout the heavens and realms, since ancient times, countless geniuses and powerful people have embarked on the journey of the Eternal Emperor Road as long as they have the strength to fight. I have the heart to prove my Tao, so why can't I embark on the Eternal Emperor Road? Gu Tongtian laughed proudly, his voice filled with sharpness. What about the other 5 sect masters? Ling Xiao was a little speechless. This Gu Tongtian was really domineering. He did not show any mercy in his words. However, it was the god's fortune to have such a peerless character. Them? They are old. Not old in age, but in heart. They already have fear in their hearts. They have lost their sharpness and the will to die. How can they prove their Tao? They will not go to the Eternal Emperor Road. It is their duty to stay here and protect the gods. Gu Tongtian said faintly, not hiding the sarcasm in his eyes. Ling Xiao nodded. He had heard about the bloodshed and cruelty of the Eternal Emperor Road from the evil spirit. This was a path of white bones, a path of slaughter and conquest. Everyone who stepped onto the Eternal Emperor's Road would face the danger of certain death. But for the sake of proving one's Tao, for the sake of transcendence, for the sake of creation, they would not hesitate. Gu Tongtian made Ling Xiao feel a sense of respect for him. Therefore, I will recognize you as the Divine Master for now. But if I return from proving one's Tao and you haven't, the Divine Master position will belong to me. End of the phone, // Gu Tongtian said faintly. Don't worry. Since I have taken the position of the Divine Master, I will keep it. You have the heart to set foot on the Eternal Emperor Road and fight for the heavens. How can I, Ling Xiao, not? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes shone brightly without the slightest hint of fear. Ling Xiao? Is that your real name? Gu Tongtian looked deeply at Ling Xiao and asked. That's right. Your honesty makes me look like a villain. I come from the human race of the divine realm. My name is Ling Xiao. I infiltrated the immortal realm to find out the truth of the immortal realm. But I didn't expect to become the master of the divine realm. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Human race of the divine realm? No wonder there are 2 supreme experts guarding you outside the immortal realm. But you are not human. You have the blood of the human race and the aura of the demon race. You even have the power of the desolate wilderness, but you also have the divine bones of the divine realm. You have great fortune and are the chosen one. You don't belong to any race, but you can become the master of any race. Perhaps the divine realm is lucky to have you. Gu Tongtian looked at Ling Xiao seriously. There was a strange look in his eyes. It's not easy to hear a compliment from the sect leader. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It's not a compliment, it's the truth. Gu Tongtian said seriously. The path of Eternal Emperor will only open in a few years or decades. Is the hierarch going to leave now? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. I'm going to the Myriad worlds to take a good look. When the Eternal Emperor Road opens, we will meet there. Perhaps we will have a battle. Gu Tongtian said indifferently. Then I'm truly honored. Ling Xiao smiled. Ling Xiao, although you're not Lei Ling, I still want to tell you that there's nothing between me and Fuyao. If you like her, you can take her away. Gu Tongtian suddenly blurted out. Ahem. Sect Master, there's nothing going on between Madam and me, Ling Xiao coughed violently. His face was flushed red, and his expression was unnatural. In the end, he could only smile bitterly. As expected, Gu Tongtian knew everything. Gu Tongtian saying that he wanted to kill him probably had something to do with the matter between Lei Ling and Fuyao. After knowing Ling Zhao's true identity, this fellow must have felt extremely depressed as well. Ling Xiao guessed maliciously. That's none of my business. I'm leaving. Ling Xiao, I'll leave the god race to you. Gu Tongtian stared at Ling Xiao and smiled faintly. It was only when Ling Xiao was about to fly into a rage that he turned and left. He stepped into the void and his figure slowly disappeared into the void. He was incomparably carefree and did not have the slightest bit of reluctance. Gu Tongtian left. As for the remaining 5 sect masters, as Gu Tongtian had said, they did not choose to step onto the Eternal Emperor Road. Instead, they chose to become the guardians of the god race and guard it. Within the Hall of the Gods, the 1 billion god race members were incomparably safe. They did not have to worry about the immortals killing their way in and could concentrate on cultivating. Ling Xiao also prepared to go into seclusion. This time, he had reaped great rewards in the immortal world. Not only had his cultivation broken through to the second heaven of the immortal emperor realm and formed the primordial chaos origin body, he had also obtained many precious divine techniques, immortal techniques, and immortal emperor sutras. Xian 81 Chinese network updates fastest computer, / there were already 16 origin Dao fruits in Ling Xiao's consciousness. Although Ning Wuji had died at his hands, Ling Xiao had discovered that Ning Wuji's Sword Dao fruit did not have as much potential as the Sword Heart Saint's Sword Dao fruit. Thus, Ling Xiao had merged Ning Wuji's Sword Dao fruit into his own. The 16 origin Dao fruits were like 16 stars that circled around Ling Xiao's primordial spirit, emitting dazzling and crystalline light. Ling Xiao's greatest reward in the Immortal Demon Grotto was the Imperial Sutras of the 9 major immortal sections. The saints and saintesses he had killed were all geniuses that the 9 major immortal sects had dedicated their efforts to nurture. The Taiyuan Saint and Sword Heart Saint were even said to have the potential to conquer the Eternal Emperor Road. Thus, they had all cultivated the complete Immortal Emperor Sutra. Although their primordial spirits had powerful restrictions that made it difficult for Ling Xiao to obtain the complete Immortal Emperor Sutra, it was enough. What Ling Xiao needed was not to cultivate the immortal techniques within, but to comprehend the Immortal Emperor Dao within and assimilate it into his own body, nourishing the 16 Dao fruits at the same time. Ling Xiao had already found his path to the Immortal Emperor realm. That was to continuously comprehend the myriad Daos of the universe and form origin Dao fruits, or steal the origin Dao fruits of other geniuses. In the end, when Ling Xiao had gathered 3,000 origin Dao fruits in his consciousness, that would be his ultimate path to becoming an immortal emperor. The Eternal Emperor Road is fortune, opportunity, and transcendence. It is also my greatest opportunity. Just as evil spirit Teruo said, my enemies are far stronger than I imagined. I must forge a path that no one has ever walked before and no one will follow in my footsteps. 3,000 great Daos? This is only the beginning. Ling Xiao thought to himself, his eyes flashing with resplendent light. He went into seclusion at the peak of Sacred Ancestor Mountain. Under Sacred Ancestor Mountain, 120 divine generals led by Ting Shan, Zhan Chen, and Wu Hen guarded the mountain, cultivating and guarding Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao needed to laugh at his gains in the world of immortals. His primordial immortal body, also known as the primordial origin body, had yet to reach its peak. The path to becoming an immortal emperor was extremely long. It required opportunities and good fortune, as well as the ability to endure loneliness, to reach the peak. The divine clan seal and cauldron of creation floated at the peak of Sacred Ancestor Mountain. More and more divine clan providence rose like a sea of clouds, enveloping Ling Xiao. The divine clan providence could help Ling Xiao refine his body. When Ling Xiao's body was fully refined, he would break through to the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor realm. The 1 billion divine clan members also began to cultivate in seclusion in the Hall of the Gods. Occasionally, some would raise their heads and look at the blurry figure at the peak of Sacred Ancestor Mountain, their eyes filled with fanatical worship. From time to time, there would be breakthroughs and tribulations, using the vast lightning tribulation to break through to a higher level. The entire god race was transforming. No one knew how powerful the god race would be when they reappeared. The upheaval in the multiverse grew more and more intense. The powerful realm walls and the suppression of laws began to weaken gradually. From time to time, there would be powerhouses crossing over. The conflict between the races intensified. Bloody battles broke out everywhere. Baleful aura and murderous intent converged into an invisible and untouchable force. This force was called tribulation. Even those with lower cultivation bases could feel the fear of an impending calamity. P.S. This volume ends. The next volume begins the journey of the Eternal Emperor Road. Darkness Xianxia, Faith Xianxia, Zhao Ritian, Old Goat, and the others will all appear. Please look forward to it. Today is Muyu's birthday. I'll be having dinner with friends tonight, so I'll update ahead of time. There should be time for an explosion next week. Demon World. Ruins of the Chaos Demon Sect. The Primordial Demon Sect and the Blood Prison Demon Sect had fought several bloody battles. In the end, both sides sent out an Emperor Realm Patriarch each. Both sides came to an agreement to wait outside the Chaos Heavenly Palace and wait for Dark Soaring Sky to come out. They would kill him and split the inheritance and treasures in the Chaos Heavenly Palace equally. However, 10 years had passed since then. The Chaos Heavenly Palace remained silent. It was filled with chaos mist and chaotic space and illusions. No one dared to enter the Chaos Heavenly Palace. The two Emperor Realm Patriarchs of the Primordial Demon Sect and the Blood Prison Demon Sect were getting impatient. The Great Tribulation of the Epic was coming, and the Eternal Emperor Road was about to open. Over the years, the turmoil had intensified. Even in the demon world, there were all kinds of strange phenomena. The forbidden areas of the demon world and some ancient ruins seemed to be showing signs of the birth of ancient experts. Although the ruins of the Chaos Demon tribe were well hidden and sealed by the Primordial Demon Sect and the Blood Prison Demon Sect, it could not be hidden for long. If others knew that the inheritance of the Chaos Demon tribe had appeared, all the powerful demon tribes and demon sects would swarm over. Not to mention the Immortal Demon Sect that both the Primordial Demon Sect and the Blood Prison Demon Sect were wary of. Although the 10 sects of the demon world did not have a ranking, the Immortal Demon Sect should be the leader of the 10 sects in terms of strength. The Immortal Demon Emperor was said to have lived for several eras. Before the Primordial Demon Emperor and the Blood Prison Demon Emperor had attained their Tao, the Immortal Demon Emperor was already the Immortal Demon Emperor. It was said that the death of the Heavenly Emperor had something to do with the Immortal Demon Emperor. If the Immortal Demon Sect knew that the inheritance of the Chaos Demon tribe was here, they would not let it go easily. Demon Emperor Xianxia, we can't just sit here and wait. I think we should find a way to enter the Chaos Heavenly Palace. A beautiful woman in a red dress with a fiery figure and jade-like skin said with a faint smile. She had a face that was like a calamity. Her eyes were filled with charm. She was Demon Monarch Yu Hua, the monarch ancestor of the Undying Demon Sect. Demon King Xianxia, who was standing opposite her, was a burly man in a black robe. His muscles were bulging, and his physique was terrifying. He had long blue hair, and his expression was cold. He looked extremely wild. Demon Lord Xianxia took a deep look at Demon Lord Yu Hua. His eyes were blazing, but they were soon replaced by fear. Although this Demon Lord Yu Hua was an outstanding beauty, she was promiscuous and had countless gigolos. Moreover, she was proficient in the art of refining cauldrons. Those who were targeted by her all ended up in an extremely miserable state. Demon Lord Yu Hua, I'm afraid only a great emperor can break the space-time distortion array outside the Chaos Heavenly Palace. If you and I want to go in, we're just courting death. Demon Sovereign Xianxia sneered. You're right. This space-time disorder formation is too terrifying. Even the bloody hell Heavenly Sun can't break it. However, if we can invite a great emperor incarnation, we might be able to enter the Chaos Heavenly Palace. Demon Lord Yu Hua said with a smile. Invite a great emperor's incarnation? That's a good idea. Why don't Demon Lord Yu Hua invite the Blood Hell Demon Emperor's incarnation? If you can enter the Chaos Heavenly Palace, you can have the first pick of the inheritance and treasures inside. Demon Lord Xianxia said with a sneer. Invite a great emperor's incarnation. One should know that a great emperor's incarnation had the strength of a great emperor's full-strength attack. Even a great emperor would be burdened by the incarnation. This Demon Lord Yu Hua was really daring. Lord Xianxia, you know that we don't know where His Majesty the Blood Hell Demon Emperor is. However, I heard that there's a primitive demon emperor's incarnation in the primitive demon sect. Demon Lord Yu Hua said with a sweet smile. Her eyes were filled with endless charm. She even twisted her body, showing off her perfect curves to Demon Lord Xianxia without hesitation. How did you know? Demon Lord Xianxia's face suddenly changed. He only realized it when he saw Demon Lord Yu Hua's half-smile. You tricked me? Demon Lord Xianxia was a little angry. Demon Lord Xianxia, I didn't expect the primitive demon emperor to leave behind an incarnation. What a surprise. Demon Lord Yu Hua said with a smile. Yu Hua, do you want to die? Demon Lord Xianxia's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Why are you so fierce? I'm so scared. At most, I'll repay you with my body. Demon Lord Yu Hua revealed a pitiful expression. As she spoke, she walked towards Demon Lord Xianxia, wanting to lean her delicate body against Demon Lord Xianxia. Demon Lord Xianxia immediately retreated as if he had seen a poisonous snake. His eyes were filled with vigilance. Xianxia, what are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. Look at your cowardly face. I wouldn't want you even if you offered yourself to me. I still prefer young men. I heard that Ling Xiao is a handsome young man. I wonder what kind of person he is. I'm really looking forward to it. Demon Lord Yu Hua sneered. Her eyes were filled with mockery. Demon Lord Xianxia was shocked and angered by Demon Lord Yu Hua's teasing. However, he couldn't do anything. Rumble, at this moment, the void in the distance shattered. A blazing light rose and a figure with a terrifying aura flew across the sky. Everyone's face couldn't help but change. The figure was extremely domineering. He appeared directly above the primordial demon sect and the blood prison demon sect. He exuded a mighty aura. The light was blazing. Demonic chi surged and revealed the true appearance of the figure. Emperor's son? Demon Lord Xianxia's face changed slightly. Instantly, his eyes were filled with surprise and joy. The person who came was Prince Primordial. Prince Primordial looked like a young man of 18 or 19 years old. He was dressed in black armor. He was tall and had an imposing appearance. His eyes were cold and his face was cold. His body exuded a cold aura. Even heavenly venerables couldn't help but tremble when they looked at him. They couldn't help but lower their heads. A powerful emperor's aura exuded from his body. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Prince Primordial's cultivation had reached the emperor realm. Xianxia, that Ling Xiao hasn't come out yet? Prince Primordial's gaze fell on Demon Lord Xianxia as he said indifferently. As for Demon Lord Yu Hua and the others, they were ignored by him. When Demon Lord Yu Hua saw Prince Primordial, the flirtatious look in her eyes faded slightly. This was a big shot. He wasn't someone she could afford to offend. Not yet. Demon Lord Xianxia replied. There's no need to wait. I'm here to break the space-time disorder array outside the Chaos Heavenly Palace. The inheritance of the Chaos Demon tribe belongs to me. Prince Primordial said indifferently. However, there was an unquestionable dominance in his voice. Your Highness, aren't you being a little too overbearing? Didn't we agree that the inheritance and treasures in the Chaos Heavenly Palace will be split equally between us? Demon Lord Yu Hua's expression changed slightly. She was both shocked and furious. She had not expected Prince Xianxia to be so overbearing as to ignore the blood prison demonic sect. You have a problem with that? Prince Xianxia glanced at her indifferently. My blood prison demonic sect wants half of the inheritance and treasures in the Chaos Heavenly Palace. Although Demon Lord Yu Hua could sense a dangerous aura coming from Prince Xianxia, she still repeated herself. However, before she could finish her sentence, a black fist print came crashing down on her. Boom, that fist was fierce and overbearing. It was surrounded by a blazing demonic light. It was like a 10,000-foot tall mountain, and its power was condensed to the extreme. Stop, Demon Lord Yu Hua was both shocked and furious. She screamed as she tried to defend herself. She quickly formed seals with her hands. Blood light gathered in her palms and spread out. It was like a sea of blood. The smell of blood filled the air and could corrode everything. Demon Lord Yu Hua's figure instantly hid in the sea of blood. Blood swords flew out from the sea of blood and shot towards Prince Xianxia. Boom, that fist was vast and contained the true demonic intent. It was as if it could shatter the heavens and earth, turning it into a scene from the beginning of the chaos. The huge sea of blood was blasted apart by that fist. The blood swords were also destroyed instantly. Pfft, Demon Lord Yuehua spat out a mouthful of blood. She was sent flying and her eyes were filled with horror. Your cultivation. Third heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm? Demon Lord Yuehua's voice was trembling. Prince Yuancher's cultivation was so terrifying. It was no wonder she could not even take a single punch. Now, do you have any other problems? Prince Yuancher retracted his fist and said indifferently. Demon Lord Yuehua did not say anything. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She waved her hand and led the Blood Prison demonic sect away. Your Highness, I'm afraid the Blood Prison demonic sect will not let this go. Demon Lord Xianxia's eyes were filled with worry. Blood Prison demon sect? The ruins of the primal chaos divine race belonged to the primitive demon sect. What did it have to do with them? You don't have to worry about it. I have my own plans. Original Prince said indifferently. Yes. Demon Sovereign Xianxia replied with a bow. Prince Primitive's gaze landed on the Chaos Heavenly Palace in the distance. The Primal Chaos Heavenly Palace floated in the Primal Chaos. It was filled with Primal Chaos mist and looked extremely mysterious. It was as if the passage of time had not left any traces on the Chaos Heavenly Palace. The Chaos Heavenly Palace looked mysterious, majestic, and vast, exuding an aura of eternity. However, around the chaotic Heavenly Palace, there were chaotic spacetime and all kinds of strange illusions. The void was distorted like water waves. It was an array formation with chaotic spacetime, and at the same time, it contained chaotic power of laws. Even god monarchs wouldn't dare to enter it, fearing that they would be torn apart by the chaotic energy. Xianxia, I'll break the formation outside the Primal Chaos Heavenly Palace. You lead everyone and be careful of the Blood Prison demonic sect. Prince Primordial said slowly. Yes. Demon Sovereign Xianxia nodded. Whoosh, Prince Primordial instantly shot up into the sky, his body glowing with dazzling light. His eyes instantly became as sharp as a blade. Wang, his palm glowed brightly, and a black jade talisman appeared. The jade talisman looked crystal clear, with ancient runes revolving around it. A mysterious figure vaguely appeared. Father, please break the formation. Prince Primordial said softly. He instantly cut open his palm, and fresh blood dripped onto the black jade talisman. Boom, the black jade talisman suddenly glowed brightly, and a vast and terrifying emperor's aura spread out. A mysterious figure condensed within the black jade talisman. Although it looked blurry, it exuded an invincible aura that could sweep across the universe. This is the incarnation of His Majesty Primordial Demon Emperor? Demon Sovereign Xianxia's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. No. This is not an incarnation, but a mark that contains the power of His Majesty Primordial Demon Emperor. Demon Sovereign Xianxia took a closer look, and realized that there was only a mark in the black jade talisman. However, a mark of Primordial Demon Emperor was enough to unleash the power of a great emperor. It should be able to break the formation in front of him, right? Rumble, the figure carried the sky, stood on the ground, and exuded an invincible aura. Facing the chaotic Heavenly Palace, he struck out with his palm. The palm print covered the sky, and it was vast, as if it could destroy everything. It enveloped the entire chaotic Heavenly Palace. Kacha, runes shattered one by one, and the surrounding void started to be destroyed. The chaotic Heavenly Palace was surrounded by chaotic power of law, and it was accompanied by a chaotic spacetime illusion that could tear everything apart. However, at this moment, as if it had been billions of years, the power of the spacetime illusion had weakened significantly. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the runes were quickly annihilated. In the end, the runes completely shattered. The palm print did not decrease in power, and it landed on the chaotic Heavenly Palace. Dang, the chaotic Heavenly Palace shook slightly, and a crisp sound was heard. It was ancient and mysterious, and it shone with dazzling light. It really broke? Demon Sovereign Xianxia's eyes were filled with surprise. Demon Sovereign Yuehua, who was far away, was also in disbelief. She had not expected Prince Primordial to come personally, and pay such a price. The chaotic Heavenly Palace was the core inheritance of the chaotic demon tribe. At the thought of this, even Demon Sovereign Yuehua's breathing quickened. Prince Primordial's eyes were filled with dazzling light, and he instantly soared into the sky, flying towards the chaotic heavenly palace. Rumble, but at this time, Chaos Divine Palace began to violently tremble. An incomparably terrifying chaos demonic energy gushed out, instantly covering the skies in all directions. It was as if an ancient demon sovereign had awakened from a deep slumber, and it was exuding an insufferably powerful aura. What? The expression in Prince Primitive's eyes changed. He saw a figure standing up in the chaotic heavenly palace amidst the endless chaotic demon chi, and he was exuding a terrifying aura. Boom! The figure faced Prince Primordial and threw out a punch. The fierce fist print was surrounded by boundless light and darkness, and it formed a strange combination. In an instant, it exploded with destructive power. Xianxia, get out here! Original Prince bellowed. His eyes instantly turned sharp as he struck out with his palm in the air. He did not need to guess to know that the figure was Dark Saint Xianxia. Jubi Chinese Network Original Prince's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He already regarded the inheritance of the Chaos Demons as his exclusive property. Xianxia had actually dared to enter Chaos Divine Palace, and there was a high chance that he had obtained the inheritance of the Chaos Demons. How could he not be enraged by this? Rumble! The blazing light around Original Prince rose up and struck out in the air. In an instant, it covered the sky and the sun. It contained an unparalleled amount of original demonic power, enveloping the dark clouds in front of him. His attack was powerful and terrifying. It stirred up strong winds that swept across the void and turned the surrounding barren mountains into dust. In an instant, Prince Primordial clashed with darkness soaring cloud, crack, the void instantly shattered and endless void turbulence surged. A wave of chaotic light shot into the sky. Original Prince's powerful attack was instantly annihilated. A fist mark surrounded by endless chaotic light rose up like the sun, and slammed into Original Prince's body. Original Prince's entire body trembled, he let out a muffled groan, and was instantly sent flying. Ha ha ha. Original Prince, I didn't expect you to be so tough. You didn't die in the Chaos Ancient Land and actually survived? A domineering, arrogant, majestic and wild voice exploded in the void. Chaotic light surged in the sky. Dark Xianxia pushed through 3,000 worlds. His aura was extremely terrifying. He walked out from the Chaos Heavenly Palace. He was dressed in a black robe and had a handsome figure. Chaotic demon light rose around him and his black hair danced wildly. His face was extremely cold and there was a domineering aura in his eyes that looked down on the world. Behind him, there seemed to be endless darkness and endless light appearing at the same time. In the end, they both returned to chaos. He walked over as if he was wrapped in a vast force of heaven and earth. His aura was majestic and domineering. It contained an extremely strong aggressiveness that made it hard for people to breathe. Whether it was the people from Original Demon Sect or Blood Prison Demon Sect, their expressions changed drastically. Dark Xianxia in front of them gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. When Dark Xianxia glanced at them, they felt chills all over their bodies and their hearts palpitated. Second Heaven Immortal Emperor Realm? Original Prince stared at Darkness Xianxia, his eyes filled with shock. Chaos light rose around Darkness soaring Skycloud's body. Darkness and light appeared. This was clearly a powerful phenomenon that could only occur when one condensed their source body. However, when Darkness Xianxia entered the chaotic heavenly palace 10 years ago, he had only just broken through to the Saint King realm, so how could he have undergone such a great transformation in just 10 years? In fact, that incomparably ferocious and unstoppable punch had actually forced Original Prince to retreat, causing his expression to instantly turn extremely ugly. The inheritance of the Chaos Demons. Prince Primitive knew that Darkness Xianxia must have obtained the inheritance of the Chaos Demon race, which was why he had such a shocking change. You're not bad either. Third Heaven Imperial Lord? You heirs of great emperors are truly blessed by the heavens. However, in my opinion, you're still trash. Darkness Xianxia sneered. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Prince Original had appeared at the Chosen One before. However, he had been killed by Xianxia in the primal Chaos Ancient Land. Now, it seemed that it was not Prince Original's true body. The reason why those great emperors went to the Chosen One was none other than to obtain the title of Chosen One. Naturally, they would not put themselves in danger. Prince Original had a noble and powerful bloodline in his body. His blood was boiling, and he had an innate transcendent aura. He looked ancient and mysterious. This was the temperament that the heirs of great emperors should have. However, the awkward thing was that even Prince Original was forced back by Darkness Ling Xiao's punch. "Ling Xiao, you're courting death," Prince Original said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Although his true body was not killed, the defeat in the primal chaos ancient land still made him feel extremely humiliated. "You?" Darkness Ling Xiao laughed arrogantly and stepped out of the chaotic heavenly palace. Behind him, there were two peerless beauties. One was wearing a black dress, the other was wearing a white dress. They were extremely talented, had a graceful figure, and an extraordinary aura. They were Yuan Ling Holy Lady and Light Holy Lady. At this moment, the two women were looking at Darkness Ling Xiao with eyes full of admiration and infatuation. Seeing this scene, Prince Original's eyes were filled with killing intent. Yuan Ling Holy Lady had long been regarded as his woman. Yuan Ling Holy Lady had a peerless furnace physique. Prince Original had been waiting for her cultivation to break through to the Imperial Emperor realm. Then, with the help of dual cultivation, he could further improve his cultivation. But now, Yuan Ling Holy Lady had clearly lost her virginity. Prince Original felt that the top of his head was green. Even the eyes of the people around him seemed to have a strange color. This made him so angry that he was about to explode. "Bitch, how dare you betray me?" Prince Original pointed at Yuan Ling Holy Lady and said coldly. "Your Highness, please respect yourself. I have nothing to do with you. How can I betray you? I only have one husband, and that is him." Yuan Ling Saintess looked at Original Prince coldly, her voice cold. "Good girl, as expected of my good wife." "Ha ha ha." Darkness Ling Xiao suddenly pulled Yuan Ling Saintess into his arms, lowered his head and kissed her deeply. Her red lips, her ears, her snow-white neck, kissed until Yuan Ling Saintess' face turned red. She was extremely shy before he stopped and laughed. Boom! Seeing this scene, Prince Original instantly exploded, his whole body trembled, his face was distorted, and his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He hated Darkness Ling Xiao to the extreme. Bastard couple, he only had one thought now, and that was to tear the bastard couple in front of him into pieces. "Darkness Ling Xiao, give me your life!" Prince Original roared. Rumble, his blood rose, demonic light overflowed, and there was a black flame that spread out, as if it could burn everything. He slammed his palm down from the sky. Black demonic flame surged, instantly turning into a sea, enveloping Darkness Ling Xiao's entire being. Originally, with Prince Original's cultivation and state of mind, it was impossible for him to be so easily angered. But Darkness Ling Xiao and Yuan Ling Holy Lady made him completely furious. He could even predict that if today's matter were to spread out, or if Darkness Ling Xiao and Yuan Ling Holy Lady appeared in the Devil Realm, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Devil Realm. This was the greatest shame of a man, so he did not care and attacked. And the first attack was a Supreme Emperor technique, Demonic Flame Heaven Burning Palm. "Ha ha ha. Good." Darkness Ling Xiao laughed. His eyes were incomparably sharp, without the slightest fear. Facing the sky full of demonic flames, he took a step and rushed directly into the sea of fire. Rumble, the sea of fire rose. The black demonic flame was formed by the origin energy and could burn everything. Even the origin energy of an Imperial Emperor expert could not withstand it. However, Darkness Ling Xiao was not afraid. He rushed into the sea of demonic flame and the chaotic light around him shone brightly. The black demonic flame was extinguished. He punched out in the air and the fist print moved in all directions. It collided with Original Prince and the palm print formed by the demonic flame was instantly destroyed. Boom, Darkness Ling Xiao smirked coldly. Like a ghost, he teleported and appeared in front of Original Prince. He then slapped Original Prince's face. Domineering, arrogant, Original Prince was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. His hair stood on end. If he was really slapped by Darkness Ling Xiao, it would be a great humiliation. The black demonic chi around him surged and turned into black tentacles in an instant. They covered the sky and wrapped around dark soaring cloud. Those black tentacles emitted a cold metallic light. They were like poisonous snakes and were extremely agile. They were as fast as lightning and wrapped around Darkness Xiao in an instant. Darkness Xiao hit the black tentacles and there was a sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew in all directions. The black tentacles were formed from the primordial origin that Prince Primitive cultivated. They were sharp and tough. After entangling Darkness Xiao, they instantly became extremely sharp and pierced towards Darkness Xiao's vital points. Die. Original Prince flew in the air and his palm released an extremely sharp saber intent. In an instant, it turned into a 10,000 feet long saber aura and slashed towards Darkness Xiao. Boom, the 10,000 feet long saber aura was wrapped in a monstrous demonic chi. It was a great destructive power that seemed to split the world in half. The incomparably sharp saber radiance was vast and mighty, instantly covering Darkness soaring cloud. Boom, however, all of a sudden, the 10,000-meter-long saber aura seemed to have come to a standstill as it hovered above dark soaring sky's head. Then, a thunderous roar exploded, causing the sky to shake violently. Endless chaotic light gushed out, and Darkness Xiao's body emitted an incomparably grand vision. The black tentacles that wrapped around him were instantly shattered and annihilated, turning into ashes. Darkness Xiao's gaze was incomparably sharp. He grabbed at the air with one hand and grabbed the 30,000-meter-long astral saber, preventing it from descending at all. Crack, an unparalleled divine power erupted, and the dark soaring heavens clawed the 10,000-meter-long saber astral into pieces. Slash. Original Prince's eyes were cold. After the blade aura exploded, the black demonic light behind him surged, and an unparalleled blade intent exploded. In an instant, the demonic light turned into tens of thousands of blade auras, surging like a huge wave, continuing to slash at Darkness Xiao. Kill. Darkness Xiao sneered and went straight up. He did not dodge the blade radiance in the sky. Instead, he sent a palm strike towards Original Prince. Rumble, the blade radiance fell and slashed at Darkness Xiao's body. Sparks flew and light bloomed. It was as if they had slashed at an indestructible golden body. They could not cause any damage to Darkness Xiao at all. Darkness Xiao's body emitted chaotic light, and his demonic aura was vast and boundless. He instantly arrived in front of Original Prince. Get lost. Original Prince was shocked and furious. He did not expect Darkness Xiao's physical body to be so strong. Moreover, Darkness Xiao's palm strike was aimed at his face. He was about to explode from anger. He threw out both his palms, and there were strange black runes flickering in his palms. They were constantly twisting like living beings, and they went towards Darkness Xiao's palm strike. The strange black runes made Darkness Xiao's heart palpitate slightly. The power of a great emperor? Darkness Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly turned his palm into a blade. A snow-white blade radiance was dazzling, and it was extremely fast, slashing at Original Prince's arms. At the same time, chaotic light spread around Darkness Xiao, and in an instant, he split into thousands of figures in the void. Every figure contained a powerful aura fluctuation, making it impossible for Original Prince to tell where his true body was. Clang, the light was incomparably blazing. The snow-white blade light slashed onto Original Prince's arm. With a clanging sound, it left behind a white mark. The black armor on Original Prince's body was also a supreme treasure, and it contained an unparalleled defensive power that could block Darkness Xiao's attack. However, the terrifying power contained in the blade still numbed Original Prince's arms, and his body froze for a moment. However, it was this moment that gave Darkness Xiao a chance. Slap, a crisp sound was heard, and Darkness Xiao slapped Original Prince's face. This slap contained an unparalleled power, and it caused Original Prince's face to swell, and he was sent flying. Pfft, teeth mixed with blood flew out, and Original Prince could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. TSK. Original Prince, your skin is really thick. Look, it hurts my hand. Darkness Xiao said with a smile. Everyone was stunned. Especially Demon Lord Qing Tsang and Demon Lord Yu Hua, the corners of their mouths twitched, and their eyes were filled with shock. This was a ruthless person, he was so persistent in wanting to slap Original Prince's face, but in the end, he actually succeeded. But do you know the consequences of slapping Original Prince's face? This was the son of Original Demon Emperor. Slapping Original Prince's face was equivalent to slapping Original Demon Emperor's face. It was worse than killing him. This time, Darkness Lingxiao had really offended Original Prince, and they had a death feud. The kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. Lingxiao, I swear, if I don't kill you, I'll let my primordial spirit fall into the 9 underworlds, and never be reincarnated. Original Prince's eyes were filled with tears of blood, and he let out an extremely shrill voice, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. The bone-deep hatred and killing intent in his voice made everyone tremble, and their scalps tingle. Rumble, Original Prince's body cracked like a spider web, and black demonic light spewed out, and strange black runes appeared. Soon, the black runes covered Original Prince's body, making him look extremely strange. Original Prince's aura began to rise violently, and the blood in his body began to burn, causing him to emit an extremely dangerous aura. Darkness Lingxiao's eyes narrowed. He could feel that Original Prince had become extremely dangerous. The strange black runes contained the power to destroy everything, and when they connected together, it caused Original Prince to emit a vast emperor's aura. It felt as if a weak great emperor had awakened. Even a weakened great emperor was not someone an ordinary imperial emperor could contend against. The strange black runes around Original Prince seemed to be the power bestowed by the great emperor, allowing him to possess an extremely powerful extreme emperor's aura. Boom, he threw a punch at Lingxiao, and a black fist print instantly broke through the void. The terrifying and unparalleled power caused the surrounding void to begin to shatter. The black runes intertwined like clouds that could devour all life, giving Original Prince the power to destroy the world. This strike made Prince Primitive's strength seem to increase by 10 times. It was like a mountain that could shatter everything. Original Demon Emperor's power? Very well. Let's see if Original Demon Emperor is comparable to the Chaos Demon tribe. Dark Lingxiao sneered. Boom, he did not dodge, but took a step forward. Chaotic light gushed out from his body as his chi and blood soared. It was vast and unparalleled, and his entire body began to expand instantly. 10 feet, 100 feet, 10,000 feet, 10,000 feet, he turned into a 10,000-foot giant, surrounded by chaotic light, and filled with an ancient, majestic, mysterious and immortal energy. Chaotic demon body. Dark Lingxiao had obtained the ultimate inheritance of the Chaos Demon tribe, cultivated the Chaos Ancient Scripture, and combined with the Chaos Secret Technique, he had formed the Chaotic Demon body. This was the ultimate origin demon body that even the geniuses of the Chaos Demon tribe could not form. At this moment, Dark Lingxiao's Chaotic Demon body exploded, and a terrifying aura rose around him, causing the surrounding void to distort violently, and then shatter. Boom, facing Prince Original Prince, he also punched out with his fist. The two unparalleled fist prints collided in the void, and an extremely terrifying shockwave exploded, causing the entire ruined world to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Kill. Original Prince's eyes were red, and his killing intent was boiling, as he fought crazily. The strange runes around him contained an extremely vast Extreme Emperor's aura, causing him to expand instantly, turning into a 10,000-foot giant. His entire body was covered in monstrous demonic flames. It was as if he had transformed into the primordial demon ancestor. Each of his attacks contained unparalleled power. This was Prince Primitive activating the Great Emperor's bloodline in his body, resonating with the Great Tao and merging with heaven and earth. He was able to use the power of the Great Tao's origin, which was terrifying to the extreme. Rumble, Prince Primitive was surrounded by endless lightning. The might of the Great Tao was about to descend, creating all kinds of mysterious phenomena. There were huge demonic beasts that could destroy heaven and earth, huge battle axes that could shatter the sky, and supreme giants that could support heaven and earth. These were all imprints left behind by the supreme experts of the devil world. At this moment, it was as if they were following the orders of Prince Primordial, charging towards Darkness Lingxiao. Boom. Boom. Boom, Darkness Lingxiao's gaze was as sharp as the resplendent sun, wild and domineering, and fearless. Facing the boundless might of the heavens, he brazenly punched out. The chaotic fist imprint was surrounded by boundless demonic light. It was as if everything would eventually return to the primordial chaos. The unparalleled fist imprint was capable of destroying everything. He completely relied on his own strength. The chaotic demonic body gave him endless power. Even if he were to fight against this world, he was not afraid at all. Rumble, an incomparably terrifying battle broke out between the two towering giants in this world of ruins. The two of them fought as they moved. At the same time, the energy that they released caused everything around them to violently shatter. Their physical bodies were still expanding, 100,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet. In the end, the two of them were like ancient demonic gods that could support heaven and earth. Every blow that they unleashed swept out in all directions. The people of Primordial Demon Sect and Blood Prison Demon Sect were all trembling. Their eyes were filled with shock. Damn it! Did Darkness Xianxia really get the inheritance of the Chaos Demon tribe? Demon King Qingsong's face was extremely ugly. His eyes were extremely gloomy. Legend has it that the ancient demonic tribe walked the path of combining all Daos into one. They will integrate all the power into their bodies. This allows them to use the supreme divine power of the celestial body embodiment. Moreover, it will never end. Xianxia has condensed the chaotic demonic body. This is the supreme demonic body that is known as a taboo among the Chaos Demon tribe. Prince Primordial is barely able to fight against Xianxia by burning his great emperor bloodline. I'm afraid he won't last long. Demon King Yuhua also exclaimed in admiration. Shut up! Demon King Qingsong shouted angrily. However, he had to admit that Demon King Yuhua was right. If this continued, Prince Primordial would definitely lose. After all, although Prince Primordial was strong, he had burned his great emperor bloodline. The taboo skill that he used was essentially borrowing the power of Primordial Demon Emperor. However, Dark Xiao's power came from the chaotic demonic body. The power that he displayed was endless. Demon King Qingsong and Demon King Yuhua were secretly shocked. Qingsong, now is the time for us to put aside our prejudices. Xiao is too strong. If this continues, Prince Primordial will definitely lose. However, if we have the power of the Origin Banner and the Blood Prison Heavenly Sun, we should be able to kill Xiao. Demon King Yuhua sneered. What do you want? Demon King Qingsong said after a moment of silence. Simple. My Blood Prison Demon Sect wants half of the Chaos Demon tribe's inheritance. I'm also interested in Xiao. Demon King Yuhua said with a smile. Alright. Demon King Qingsong agreed without hesitation. That was then and this is now. Demon King Yuhua did not ask for too much. Moreover, it would be difficult to kill Xiao with the Origin Banner alone. If I'm not wrong, Prince Primordial should have an Extreme Dao Emperor weapon in his hands, right? I'll have to trouble Demon King Qingsong to pass the message to Prince Primordial later. With the surprise attack of 3 Extreme Dao Emperor weapons, Xiao will definitely die. Demon King Yuhua said with a faint smile. There was a tinge of viciousness in her eyes. Alright. Demon King Qingsong nodded and looked at Demon King Yuhua deeply. Demon King Yuhua was indeed a femme fatale. She was so vicious and merciless. It seemed like he had to stay away from her in the future. Rumble, at that moment, in the middle of the battle, Dark Xiao punched out like a dragon and sent Prince Primordial flying. Prince Primordial was already showing signs of fatigue. The aura around him started to weaken and he was completely at a disadvantage. He had burned his great emperor bloodline but he still could not do anything to Dark Xiao's chaotic demon body. The strange black rune was originally an extremely powerful technique. However, in the face of Dark Xiao, it was like facing a tortoise shell. It was difficult to deal with. Dark Xiao's chaotic demon body was indestructible and it was the leakless real body. It was as though it was tireless and could continuously unleash powerful attacks. Hence, there was no doubt that Prince Primordial had lost, even though he was roaring and roaring, activating powerful emperor techniques and unleashing his killing power, he could not even break through Dark Xiao's defense. Chaotic demon body was too powerful. Boom, Darkness Xiao took a step forward and crossed thousands of miles. His huge fist print was like a mountain and it landed on Original Prince's chest. Original Prince's chest caved in and he was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. Darkness Xiao's power made his scalp go numb. Who was he? He was the son of the original Demon Emperor and he had the noblest bloodline of the Great Emperor. He was born to be a peerless genius and looked down on everyone. But now, Darkness Xiao was stomping him into the ground. Ah. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Original Prince roared. His eyes were bloodshot and he was in a frenzy. Gotcha, Darkness Xianxia's face was cold as he stomped his foot down. It was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the heavens and earth. He kicked up a strong wind and stomped on Original Prince's head. Original Prince's head was stomped deep into the ground by Darkness Xianxia and his face was deformed. So what if you're the son of the original Demon Emperor? If I say you're trash, you're trash. Darkness Xianxia said coldly. His huge foot kept rubbing against Original Prince's head. Original Prince was about to go crazy. This was a great humiliation and he would become the laughingstock of the entire demonic world. But he had no way to fight back. Rumble, but at that moment, a mighty Extreme Emperor's aura exploded. A blood-red sun rose in the void. It was dazzling and it covered a vast sea of blood. It swept across the sky and pressed down on Darkness Xianxia. It was a huge banner with mysterious scenes of the sun, moon, stars and everything in the starry sky. As it swayed, chaotic light rose and demonic aura surged. All the worlds in the universe were shaking. Tens of thousands of dazzling runes flowed on the banner, forming a series of order links that swept towards Darkness soaring sky. Blood Prison Heavenly Sun, Original Banner, these were the two Extreme Emperor weapons of the Blood Prison Demon Sect and Original Demon Sect. They were shining brightly. Demon Lord Yuhua and Demon Lord Qingsong looked cold and murderous. They held the two Extreme Emperor weapons and pressed down on Darkness Xianxia. Rumble. At this moment, Prince Original, who was under Dark Soaring Cloud's feet, was surrounded by flames. His monarch bloodline was burning intensely, and a terrifying aura locked onto Dark Soaring Cloud. It was a sword. The black ancient sword looked very strange. It was as black as ink, but mysterious light and runes flowed around it. It exuded a mighty emperor's aura. A monstrous baleful aura emanated from the ancient sword. It was terrifying to the extreme. That kind of powerful sword intent caused Darkness Xianxia's heart to involuntarily tremble, and he retreated. Xiao, die. Original Prince's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He poured all the energy in his body into the ancient sword and drove it through the world, stabbing towards Dark Soaring Cloud's forehead. True Devil Sword, this was Original Prince's Extreme Dao Monarch weapon and also his strongest trump card. He would never use it unless he had no other choice. The reason why he did not use it before was because he felt that even if he used the True Devil Sword, he might not be able to kill Dark Soaring Firmament. However, at this moment, the three Extreme Dao Monarch weapons were unleashed at the same time. The intertwining Extreme Dao Monarch aura was as vast as the ocean, completely enveloping Dark Soaring Cloud. Under such extreme power, even an upper-level Imperial Emperor might be killed, let alone Dark Soaring Cloud. Finally, you can't help but take out your Extreme Dao Monarch weapon? Very well, I'll use the three of you to practice. Dark Soaring Cloud said with a faint smile. His eyes were filled with mockery. Rumble, he reached out his hand and grabbed. Boundless chaotic light gushed out, and an incomparably powerful force erupted. Chaos Divine Palace that was originally floating in the void began to emit a brilliant light. It soared through the skies and flew towards Dark Soaring Firmament. Within the chaotic Heavenly Palace, an ancient and mysterious force seemed to have awakened. Around the chaotic Heavenly Palace, boundless chaotic mist lingered. It was as if the world had been created, all living beings, and the mysterious scene of the gods and demons had appeared. The chaotic Heavenly Palace exuded a mighty Extreme Dao Monarch aura and charged towards the three Extreme Dao Monarch weapons. What? Original Prince, Demon Lord Qingsong, and Demon Lord Yuhua's faces changed. They had never expected the entire chaotic Heavenly Palace to be an Extreme Dao Monarch weapon. Moreover, the aura that the chaotic Heavenly Palace exuded was as though an emperor had awakened. It made them shiver. Rumble, the four Extreme Dao Monarch weapons instantly clashed in the void. The Blood Prison Heavenly Sun's boundless blood sea shattered. The Origin Banner's divine chains of order shattered. Even the boundless sword chi of the true demon sword instantly turned into nothingness. The chaotic Heavenly Palace seemed to have evolved into a chaotic space. It suppressed the three Extreme Dao Monarch weapons within the chaotic space. Rumble, the surrounding spacetime was in chaos. The void trembled like water ripples. Layers of mysterious illusions appeared and formed an incomparably terrifying territory. The chaotic heavenly palace formed its own space. The most powerful thing about it was the power of chaotic suppression. Chaos encompassed everything and everything. The three extreme Tao monarch weapons were caught off guard. They were suppressed within the chaotic heavenly palace. Although they were trembling violently and resisting, trying to break out of the chaotic heavenly palace, it would be difficult for them to do so in a short period of time. Original Prince, Demon Lord Xianxia, and Demon Lord Yuhua's faces darkened. Their eyes were filled with shock and anger. It turned out that the chaotic heavenly palace's spacetime illusion was the chaotic heavenly palace's own aura. It was not set up by someone else. However, when the three extreme Tao monarch weapons were suppressed, the three of them instantly felt a strong sense of danger. Kill. Darkness Xianxia's eyes were cold. Without any hesitation, he attacked instantly. His sharp fist print was unparalleled and it enveloped the three extreme Tao monarch weapons. Without the power of the extreme Tao monarch weapons, the three extreme Tao monarch weapons were nothing in Darkness Xianxia's eyes. Instantly, they were at a disadvantage. Original Prince was already injured. Demon Lord Xianxia and Demon Lord Yuhua were naturally no match for Darkness Xianxia. Rumble, almost instantly, the two of them were shocked by Darkness Xianxia's unparalleled divine power. They spat out blood and their auras were weak. With the appearance of the chaotic demon body, all of their attacks were destroyed easily. There was no room for them to fight back. Swoosh, Demon Lord Yuhua was extremely cunning. When he saw that the situation was hopeless, he instantly shifted and activated the blood prison Heavenly Sun to escape. Rumble, Darkness Xianxia's mountain-like fist print came down again. Original Prince and Demon Lord Xianxia spat out blood and they were forced to retreat. Their eyes were filled with fear. Darkness Xianxia's strength had reached a point where they were in despair. Since the battle in the chaotic ancient land, Prince Primitive had started to doubt his life again. He was the son of the primitive demon emperor and possessed the bloodline of the great emperor. He was born noble and had many geniuses from the demon world as his followers. The only people that he cared about were the few princes in the devil realm. Yet now, Darkness Xianxia was only at the second level of the imperial monarch realm, yet his strength was unimaginably formidable. Damn it! The inheritance of the Chaos Demon tribe should be mine. Prince Primitive roared in his heart, his eyes filled with jealousy and unwillingness. The stronger Darkness Xianxia was and the more terrifying the Chaos Demon body was, the more jealous he was. All of this should have been his. But it was stolen by Darkness Xianxia, the despicable thief. Now, Dark Soaring Firmament had condensed the Chaos Demon body and was in control of Chaos Divine Palace. He had reached an insufferably powerful boundary, making Prince Primitive feel the threat of death looming over him. Rumble, Darkness Xianxia stomped down with his foot. His footprints contained unparalleled divine might. The vast chaotic energy locked onto Original Prince and Demon King Xianxia. The two of them roared and unleashed their strongest strength. They pushed their arms out in an attempt to block the attack. Crack, however, a crisp sound rang out. Their arms were instantly broken, and then they were blasted into a bloody mist by an unparalleled force. The two of them coughed out blood and kept retreating. Even the cunning Demon King Yuhua was affected by the attack even though he had moved away in advance. His body trembled and his eyes were filled with shock. Prince Primitive, if not for your great emperor bloodline, who do you think you are? How dare you bark in front of me? Darkness Xianxia's arrogant and cold voice was heard. It was like thunder. Prince Primitive was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This bastard was too arrogant. If not for you stealing my Chaos Demon tribe inheritance, who do you think you are? The Chaos Demon tribe was known as the ruler of the demon world in the ancient times. Naturally, they were powerful. The strength of the Chaos Demon body made Prince Primitive drool. If he had the Chaos Demon body and his great emperor bloodline, would Darkness Xianxia still dare to be arrogant in front of him? Just slap him to death. Darkness Xianxia's eyes were cold and sharp. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he locked onto Prince Xianxia. His bones contained the tyrannical, bloodthirsty, cold and cruel side of Xianxia. At this moment, he only wanted to completely kill Original Prince. Who would care about the consequences of killing Prince Primitive? Boom, he punched out in the air, and the chaotic fist seal came crashing down, sending Original Prince flying again. Original Prince looked extremely miserable at this moment. Both of his arms had exploded and his entire body was covered in blood and flesh. Although his life source was extremely powerful and could be reborn from a drop of blood, his body was instantly restored to its original state. But how could the speed of his recovery compare to the speed of his destruction? Destruction is easier than creation. He really wants to kill me? How dare he? Original Prince's eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. If the geniuses of the various worlds fought in the primal chaos, even the imperial princes would die. But this was the demonic world, and Original Demon Emperor was a genuine great emperor expert. In the entire demonic world, who would dare to offend the three major sects? And now, Darkness Xianxia, this lunatic, wanted to kill him. Was he not afraid of Original Demon Emperor's revenge? As the chaos in the various worlds intensified and the great calamity was approaching, Original Demon Emperor could return to the demonic world at any time. True Demon Sword, break! 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 Original Prince Primitive let out a furious roar. Boom, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the blood droplets gathered in the void, turning into an ancient rune. In an instant, demonic flames rose and pierced through the heavens and earth, flying towards the chaotic heavenly palace. The true demon sword, which was trapped in the chaotic heavenly palace, seemed to have received some kind of support as it shone brightly. Sharp sword chi swept across the void in all directions. It was extremely sharp. Every sword chi seemed to be able to slash through the void and shatter the world. The true demon sword clashed with the chaotic heavenly palace continuously. Extreme Emperor aura burst out, causing the chaos to tremble. Mist rose, and a mysterious scene appeared. Rumble. At the same time, Demon Lord Yuhua and Demon Lord Qingcong activated the Bloody Hell Heavenly Sun and the original banner without hesitation. The three Extreme Emperor weapons burst out with peerless power, and clashed with the chaotic heavenly palace violently. The chaotic space in the chaotic heavenly palace was eternal and sturdy. It could trap all living things, and was known as the chaotic prison. When the three Extreme Emperor weapons attacked at the same time, the chaotic space shook violently, and the void distorted. It seemed like it was about to shatter. It seemed like the three Extreme Emperor weapons would be able to charge out of the chaotic heavenly palace soon. Suppress! Darkness Xianxia's cold voice was heard. Rumble, boundless chaotic light burst out from his body, and in an instant, it supported the chaotic heavenly palace, causing the chaotic heavenly palace to shine brightly. An ancient, eternal, and indestructible mysterious aura spread out and suppressed the three Extreme Tao Emperor weapons in a mighty manner. You want to rely on the power of the Extreme Emperor weapons? Even if the three Extreme Emperor weapons could charge out, all of you would be dead. Darkness Xianxia sneered coldly. Rumble, he punched out with both his fists. One of his fists contained boundless light, while the other contained boundless darkness. Light and darkness intertwined, and a mysterious chaotic energy was formed. An incomparably terrifying light and darkness domain spread out mightily, engulfing this part of the relic world and enveloping everyone in it in an instant. Regardless of whether it was the people from the primitive demon sect or the bloody hell demon sect, they were all enveloped by the light and darkness realm. Light and darkness intertwined, and the chaotic energy was formed. Everyone was horrified to find that countless Darkness Xianxia had appeared in front of him. Darkness Xianxia punched out, and there were thousands of fist prints that came down. Puff! 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 The light and darkness realm devoured everything. Blood light filled the air. Most of the people from the primitive demon sect and the bloody hell demon sect were only in the king realm, or even the great saint realm. How could they resist the powerful energy in the light and darkness realm? They did not even have the time to scream before they were blown up by the fist prince. Xianxia, you are courting death. Original Prince was both shocked and furious, his eyes filled with bone-deep hatred. However, he, Demon Lord Qingcong, and Demon Lord Yuhua could not even protect themselves. How could they save the people from the primitive demon sect and the bloody hell demon sect? Hundreds of experts from the primeval demon sect and the blood prison demon sect were completely annihilated in the blink of an eye. Ruthless, this was a ruthless man, even more like a demon than a demon. Several hundred powerhouses were actually all annihilated by darkness soaring firmament without even blinking an eye. In the light and darkness realm, the broken flesh and primordial spirits were like a bloody whirlpool, surging crazily and merging into Darkness Lingxiao's body. Awesome! Darkness Lingxiao licked his lips, revealing a demonic smile. Rumble, demonic light surged around him, and chaotic mist surged. He exuded an eternal aura. He stepped on the chaos, controlled the light and darkness realm, and his black hair danced wildly. He looked like a supreme demon, causing original prince, Demon King Xianxia, and Demon King Yuhua to tremble, their eyes filled with fear. They were suppressed in Darkness Lingxiao's light and darkness realm, and could only passively receive Darkness Lingxiao's attacks, unable to make any effective counterattacks. If this went on, the three of them would definitely die. Your Highness, you can't die. You are the hope of original demon sect. You must live well. Demon King Xianxia suddenly turned his head to look at original prince, his eyes filled with determination. Xianxia, what are you doing? Original prince trembled and asked hurriedly. Demon Lord Xianxia ignored him. Boundless flames instantly rose around him. What joy is there in life? What worry is there in death? Heavenly demon descends, melting all living beings. Demon King Xianxia uttered a series of obscure and ancient syllables, causing his aura to surge instantly. His body turned transparent, and the void flame burned. His flesh and primordial spirit merged into the void flame. The void flame emitted an aura that caused everyone's heart to palpitate. The enlightenment of the heavenly demon descends? Xianxia, stop it. Original Prince saw this scene, and his body trembled. His eyes were filled with shock, and he roared crazily. The enlightenment of the heavenly demon descends was a powerful forbidden technique of the demon clan. It was extremely ancient, and was created by a demon emperor in the ancient times. The insight of the heavenly devil descends allowed one to burn one's own flesh and origin spirit to unleash 10 times or even 100 times the power to kill enemies. The price was that his soul would be destroyed and he would never be able to reincarnate. Of course, even if Demon King Xianxia used the insight of the omen descends, he might not be able to kill Darkness Lingxiao. However, he had used his own life to cast the insight of the heavenly devil descends and added it to the origin banner. Rumble, the primordial streamer in the heavenly palace of primordial chaos instantly emitted an immeasurable amount of light. There was a mysterious demonic light surging above the origin banner, and an ancient figure seemed to be vaguely emerging. As the primitive streamer fell, the ancient figure unleashed an unimaginably terrifying power, colliding with the chaotic heavenly palace. Crack, with a crisp sound, the space in the primal chaos heavenly palace shattered in an instant. The primal chaos banner rushed out of the heavenly palace. Immediately after, the true demonic sword and blood prison heavenly sun also flew out. Is there someone so loyal to the primitive devil sect? There was a complicated look in Darkness Lingxiao's eyes. Although the primordial streamer had unleashed an extremely powerful emperor's aura, it did not attack Lingxiao. Instead, it swept up the true demonic sword and Prince Primitive and broke through the void. Lingxiao, your life is mine. I will kill you. I will. Prince Primitive's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent, and he let out an incomparably shrill roar. In an instant, he disappeared in front of Darkness Lingxiao. Darkness Lingxiao did not choose to pursue him. The primordial streamer, which had been reinforced by the insight of the omen descends, seemed to possess the might of a great emperor. It was extremely terrifying. With the protection of the primordial streamer, Darkness Lingxiao could not kill Prince Primitive. He might as well give up. Demon King Xianxia's soul was destroyed, and he saved Prince Primitive at the cost of never being able to reincarnate. As for the blood prison heavenly sun, it also swept up Demon King Yuhua and wanted to escape. Prince Primitive has escaped. You should stay. Dark Lingxiao sneered as he chased after Demon Lord Yuhua. The primordial chaos heavenly palace came with a mighty force, and the primordial chaos space spread out, once again enveloping Demon King Yuhua and the blood prison heavenly Sunday this bastard. Demon King Yuhua was so angry that her teeth itched. Darkness Lingxiao let Prince Primitive go, and he was chasing after her. Compared to Prince Primitive, she was just a small fry. Shouldn't Darkness Lingxiao choose to kill Prince Primitive first? The blood prison heavenly sun swept her into the void turbulence, and Darkness Lingxiao also chased after her with the primordial chaos heavenly palace. Lingxiao, how about letting me go? As long as you spare me, I'm willing to do anything. Demon King Yuehua's charming and shy voice was heard. She sounded pitiful and exuded a kind of charm. Husband, don't be fooled by her. In the demonic world, this bitch is a 1,000-man woman. She's too filthy. Saintess Yuan Ling hurriedly transmitted her voice to Darkness Lingxiao. She's too filthy? Then I'll just kill her. When Darkness Lingxiao heard this, he immediately lost interest and sneered. Although he was lustful, he still had his principles, right? He had no interest in such a filthy woman. Lingxiao, if you dare to kill me, my sister won't let you off. Although you're strong, you're definitely not my sister's match. Demon King Yuehua said angrily. Seeing that her seduction had failed, she began to threaten him again. Your sister? Is your sister a great emperor? Even if she's a great emperor, she won't be able to save you today. Darkness Lingxiao sneered. Husband, Demon King Yuehua's sister is called Yu Yao. She's the deputy sect leader of the Blood Prison demonic sect. At the same time, she's also ranked third among the 8 great fairies of the demonic world. Her cultivation should be at the 6th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Saintess Yuan Ling explained. Yu Yao? 6th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm? Deputy sect leader of the Blood Prison demonic sect? She should be an old woman, right? How can she be ranked among the 8 great fairies of the demonic world? Darkness Lingxiao was slightly stunned. Yu Yao isn't old. She might even be younger than my husband. She once reincarnated and recultivated, but she retained her strength. Yu Yao's strength is extraordinary. It's said that even the Blood Prison Emperor's son covets her. Saintess Yuan Ling said. No wonder this bitch dares to threaten me. But so what if Yu Yao's cultivation is at the 6th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm? If she dares to provoke me, I won't let her off either. Darkness Lingxiao laughed proudly. His conversation with Saintess Yuan Ling was unbridled, as if he wasn't afraid of being heard by Demon King Yuehua. However, Demon Lord Yuehua was so infuriated by their conversation that his entire body trembled. This Darkness Lingxiao is simply unmoved by force or persuasion. Am I really going to die here today? Thinking of this, Demon King Yuehua's eyes revealed a trace of horror. Rumble, Darkness Lingxiao drove the Chaos Heavenly Palace over. His body exuded an immortal aura as he traversed the turbulence of the void with his physical body. The shattered power of the void around him could not leave a single mark on his body. The Chaos Heavenly Palace absorbed the boundless power of the chaos and gave off a dazzling radiance as it pressed down on Demon Lord Yuehua. Boom! Demon Lord Yuehua was enveloped by the bloody hell Heavenly Sunday. The bloody hell Heavenly Sun gave off a blazing crimson radiance that spread out like a sea of blood. In an instant, the Chaos Heavenly Palace and the bloody hell Heavenly Sun collided. The 2 Supreme Emperor weapons gave off a boundless Emperor aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The surrounding turbulence of the void was instantly annihilated. Demon Lord Yuehua, who was hiding in the bloody hell Heavenly Sun, could clearly feel the domineering and terrifying power of the Chaos Heavenly Palace. He was injured by the recoil and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lingxiao, what will it take for you to let me go? Demon Lord Yuehua's voice was filled with fear as he roared. Swoosh, the bloody hell Heavenly Sun was sent flying as Demon Lord Yuehua drove the bloody hell Heavenly Sun to escape. Let you go? A despicable person like you should die. Darkness Lingxiao said coldly. Lingxiao, don't force me. If my sister comes, you'll definitely die. Demon Lord Yuehua said in exasperation. Your sister? You'll have to be alive to wait for her to come. Darkness Lingxiao sneered coldly. He did not show any mercy. The Chaos Heavenly Palace was like an immemorial sacred mountain as it spewed out boundless radiance from the chaos. It pressed down on Demon Lord Yuehua once again. Rumble, the Chaos Heavenly Palace was the supreme treasure of the Chaos Demon tribe. It had been absorbing the power of the chaos for countless years in the primordial ruins. Now that it was being activated by Darkness Lingxiao with the Chaos Ancient Scripture, it could be said that he could command it with ease. Although Demon Lord Yuehua had the bloody hell Heavenly Sun, he could not completely isolate himself from the damage. He spat out blood from the powerful recoil. She was terrified to the extreme. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Even though she was at the 2nd level of the Imperial Monarch realm just like Dark Soaring Sky, her resources, and reserves were far inferior to dark soaring sky. Not to mention, dark soaring clouds had formed the chaos demonic body and completely refined the chaos heavenly palace. She only had the temporary control of the blood prison heavenly Sunday crack. The primal chaos heavenly palace slammed into the blood hell heavenly sun once again. The sky was filled with blood-red light and blazing radiance. Demon Lord Yuhua, who was within the blood hell heavenly sun, felt as though he was about to be shattered. Rumble, Demon Lord Yuhua's eyes flashed with a resolute look. Flames rose from his body as he instantly burned his life essence. He had directly burned 1,000,000 years of his lifespan and infused it into the bloody hell heavenly Sunday. The blood prison heavenly sun released endless blazing blood light as it fled into the distance. Sister, if you don't come, I'm really going to die. Demon Lord Yuhua's eyes were filled with terror as he roared. His voice was incomparably mournful as it reverberated through the turbulent void. If your sister dares to come, she'll end up like you. Do you still hope that she can save you? Darkness Xianxia sneered. He was not moved at all. Is that so? At that moment, a cold and mysterious voice rang out in the chaotic void. Boom, a blazing light burst forth like a dazzling sun. A figure appeared in the turbulence of the void. It was a peerlessly beautiful figure. She was surrounded by light and looked graceful. Even though her face couldn't be seen clearly, she had a holy and otherworldly temperament. Sister? You're finally here. Hurry up and save me. Yu Yao's body trembled as her eyes lit up with joy. She hurriedly shifted towards the figure. Fairy Yu Yao? Dark soaring sky's eyes flashed as he looked at the figure before him with a faint smile. Demon Lord Yuhua had indeed summoned Fairy Yu Yao. Fairy Yu Yao's temperament was extraordinary. She wasn't any weaker than the Holy Lady Yuan Ling and the Holy Lady of Light. In fact, under the illumination of her powerful cultivation, she was even more ethereal and otherworldly. Dark soaring sky could clearly sense that Fairy Yu Yao's cultivation had already reached the 6th heaven of the Imperial Lord realm, a mid-level Imperial Lord who could break through to the high-level Imperial Lord realm at any time. You're soaring sky? Can you let my sister go for my sake? Fairy Yu Yao said indifferently. Her eyes were dazzling, as if they reflected the endless world. They were mysterious and resplendent. Dark soaring sky could sense that when Fairy Yu Yao's gaze landed on him, it seemed to carry the power to see through his heart. It was as if she wanted to see through everything about him. Spare your sister? Your sister wants my life. Fairy Yu Yao, do you think you have that much face? Dark soaring sky smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with a cold light. If that's the case, then I can only attack you. I'll save my sister, kill you, and take away the Chaos Demon clan's inheritance. Fairy Yu Yao said calmly. However, the coldness and heartlessness in her voice sent chills down one's spine. Speaking of which, this Fairy Yu Yao was no saint either. The vice-sect master of the blood prison demon sect was no saint either. Countless lives had been taken by her hands. How could someone who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood let darkness soaring firmament off so easily? Not to mention, Dark Soaring Sky had the Chaos Demon clan's inheritance. Even if Dark Soaring Sky let Demon Lord Yuhua go, he wouldn't let Dark Soaring Sky off. Kill me? If you have the ability, then the Chaos Demon clan's inheritance is with me. It's waiting for you to take it. Dark Soaring Sky smiled faintly. However, his eyes instantly became incomparably sharp. Since that's the case, then let me experience the power of the Chaos Demon clan. A strange look appeared in Fairy Yu Yao's eyes. Whoosh, she soared through the air, her clothes fluttering. Her entire body exuded an otherworldly aura. Her slender, jade-like fingers slapped towards Dark Soaring Sky. However, when her jade-like fingers landed, they were like heavenly pillars. Instantly, crimson light filled the air like a prison. Great Might Blood Prison Palm. This was the Blood Prison Demon Sect's Supreme Emperor technique. It combined the power of great might and great virtue with the power of extreme mean and evil to form a bloody hell. It could imprison and refine everything. Fairy Yu Yao's other hand reached out and grabbed. Immediately, the blood prison heavenly sun bloomed with resplendent light. Blood chi rose like a blood-red sun. It soared through the air and shot towards the Chaos Heavenly Palace. At this moment, the Blood Prison Heavenly Sun in Fairy Yu Yao's hand released an aura that wasn't any weaker than the Chaos Heavenly Palace's. Fairy Yu Yao is the true master of the Blood Prison Heavenly Sun? A bright light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes, and he instantly understood. Fairy Yu Yao had seen the power of the Chaos Heavenly Palace, so she had taken the initiative to use the Blood Prison Heavenly Sun to block the Chaos Heavenly Palace, preventing Dark Ling Zhao from using the power of the Chaos Heavenly Palace. However, Dark Ling Zhao had his own pride. Since Fairy Yu Yao did not use an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, he naturally would not use the Chaos Heavenly Palace. Rumble, the blood chi around him was as vast as the sea. Chaotic light gushed out as he punched out in the face of Fairy Yu Yao's mighty blood prison palm. The chaotic fist seal was unparalleled, possessing the power to shatter everything. Dark Ling Zhao's chaos demonic body was indestructible and indestructible. Even a casual strike from him contained a terrifying power. Bang, the fist and palm collided, causing the void to tremble. The endless void turbulence was swept away as Dark Ling Zhao's fist destroyed the blood-colored palm. However, Fairy Yu Yao's 5 fingers were like 5 blood-colored heavenly pillars. They formed a blood-colored hell and imprisoned Dark Ling Zhao. The blood-colored heavenly pillars were extremely sturdy and contained the power of the Great Tao. Even with Dark Ling Zhao's powerful physical body, he was unable to break through them. Rumble, Fairy Yu Yao flew through the air. Her originally pure and holy aura instantly turned evil. Boundless blood-red light surged, as vast as the sea. In an instant, it enveloped Darkness Ling Zhao, as if it had formed a giant blood-red cocoon. Swoosh! 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 Within the giant blood-colored cocoon, blood-colored tentacles pierced through the void like divine chains and pierced into Dark Ling Zhao's body. Fairy Yu Yao sat cross-legged on the giant blood-colored cocoon as blood-colored light surged around her. Her vast and terrifying cultivation suppressed the giant blood-colored cocoon, causing it to explode with terrifying energy waves. Rumble, the giant blood-colored cocoon was like a living creature. Through the blood-colored tentacles, it began to wantonly devour the bloodlight energy within Dark Ling Zhao's body. This is the Blood Demon Dao Fetus? Demon Lord Yu Hua, who was in the distance, shuddered as a look of extreme jealousy appeared in his eyes. The Blood Demon Dao Fetus was the supreme treasure of the Blood Prison Demon sect. Legend had it that the Blood Demon Dao Fetus was left behind by the Blood Prison Emperor. It could suppress all living creatures and refine them into blood demon puppets. Fairy Yu Yao was the Blood Demon Dao Fetus. She could also obtain all of Dark Ling Zhao's inheritance and treasures and use them to refine Dark Ling Zhao into a blood puppet. It seemed that Fairy Yu Yao had also noticed Darkness Ling Zhao's enormous potential and coveted the Chaos Demon clan's inheritance. Yu Yao jealousy. Yu Yao's Yu was Yu Yao was Yu Yu. If not for the fact that Demon Lord Yu Hua had used the inheritance of the Chaos Demon tribe as bait, Fairy Yu Yao might not have come to save her younger sister. Therefore, she was only a Grand Elder of the Blood Prison Demon sect while Fairy Yu Yao had become the Vice Sect leader. Can the Blood Demon Dao Fetus really refine Ling Zhao? It would be for the best if both of them end up seriously injured. Demon Lord Yu Hua's eyes flashed with viciousness as he thought to himself maliciously. Rumble, the Crimson Cocoon was the Blood Demon Dao Fetus. The Blood Demon Dao Fetus was formless and extremely strange. Even Dark Ling Zhao did not notice it before he was enveloped by it. The Blood Demon Dao Fetus surged with extreme Emperor aura. The crimson tentacles were sharp to the extreme. They easily pierced through Dark Ling Zhao's body and began to devour his vitality, trying to extract his bloodline. You want to scheme against me? Very well, let's see if you can devour me, or if I can refine you. A cold killing intent flashed in Dark Ling Zhao's eyes as he thought to himself. Rumble, in an instant, chaotic light gushed out from his body. Endless chaos rose as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. A mysterious aura surged out, causing everything to tremble violently. Dark cloud source circulated the primal chaos ancient scripture, and his primal chaos devil body shattered. Chaotic mist surged as his body condensed into a chaotic rune. It was ancient and mysterious. Suddenly, it bloomed with endless light and enveloped the Blood Demon Dao Fetus. Rumble, chaos encompassed everything and devoured everything. While the Blood Demon Dao Fetus was devouring his body, Fairy Yu Yao had never imagined that dark soaring clouds would also begin to refine the blood demon Dao fetus. This was the Chaos Dao fetus. It was a supreme secret technique from the Chaos ancient scripture and an innate ability of the Chaos demonic body. Dark Lingxiao could transform his body into the Chaos Dao fetus. His physical body, bloodline, and primordial spirit could all be transformed into a chaotic aura that could devour and refine everything. Dark Lingxiao no longer had his physical body and primordial spirit. He had become a chaotic aura, and the blood demon Dao fetus had lost all its targets. Moreover, the energy within the blood demon Dao fetus was being devoured by Dark Lingxiao's Chaos Dao fetus. Rumble, endless bloody light surged. The blood demon Dao fetus was connected to Fairy Yu Yao's life. It contained an incomparably pure and majestic blood origin. At that moment, the pure blood origin energy was contaminated by the primal chaos aura, and instantly disintegrated into a part of the primal chaos aura. What? Fairy Yu Yao's expression changed. This change was beyond her imagination. She'd originally planned to use the blood demon Dao fetus to refine Dark Lingxiao into a blood demon puppet and obtain the chaos demonic inheritance within him. However, she had never thought that such an unforeseen event would occur. Blood prison descends, suppress Wuji. Fairy Yu Yao gritted her teeth and spat out an incomprehensible syllable. She broke free from the bloody light. She had a head of long, bloody hair, a tall and slender figure, and jade-like skin. Her entire body exuded an incomparably perfect aura. Her features were exquisite and perfect. Her eyes were like a resplendent starry sky. One look at them and one would be drawn into them. Most importantly, she wasn't wearing any clothes. That perfect and flawless body would make anyone's blood boil. They couldn't help but exclaim that this was a woman who was favored by the Creator. But it was only a fleeting glimpse. After she broke free from the bloody light, she instantly entered the blood demon Dao fetus. A sea of blood surged around her, and a vast emperor's aura radiated from her. It seemed to condense into an incomparably mysterious figure. Under the suppression of the mysterious figure, the power of the blood demon Dao fetus solidified and finally resisted the devouring power of the primal chaos Dao fetus. Rumble, Fairy Yu Yao formed a seal with her hands and her slender fingers moved through the air, leaving behind after images. Streaks of blood-red runes surged and rushed toward the primal chaos chi. The blood-red runes seemed to contain an eternal and unique power that could even devour the primal chaos chi. The primal chaos chi was originally formed by Dark Cloud. As if it had sensed danger, it instantly pounced toward Fairy Yu Yao. Boom, the primal chaos chi surged and broke through the shackles of the blood demon Dao fetus, enveloping Fairy Yu Yao in an instant. The primal chaos chi distorted and a dazzling light spewed out. In an instant, it transformed into a burly man. However, the man was just like Fairy Yu Yao. He was completely naked. Dark Cloud, you. Fairy Yu Yao turned pale with fright and couldn't help but shout in anger. However, before she could finish her sentence, the corners of Dark Soaring Cloud's lips curled into a tyrannical and devilish smile. He abruptly lowered his head and fiercely pressed his lips against Fairy Yu Yao's. Rumble, Dark Cloud's body exploded with an incomparably powerful aura. His arms wrapped around Fairy Yu Yao, making it impossible for her to break free. Especially the masculine, domineering, and powerful aura that Dark Cloud exuded. It made Fairy Yu Yao's heart flutter. Her incomparably powerful heart realm was actually disintegrated in an instant. The primal chaos chi and blood-red light in the surroundings surged and merged into one, giving birth to an incomparably mysterious power. The blood demon Dao fetus was filled with an enchanting aura. Didn't you want to eat me? Then I'll let you have your fill. Dark Lingxiao sneered. Rumble, he did not hold back at all. In fact, it could be said that he did not hold back at all. Fairy Yu Yao's skin was incomparably smooth, like silk. Now that it was being invaded by this rough energy, she was both embarrassed and furious. An incomparably strange feeling arose in her heart. However, she had no way of breaking free. Dark Cloud's power was too strong. The primal chaos demonic body had completely exploded. Furthermore, both parties were using such a humiliating method to make Fairy Yu Yao sink into oblivion. Within the blood demon Dao fetus, two figures tangled together. A strange sound rose and fell like the waves of the sea. It was like a storm, surging and surging. In the end, it was like a murmur. outside the blood demon Dao fetus. Demon monarch Yu Yao's eyes were filled with shock. This battle is actually so intense? She felt demon Dao fetus. The blood demon Dao fetus enveloped darkness Xianxia and fairy Yu Yao. Blazing blood-red light gushed out of it, and boundless chaotic light surged, manifesting all sorts of mysterious phenomena outside the blood demon Dao fetus. That incomparably powerful fluctuation spread out, as though it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. Even Demon Lord Yu Hua was secretly shocked. It would appear that it was as she had expected. Darkness. Soaring cloud was incomparably powerful. It would not be that easy for fairy Yu Yao to refine him into a blood demon puppet. Dark primal chaos. Could it be that the two of them are really going to suffer great losses? Demon monarch Yu Yao was extremely excited. Her heart was pounding. If Dark Cloud and fairy Yu Yao were really injured, then the primal chaos demonic tribe's inheritance would be hers. She might even be able to refine Dark Cloud and her sister into blood demon puppets with the blood demon Dao fetus. Demon monarch Yu Yao was extremely excited at the thought. Her original intention to escape had completely disappeared, and was now filled with greed. She was very patient. The blood demon Dao fetus's powerful fluctuations lasted for a day and a night. This meant that Dark Cloud and fairy Yu Yao had also been fighting for a day and a night. In the end, it finally calmed down. The blood demon Dao fetus floated in the turbulent void. It looked like a blood-red sun, emitting a dazzling light. However, the primal chaos demonic light and crimson light were no longer spewing out from it. Between the two of them, who won? Demon monarch Yu Yao was filled with questions. The battle before her seemed to have ended. However, she wasn't sure what the outcome was. However, the greed in her heart overcame her fear. Demon monarch Yu Yao carefully flew towards the blood demon Dao fetus, wanting to see what was going on. Crack, just as Demon Lord Yu Hua approached the blood demon Dao fetus, the blood demon Dao fetus let out a crisp sound like an egg. A crack appeared on it. More and more cracks appeared. In the end, it shattered, revealing the scene within. Did both of them suffer? Demon monarch Yu Yao was filled with anticipation as she looked over. Then, she was completely dumbfounded. The scene before her eyes made her feel as if she had been blinded. Dark Cloud carried fairy Yu Yao and walked out of the blood demon Dao fetus. However, the most important thing was that they weren't wearing any clothes. Dark Cloud's expression was cold. The corners of his mouth curled into a devilish smile. His black hair danced in the wind, making him look domineering and arrogant. However, fairy Yu Yao in his arms. Satisfaction. That's right, satisfaction. Fairy Yu Yao's face was rosy and her body was covered in sweat. Her crimson hair draped over her perfect body. Her large, watery eyes were filled with satisfaction and seduction. You. Demon monarch Yu Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. She finally understood what the great battle just now had been about. Her heart was filled with anger, shame, shock, and disbelief. Didn't Dark Cloud and fairy Yu Yao fight to the death? Didn't fairy Yu Yao even want to refine Dark Cloud into a blood demon puppet? When did the two of them hook up? Demon monarch Yu Yao felt as if she had been cursed. Yu Yao, what's the fuss about? From now on, Dark Cloud is your brother-in-law. Fairy Yu Yao smiled shyly at Demon monarch Yu Yao. From her body to her soul, she had become a woman of Dark Cloud. It wasn't that Dark Cloud was strong, it was that the chaos demon body was too strong. Dark Cloud and fairy Yu Yao were in perfect harmony. The chaos chi had even changed fairy Yu Yao's body, allowing her to be reborn. It could be said that she was half a chaos demon. Therefore, not only did she not feel any enmity towards Dark Cloud, but she was also very close to him. She also felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. She was completely conquered by Dark Cloud. Brother-in-law? Demon monarch Yu Yao stammered. She was dumbfounded. Yu Yao, on your account, I won't kill Yu Hua. Darkness Xianxia smiled faintly. Thank you, husband. Fairy Yu Yao smiled shyly. The two tidied their clothes. Darkness Xianxia had once again transformed into the arrogant, cold, and heartless Dark Holy Sun. Fairy Yu Yao was also cold and otherworldly, her beauty unmatched. But for some reason, when Demon Lord Yu Hua looked at the two people in front of her, 3 words appeared in her heart. Adulterous couple, she was a little disappointed. She had hoped that Darkness Ling Xiao and Fairy Yu Yao would both be injured so that she could sit back and reap the benefits. But she never thought that this adulterous couple would actually hook up with each other. At the same time, Demon Lord Yu Hua was a little wary. Fairy Yu Yao had never cared about her life or death. Why would she plead with Darkness Ling Xiao on her behalf? Sister, brother dash. Husband, since there's nothing else, I won't hold you up any longer. I still have many matters to attend to in the sect. I'll take my leave first. Demon Lord Yu Hua hurriedly said, her heart filled with caution. Sister, please wait. Fairy Yu Yao smiled faintly and stopped Demon Lord Yu Hua. Sister, do you have any other instructions? Demon Lord Yu Hua's heart sank and her smile stiffened. Husband, didn't you say that you were going to the Pig Demon clan next? I think we should bring Yu Hua along. She should be of great use. What do you think? Fairy Yu Yao turned to look at Darkness Ling Xiao and said with a smile. Her? Perhaps she might be of use. Then listen to my wife and bring her along. Darkness Ling Xiao glanced at Demon Lord Yu Hua with a strange look in his eyes as he nodded his head. Pig Demon clan? Demon Lord Yu Hua's heart trembled as if she had thought of the most terrifying thing in her life. Her beautiful face turned pale. But in this place, there was no room for her to refuse or resist. She could only nod and agree expressionlessly. She believed that if she dared to refuse, her sister would kill her without Darkness Ling Xiao even needing to do anything. Whoosh! Whoosh! The primal chaos heavenly palace and the blood hell heavenly sun flew through the air and landed in dark soaring firmament and Fairy Yu Yao's hands, respectively. The two extreme Dao Emperor armaments were both supreme treasures. Once they were fully activated, it would be extremely difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. Yuan Ling Saintus and Light Saintus also flew out of the Chaos Heavenly Palace. However, there was no jealousy in their eyes. Instead, they were filled with excitement and admiration. In the devil world, the strong were respected, and the strong could have more women. When they saw that dark soaring firmament had managed to subdue an icy beauty like Fairy Yu Yao, they felt even more reverence for him. Congratulations, husband. Greetings, Sister Yu Yao. The Yuan Ling Holy Maiden and Light Holy Maiden bowed to Darkness Ling Xiao and Fairy Yu Yao. Ha ha ha. Get up. You two sisters should get along well in the future, okay? When I become an emperor, all of you will be my imperial concubines. Dark Ling Xiao laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with great satisfaction. Bah, adulterous couple. Demon Lord Yu Hua cursed in her heart and despised them even more. However, she would never admit that she was a little envious. Dark Ling Xiao was so strong, mighty, domineering, wild, and charming. Yu Yao, that bitch, how could she find such a good man? She must think of a way to snatch this man over. Thinking of this, Demon Lord Yu Hua tugged at her dress and smiled seductively. She was about to say something. Let's go. Let's go to the Pig Devil clan. However, Dark Ling Xiao did not even look at her and interrupted her. He led the women and flew towards the Pig Devil clan. The reason why Dark Ling Xiao wanted to go to the Pig Devil clan was because he discovered that the Pig Devil clan used to be a vassal of the Chaos Demon clan in ancient times. The Chaos Demon clan was the master of the Pig Devil clan. In the Pig Devil clan, there was a supreme treasure guarding it, waiting for the successor of the Chaos Demon clan to come. Dark Ling Xiao wanted to go to the Pig Devil clan to retrieve the supreme treasure. I wonder how Zhu Ganglai is doing now. He returned to the Pig Devil clan and became one of the successors. If he can become the clan leader of the Pig Devil clan, it will be easy. Dark Ling Xiao thought to himself. Zhu Ganglai was his most loyal subordinate. Although he was lazy and lecherous, he was very reliable. After being separated for so long, Dark Ling Xiao missed him. The incident in the Chaos Demon clan's relic did not cause much of a stir. After all, everyone from the Primitive Demon sect and Blood Prison Demon sect had died in the relic world. Only the Primitive Prince and Demon Lord Yu Hua were left. Demon Lord Yu Hua was by Dark Ling Xiao's side and the Primitive Prince would not spread the news that he was defeated by Dark Ling Xiao. Therefore, the news of the Chaos Demon clan's inheritance and Dark Ling Xiao obtaining the Dark Demon clan's inheritance did not leak out. However, at the same time, the primitive demon sect and blood prison demon sect issued a kill order for Dark Ling Xiao. On the other hand, those who could provide information about Dark Ling Xiao's whereabouts could exchange for a Supreme Emperor technique from the primitive demon sect and blood prison demon sect. Those who could capture Dark Ling Xiao alive could exchange for a Supreme Emperor weapon. The moment the kill order was issued, the entire demon world was in an uproar. Everyone in the demon world was discussing this matter. They were all curious about what Dark Ling Xiao had done to make the primitive demon sect and blood prison demon sect issue the kill order at the same time. The reason given by the primitive demon sect and blood prison demon sect was that Dark Ling Xiao had killed the demon lord patriarch of the two demon sects. However, the people in the demon world were not fools. They did not believe this reason. What do you think the Dark Holy Sun has done? Even if he killed the demon lord patriarch, it would not make the two demon sects so angry, right? Who knows? However, the Dark Holy Sun's strength is so terrifying that he could kill the demon lord patriarch. Does that mean his cultivation has reached the demon lord realm? This is too scary. That's right. Now, many people have been blinded by the rewards of the Devil Realm bounty order. Why don't they think that the rewards are so easy to get? I suspect that the Dark Holy Sun must have some treasure on him that the primitive demon sect and blood prison demon sect are coveting. That's the only explanation. However, for the two demon sects to take out an Supreme Emperor weapon as a reward, could it be more precious than that? That's hard to say. However, we can also try our luck. Even if we can't defeat the Dark Holy Sun, if we find news of him and tell the two demon sects, we will be rich. Hee, I think you are all tired of living. The Dark Holy Sun is ferocious and has killed countless people. Such a person even dares to provoke the two demon sects. You still dare to go against him? If you want to die, I won't stop you. Everywhere in the demon world, people were discussing the kill order. There were even many daring people who began to search for the whereabouts of Dark Ling Xiao. However, Dark Ling Xiao seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No one could find any trace of him. The Pig Devil clan was one of the most peculiar clans in the Devil Realm. In terms of bloodline, the Pig Devil clan was the most inferior clan in the Devil Realm. The Pig Devil clan could only become the slaves and soldiers of other clans. They had to do the most arduous and tiring work. Sometimes, they would even become food for other clans because of their delicious meat. However, in terms of numbers, the Pig Devil clan was definitely the most numerous clan in the Devil Realm. There were hundreds of thousands of clans in the Devil Realm. However, the Pig Devil clan accounted for more than half of the total number of clans in the Devil Realm. The Pig Devil clan's reproduction rate was just too fast. For other clans, the higher their cultivation, the weaker their reproduction rate. This was the case for humans as well. Some Emperor Realm experts could not even conceive a single child in their entire lives. However, the Pig Devil clan was different. The higher their cultivation, the stronger their reproduction rate. Sometimes, they could give birth to dozens or even hundreds of children in a single birth. This was how terrifying it was. Therefore, although there had never been a great Emperor Realm expert in the Pig Devil clan, there were many Saint Realm experts and even Emperor Realm experts. Therefore, their strength in the Devil Realm was not to be underestimated. In the vast ocean to the east of the Devil Realm continent, there was an archipelago called the Star Sib Archipelago. The Star Sib Archipelago was as dense as the stars. There were tens of thousands of islands of various sizes. This was the territory of the Pig Devil clan. The Star Sib Archipelago was surrounded by stars. The primordial immemorial island in the center was like a small continent floating on the ocean. It was the core of the Star Sib Archipelago. The primordial immemorial island was also the ancestral land of the Pig Devil clan. Darkness Ling Xiao did not hide his identity and aura. He appeared arrogantly above the primordial immemorial island with the four ladies. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in the territory of the Pig Devil clan? Get down here. A cold voice was heard. Rumble, streaks of sharp sword radiance came from the sky above the primordial immemorial island. They instantly enveloped Darkness Ling Xiao and the four ladies. At the same time, several figures with terrifying auras appeared in the sky. They were all powerful warriors in black armor. Their bodies were covered in black demonic light, only their blood-red eyes could be seen. They held black spears in their hands and surrounded darkness Lingxiao and the others. "Husband, let me do it." Fairy Yu Yao smiled faintly. Boom, she lightly struck out with her palm, and in an instant, an unparalleled palm print came crashing down from the sky. The sword light that filled the sky was instantly reduced to dust. The momentum of the palm print did not diminish, and it enveloped the powerful warriors holding the spears. Those powerful warriors were all at the Saint King realm. They were the strongest guards on Primordial Island, but they couldn't resist Fairy Yu Yao's palm at all. Crack, the spears in their hands exploded one after another. Their bodies trembled violently as they spat out blood. Then, they fell from the sky. If Fairy Yu Yao hadn't shown mercy, they would have been completely annihilated by this attack. Rumble, as if sensing the great threat from Fairy Yu Yao, an incomparably terrifying aura shot into the sky above Primordial Island, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. At the same time, a huge black boundary appeared in the sky above Primordial Island. Strange black runes surged violently, containing a vast and unparalleled Emperor aura that seemed to be able to shatter everything. "How dare you act so presumptuously on my Primordial Island? You're courting death." An ancient and cold divine voice rang out. An old man with white hair and beard soared into the sky. He wore a black robe, and demonic chi rose from his body. His eyes were filled with blazing killing intent, and an unparalleled Emperor aura appeared around him. He was an Emperor realm powerhouse. "I want to see two people. One is Zhu Ganglai, and the other is the patriarch of your demonic boar clan. I don't want to fight, but don't force me." Facing the threat of the black boundary and the black-robed old man, Lingxiao spoke indifferently. His expression was incomparably calm. "Zhu Ganglai? Who are you?" The black-robed old man's eyes flashed as he looked deeply at Dark Lingxiao. "I am his master." Dark Lingxiao smiled faintly. "Impudent." His words enraged the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's killing intent surged, and his eyes were filled with flames of fury. The Emperor aura around him surged violently, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. "You are no match for me. I don't want to kill anyone," Dark Lingxiao said calmly. The black-robed old man in front of him was only a First Heaven Emperor realm cultivator. He could kill him with a slap. However, thinking that the entire demonic boar clan might submit to him, Dark Lingxiao suppressed the killing intent in his heart. "Kill? With just you? I would like to see how you are going to kill me." The black-robed old man laughed angrily. Although he couldn't see through Heiming Lingxiao's cultivation, Heiming Lingxiao looked too young. At most, he should only be a Saint King, so how dare he act so arrogantly? Moreover, Zhu Ganglai was one of the heirs to the patriarch of the demonic boar clan. Dark Lingxiao dared to say that he was Zhu Ganglia's master. That was an insult to the entire demonic boar clan. "Martial Granduncle, please stop." At that moment, an extremely anxious voice was heard. Swoosh, on the Primordial Island, a fat man in a black robe flew over, sweating profusely. His eyes were filled with anxiety. The fatty looked simple and honest, but his pair of small eyes shone brightly, making him look very cunning. In an instant, he stood between the black-robed old man and Dark Lingxiao. "Martial Granduncle, please don't do anything. He is one of us," the fat man said hurriedly. Then, without waiting for the black-robed old man's reply, he knelt down in front of Dark Lingxiao excitedly. "Master, long time no see." His eyes were filled with incomparable excitement and excitement. "What?" The black-robed old man was stunned. He did not expect that Zhu Ganglai would kneel down in front of Dark Lingxiao on the Primordial Island in front of the entire demonic boar clan. He even called him master. "Bastard! Get the hell up. You are now one of the young patriarchs of the demonic boar clan, not someone's slave. Do you want to lose to the others?" The black-robed old man said in exasperation. He was looking forward to Zhu Ganglai becoming the patriarch of the demonic boar clan, and he had been doing his best to plan for Zhu Ganglai. However, Zhu Ganglia's kneeling had most likely caused all of his plans to go down the drain. "Zhu Ganglai, how dare you degrade yourself and become someone's slave? Ha ha ha. I would like to see what right you have to compete with Master Zhu Feng for the patriarch's position." At that moment, an extremely arrogant laugh was heard. A young man in a brocade robe flew over. He looked elegant and handsome. His eyes were filled with excitement and mockery. Zhu? The black-robed old man's face instantly darkened. There were 4 heirs in the pig demon clan. They were Zhu Ganglai, Zhu Feng, Zhu Lei, and Zhu Zai. Among them, Zhu Feng and Zhu Zai were brothers. They were the grandsons of a powerful supreme elder in the pig demon clan. They were also the 2 most powerful heirs. Although Zhu Zai was the heir to the clan, he had given up on the position and was supporting his brother, Zhu Feng. Therefore, there were only 3 young clan leaders, Zhu Ganglai, Zhu Feng, and Zhu Lei. The competition between the 3 of them was extremely intense, so much so that it had reached a white-hot level. They used all sorts of methods, such as assassination, poisoning, and seduction, causing a small scale of chaos on Primordial Island. Zhu Feng saw Zhu Ganglai as his biggest competitor. Therefore, when Zhu Zai saw that Zhu Ganglai had recognized Darkness Xianxia as his master, he was extremely excited. In this way, Zhu Ganglai had lost the right to be the clan leader. How could the clan leader of the pig demon clan become someone else's slave? This would bring shame to the entire Boar Devil clan, and they would lose all their dignity. Although the pig demon clan did not have much dignity. Therefore, when the black-robed elder saw Zhu Zai, his face turned ugly. Zhu Zai would definitely make a big deal out of this. When that happened, Zhu Ganglai would be finished. Get up. Dark Xianxia said with a smile. His expression was a little gentle. Although Zhu Ganglai had become the young clan leader of the pig demon clan, he was still willing to recognize Darkness Xianxia as his master. This made Darkness Xianxia very satisfied. Zhu Ganglai, I advise you to give up your position as the heir to the clan leader. Otherwise, when I tell the clan leader, you will only be humiliated. What did this pretty boy do to accept you as his slave? Is there something going on between the 2 of you? Ha ha ha. Zhu Zai laughed arrogantly. At the same time, he looked at the 4 women beside Darkness Xianxia without restraint. His eyes were filled with greed and passion. There was no one else in the pig demon clan who was so beautiful. Are you done talking? Darkness Xianxia looked at Zhu Zai indifferently. What? Zhu Zai was a little confused. If you are done, you can go to hell. Darkness Xianxia said indifferently. Then, he threw out a slap, boom. That palm of his looked very casual, but it was like a sudden clap of thunder. It was extremely fast and instantly hit Zhu Zai's body. Zhu Zai was only at the Saint King realm, so how could he block Darkness Soaring Firmament's palm? He directly exploded in the void. Blood mist filled the air as his primordial spirit shattered. He was completely dead. You killed Zhu Zai? The black-robed old man was stunned. He didn't expect Darkness Xianxia to be so overbearing and arrogant, killing people in the ancestral land of the Boar Devil clan without any scruples. What shocked him even more was that when Dark Soaring Xiao attacked, he finally saw Dark Soaring Xiao's true cultivation. Second Heaven Imperial Lord, who was this person? Where's your patriarch? Dark Xianxia looked at Zhu Ganglai and said indifferently. He didn't even look at Zhu Zai, as if it was as simple as swatting a fly. The patriarch is in the Devil Master Palace right now. Although Zhu Ganglai was worried, he still pointed at a majestic palace in the distance. Very good. I'll talk to your patriarch. Let's settle the matter of you inheriting the patriarch position first. Darkness Xianxia smiled indifferently. He then rolled up his sleeves and swept Zhu Ganglai up before flying toward the huge palace. It's over. The patriarch is going to be furious. I hope he won't implicate Zhu Ganglai. The black-robed old man's face turned green and white. In the end, he stomped his feet and followed Darkness Xianxia. However, he knew that Zhu Ganglia's position as the young patriarch was over. The Devil Master Palace was located in the center of the immemorial island. The Devil Master Palace floated in the void, surrounded by chaotic energy. The void was distorted as if it didn't exist in the void. It was very strange. The Devil Master Palace was heavily guarded and there were many powerful guards outside. When they saw Darkness Xianxia flying over without any scruples and even killing Zhu Zai, the immemorial island began to operate quickly. However, the higher-ups of the Boar Devil clan were having a meeting in the Devil Master Palace. Only the black-robed old man was on duty as the array controller. The black-robed old man didn't attack Darkness Xiao. How could the guard stop Darkness Xiao? Get lost. Darkness Xiao's cold voice resounded like thunder. Rumble, the void in all directions trembled as the heaven and earth rumbled. A terrifying sound wave spread out. The strongest of those guards who were rushing over were only heavenly venerables. Their bodies trembled violently as they spat out blood and were sent flying. No one was a match for dark soaring clouds, and they allowed dark soaring clouds to fly in front of the Demon Master Palace. Gotcha! Darkness Xiao slashed his palm and the void in front of him was instantly torn apart. He led Zhu Ganglai and the 4 women into the Devil Master Palace. Rumble, as soon as Darkness Xiao entered the Devil Master Palace, he felt the terrifying Emperor's aura surging around him. It contained cold killing intent and instantly locked onto him. In the Devil Master Palace, there was a middle-aged man in a black robe. He looked elegant and had deep eyes. On both sides, there were dozens of figures with powerful auras. There were men and women, old and young. All of them had terrifying auras and Emperor's aura. They were actually all imperial monarchs. Zhu Ganglai, how dare you collude with outsiders to kill my brother? Are you betraying the Boardevil clan? A cold voice with boiling killing intent resounded. It was a young man in a black robe. He had an imposing appearance and was extraordinarily handsome. He looked somewhat similar to Zhu Zhe. It was Zhu Zhe's brother, Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng's eyes were filled with anger and hatred as he stared at Darkness Xiao and Zhu Ganglai. Everyone in the Demon Master Hall had seen everything that had happened above Primordial Chaos Island. Especially after Darkness Xiao killed Zhu Zhe in an overbearing manner. Someone in the Devil Master Palace was about to take action. It was just that dark soaring cloud speed was too fast. He actually charged straight into the Demon Master Palace. Hence, everyone did not take action and waited for him to walk into the trap. Therefore, everyone in the Devil Master Palace looked at Darkness Xiao as if they were looking at a dead man. They were cold and filled with killing intent. Zhu Feng, I did not betray the Boardevil clan. As for your brother, he deserves to die for insulting my master. Zhu Ganglai snorted coldly. Zhu Ganglai, you're courting death. Zhu Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent as he exuded a powerful aura. It was as if he was going to attack Zhu Ganglai at any time. Who are you? The clan leader of the Boardevil clan looked at Darkness Xiao with a scrutinizing gaze and said indifferently. He could tell that Darkness Xiao was a level 2 Emperor realm expert at a glance. He was so young but had such a cultivation level. Moreover, he was so arrogant in the Boardevil clan. He seemed to have someone backing him up. The clan leader had to be cautious. You can call me Devil Master. Darkness Xiao said with a smile, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Devil Master? How dare you? The clan leader of the Boardevil clan was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Then, his killing intent rose and locked onto Darkness Xiao. Rumble, he stood up as if he was supporting the heavens and earth. The aura around him rose and exuded a destructive energy fluctuation. It was terrifying to the extreme. It suppressed Darkness Xiao from all directions. The clan leader of the Boardevil clan was a level 9 Emperor realm expert, a peerless Emperor realm expert, Eternal Emperor realm expert, Eternal Emperor realm expert, Pig Demon Tribe. Are you trying to betray the chaotic demon tribe? Darkness Xiao sneered and his eyes were filled with sharpness. What? Who are you? The clan leader of the Pig Demon Tribe was shocked. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Darkness Xiao. The words chaotic demon tribe seemed to have touched a taboo in his heart. Rumble, Dark Xiao took a step forward. Suddenly, chaotic light gushed out from his body. Blazing divine light bloomed, making his body seem as if it contained endless power. The primal chaos demonic body was displayed in front of everyone. At that moment, the Demon Master's hall trembled violently, giving off a strange and mysterious ripple. The fluctuation was like joy. It was like a wanderer who had not returned for a long time and finally saw his family. Now, do you believe me when I say that I am the Demon Master? Dark Xiao said with a faint smile before he stepped forward. Rumble, his footsteps shook the void, causing the Demon Master Palace to tremble violently. Above the Demon Master Palace, mysterious black runes appeared and converged towards the dark clouds. The black runes gathered under his feet and formed black lotuses. They looked ancient and mysterious. Dark soaring heavens walked towards the huge throne with every step he took. "You are a member of the chaotic demon tribe?" The clan leader of the pig demon tribe asked in a hoarse voice, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Darkness Xianxia walked past him. His expression was incomparably complicated. His expression fluctuated, but in the end, he did not choose to stop Darkness Xianxia. Darkness Xianxia sat directly on the huge throne. Rumble. The entire Demon Master Palace trembled violently as the void rumbled in all directions. In an instant, endless chaotic light gushed out. Darkness Xianxia, who was shrouded in the chaotic light, looked majestic and mysterious. He was like a chaotic divine demon, and he gave off an insufferably arrogant aura. What is the chaotic demon tribe? Clan leader, he dares to call himself the Demon Master. He is courting death. Aren't you going to kill him? Zhu Feng was so angry that he was about to go crazy. His eyes were filled with rage. Darkness Xianxia sat on the throne in an imposing manner. That was the supreme throne that belonged to the clan leader of the pig demon tribe. The future belonged to him, however. Darkness Xianxia sat on it, and the clan leader of the pig demon tribe had no intention of stopping him. Chaotic demon tribe? The black-robed old man who came with Zhu Ganglai couldn't help but tremble when he heard these words. His eyes were filled with extreme shock. Martial uncle, what is the chaotic demon tribe? Zhu Ganglai asked curiously. He had never heard of the chaos demon race in the demon world. However, it seemed like the chaos demon race was extremely powerful. The patriarch of the boar devil race fell silent when Dark Xianxia revealed his identity as a chaos demon. To be able to make a peerless imperial monarch fall silent, isn't this chaos devil race a little too terrifying? The chaos demons were once the overlords of the demon realm during the primordial age. He had thought that Darkness Xianxia was a genius disciple from another powerful demon race or demon sect. He didn't expect Darkness Xianxia to be from the chaos demon race. The demon tribe leader of the chaos demon tribe had disappeared for countless years. How could any of them still be alive? Moreover, the pig demon tribe was very powerful now. The demon tribe leader of the pig demon tribe was not as powerful as it was in the ancient times. Would the clan leader of the pig demon tribe allow Darkness Xianxia to be their leader? The supreme elders knew some inside information. Hence, they had different expressions on their faces. In the end, all of them looked at the clan leader of the pig demon tribe and waited for his decision. You have the chaotic demon body. You are indeed a pure chaotic demon tribe. The clan leader of the pig demon tribe said in a hoarse voice. That's right. I am from the chaotic demon tribe. Perhaps I am the only one from the chaotic demon tribe in the demon tribe. Are you going to lead the pig demon tribe to submit to me or resist me? Darkness Xianxia looked at the clan leader of the pig demon tribe with a faint smile and said calmly. The clan leader of the pig demon tribe was silent. He had a complicated look in his eyes. He was hesitant and filled with killing intent. However, there was also an inexplicable fear. For a moment, he did not know how to answer Darkness Xianxia's question. Clan leader, no matter how powerful the chaotic demon tribe was in the ancient times, they are now gone. He wants to make the pig demon tribe submit to him alone? He must be dreaming. Zhu Feng said coldly. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, he could vaguely guess what was going on. However, as the future clan leader of the pig demon tribe, how could he be willing to let the pig demon tribe submit to a chaotic demon tribe? He was ridiculous. The supreme elders had different expressions on their faces. Most of their eyes were filled with killing intent. They had vaguely locked on to Darkness Xianxia, who was sitting on the throne. What Zhu Feng had said was probably what they were thinking. Boom, Fairy Yu Yao, Demon King Yu Hua, Saintess Yuan Ling and Saintess of Light instantly exuded powerful auras. They stood around Darkness Xianxia with vigilance in their eyes. Darkness Xianxia had boldly barged into the pig demon tribe. It was like a tiger's den. However, they were not worried at all. Darkness Xianxia had always been powerful and he had left a deep impression on them. Little guy, I have yet to find trouble with you and you are already jumping around here. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Darkness Lingxiao's gaze fell on Zhu Feng as he said with a faint smile. How dare you? At this moment, an elder with white hair and beard stood out. His eyes were cold and his body was shrouded in killing intent. He stared at Darkness Lingxiao before him and his voice was like thunder. The pig demon tribe is not anyone's servant. What is the chaotic demon tribe? Little guy, since you dare to barge into the demon master's palace today, you shall leave your life behind. He did not hide the killing intent in his voice. Zhu Youkuan, he was the supreme elder of the pig demon tribe and also the grandfather of Zhu Feng and Zhu Zhe. His cultivation was extremely powerful and he was at the seventh heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. His grandson was about to become the clan leader of the pig demon tribe. How could he let the pig demon tribe submit to Darkness Lingxiao? Even if the clan leader of the pig demon tribe agreed, he would not agree. Elder Youkuan is right. What chaotic demon tribe? I have never heard of it. How dare he behave so atrociously in the pig demon tribe? Kill him. This little guy said that he is the last of the chaotic demon tribe. He must have the inheritance of the chaotic demon tribe. Clan leader, kill him and take the inheritance of the chaotic demon tribe. Then, our pig demon tribe will be able to dominate the heavens. That's right, clan leader. Don't listen to his nonsense. Under Zhu Youkuan's lead, many supreme elders of the pig demon tribe stood up and sneered. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. They were waiting for the clan leader's decision. As long as the clan leader gave the order, they would attack together and tear Darkness Lingxiao into pieces. Seeing the clan leader's hesitation, Zhu Youkuan sneered and said, Clan leader, the Pig Devil clan is the #1 clan in the demon realm. We are destined to unify the demon realm and become the overlord of the demon realm. You have to think twice. Don't be a sinner of the Pig Devil clan. Elder Youkuan, you don't have to worry about this. I have my own decision. The clan leader of the Pig Devil clan said expressionlessly. Clan leader, please give the order. Zhu Feng knelt down on one knee and said sincerely to the clan leader of the Pig Devil clan. Clan leader, please give the order. The many supreme elders also bowed respectfully. Clan leader of the Pig Devil clan, it seems like you are a failure as the clan leader. You haven't even given the order and these guys can't wait to force you to abdicate. Darkness Lingxiao glanced at the clan leader of the Pig Devil clan and said with a faint smile. This is also the reason why I don't want to be the patriarch. Although the Pig Demon clan is the largest clan in the devil world in terms of population, there are still many idiots who are arrogant and narrow-minded. If this goes on, the Pig Demon clan will fall into eternal damnation sooner or later. The clan leader of the Pig Devil clan said flatly. Since you don't want to be the clan leader, how about I help you choose a clan leader? Darkness Lingxiao said with a faint smile. Who do you want? The clan leader of the Pig Devil clan asked flatly. Zhu Feng, Zhu Youkuan and the others were shocked and angry when they saw Darkness Lingxiao and the clan leader of the Pig Devil clan talking like old friends. Could it be that the clan leader had decided to side with this chaos demon? I think Zhu Ganglai is suitable to be the clan leader. Who agrees and who disagrees? Darkness Lingxiao said with a faint smile. He glanced at the people in front of him and said calmly. However, the domineering and insolent tone in his voice made the Boar Devil clan's people almost explode with anger. This is outrageous. Who is this guy? How dare he say that the clan leader of the Pig Devil clan should be removed? I object. I object too. Zhu Youkuan and Zhu Feng were trembling with anger and shouted at the same time. You object? Then go to hell. Darkness Lingxiao said with a smile. Rumble, instantly, chaotic light surged out from his body and the entire demonic master hall shook violently. Then, streaks of chaotic divine chains of order shot through the air and wrapped around Zhu Youkuan and Zhu Feng. You're courting death. Zhu Youkuan was shocked and angry. He never thought that dark soaring firmament would actually dare to attack him. Darkness Lingxiao was merely a low-level sovereign emperor, while he was a seventh heaven sovereign emperor. The difference between the two of them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Where did Dark Longzhao's confidence come from? The demonic aura around him surged to the heavens. In an instant, he slapped out in the air, intending to smash Darkness Lingxiao into minced meat. You really don't know what death is. Darkness Lingxiao sighed softly. His eyes were filled with faint mockery. Rumble, the chains moved extremely quickly, and the chaotic force they contained was terrifying. They pierced through Zhu Youquan's palm in an instant before trapping him in Zhu Feng. What? Zhu Youquan's entire body shook violently, his eyes filled with incomparable shock. Suppress. Darkness. Ling Xiao's voice was like thunder as a cold light blazed in his eyes. Amidst the endless chaotic fog, it was as if an ancient and mysterious heavenly palace had appeared above Zhu Youquan and Zhu Feng. The heavenly palace was like an ancient divine mountain, containing an eternal aura fluctuation. Zhu Youquan and Zhu Feng did not have the slightest ability to resist. They were suppressed by the heavenly palace. In an instant, their bodies exploded, and their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. They were completely destroyed. Everyone in the Demon Master Palace was stunned. The eyes of the Supreme Elders were filled with incomparable fear. Forget about Zhu Feng, he was just a heavenly venerable. However, Zhu Youquan was a real high-level imperial emperor. Yet, he was killed like an ant. While chatting and laughing, a high-level sovereign emperor was killed. The entire Demon Master Palace instantly fell silent. You really did obtain the Chaos Heavenly Palace. The patriarch of the Boar Devil clan took a deep look at Darkness Ling Xiao. Didn't you just want to confirm if I have the Chaos Heavenly Palace? Now, I have fulfilled your wish. Darkness Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He knew that if the patriarch of the Boar Devil clan was sure that he did not have the Chaos Heavenly Palace, he would not hesitate to kill him and take away the inheritance of the Chaos Demon clan. The Chaos Heavenly Palace might only be a powerful Supreme Emperor weapon to others. However, it was a fatal threat to the Boar Devil clan. Even if the patriarch of the Boar Devil clan was a peerless sovereign emperor, he would definitely die under the suppression of the Chaos Heavenly Palace. The Chaos Heavenly Palace contained all the true spirit imprints and bloodline. Power of the Chaos Demon clan's vassal races. It was fatal to them. Unless there were great emperors among the vassal races who could purify the bloodline of the race, they would not be able to escape this fate. It was a pity that although the Boar Devil clan had a large number of people and was considered powerful, they had never produced a great emperor. Hence, in Darkness Ling Xiao's opinion, their lives were at his disposal. Whether it was the infant of the Boar Devil clan or the powerful patriarch of the Boar Devil clan, even the Demon Master Palace was built based on the Chaos Heavenly Palace. In the past, it was the place where the Boar Devil clan welcomed the Chaos Demon clan. Now that Darkness Ling Xiao was here, he was the Demon Master. Zhu Yuanlang of the Boar Devil clan pays his respects to the Demon Master. The patriarch of the Boar Devil clan took a deep breath and knelt down respectfully before Darkness Ling Xiao. He knew very well that if he dared to hesitate in the slightest, darkness soaring clouds would kill him without hesitation. Greetings to the Demon Master. Greetings to the Demon Master. In the Demon Master Palace, all the Supreme Elders of the Boar Devil clan knelt down before Darkness Ling Xiao and shouted in unison. Seeing that their patriarch had chosen to submit, what was the point of them persisting? Did they not see the example of Zhu Youquan and Zhu Feng? Zhu Ganglai was extremely emotional. At the same time, he was glad that he had chosen to stand on Darkness Ling Xiao's side. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Zhu Feng and Zhu Zai, let alone the patriarch of the Boar Devil clan. Very well. I announce that Zhu Ganglai will be the patriarch of the Boar Devil clan from today onwards. Do you have any objections? Darkness Ling Xiao sat on the huge throne with an indifferent expression. His loud voice reverberated in the Demon Master Palace. Demon Master is wise. Everyone replied in unison, their eyes filled with reverence. However, they knew that although Zhu Ganglai had become the patriarch of the Boar Devil clan, the Boar Devil clan only had one master. That was the Demon Master, Ling Xiao. The apex Darkness Ling Xiao had complete control over the entire Pig Devil clan. At the same time, Darkness Ling Xiao also realized that the strength of the Pig Devil clan was indeed terrifying. There were 81 Supreme Elders in the Pig Devil clan, and all of them were Imperial Emperors. In addition to the 81 Supreme Elders, there was also an extremely powerful Demon Guard hidden in the Pig Devil clan. The Demon Guard was under the direct command of the Patriarch. There were a total of 360 of them, and all of them were Imperial Emperors. Perhaps only the Primordial Demon Sect, the Blood Prison Demon Sect, and the Immortal Demon Sect could take out such a terrifying force. At least, Darkness Ling Xiao knew that the Dark Demon Sect and the Radiant Demon Sect did not have such a powerful force. It was no wonder that Zhu Youkuan was so arrogant and the supreme elders of the Pig Devil clan were so arrogant. With such a powerful force and the terrifying number of members of the Pig Devil clan, the Pig Devil clan was indeed the #1 clan in the Devil world. Zhu Yuanlang, you know why I'm here, right? After the supreme elders left the Demon Master, Darkness Ling Xiao looked at Zhu Yuanlang and asked. I know, you're here for that treasure. Zhu Yuanlang said respectfully. In that case, bring me there. Darkness Ling Xiao said indifferently. Come with me. Zhu Yuanlang said. Rumble, Zhu Yuanlang unleashed a terrifying emperor's aura. He formed a seal with his hands, and mysterious runes shone brightly. In an instant, they shrouded the huge throne that Darkness Ling Xiao was sitting on. The huge throne emitted a dazzling light, causing the surrounding void to shake violently. In an instant, a beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth shrouded Darkness Ling Xiao, Zhu Yuanlang, and the others. Then, they disappeared from the Demon Master. In the next moment, they appeared in an extremely ancient world. Boom, the moment they appeared, a terrifying aura erupted in the surroundings. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared in the sky, and their emperor's aura intertwined. It was as vast as the sea, and it suppressed Darkness Ling Xiao and the others. Demon guards, stand down. Zhu Yuanlang roared, and the hundreds of figures stopped at the same time. Greetings, Patriarch. The hundreds of figures knelt on one knee at the same time and bowed to Zhu Yuanlang. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Those hundreds of figures were the demon guards that Zhu Yuanlang mentioned. There were a total of 360 people, and all of them were wearing black armor. Killing intent filled the air, and only a pair of cold and bloodthirsty eyes could be seen. Their cultivations were actually all at the peak of the 3rd level of the Imperial Monarch realm, even the fluctuations of their auras were exactly the same. The 360 demon guards were like a single person. Darkness Ling Zhao's aura demon guards was Ling Xiao was Demon Xiao. Emperors Demon Xiao and the Demon Lord. Lord Demons Lord. Lords. Demons Demon Lord. Demons. Pain flashed in Zhu Yuanlang's eyes, but he still passed the demon token to Darkness Ling Xiao. Lord Demon, you'll be the demon guard's master after refining this demon token. Zhu Yuanlang said. This was refined with that item? Dark Soaring Firmament took the token with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He refined the demon token and kept it in his body. He could feel every movement of the 360 demon guards. Even their thoughts were under his control. It was a strange feeling. Greetings, Lord Demon. The 360 demon guards knelt to Darkness Ling Xiao at the same time. Fairy Yu Yao and Demon Lord Yu Hua were shocked to see such a powerful force in Darkness Ling Zhao's hands. Could this guy really be the chosen one of the demon race? Demon Lord Yu Hua couldn't help but feel envious. Lord Demon, this demon token was refined by a great emperor of the Chaos Demon race using the treasure's aura. It was then given to the Boar Demon race. Zhu Yuanlang said. Bring me to that item. Dark High Firmament nodded. His heart was filled with anticipation. The group headed towards the center of the world. Rumble, the closer they got to the center of the world, the more they realized that there was a vast demonic aura that shrouded the area. It was terrifying, like the aura of a demon emperor. This is the aura emitted by that treasure. It's also because of that treasure that the cultivation of the demon guards can be as one with 360 people. Moreover, their cultivation can increase at an incomparably fast speed, Zhu Yuanlang exclaimed. The demonic aura grew stronger and stronger. In the end, a blazing demonic light rose and a storm swept out in all directions, making it difficult for the group to walk. However, the more it was so, the more they looked forward to it. What kind of treasure could have such a terrifying aura? Even an extreme emperor weapon wouldn't be as powerful. The most powerful treasure of the Chaos Demon race, the legendary killing treasure that's even more powerful than the Chaos Heavenly Palace. Is that it? Darkness Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and looked at the item in front of him. His eyes were filled with excitement. In front of him, the world was vast and the demonic aura was vast. Demonic aura rose as if nothing existed. However, there was a huge gray rock that was about 10 feet tall, and a black fist was placed on top of it. The terrifying demonic aura in the surroundings was emitted by that black fist. Lord Devil Master, do you see that stone that's about 10 feet tall? It used to be an immemorial sacred mountain that was 1,000,000 feet tall. It was moved here by the Chaos Demon race's emperor to place the demon armor. Zhu Yuanlang sighed softly. What? An immemorial sacred mountain that was 1,000,000 feet tall? Then why did it become a rock that was a few feet tall? Demon Lord Yuhua exclaimed in a trembling voice. She had some guesses but did not dare to say them out loud. That was because the thought was too terrifying. It's because of the demon armor. The demon armor weighs hundreds of millions of pounds. Even a peerless emperor can't lift it. Over the years, the immemorial sacred mountain that was 1,000,000 feet tall was compressed by the demon armor and gradually turned into that rock. Zhu Yuanlang said slowly. Hiss, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How powerful would it be to compress 1,000,000 feet tall immemorial sacred mountain into a rock that was a few feet tall? Demon armor, that fist was the demon armor that Zhu Yuanlang was talking about? Demon Lord, no one can lift the demon armor. Only the Chaos Demon race is the natural owner of the demon armor and only you are qualified to wield it. Zhu Yuanlang bowed to Darkness Ling Xiao. The demonic armor was the target of Darkness Ling Xiao's visit to the Pig Devil clan. After receiving the inheritance of the Chaos Demon clan, he knew that the Chaos Demon clan had an extremely strange treasure. Not only could it condense the strongest demonic origin energy, but it was also a killing treasure. After the Chaos Demon clan was annihilated, the treasure had been kept in the Pig Devil clan. It seemed like the 360 Devil Guards' cultivations had improved so quickly because they were cultivating around the devil armor. It was even to the extent that their auras were exactly the same, and their cultivations had all attained the 3rd level of the Imperial Monarch realm. The terrifying power of the demonic armor was evident. Rumble, a blazing light bloomed around Darkness Ling Xiao. He activated the Chaos Demon body and a chaotic mist gushed out from his body as he walked towards the demonic armor. Every step he took was like a thunderbolt that resonated with the surrounding void. The demonic armor seemed to have sensed Darkness Ling Xiao's aura. Buzz, the demonic armor trembled slightly and black runes appeared on it. It looked ancient and mysterious. In an instant, the surrounding void shook and an endless amount of demonic chi rose and surged. It even turned into a blazing flame that began to burn fiercely. It was a black glove that was as black as ink. Although the demonic chi was overwhelming, it seemed to have an extremely holy aura. Darkness Ling Xiao could feel his chaos demonic body boiling. The blood in his body surged and became scorching hot. It was as if there was an extremely mysterious power that was guiding the demonic armor in front of him and forming a strange resonance with him. Rumble, the black flame enveloped Darkness Ling Xiao. The black flames contained an incomparably pure and majestic origin magic power, and at this moment, it was surging into Dark Soaring Sky's body. Darkness Ling Xiao felt extremely comfortable and his strength was increasing continuously. His Chaos Demon body that was already at the Great Accomplishment realm was transforming into the Great Accomplishment realm. His cultivation also began to climb towards the 3rd heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. What a powerful demonic armor! Darkness Ling Xiao exclaimed in admiration. His eyes revealed a trace of incomparable excitement. The demonic armor was known as the supreme treasure of the Chaos Demon clan. Its status was comparable to the Chaos Heavenly Palace. In fact, its killing power was even more terrifying than the Chaos Heavenly Palace. Ling Xiao had already witnessed how powerful it was. The demonic origin energy condensed by the demonic armor was pure and powerful. It could allow imperial emperors to rapidly increase their cultivation. Just how terrifying would the killing power of the demonic armor be? Dark Soaring Cloud stepped forward and stopped in front of the demonic armor. He reached out to grab the demonic armor. Boom, the demonic armor emitted a dazzling light that caused the surrounding void to vibrate. When the demonic armor came into contact with Dark Soaring Cloud's palm, it started to flow rapidly like liquid before fusing into Dark Soaring Cloud's palm. Dark Soaring Cloud's entire body was instantly covered in black flames. The demonic armor seemed to have taken root in Dark Soaring Sky's body, fusing with his flesh and blood. The piercing pain was incomparably real and intense. Whoosh, the demonic armor instantly covered Dark Soaring Cloud's palm, and then spread up his arm. Finally, it covered his entire right arm. His right arm emitted a metallic luster. It looked incomparably cold and streamlined. It was enshrouded in mysterious demonic light and incomparably powerful. Rumble, dark soaring clouds. Blood was boiling. He could feel that his right arm was filled with boundless power. Roar, a furious roar burst out of darkness Xianxia's mouth. The aura around him instantly became extremely violent. The power of the demonic armor surged into his body and formed a mysterious cycle with his body. The monstrous demonic aura enveloped the void. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Dark soaring clouds suddenly punched out. Crack, everyone felt as if there was a huge earthquake. The earth rumbled and trembled violently. The surrounding void was shaking. The earth instantly cracked like a spider web. The world seemed to have become extremely unstable and was about to shatter at any time. Is this the power of the demonic armor? Zhu Yuanlong's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. The demonic armor was a sacred artifact. After the fall of the Chaos Demon clan for so many years, the Pig Demon clan had not been guarding the demonic armor loyally. On the contrary, the Pig Demon clan had wanted to take the demonic armor for themselves countless times. The demonic armor was the highest secret of the Pig Demon clan. Only the clan leader and the demon guards of each generation knew about the demonic armor. The clan leaders of the Pig Demon clan had tried various methods. However, they could not even get within 30 feet of the demonic armor, let alone refine it. The demonic armor was hundreds of millions of pounds heavy. Even a peerless imperial emperor could not lift the demonic armor. Therefore, the Pig Demon clan had no way of taking the demonic armor for themselves. They could only let the demon guards use the power of the demonic armor to cultivate. Now, the demonic armor finally had its true owner. Dark Soaring Cloud felt that his cultivation was rapidly increasing. The demonic origin power that had been accumulated in the demonic armor for countless years was crazily surging into his body. Originally, when he came out of the Chaos Heavenly Palace and condensed the Chaos Demon body, his cultivation had just broken through to the second heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. However, the demonic origin power in the demonic armor was crazily surging into his body. It tore his meridians and then reformed them. Destruction and rebirth intertwined, making his physical body more and more terrifying. His cultivation was rapidly climbing to the third heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Dark Soaring Cloud felt that when the demonic armor was attached to his right arm, the powerful energy in his body was surging. He felt like he was about to explode. Zhu Yuanlang, take my punch! Dark Soaring Cloud shouted. His eyes were surging with fighting spirit, and the sharpness was extremely bright. Boom, he threw out a punch in the air. The surrounding void shook violently. Endless black demonic light surged and was compressed to the extreme in an instant. It formed an ancient fist that pressed down on Zhu Yuanlang. Dark Soaring Cloud urgently needed to vent his anger. The demonic armor was too powerful. However, among all of them, only Zhu Yuanlang, who was a peerless Imperial Emperor realm, could take his punch. Demon Lord, be careful. Zhu Yuanlang's eyes flashed as he felt Dark Soaring Cloud's domineering punch. He did not hold back at all and leaped up to meet it. The demonic aura around him was as vast as the sea. He pushed out his arms and the demonic aura instantly formed an ancient world that pressed down on Dark Soaring Cloud. Boom, the unparalleled fist imprint instantly blasted on that side of the world. The demonic armor released a dazzling light, causing Dark Soaring Cloud's right arm to be filled with an incomparably terrifying wave. It instantly blasted that world apart. The punch did not lose its momentum. Its power was condensed to the extreme and it instantly blasted on Zhu Yuanlong's chest. Crack, an incomparably crisp sound erupted from Zhu Yuanlong's body. The demonic light protecting his body was quickly shattered. His body was immediately covered with spiderweb-like cracks and he was directly sent flying. Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Zhu Yuanlang, the clan leader of the Boar Devil clan, a peerless Imperial Emperor. A peerless Imperial Emperor represented an invincible existence as long as a great emperor did not appear. Darkness Xianxia was merely a second heaven Imperial Emperor. Even if his combat strength was heaven-defying and he could go against the flow, he was still no match for a peerless Imperial Emperor. However, this so-called demonic armor allowed Darkness Lingxiao to unleash such terrifying power, rumble. At the same time, Darkness Lingxiao's aura rose and his cultivation soared rapidly. Then, he seemed to have broken through a bottleneck and made a breakthrough. Third Heaven Imperial Emperor Realm. After refining the demonic armor, the pure demonic origin energy in the demonic armor allowed Darkness Lingxiao's cultivation to reach the Third Heaven Imperial Emperor Realm. What a powerful demonic armor! Zhu Yuanlang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and his eyes were filled with passion. This was the supreme treasure of the Chaos Demon clan. Originally, a Second Heaven Imperial Emperor Realm expert could not defeat a peerless Imperial Emperor even if he had an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. However, the demonic armor did it. The demonic armor was even more powerful than an ordinary extreme Dao Emperor weapon. The demonic armor is indeed powerful, but it's not something that I can withstand now. Dark Lingxiao's eyes shone brightly. He was also incomparably excited as he exclaimed in admiration. His cultivation had indeed broken through to the third level of the Imperial Monarch realm. However, no one noticed that his physical body was under a great burden. His meridians, flesh and bones were cracked as if they were going to break apart at any time. Darkness Lingxiao could unleash terrifying combat strength with the help of the demonic armor, but it would put a great burden on his body. For example, Darkness Lingxiao could only unleash 2 punches at most. If he were to unleash the third punch, his physical body would be destroyed. Darkness Lingxiao had already formed the chaotic demonic body. If the demonic armor could cause such a great burden, Darkness Lingxiao would not be able to unleash a single punch. Could this demonic armor be something that only the great emperor of the Chaos Demon clan can unleash its full power? Darkness Lingxiao guessed in his heart. He could sense that the demonic armor was not an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. The demonic armor did not possess the extreme emperor's might that only extreme emperor weapons possessed. Instead, it possessed an ancient and mysterious power. This was an incomparably mysterious treasure. Could it be a chaos treasure? But it doesn't look like it either. Dark Lingxiao thought to himself. Congratulations, Lord Demon Lord, for obtaining the demonic armor's acknowledgement. From now on, you will dominate the world and be invincible. Zhu Yuanlang bowed respectfully. Congratulations, Master. You've mastered the divine skill and your cultivation has increased greatly. Zhu Ganglai was also very excited, as if he had never thought that he would become the patriarch of the Boar Devil clan. On the contrary, he felt that acknowledging Ling Xiao as his master was the best choice he had ever made. Although everyone was envious of the power of the demonic armor, no one was jealous because the demonic armor was made for the Chaos Demon race. Only the Chaos Demons could unleash the supreme divine might of the demonic armor. Zhu Yuanlang, you're not bad. Dark Lingxiao said with a faint smile. His deep eyes fell on Zhu Yuanlang. Zhu Yuanlang shuddered. He understood what darkness soaring clouds meant. Perhaps he could still feign ignorance before, but now he had to make a choice. Buzz, Zhu Yuanlang gritted his teeth and instantly, a 9-colored ball of light flew out from between his eyebrows. It was extremely mysterious and contained an unparalleled spiritual fluctuation. Lord Demon Lord, Zhu Yuanlang is willing to offer my natal primordial spirit imprint and acknowledge you as my master. I will be loyal to you until death. Zhu Yuanlang knelt on one knee and said seriously to Dark Lingxiao. Dark Lingxiao was slightly stunned. He did not expect Zhu Yuanlang to acknowledge him as his master. Logically speaking, every peerless emperor could break through to the great emperor realm at any time and could be called a quasi-emperor. However, that hope was extremely slim and they might not be able to break through in their lifetime. Peerless emperors had their own pride and would not acknowledge anyone as their master. Even a great emperor would find it difficult to subdue a peerless emperor. The patriarch of the Boar Devil clan was very interesting. He had made such a straightforward choice to acknowledge Dark Lingxiao as his master. After all, even if he did not agree, Dark Lingxiao could not force him. In that case, Dark Lingxiao did not stand on ceremony. He kept the 9-colored ball of light and integrated it into his primordial spirit. Suddenly, a mysterious connection was established between Zhu Yuanlang and Dark Lingxiao. It was like a thread of fate that connected the two of them. As long as Dark Lingxiao willed it, he could destroy Zhu Yuanlang's primordial spirit. In that case, Mr. Yuanlang will be my protector from now on. Dark Lingxiao smiled faintly. Yes. Zhu Yuanlang nodded respectfully. Previously, it was the Boar Devil clan who had submitted to Dark Ling Xiao. Now, it was Zhu Yuanlang who had submitted to Dark Ling Xiao. There was a huge difference in meaning. With Zhu Yuanlang as his protector, Dark Ling Xiao could be said to be unstoppable as long as the three great emperors of the demon realm did not appear. Fairy Yu Yao, Demon Lord Yu Hua, Yuanling Holy Lady, and Light Holy Lady looked at Dark Ling Xiao with eyes full of admiration. They left the ancient world and returned to the Demon Master Palace. Patriarch, this is bad. Someone from the Bo Sun Demon clan is here, and it looks like they are not friendly. After seeing Zhu Yuanlang and Zhu Ganglai, a great elder of the Boar Devil clan immediately revealed an extremely anxious expression. Bo Sun Demon clan? Who are they? How dare they act so presumptuously in our Boar Devil clan? Just capture them. Zhu Ganglai frowned slightly. This was a very familiar name. Whether it was in the God of War realm or the Demon realm, Dark Ling Xiao had dealt with the Bo Sun Demon clan many times. The Bo Sun Demon clan was one of the top emperor clans in the Demon realm. This was because the Bo Sun Demon clan once had an extremely talented supreme great emperor, the Bo Sun Demon Emperor. The Bo Sun Demon Emperor used his own name as his surname and caused the rise of a powerful clan in the Demon realm. The Bo Sun Demon clan in the Demon realm was known for being arrogant and overbearing. Other demon clans were not willing to deal with them. Patriarch, the newcomer is Bo Sun Sha, the young patriarch of the Bo Sun Demon clan. He is the most dazzling peerless genius of the Bo Sun Demon clan. A few of our great elders have already been injured by him. He claims that he is here on Wu Shuang's orders and wants our Boar Devil clan to submit to Master Bo Sun Wu Shuang. The great elder explained. Bo Sun Wu Shuang? After hearing this name, Zhu Yuanlang's body shook violently and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Who is Bo Sun Wu Shuang? Zhu Ganglai asked curiously. Eternal Great Emperor Bueshuan Wu Shuang is the most talented prodigy of the Bueshuan Demon clan after the Bueshuan Demon Emperor. However, he is a figure from the previous era. Back then, he conquered the Eternal Emperor's road, swept across the heavens, and walked to the end. At that time everyone thought that he would definitely affirm his Tao and become an emperor. Zhu Yuanlang sighed softly. A figure from the previous era actually lived until now? He affirmed his Tao and became an emperor? Dark Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. No. Bueshuan Wu Shuang originally wanted to affirm his Tao and become an emperor, but he chose a powerful stepping stone. He wanted to defeat that person and then take the opportunity to affirm his Tao. Unfortunately, he failed and became someone else's stepping stone. Zhu Yuanlang said slowly, then glanced at Dark Ling Xiao and said, and that person, I believe all of you have heard of him. The human race's Celestial Emperor, the most dazzling son of this era. Celestial Emperor? Dark Ling Xiao's body trembled. From the looks of it, Bueshuan Wu Shuang was really tragic. No matter how amazing he was, how could he compare to the Celestial Emperor? All the great emperors in the heavens were still trembling under the shadow of the Celestial Emperor. Back then, the Celestial Emperor's blood dyed the heavens red and gathered into a blood river. The light of the Celestial Emperor shone through the ages. How could he live until now without affirming his Tao and becoming an emperor? Did he choose to seal himself? Dark Ling Xiao asked. That's right. He found the immortal origin stone in the Chaos Sea and chose to seal himself. Because he was defeated by the Celestial Emperor, the Celestial Emperor had affirmed his Tao and there was already a demonic barrier in his heart. He could not break through in his lifetime, so he sealed himself. But I didn't expect him to wake up. Zhu Yuanlang nodded and said. Bueshuan Wu Shuang's cultivation should be at the Peerless Emperor realm, right? Dark Ling Xiao asked. That's right. A quasi-emperor, one step away from a great emperor. No wonder Bueshuan Sha was willing to work for him. He is the faith of the entire Bueshuan Demon clan. Zhu Yuanlang said. Patriarch, Bueshuan Sha is outside the Demon Master Palace. Should we let him in? The Grand Elder of the Boar Demon clan asked. Zhu Yuanlang and Zhu Ganglia's eyes fell on Dark Soaring Firmament. The current Boar Devil clan had already submitted to Dark Soaring Sky and had become the Demon Lord's lackey. That Bueshuan Wu Shuang actually took a fancy to the Boar Devil clan and wanted to compete with Darkness Ling Xiao. No need to let him in. Let's go out and take a look. Interesting. I'd like to see who's tired of living and actually dares to be more arrogant than me. Dark Xiao sneered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Everyone left the Demon Master Palace. Rumble, outside the Devil Lord Palace, a terrifying aura filled the air. It was powerful to the extreme. Above the Devil Lord Palace, a black-robed young man stood in the air. He was extremely handsome, and his eyes were extremely demonic. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was cold and arrogant. There were many powerful guards of the Boar Demon clan in the surroundings. Each of them was holding their weapons as if they were facing a great enemy. They did not dare to act rashly in front of the black-robed young man in front of them. This was the young master of the Bosun Demon clan, Xianxia. Clan leader Zhu Yuanlang, you're finally here. Master Wushuang has decreed that the Boar Devil clan must immediately pledge their loyalty to Master Wushuang and announce to the entire demon world. Kneel down and accept the decree. After seeing Zhu Yuanlang, Xianxia's expression did not change. He exuded a superior aura and said coldly. Even though Zhu Yuanlang was an unparalleled imperial emperor, Xianxia did not think highly of him. As for Darkness Xiao and the others beside Zhu Yuanlang, Xianxia automatically ignored them. What a joke. Why would the great master Xianxia have the time to care about a group of ants? In Xianxia's opinion, the Boar Devil clan was a group of inferior clans. Once Master Wushuang issued a decree, they should come obediently. Why would he need to come personally to announce the decree? Decree? Wushu and Wushuang hasn't proven his Dao and become an imperial emperor, right? How dare you call it a decree? You're shameless. Zhu Ganglai said with a sneer. Although he was panicking, Darkness Xiao was behind him, which gave him a lot of confidence. Who are you? Clan leader Zhu Yuanlang, this person insulted Master Wushuang. You'd better kill him. Otherwise, Master Wushuang won't be happy. Xianxia glanced at Zhu Ganglai and said indifferently to Zhu Yuanlang. Xianxia, this is the clan leader of the Boar Devil clan, Zhu Ganglai. I've already stepped down as the clan leader. Devour, Zhu Yuanlang said flatly. Clan leader of the Boar Devil clan? You're not even an imperial emperor, how can you be the clan leader? The Boar Devil clan is getting worse and worse. I really don't know why Master Wushuang would take a fancy to you. Xianxia said disdainfully. Xianxia, the Boar Devil clan has already submitted to Master Demon Lord. We only obey Master Demon Lord's orders. I don't know who Master Wushuang is. You can leave now. Zhu Ganglai said with a sneer. Master Demon Lord? I've never heard of him. When did the demon world have another Master Demon Lord? The Boar Devil clan is so ignorant. How dare you defy Master Wushuang's decree? Xianxia said coldly with a hint of coldness in his eyes. I'm the Master Demon Lord that he mentioned. I'm the current master of the Boar Devil clan. Dark Xiao walked out, faced Xianxia, and smiled faintly. Rumble, he stepped on the void and walked towards Xianxia. Terrifying demonic aura surged around him, causing the void to rumble. A monstrous aura pressed down on Xianxia. Xianxia was a level 4 imperial emperor. With such a powerful cultivation, it was no wonder that he was so arrogant and overbearing. He had even injured several supreme elders of the Boar Devil clan. Moreover, dark soaring clouds could sense that there was a looming presence around Xianxia that was incomparably terrifying. It was a peerless imperial emperor, it was no wonder that Xianxia was so confident. Master Demon Lord? How arrogant. Xianxia's face darkened, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Similarly, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and he did not show any signs of weakness. He also suppressed dark soaring clouds. Boom, the two powerful auras clashed in the void, causing the heavens and earth to shake and the void to distort. However, Xianxia's aura collapsed in an instant. Dark soaring clouds exuded a majestic aura that pressed down on Xianxia in a mighty manner. How dare you? Xianxia shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he slammed his palm towards Darkness Xiao. He attacked without any hesitation. Rumble, terrifying demonic light surged and a demonic tree seemed to have grown behind Xianxia. It was exuding in insufferably powerful aura. His monstrous palm was like a world of its own. In an instant, it enveloped darkness Xianxia. Crack, a crisp sound was heard. In the next moment, his palm print instantly shattered. Terrifying chaotic light gushed out and a chaotic fist print broke through the world, sweeping across the heavens and earth. It contained a domineering fist intent and pressed down on Bo Sunxia. The terrifying power in the fist print made Bo Sunxia's face change drastically. The unparalleled fist essence rushed towards him with a fierce and overbearing sharpness. It was as if it was going to shatter Bo Xianxia's body. Crack, the blazing lightning rose. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. His eyes were filled with a dignified look. He was both shocked and angry. A black spear appeared in his hand and instantly pierced towards dark clouds soaring sky's palm. Clang, darkness Xianxia's fist essence was unparalleled as if it could shatter everything. It instantly blasted on the black spear, producing a clang. Sparks flew and the void trembled. The black spear trembled violently. Under the unparalleled divine power, Bo Xianxia's hand went numb. The black spear flew out of his hand in an instant, piercing through a barren mountain in the distance and exploding with a loud bang. Rumble, darkness Xianxia's fist was unstoppable and overbearing. It instantly blasted on Bo Xianxia's chest. In an instant, his chest caved in and he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the hard ground. A human-shaped crater was formed on the ground. Bo Xianxia coughed out blood and his eyes were filled with horror. Is this the strength of the Bo Sun Demon Clan's young clan leader? Trash. Darkness Xianxia laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with an arrogant and domineering expression, and his aura was extremely sharp. The Bo Sun Demon Clan was an old emperor clan. Although they did not have any great emperors, they had a strong foundation and could not be underestimated. As a young genius of the Bo Sun Demon Clan, Bo Xianxia was naturally very strong. However, he had encountered darkness Xianxia. In the Buishuan Devil Clan, Buishuanxia's cultivation was at the 4th heaven of the Imperial Monarch realm, but even 5th and 6th heaven of the Imperial Monarch realm experts had been defeated by him before. Naturally, he was insufferably arrogant. Therefore, after coming to the Boar Demon Clan, he looked down on the Boar Demon Clan even more. He thought that the Boar Demon Clan would submit to Lord Wushuang's decree. However, who would have thought that he would encounter darkness Xianxia? The punch almost made him doubt himself. Cough cough. You. Who are you? Xianxia glared at darkness Xianxia. Such a monstrous character was not common even in the 10 sects of the devil world. He searched his mind for the saint sons and saintesses of the 10 sects of the devil world, but darkness Xianxia was still very unfamiliar. As I said, I am the devil lord, and I am the ruler of the devil realm. Bo Sun Demon Clan, are you willing to submit to me? Dark soaring clouds said indifferently as he strode towards Xianxia. Rumble, the chaotic demonic body unleashed an unparalleled demonic might, causing the blood and chi in his body to fill the sky. His body contained an unimaginably terrifying power, as if he could annihilate everything with a wave of his hand. His cultivation had broken through to the 3rd heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, allowing darkness soaring clouds' chaotic demonic body to reach perfection. His casual punch contained the mighty power of chaos. Though Bo Xianxia was strong, how could he compare to darkness Xianxia? Devil Master? Ha ha ha. What an arrogant tone. Even Master Wushuang did not call himself the Demon Master. Even if the Devil Realm has a master, it would be the 3 Devil Emperors. Who do you think you are? Bo Xianxia laughed loudly, his eyes filled with incomparable coldness. The blood and chi in his body surged, and the injuries on his body healed in an instant. He leaped into the air, his eyes containing a trace of incomparably sharp killing intent. Although darkness Xianxia's body was so strong that it shocked him, he did not think that darkness Xianxia could kill him. The ignorant are fearless. Looks like you still don't know who I am. Zhu Yuanlang. Darkness Xianxia said with an indifferent smile. Then, he let out a roar. Yes. Zhu Yuanlang bowed in response. Bo Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Zhu Yuanlang was so respectful to Darkness Xianxia. Darkness Xianxia was a peerless imperial emperor. Even if Bo Xianxia was extremely arrogant, he did not dare to say that he could make a peerless imperial emperor acknowledge him as his master. I want Bo Xianxia's life. Help me stop the hidden protector. I want to see who dares to stop me from killing the person I want to kill. Dark Xiao sneered. His voice was filled with boundless arrogance and overbearingness. Yes. Zhu Yuanlang bowed in response. Rumble, his eyes were incomparably sharp, and a vast and terrifying emperor's aura rose around him. It was vast and mighty, like a beacon that penetrated the heavens and the earth, locking onto a certain figure in the void. You are Darkness Xiao? Bo Xuanxia trembled and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Darkness Xiao had been causing trouble everywhere in the demon realm these years, causing the dark demon sect to be badly battered. However, Darkness Xiao's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger, and it was said that he had hooked up with Light Saintess and Yuanling Saintess. Bingo! But you still have to die. Dark Soaring Cloud sneered, then punched a Xianxia from the air. In the War God realm, Bo Sun Demon King was the biggest mastermind behind the scenes, and even caused Jin Sei's almost death. Darkness Xiao naturally had no good impression of the Bo Sun Demon clan. Since this was the young master of the Bo Sun Demon clan, he would kill him first. Rumble, unparalleled fist intent swept across the void like an immemorial sacred mountain, and mightily pressed down on Bo Xuanxia. Bo Xuanxia's expression changed. He knew that Darkness Xiao's physical body was strong, and dared not fight him head-on. Suddenly, the demonic aura around him surged like a raging sea. Beams of incomparably sharp light containing dark and evil fluctuations shot towards Darkness Xiao. Great evil divine light, Bo Xuanxia did not hesitate to activate a Supreme Emperor technique. Demonic light rose around him, as if an ancient demon god had come back to life. The dazzling light was the power of the demon god. If it came into contact with flesh and primordial spirit, it would instantly contaminate the flesh and primordial spirit of a living being, and then turn it into the power of the demon god. The great evil divine light was the most terrifying emperor technique against body refinement experts. A firefly's light dares to compete with the moon's brilliance? Darkness Xiao's thunderous voice exploded in the void. Boom, when the demon god's light shrouded Darkness Xiao, he did not evade. Instead, boundless chaotic light gushed out from his body. After perfecting the chaotic demonic body, Darkness Xiao had become a leakless true body. He was impervious to all techniques and evils, and was eternal and immortal. Everything returned to chaos. Even the great evil divine light was instantly assimilated by the chaotic light when it came into contact with Darkness Xiao's physical body. It disappeared without a trace, and could not enter Darkness Xiao's body. When the unparalleled fist landed, it instantly enveloped Bo Xuanxia. Damn it! Bo Xuanxia's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he rapidly retreated. The dark soaring heavens in front of him gave him the feeling that it was a tortoise shell that he had nowhere to bite. Any of his attacks were neither itchy nor painful to dark soaring heavens. However, Darkness Xiao's attack made him feel a fatal threat. Dark Xiao's fist had already locked onto Xianxia, making it impossible for him to dodge. He could only raise his arms to resist. Rumble, black armor instantly appeared on Xianxia's arms. Mysterious runes rose, containing an unparalleled defensive power. At the same time, thousands of arms grew out from his back. Each arm held a black spear. The black spears were extremely sharp, and the spear radiance was filled with extreme power, as if it could pierce through everything. Crack, Xianxia's arms shattered in an instant, but the thousands of arms behind him also held thousands of black spears and pierced dark soaring sky's body. Clang! 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 Although the black spears were extremely sharp, they could only produce metallic clangs when they pierced Darkness Xiao's body. They only left white marks and were unable to cause any damage to Darkness Xiao's body. But at this moment, there was a strange look in Bo Xuanxia's eyes. Rumble, demonic chi surged around Xianxia. Black and twisted demonic runes appeared on his body. The runes trembled violently, as if they were strengthened by some kind of power. Puff, faint blood radiance overflowed from the surface of Dark Xiao's body. The black spears became extremely strange and powerful, injuring Dark Xiao in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the black spears instantly turned into streaks of strange black light. The shattered blood entered Dark Xiao's body, and then rapidly moved towards his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Wherever the black light went, the blood in dark Xianxia's body seemed to solidify. It was an extremely terrifying diabolic force, capable of polluting everything and containing a powerful spiritual attack. Xianxia believed that even if dark Xiao did not die from this attack, he would be severely injured. Rumble, the thousands of arms did not remain idle. After shooting out the black spears, they instantly wrapped around dark Xiao and enveloped him. Xianxia's arms were like giant pythons, tough and powerful. At the same time, they emitted an even more terrifying diabolic force, attempting to pollute dark Xiao's body and primordial spirit. Such a powerful flesh, if I were to merge it with my fiend god force, it would surely perfect my fiend god force. Xianxia's eyes were filled with greed and fervor. He had gone to great lengths to reveal his innate divine ability, as well as the wretched god force, in order to wound darkness Xiao. Naturally, he wanted to kill darkness Xiao in one fell swoop. Rumble, the power of the evil god gushed into dark Xiao's sea of consciousness in an instant, preparing to completely corrupt and destroy his primordial spirit. But what shocked both Xianxia was that darkness soaring cloud's indestructible primordial spirit was not in the sea of consciousness at all. In his sea of consciousness, there was only a piece of chaotic light. It was like the chaotic light that was born at the beginning of the world. Have you had enough fun? The voice of the dark clouds rang in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia shuddered, his hair standing on end. Rumble, in the next moment, the chaotic light exploded. Vast and unparalleled power seemed to be able to destroy all chaos in the heavens, shatter the boundless world, and annihilate the surging power of the evil god in an instant. A terrifying power awakened in darkness Xiao's body. The chaotic light gushed out, and the thousands of arms entwined around darkness Xiao exploded with a loud bang. Darkness Xiao strode out from the demonic light that filled the sky. His black hair fluttered in the wind, domineering and cold, his aura unmatched. What? That's impossible. Your indestructible primordial spirit, how could it be? Xianxia's eyes were filled with horror as he roared. Boom, his fiend god force was destroyed, and he suffered a backlash, coughing up blood incessantly. Facing the approaching darkness Xiao, Xianxia felt a fatal threat. Without a second thought, he shifted into the distance. Rumble, the chaotic light followed, and an unparalleled fist print fell mightily, sealing Xianxia's surroundings. At this moment, as if sensing Xianxia's danger, the peerless imperial emperor hidden in the dark finally could not hold back. The void instantly shattered. An old man in a black robe, with a thin face, cold and evil, was surrounded by a monstrous demonic aura. A black finger light came from the sky, like a light pillar that pierced through the heavens and earth, blocking between darkness Xiao and Xianxia. How dare you? Zhu Yuanlang was already prepared, and at this moment, he suddenly shouted. Divine light blazed in his eyes, and in an instant, black demonic flames rose, surging toward the old man in the black robe. The black flames formed various images of ancient demonic beasts, each of them ferocious and domineering, surrounding the old man in the black robe. As for that finger light, it was instantly annihilated. Get lost. The old man's eyes were filled with anxiety, and the fiend god force around him surged. It was incomparably terrifying, and in an instant, it expanded like a bright sun, floating in the sky. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Xianxia. Zhu Yuanlang was naturally not to be outdone, and the demonic flames around his body turned into a sea of fire. He turned his palm into a saber, and faced the old man. Rumble, when the two peerless imperial emperors clashed, it instantly caused an incomparably terrifying phenomenon. The immemorial island shook violently, and the surrounding waves surged to the sky. The void shattered, and it was a scene of destruction. The supreme elder of the demonic boar clan was trembling with fear, and hurriedly activated the defensive formation, forming an incomparably powerful boundary to protect the entire immemorial island. Otherwise, the emperor's aura of the two peerless imperial emperors could directly destroy the immemorial island. Xiao, you dare to kill me? Even the dark demon sect can't protect you, and Lord Wushuang won't let you go. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of incomparable horror, and he roared angrily. The fatal danger was getting stronger and stronger. Xiao's domineering punch made it seem as if he had no room to resist at all. His protector was also stopped by Zhu Yuanlang. Xianxia moved frantically. As long as he flew into the protector's palm, he would be safe. You're about to die, and yet you're still saying such meaningless words. Trash will always be trash. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, and his unparalleled fist pressed down, and at the same time, his other hand also blasted out a punch. Boom, he collided with the protector's palm, and immediately, the void was torn apart, and the space was annihilated. At the same time, it also blocked the protector's palm from grabbing Bo Xianxia. The fist pressed down, and instantly blasted Bo Xianxia's body. No. Bo Xianxia's eyes revealed an incomparable look of unwillingness, and he roared crazily. Puff, his voice came to an abrupt end. Bo Xianxia's body directly exploded in the void, and turned into a bloody mist. The void vibrated and Bo Xianxia's body turned into a bloody mist. However, the void twisted violently and he turned into a bloody figure that tried to flee into the distance. It was easy for an imperial emperor to be reborn from a drop of blood. Although Dark Ling Xiao had destroyed Bo Xianxia's body and caused him serious injuries, it wasn't that easy to kill him with a single punch. Trying to escape? Dark Ling Xiao sneered. A flame suddenly rose from his palm, showing a chaotic color. Mysterious and unfathomable. It then flew towards Bo Xianxia. At the same time, Dark Ling Xiao threw out another punch as fast as lightning and destroyed Bo Xianxia's newly formed body. He could even see the fear on Bo Xianxia's indestructible primordial spirit's face. Rumble, the chaotic demonic flame instantly enveloped Bo Xianxia's flesh and primordial spirit. The chaotic demonic flame was a power derived from Dark Ling Xiao's chaotic demonic body. It could annihilate everything and contained the purest destructive power. Under the chaotic demonic flame, Bo Xianxia's flesh and blood were quickly annihilated and turned into ashes. His vitality drained away rapidly and even his indestructible primordial spirit felt an intense burning sensation. Lord Wushuang, save me! Bo Xianxia roared in terror. In an instant, half of his flesh and blood were burned away by the chaotic demonic flame. His demonic origin was completely destroyed. Even if he survived and reformed his body in the future, his cultivation would fall to the first heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Dark Ling Xiao had destroyed his great Dao foundation with the chaotic demonic flame. Rumble, Dark Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as he stared at Bo Xianxia. The chaotic demonic flame burned fiercely and refined the majestic energy in Bo Xianxia's flesh and blood before merging it into Dark Ling Xiao's body. Bo Xianxia? Even if he comes, he won't be able to save you. Dark Ling Xiao said coldly. But at this moment, a bright yellow silk suddenly flew out from Bo Xianxia's protector's hand and unfurled in the void. Rumble, blazing light bloomed, causing the surrounding void to vibrate violently. Above the silk, there was a vast and majestic emperor's aura. Dazzling light flickered and a mysterious figure was faintly condensed. Although the face of that figure was very blurry, one could tell that it was a young man. He stood in the void, as if he was the center of heaven and earth, holding up the four poles of the universe, containing a terrifying power. That was a person that anyone who saw him would be impressed by. Buishuan Peerless, his Dao protector threw out a decree from Buishuan Wushuang. It contained a strand of Buishuan Wushuang's branding power, and now, it was condensing into a projection of Buishuan. Release Xianxia. Buishuan said faintly. Although his voice was soft, it contained an unquestionable majesty. It was as if he was a supreme emperor whose words were the law of the world. On what basis? Dark Ling Xiao smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, but his eyes were extremely cold. At the same time, an unparalleled fighting spirit emerged. He could feel that Buishuan Wushuang's aura was far stronger than Buishuan Xia's, although it was just a brand. This was a true supreme expert. He once fought with the Heavenly Emperor. Although he was defeated, he was still the most dazzling peerless genius in the demon realm. Dark Ling Xiao only had an endless fighting spirit when facing Buishuan Wushuang. Not releasing him? Then there's no need for you and the pig demon clan to exist. Buishuan Wushuang said calmly. Although it was just a brand, the domineering and indifferent tone in his voice made everyone's expression change drastically. This legendary figure, the peerless expert who once fought with the Heavenly Emperor, had now appeared in front of everyone. Even Zhu Yuanlang looked extremely solemn. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Dark Ling Xiao sneered. Rumble, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he threw a punch towards Buishu and Wushuang. Under the support of the chaotic demon body, his fist intent was unparalleled and powerful to the extreme. It could destroy everything, even Buishu and Sha could not withstand his punch. However, Buishu and Wushuang's expression remained unchanged. He took a step forward and threw a palm strike towards Dark Lingxiao. The dark fist print blasted on Buishu and Wushuang's body, but strangely, it seemed to have blasted into the air, emitting an explosive sound. Buishu and Wushuang's body dispersed like mist, but it instantly condensed back into one. When the palm strike fell, it seemed to encompass heaven and earth, like a prison of heaven and earth, sealing everything. It was extremely domineering. Rumble, chaotic demon flames rose around Dark Lingxiao's body. He attacked from the air, and the chaotic demon flames burned everything. It was extremely domineering as it destroyed the imprisonment around him, and then collided with Buishu and Wushuang. The void trembled as Dark Lingxiao was struck down by Buishu and Wushuang's palm strike. Chaotic Demon Clan? I didn't expect the Chaotic Demon Clan to come out during the great calamity of the era. Your chaotic demon body is not strong enough to hurt me. When you break through to the 9th heaven, you might be able to fight with me. Buishu and Wushuang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he said calmly. Is that so? Dark Lingxiao grinned, and his eyes revealed an unruly sharpness. Buishu and Wushuang's strength stimulated the crazy battle intent in his heart, causing the demonic qi around him to surge violently, as if it was going to boil at any time. It was extremely terrifying. If that's the case, then I'll use you to test my demonic armor. Dark Lingxiao grinned, and then threw a punch towards Buishu and Wushuang. Rumble, the demonic armor instantly appeared on his arm and turned into a black glove. It exuded a metallic aura and looked ferocious and overbearing. It caused Dark Soaring Cloud's arm to swell in an instant. Under the support of the demonic armor, Dark Lingxiao was about to explode. The speed of the punch was extremely fast, and in an instant, it was in front of Buishu and Wushuang. Buishu and Wushuang's body trembled. When he saw the demonic armor on Dark Lingxiao's arm, he seemed to have forgotten to block it, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Boom, under the support of the demonic armor, the boundless chaotic force was condensed to the extreme, and it instantly penetrated Buishu and Wushuang's body. Crack, a crisp sound rang out, and a black rune shattered within Buishu and Wushuang's body. His entire body became incomparably illusory, as if he would dissipate at any time. I didn't expect that thing to be with you. I will personally come and get it. I will remember you, Lingxiao. Buishu and Wushuang gave Dark Lingxiao a deep look, and then he disappeared in front of Dark Lingxiao without a trace. You want my demonic armor? Very well. I've also taken a fancy to you. Dark Lingxiao sneered, and his eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. Ever since he came to the demon realm, Dark Lingxiao had never met a worthy opponent among the younger generation. However, Buishu and Wushuang made Dark Lingxiao feel that he would definitely be a great enemy in the future. In the face of Buishu and Wushuang's threat, Dark Lingxiao's battle intent was boiling. Buishu and Sha's indestructible primordial spirit was instantly stunned when he saw Buishu and Wushuang explode from Dark Lingxiao's punch. However, he didn't have much time to think. Dark Lingxiao took a step forward, and chaotic demonic flames rose, enveloping Buishu and Sha's indestructible primordial spirit, and instantly stomped Buishu and Sha to death. It was as if he had stomped an ant to death. Dark Lingxiao didn't even look at Buishu and Sha, and his gaze fell on the protector. Lingxiao, wait for the fury of the Buishu and Demon Clan. The protector trembled all over, and Dark Lingxiao's expression made him feel a little apprehensive. However, Buishu and Sha's death made his heart burn with rage, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. He directly threw out a vicious sentence, and then decisively turned around and teleported away. Bo Sun Sha's protector was a true peerless imperial emperor. He was so powerful that even Zhu Yuanlang could barely block him. Therefore, Darkness Lingxiao did not intend to stop him and allowed him to leave. Demon Lord, Bo Sun Wushuang has appeared. It seems that the demon world is going to be in chaos, Zhu Yuanlang said worriedly. Bo Sun Wushuang was a peerless genius from the previous era. He had dominated an era and fought against the Heavenly Emperor, but was defeated in the end. Almost all of the older generation experts in the demon world had heard of Bo Sun Wushuang's name and admired him greatly. Even though Zhu Yuanlang was already a peerless imperial emperor, he was not even born when Bosun Wushuang proved his Dao. Bosun Wushuang was destined to prove his Dao and become an imperial emperor in this life. He might even be able to reach the legendary Transcendence realm. It's not just the demon world that's going to be in chaos. I'm afraid the entire universe is going to be in chaos. Darkness, Xianxia sneered. He looked into the depths of the void and revealed a strange glint. Bosun Wushuang was indeed powerful, but he was not powerful enough to make Darkness Xianxia fearful. On the contrary, the stronger Bosun Wushuang was, the stronger Darkness Xianxia's fighting spirit became. He knew that Bosun Wushuang was destined to embark on the Eternal Emperor's road. He looked forward to seeing Bosun Wushuang on the Eternal Emperor's road. There would be a battle then. The Bosun Demon clan was an old imperial clan in the demon world. The ancestral land of the Bosun Demon clan was located in a mysterious space that was adjacent to the demon world. It was so hidden that ordinary people could not find it. At this moment, in the depths of the ancestral land of the Bosun Devil clan, chaotic light rose up. It was as if a mysterious scene of the creation of heaven and earth appeared. Blazing demonic light surged violently. That terrifying pressure made all the Bosun Devil clan members tremble. Is Lord Wushuang going to be born? Among the Bosun Demon clan, a group of old supreme elders were extremely excited. They kowtowed towards the place where the strange scene appeared. When they were still children, they had grown up listening to Bosun Wushuang's deeds. Now that Bosun Wushuang was about to be born, it was as if they were about to see a legend. They were extremely excited and their eyes were blazing. Rumble, in the depths of the ancestral land, there was a mysterious place that was connected to the chaotic sea. There was the purest chaotic energy that nourished the mysterious origin stones. That origin stone came from the Sea of Chaos. At that moment, it looked like a young man. Although his face was blurry, his body was extremely similar. The origin stone had 7 apertures, and at this moment, all of them were spewing out chaotic light. There were even mysterious cracks on the origin stone. Crack, an incomparably crisp sound rang out as the origin stone shattered with a loud bang. Endless demonic light surged out as boundless emperor's might soared. The atmosphere was terrifying to the extreme. Amidst the demonic light that filled the sky, a figure with a monstrous aura stepped out. It was a handsome and devilish young man. He wore a black robe, and his black hair hung loosely behind his head. He looked carefree and unrestrained, and his entire body emitted a holy and natural aura. He was tall and slender, but a vast and unparalleled emperor's aura emanated from his body, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Demonic chi filled the air, but he didn't look like a demon at all. Mysterious light surrounded him, making him look like an immortal, incomparably ethereal. Boom, he opened his eyes, and a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in his eyes. His ominous aura filled the sky as it swept out in all directions. The people of the Bosun Demon clan couldn't help but tremble. They couldn't help but lower their heads and prostrate themselves on the ground, their hearts filled with boundless respect. Greetings, Lord Wushuang. Greetings, Lord Wushuang. Among the Bosun Demon clan, the supreme elders with white hair were extremely fanatical, and their voices shook the sky. Rise, all of you. An indifferent and ethereal voice rang out. The black-robed young man looked into the depths of the void, as if he could see through layers of time and space, and see the dark clouds of the Boar Demon clan. Boom, their eyes collided across time and space, causing an incomparably blazing light that caused the void to distort violently. The infinite demonic armor has appeared? It's a pity that he only has a part of the infinite demonic armor. In this life, not only will I transcend, but I will also obtain the infinite demonic armor. Bosun Wushuang muttered to himself. During this period of time, although he had awakened from the seal due to the great calamity and the opening of the Eternal Emperor Road, he had not left the origin stone. This time, the demonic armor in the hands of dark clouds had alarmed him. Rumble, Bosun Wushuang's body exuded an extremely terrifying emperor's aura. At this moment, he was like an invincible great emperor that swept across the heavens, exuding an invincible aura that made the myriad of worlds submit to him. Although everyone knew that Bosun Wushuang had yet to attain Tao, such a terrifying aura was comparable to that of a great emperor. However, even if it's a part of the infinite demonic armor, it's not something that an ant can control. Leave it to me. Bosun Wushuang muttered to himself indifferently. Boom, he took a step forward, and blazing divine light rose from his body. His demonic aura was vast and turbulent. The void in front of him seemed to have met their king, and automatically opened up a path. Bosun Wushuang stepped into the void path and headed towards the Boar Demon clan. He wanted to snatch the demonic armor. The turbulence in the void was turbulent, as though it could destroy everything and tear apart all living beings. However, it could not affect Bosun Wushuang at all. His body was crystal clear, and there was a mysterious crystal that appeared. Chaotic chi lingered around him, and he exuded an immortal aura. However, in the next moment, he stopped in the middle of the turbulence in the void. Who's there? Bosun Wushuang's voice was like thunder, and a dazzling radiance flashed in his eyes. Rumble, the chaotic light in front of him surged, and in an instant, there was a shocking saber essence that swept across the endless turbulence in the void. It turned into a huge saber aura that was 1,000,000 feet long, and it slashed down towards him. The shocking saber essence was domineering, mysterious, ancient and majestic. It carried a kind of madness that could capture one's soul. Boom, in the face of the huge saber aura, Bosun Wushuang's eyes were cold, and he threw out a punch. His punch was extremely fast, and there seemed to be no energy fluctuation. However, when it came into contact with the saber aura, it suddenly bloomed with boundless demonic light. It was a sign that his power had been condensed to the extreme. It could also be called the extreme power. Gotcha, the saber aura was dazzling, and its momentum was unparalleled, as though it could tear anything apart. However, when it came into contact with Bosun Wushuang's punch, it was instantly torn apart. Boom, the saber aura instantly shattered, turning into a dazzling rain of light that scattered in all directions. However, a figure walked out from the dazzling rain of light. It was a bald youth. He was tall and burly, with bulging muscles that were filled with explosive power. He carried a huge saber on his shoulder. It was as black as ink, emitting a ghostly wail and endless murderous aura. His aura was extremely wild, and his eyes were blood-red, filled with madness. He appeared in front of Bosun Wushuang just like that. He gave off the feeling of an unsheathed demonic saber. That kind of madness seemed to cause everyone who faced him to lose their minds and give birth to a strong sense of fear. You are the Saber Demon? Bosun Wushuang's eyes narrowed as if he had thought of something. The Saber Demon was a legendary name. The Saber Demon was known as the great emperor who had yet to prove his Tao. A few eras ago, the Saber Demon had stepped onto the Eternal Emperor Road and killed countless geniuses. It was said that he had slaughtered all the geniuses in the universe and reached the end. His name resounded throughout the universe, and he was a peerless demon who could stop children from crying at night. Originally, everyone thought that he would be able to prove his Tao and become the supreme demon emperor of the demon realm, ruling over an era. However, for some reason, the Saber Demon had chosen to seal himself. Bosun Wushuang had naturally heard of the Saber Demon's name. He had even seen a portrait of the Saber Demon in some place of inheritance. This was a peerless figure who was even older than him. How could he be born at this time? That's right, I am the Saber Demon. Bosun Wushuang, I have heard of you. The Saber Demon's voice was a little hoarse, and his eyes were bone-chilling. He stared at Bosun Wushuang in front of him, exuding a terrifying battle intent. Bosun Wushuang felt chills all over his body when he was stared at by the Saber Demon. The murderous aura on the Saber Demon's body was almost tangible. Who knew how many people he had killed to have such a terrifying murderous aura? This was a figure who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Senior Saber Demon, I didn't expect you to be born. It seems that chaos is not far away. May I know why you're stopping me? Bosun Wushuang said indifferently. Let's fight. The Blade Demon said coldly. Rumble, his words were concise and clear. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing demonic light rose from his body. The terrifying saber essence had already locked onto Bosun Wushuang. If that's the case, let's fight. Bosun Wushuang's eyes were also filled with a strong fighting spirit. He didn't ask why. At their level of cultivation, what they pursued was more than just attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor. This was especially true for Bosun Wushuang and the Saber Demon. They were both children of destiny of the same era. They possessed a vast amount of karmic luck and were extremely ambitious. The three great demon emperors of the demon realm were nothing in their eyes. In their eyes, they were just a few cowards without ambition. Only each other was their strongest opponent. There was no reason for him to want to fight. Wuxu and Wushuang also wanted to see how powerful this blade demon from several eras ago was. Rumble. Within the turbulence of the void, an endless amount of chaotic light rose up. Demonic chi filled the sky. Instantly, an earth-shattering battle broke out. No one knew the outcome of this battle. That was because the entire demon realm had begun to descend into chaos. In the past few days, those ancient forbidden lands and mysterious dangerous places in the devil world had blazing and dazzling lights gushing out. Powerful creatures had awakened. Some people could recognize that a few of them were legendary peerless skyprides. No one expected them to not die and choose to awaken at this time. Of course, there were more skyprides that no one recognized. However, that terrifying aura made everyone know that they must be skyprides with shocking cultivation. Even the slowest person understood that the great tribulation of the era was about to arrive. Rumble. During this period of time, the flames of war were burning everywhere in the demon realm. Those powerful skyprides were all peerless experts of their eras. They had the belief that they were invincible and wanted to determine the victor. Therefore, as soon as they were born, many powerful skyprides were fighting with each other. At the same time, the 10 sects of the demon realm and the powerful demon clans also had their ancestors who were sealed behind them. The 10 sects of the demon realm and the various demon clans were fighting each other. Especially the sects and the demon clans who were already enemies, they became even more unscrupulous at this moment. Those battles engulfed the entire demon realm. Endless baleful chi, blood chi, and killing intent gathered in the sky above the demon realm. It was like an invisible cloud. That was a kind of power called tribulation. This was the madness before the great tribulation. Darkness Xianxia was in the Boardevil clan. Due to the large population of the Boardevil clan, their intelligence network was spread throughout the demon realm. All the information about the demon realm was gathered in the Boardevil clan at the fastest speed and appeared in the hands of Darkness Xianxia. The entire Boardevil clan was in a state of panic, as if every bush and tree was an enemy. Under such great turmoil, the Boardevil clan, which did not have a great Emperor realm expert, dared not guarantee their own safety even though they were powerful. Even Zhu Yuanlang, who was a peerless Emperor realm expert, had a solemn expression. The ancient monstrous geniuses are emerging one after another. This is a grand era that has never happened in the 108 eras. It seems like the Eternal Emperor Road is about to open. His dark and piercing eyes flickered, surging with a strong fighting spirit. He knew that the Eternal Emperor Road this time would be unprecedentedly tragic and terrifying. Countless geniuses had gathered in this era to fight for the ultimate fortune. Demon Lord, are you going to step on the Eternal Emperor Road? Zhu Yuanlang said slowly. His voice was filled with anticipation and fear. Although the Chaos Demon clan was powerful and was once the overlord of the demon realm, it was nothing in the long river of time of the 108 eras. Darkness Xianxia was known as the Demon Lord, but the ancient prodigies of the demon realm had emerged one after another. Their strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Darkness Xianxia's cultivation was only at the third heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. If he stepped on the Eternal Emperor Road, he would be in danger of dying. What? Are you afraid? Darkness Xianxia smiled faintly. That's right. I am afraid. Demon Lord, I have fear in my heart and I have no intention of competing. Therefore, I am destined to have no hope of reaching the great Emperor realm. If you want to conquer the Eternal Emperor Road, I am willing to accompany you. Zhu Yuanlang said frankly. Although he knew that if he stepped onto the Eternal Emperor Road, with his combat strength, he would most likely end up dead. However, his fate had already been completely linked to Dark Soaring Sky. You should stay and protect the Boardevil clan. In the era of great battles, the strong must fight. If you don't fight, you will die. Even if you step on the Eternal Emperor Road, you will only be a burden to me. Darkness Xianxia smiled faintly and said bluntly. Although Zhu Yuanlang's cultivation was strong and had reached the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, he was probably just cannon fodder on the Eternal Emperor Road. The most important thing on the Eternal Emperor Road was the heart of an expert. Only with the heart of an expert would one be qualified to compete with the geniuses of the myriad of worlds and the countless geniuses since ancient times. Zhu Yuanlang was afraid that he was not qualified to step on the Eternal Emperor road. However, the Pig Devil clan was still very useful. As the largest clan in the demon realm, the Pig Devil clan had a population of hundreds of millions. When they spread out, they could not only gather all kinds of information about the demon realm, but also the myriad of worlds. Therefore, following Darkness Lingxiao's order, Zhu Yuanlang had already mobilized the Pig Devil clan to go to various places to gather information. Darkness Lingxiao left the Pig Devil clan with Fairy Yu Yao and the others. The Eternal Emperor Road is about to open. The 10 sects of the demon realm will probably take out their most precious resources to raise the cultivation of the saints and saintesses. You should go back. Darkness Lingxiao looked at the four of them and smiled faintly. Although Fairy Yu Yao and the others were not as good as Darkness Lingxiao, they had been tainted by the aura of the Chaos Demon clan. Not only had they been reborn, but their talents had also become more terrifying. They could also be considered as part of the Chaos Demon clan. If they returned to the 10 sects of the demon realm and obtained the resources of their sects, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Husband, where are you going? Fairy Yu Yao asked. I want to see if those ancient geniuses are qualified to be my opponents. Darkness Lingxiao smiled faintly, a strong fighting spirit surging in his eyes. He was ready to test his sword on the world. The demon realm was in chaos now. The 10 sects of the demon realm could not even take care of themselves, especially with the emergence of various ancient geniuses. Even the primordial demon sect and the blood prison demon sect had no time to chase after Darkness Lingxiao. Darkness Lingxiao wanted to test the strength of those ancient geniuses. Only in battle could one quickly improve and break through. Husband, you have to take care. Although Saintess Yuanling was very reluctant, she still nodded and said. They all knew that if they wanted to catch up to Darkness Lingxiao, they had to go back. With the resources of their sects, their cultivation might improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, if they could step on the Eternal Emperor road, they might meet Darkness Lingxiao. You too. Cultivators like us should prioritize the Great Tao. Of course, I hope to see you on the Eternal Emperor's road, but if you don't want to, I won't force you. Darkness Lingxiao said with a faint smile. His gaze had a rare gentleness. He glanced at Fairy Yu Yao, Yuanling Holy Maiden, and Holy Maiden one last time before turning around and leaving without a trace of reluctance. The three women's eyes dimmed. They understood what Dark Soaring Sky meant. If they didn't even have the qualifications to step onto the Eternal Emperor road, then there was no possibility between them and Dark Soaring Sky. Let's go too. He is a heartless person. If we can't catch up to him, we will only be abandoned by him. Fairy Yu Yao said with mixed feelings as she looked at Dark Soaring Cloud's back. I will step onto the Eternal Emperor's road. Saintess Yuanling said seriously. Me too. The Holy Maiden of the Light nodded. The devil is finally gone. Demon Monarch Yuhua muttered in her heart, but she was completely relieved. If Darkness Lingxiao was still here, she would still be extremely worried. She didn't know when Darkness Lingxiao would find her an eyesore and kill her. Whoosh! 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 The four women leaped into the sky, turned into 4 divine rainbows, and flew in 4 different directions as if they had a great tacit understanding. Darkness Lingxiao went on his way alone. He wanted to go to the forbidden, dangerous, and hopeless places of the demonic realm to find the whereabouts of the ancient Skyprides and battle them. Darkness Lingxiao treated this as a rehearsal for the Eternal Emperor Road. He wanted to sweep through the crowd, step onto the Eternal Emperor Road with an invincible stance, and become the most dazzling Skypride of the demonic realm. He, Darkness Lingxiao, was the only demon lord. Not only the demonic realm, but the other realms also began to experience great turmoil. As if alarmed by the mysterious aura, ancient Skyprides who were sealed in the various realms awakened, each of them releasing a powerful aura without restraint. They fought with each other endlessly, and before they even set foot on the Eternal Emperor Road, there were already bloodshed, causing the heavenly secrets of the various realms to become more and more chaotic. Especially the Divine Realm, Demonic Realm, Immortal Realm, Demon Realm, and other top-ranked Greater Thousand Realms, supreme Skyprides from a few eras or even dozens of eras ago appeared one after another. In the chaotic void. There was no concept of time here, nor was there any concept of space. There was only an expanse of nothingness that was suffused with chaotic mist. However, on this day, a green lotus appeared amidst the chaotic mist. That green lotus looked crystal clear and was surrounded by chaotic light. It slowly bloomed, causing the world to lose its color in an instant. Thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious colors. The green lotus had a total of 36 petals. The petals were crystal clear and resplendent, and they slowly parted to reveal a man in green robe sitting cross-legged on the lotus throne in the center. The man looked incomparably mysterious, and the aura around him was incomparably powerful. A mysterious emperor aura pervaded the air, and his face was handsome and exquisite, more beautiful than a woman's. He had a peerless temperament that caused the world to lose its color. He slowly opened his eyes, and two brilliant beams of light shot out from his eyes, instantly piercing through the void and causing the chaotic space to tremble. His eyes were ancient, mysterious, and majestic, flowing with the light of endless time. My name is Emperor Qing. A few ancient and obscure syllables came out of his mouth, causing blazing lightning to flash in the surroundings. Eternal Emperor Road, I am supreme. He stood up from the lotus throne, barefoot and untainted by a speck of dust, and stepped into the chaos. The chaotic green lotus instantly turned into a stream of light and flew into his glabella. Then, it left a lotus mark on his glabella. After taking a few steps, he completely disappeared from the chaotic space without leaving a trace behind. In the endless starry sky, there was a desolate region. There were broken planets here that were tainted by the aura of death, and all life would completely disappear here. Moreover, there were sword-shaped mountains that pierced through the sky, as if they were slanted on the planets. They were incomparably sharp and intertwined with chaotic sword intent. However, in the center of the sword-shaped mountains, endless sword chi intertwined. There were millions of broken swords densely embedded in the ground, and it was extremely chilling. This place was called the Stellar Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb. It was rumored that a sword emperor had fallen here, and later it became a sword tomb. At the same time, it could attract countless broken swords from all over the universe. As time passed, this place became the Stellar Sword Tomb. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the Stellar Sword Tomb. Violent Sound Literature Network. It was a black-clothed young man with an ordinary face. However, his eyes were extremely pure and sharp. He was exuding a vast sword intent. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize him. Dugu Chobai, just like Ling Xiao, he ascended from the war god world and later became the young master of the Hero Alliance in the divine world. Dugu Chobai was known as a man born for swords. When he was immortal, he had comprehended the sword intent of life and sword intent of destruction. During the final battle against Demon King Bo Sun, he had provided great help to Ling Xiao. No one had expected him to be in the Stellar Sword Tomb. Rumble, his sword intent was surging violently. His entire body was exuding a vast devouring power. Behind him, there seemed to be a transparent sword. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and it was emitting a shocking amount of power. There were millions of broken ancient swords in the Stellar Sword Tomb. Some of them were divine weapons, sacred weapons, and even broken emperor weapons. Within the Stellar Sword Tomb, the sword will within the ancient swords did not dissipate. Instead, it condensed into a mysterious sword will storm because of this desolate region. It was incomparably terrifying, capable of tearing everything apart. Dugu Chobai's terrifying devouring power had completely devoured the sword intent storm. His aura was like the Emperor of Swords. The millions of sword intents around him bowed down and were willingly devoured by him. Dugu Chobai did not know how long he had been sitting in the Stellar Sword Tomb. His aura was getting more and more terrifying. His cultivation was getting stronger and his sword intent was getting purer. Rumble, when all the sword intents in the Stellar Sword Tomb were devoured by him, he seemed to have turned into a sword. He exuded a dazzling light. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. It spread out in all directions. The indestructible origin sword body is finally formed. Dugu Chobai murmured to himself. His cultivation had reached the second heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Blazing lightning flashed around him. Vast heavenly might filled the air. It was a type of world-destroying lightning tribulation. It was as if a heaven-defying object had been born. And the target of the apocalyptic thunder calamity was none other than Dugu Chobai. The path of Eternal Emperor is about to open. From ancient times until now, countless chosen of the heavens have gathered. They are my true opponents. Ling Xiao, you should be ready, right? Dugu Chobai murmured to himself as if he didn't even look at the apocalyptic thunder tribulation in the sky. He stepped out and walked out of the stellar sword tomb. A strand of resplendent sword chi flew out of his palm, turning into a streak of divine light that was tens of thousands of meters long. The apocalyptic lightning tribulation that filled the sky was destroyed by his sword. Bathed in the thunder and lightning, Dugu Chobai's figure disappeared into the lonely starry sky. Demon Realm. Blazing lightning flashed, as magnificent as a mountain range, emitting a world-destroying light, locking onto the two figures below. A black goat and a handsome Taoist priest. The black goat exuded a terrifying devouring power. Behind it, a gigantic beast that was 1,000,000 feet tall appeared, devouring the heavens and the earth. It was terrifying beyond compare. That was Tao Tai, the true form of the old goat. It was absorbing the tribulation of heaven and earth, wanting to use it to condense the devourer physique, and the Taoist priest was none other than Taoist Wuliang. Taoist Wuliang looked like an immortal with an extraordinary temperament. The aura around him was ethereal and mysterious, with a mysterious clear chi exuding from him. After absorbing the thunder and lightning in the sky, he became closer and closer to the nature around him. Taoist Wuliang was from the Taoist clan. Ever since he had obtained the inheritance of the Tao race, his entire being had been transforming towards the great Tao body, especially the supreme creation he had obtained this time. The thunder and lightning in the sky were his and the old goat's support. Rumble, beyond the thunder and lightning in the sky, there was a mysterious figure. It was an old man in white robes. His hair and beard were white, and his face was kind. His eyes shone with vicissitudes and wisdom. In his palm, there was a ball of purple light that was constantly exuding, flying into the bodies of the old goat and Taoist Wuliang. The ball of purple light exuded a kind of connate chi, as if it was the power that separated the heavens and earth. It accelerated the process of condensing the devourer physique and the great Tao physique. Boom! Boom! After the old goat and Taoist Wuliang had absorbed the ball of purple light, an incomparably mysterious and powerful aura was released from their bodies at the same time. The thunder and lightning around them were dazzling. They were bathed in the thunder and lightning in the sky, and their auras became ancient and majestic. The devourer physique and the great Tao physique were complete. Very good. You have been training in the primordial space for 10,000 years. Now that you have merged with the primordial purple vapor, your cultivation has finally reached the great Tao physique. Not only have you broken through to the second heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, but you have also condensed the devourer physique and the great Tao physique. Now, you are qualified to enter the Eternal Emperor's road. The old man with white hair and beard said slowly, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He was the master of the Devourer Mountain, Emperor Devourer Mountain. He was also the old goat's master, and one of the only two Tao Tai ferocious beasts left in the demon realm. Emperor Devourer Mountain was extremely ancient and had lived for countless years. It was said that he was a figure from the previous era. No one knew his true age. However, he was a true peerless imperial emperor. Thank you, master. The old goat's eyes were filled with gratitude. In order to improve his and Taoist Wuliang's cultivation, Emperor Devourer Mountain had taken out his lifetime savings and foundation to allow them to enter the primordial space and speed up time by 1,000 times, allowing them to cultivate for 10,000 years. The primordial purple vapor was Emperor Devourer Mountain's most precious treasure. Now, it had merged into his and Taoist Wuliang's body. Thank you, Emperor Devourer Mountain. Taoist Wuliang bowed respectfully and said. Don't thank me. You should thank yourselves. Although your talents are not weaker than those ancient skyprides, your accumulation is not as good as theirs. With the Devourer physique and the great Tao physique, you are qualified to compete with them. Emperor Devourer Mountain waved his hand and said. However, even if you step into the Eternal Emperor's road, you need to keep a low profile and constantly improve yourselves. Only when you reach the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, the pinnacle of your origin, will the Devourer physique and the great Tao physique shine brightly. Do you understand? Emperor Devourer Mountain glanced at the old goat and Taoist Wuliang. Hee, don't worry, master. Both of us are very obedient. We won't cause any trouble. The old goat chuckled. That's right. Emperor Devourer Mountain, don't you trust us? If others don't offend us, we won't offend them. The old goat and I will definitely keep a low profile. Taoist Wuliang said with a smile. Both of you. Forget it, do as you wish. However, if there is any danger, you still have to find Ling Xiao as soon as possible. He is the chosen one. If you follow him, you won't be killed so easily. Emperor Devourer Mountain shook his head speechlessly and said with a wry smile. The old goat and Taoist Wuliang looked at each other. It seemed like Emperor Devourer Mountain still did not trust them. What a joke. Even if those ancient skyprides were to appear, would they be able to crush them? However, Emperor Devourer Mountain was right. Finding Ling Xiao was the most important thing. Speaking of which, they did not know how Ling Xiao was now. They missed Ling Xiao a little. Divine World, Origin Source Sea. 9 huge stone tablets stood in the middle of the Origin Source Sea, each exuding a vast emperor aura. A young man in golden armor sat cross-legged in the middle of the Origin Source Sea, inhaling and exhaling vast Origin Source power. Within the 9 stone steels, mysterious and vast emperor auras intertwined, like divine chains of order, wrapping around the young man. Above his head, the power of providence rose like a sea of clouds, transforming into all kinds of mysterious scenes. Chaotic light gushed out from his body, and within the power of providence, there seemed to be countless ancient ancestors walking out of the hardships, singing and jumping, constantly improving themselves, exuding powerful spiritual fluctuations. As if he had been blessed by countless ancient ancestors, the man in golden armor looked even more majestic and mysterious, exuding the aura of a king. Rumble, blazing lightning surrounded his body, and each lightning bolt was like a lightning dragon, presenting all kinds of mysterious scenes. His aura was vast and unparalleled, as if he had merged with the entire Origin Source Sea. His physical body was crystal clear, like glass, pure and flawless. The 9 huge stone tablets and the entire Origin Source Sea were like an oven, tempering his physical body. This tempering seemed to have lasted for a long time. When the Origin Source Sea suddenly shook violently, a mysterious and vast fluctuation swept out, and the man in golden armor suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light beam instantly pierced through the void. His eyes were mysterious and majestic, as if they could see through everything, but at the same time, there was a kind of indifference that looked at all beings as ants. Is the Eternal Emperor Road about to open? He said softly. That's right. The immeasurable calamity is coming, and the only way to survive is the Eternal Emperor Road. If you want to transcend the shackles of heaven and earth, you must step onto the Eternal Emperor Road. Zhao Ritian, that's where you have to go. An old voice rang in his ears. The Eternal Emperor Road, Ling Xiao should be going, right? The man in golden armor was Zhao Ritian. There was a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. The successor of the textless Heavenly Sutra will inevitably step onto the Eternal Emperor Road. But your destiny is different from his. Now that you have inherited the destiny of the human race and gathered the essence of the divinity, you are destined to become the sovereign of the human race. You are the true 10th sovereign of the human race. Second uncle sighed softly. Second master, you know. I don't want to inherit the destiny of the human race, I just want to defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is the chosen one. I think he's more suitable to take on this mission. Zhao Ritian said with a bitter smile. However, the 9 emperors of the human race chose you. Second uncle said slowly. I think the 9 thearchs of the human race must have seen wrongly. Why me? Even though I, Zhao Ritian, have unparalleled talent, I don't think it's my turn to be the 10th human emperor, right? Even if it's not Ling Xiao, what about human sovereign Jiang Yuyang? Zhao Ritian said gloomily. Human sovereign Jiang Yuyang, he originally had the chance to become the 10th human sovereign, but he was born at the wrong time and missed the best opportunity. Therefore, he is only the human emperor and cannot become the 10th human emperor. Second uncle explained patiently. If that's the case, all right. Whether I can become the 10th human emperor or not, I think Ling Xiao won't be my match after I come out of seclusion this time, right? I'll take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with eagerness. Previously, second uncle had brought him to the origin source sea of the divine world. Only he, Zhao Ritian, could come here. Not only was he the son of the heavenly emperor, but he was also recognized by the 9 emperors of the human race. That was why he could be recognized by the origin source sea. In the origin source sea, Zhao Ritian's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Not only did he break through to the imperial emperor realm, but he also refined the strongest origin source body with the help of the 9 emperors of the human race. 9 emperor origin bodies, that's right. Zhao Ritian's physical body had not only merged with the origin source energy left behind by the 9 emperors of the human race, but he had also gathered the destiny of the human race to form the 9 emperor origin bodies. This was the strongest origin source body of the human race, carrying the hope of the 9 emperors of the human race. From then on, Zhao Ritian's physical body was not only indestructible, but he could also use the supreme emperor skills of the 9 emperors of the human race at will. It could be said that Zhao Ritian was the representative of the 9 emperors of the human race. His 9 emperor origin bodies had reached perfection and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd heaven of the imperial emperor realm. He was only one step away from the 4th heaven of the imperial emperor realm. Therefore, he was eager to find Ling Xiao and avenge his humiliation. Ritian, your opponent is not only Ling Xiao, but also the Star Sea, the Myriad worlds, and the countless geniuses since ancient times. Second uncle smiled faintly and said, the Eternal Emperor Road this time is different from the past. It's the most tragic and terrifying Eternal Emperor Road in the past 108 eras. Legend has it that the Eternal Emperor Road this time not only has the opportunity to become an emperor, but also the secret of transcendence. The secret of transcendence? That's right. The secret of immortality that countless great emperors have been pursuing for their entire lives. As long as you can transcend, everything in the universe, time and space will no longer be restricted. You can travel the river of time, cross the myriad worlds of the universe, and become immortal. Second eldest uncle's voice also contained some complicated fluctuations. The secret of transcendence? Zhao Ritian's eyes lit up immediately. So, being a great emperor is not the limit. Transcendence is eternal? Looking at Zhao Ritian's eager expression, second uncle smiled and said, the secret of transcendence is not that easy to obtain. For the past 108 eras, there have been so many talented great emperors. Who has been able to transcend? Although there is such a legend in the Eternal Emperor Road, you have to face those talented geniuses from the ancient era. Their cultivation is stronger than yours, their accumulation is deeper than yours, their vision is broader than yours, and their understanding of the great Tao is deeper than yours. It will be a great challenge to defeat them. Challenge? I, Zhao Ritian, love challenges the most. However, second uncle, I have a feeling that only Ling Xiao and I can reach the end of the Eternal Emperor Road. Perhaps we will have the ultimate battle there. Zhao Ritian said nonchalantly. Instead, his eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. You think too highly of Ling Xiao. He is not as good as you. Second uncle shook his head and said. Second uncle, we have come all the way from the God of War realm. You should know Ling Xiao's potential better than I do, right? In the myriad worlds, Ling Xiao is the only one that I, Zhao Ritian, consider as my opponent. Zhao Ritian smiled proudly. That's because you don't know. I'm afraid he won't be able to reach the end. Second uncle sighed in his heart. However, he did not say it out loud. However, seeing that Zhao Ritian was brimming with fighting spirit, he felt extremely gratified. Zhao Ritian would definitely shine brightly in the Eternal Emperor Road. End of chapter 3101. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.